My name is Tanglay. I found myself in a frozen nightmare in Siberia, where temperatures drop to -70 degrees. I didn't exactly choose to be the head chef of the world's most terrifying prison. I was actually running away from a disastrous blind date back home in Dacia. During my escape, a master chef system activated and assigned me to this remote kitchen. My mission is to survive for a month and gain 100 returning customers. When I arrived at the prison's fifth cafeteria, the old chef, Bawan, was very skeptical. He saw me as a thin, weak outsider and warned me that messing up a meal here could cost me my life. However, the system provided me with perfect legal papers and a built-in translator, so I could understand Russian perfectly. I didn't waste any time. I put on my uniform and started cooking with the basic ingredients I found: beef, potatoes, and tomatoes. Using my system-enhanced skills, I easily handled the heavy pots and showed off impressive knife work, which started to change Bawan's mind. I prepared a rich, braised beef with potatoes, along with mushroom soup, rice, and noodles. The aroma was so powerful and delicious that it immediately broke Bawan's resolve. He couldn't stop eating it. Soon, my first real test arrived in the form of two giant, intimidating brothers named Ivan and Dennis. They were known as troublemakers who hated the usual prison food of salted frozen fish. At first, they were aggressive and looked down on me because I was from Dacia. But the moment I lifted the lid of my pot, their hostility vanished. They were stunned by the flavor. The beef was tender, and the potatoes melted in their mouths. They devoured their meals so fast they barely chewed, even going back for second helpings. They were so impressed that they forgot their prejudices entirely. I realized then that while this prison is dangerous, good food is a universal language. I have a long way to go to reach 100 regular customers, but seeing these hardened men eat like they were in heaven gives me hope that I can actually survive this mission. I watched with a quiet smile as the Ivan brothers devoured their food in total silence. They were so worried about running out of my braised meat that they ate faster than I thought possible. Even old Bawan couldn't resist a second plate. Seeing them enjoy it so much made me realize that the Master Chef system is definitely the real deal. I spent some time checking out my new kitchen. It has plenty of stoves and tools, but I quickly realized I'll need to be smart with my planning to feed hundreds of people. The system notified me that I already have 3 new diners, but I need them to keep coming back to meet my goal. It was funny to see Ivan and Dennis change so quickly. They went from being scary troublemakers to my biggest fans, even promising to help me clean tomorrow just to stay close to the food. Before Bawan left for the day, I packed some leftovers for him to take home to his daughter. He was so happy that he offered to introduce her to me, but after my last blind date experience, I politely declined. I stayed behind in the cafeteria, since living here saves me money and trouble. The next morning, I went to the supply area early. The woman in charge was shocked to see me carrying an entire pig leg and half a lamb on my own. My system skills have made me much stronger than I look. I gave her a long list of special ingredients like tofu and pork belly that I wanted her to order. She was confused by my requests, but I promised to cook her a meal if she helped me out. Back at the kitchen, I started on today's main dish, braised pork. This is a classic meal from my home, and the smell of the melting fat and caramelizing sugar was incredible. Bawan helped me prepare the meat, and even though I didn't have rock sugar, the golden color of the pork looked perfect. I can tell that the word is going to spread fast. Siberia might be a frozen desert, but my kitchen is about to become the hottest spot in the prison. I focused on getting lunch ready, covering the pot to let the braised pork simmer on low heat. I wanted to serve a balanced meal, so I wrote the menu on the blackboard: braised pork, shredded pork in sweet sauce, mixed vegetables, and borscht. To make the borscht special, I stir-fried the tomatoes until they were juicy and added a bit of butter for a rich, creamy taste. It was my own version of the classic dish, and the smell was amazing. After hours of work, I was finally ready for the diners. The Ivan brothers were so eager to eat that they finished their farm work early. They even lied to the guard, telling him my food was terrible just so other people wouldn't come and eat it all. Their plan almost worked, as other prisoners heard the rumor and decided to walk to a different cafeteria. However, Officer Ladov didn't have much time, so he came to my canteen anyway. When Ladov walked in, he was shocked. Instead of a deserted room with bad food, he saw the brothers surrounded by a huge stack of empty plates. He ordered a full set of my cooking, and the moment he tasted the braised pork, his eyes widened. He couldn't believe such delicious food existed in a Siberian prison. He moved from the tender meat to the refreshing vegetables and then to the shredded pork, completely impressed by my skills. As the brothers finished and went to wash the dishes, my system notified me that I had officially earned my first 2 returning customers. Soon, more prisoners began to trickle in. They saw the guard eating happily and realized the terrible food rumor was a lie. As I lifted the lids and let the aroma fill the room, I knew my plan was working. The canteen was finally coming to life, and the mission progress was finally moving. I lifted the pot lid, and the aroma instantly filled the cafeteria. Prisoners who had been hesitant before were now rushing to the counter, desperate for a portion. I watched in satisfaction as more than 20 new diners joined in. But a new problem surfaced. These men were huge and did heavy labor, meaning they ate much more than I expected. My food, which I thought would feed 100 people, was vanishing fast. When Officer Ladov asked to pack a meal to take home, the atmosphere turned tense. The prisoners glared at him, feeling it was unfair for him to take food when there was barely enough left for them. I handed him the last of the braised meat, and he left with a rare smile. However, his luck didn't last long. He ran into his superior, Anton, the strict head guard of the 5th District. Anton ended up buying the lunchbox from him, though he was initially skeptical about a cook from Dachau making good food. Back at the canteen, latecomers were frustrated to find the pots empty. One aggressive prisoner even tried to demand more food and threaten me, but my new brothers, the Dennis brothers, and old Bawan stepped in to back me up. They made it clear that no one was allowed to trouble the cook. The troublemaker ran off in embarrassment, and I realized I needed to put up a sign stating that meals were limited. The system notified me that I had gained 27 new customers, bringing my total progress to 29 out of 100. It was a great start, but the real challenge wasn't just getting people to return. It was having enough equipment and hands to feed such a massive, hungry crowd. Just as I was thinking about how to expand, old Bawan looked at an empty bowl and cried out that something terrible had happened. Old Bawan shouted as if the sky were falling. "Tang, what should we do?" I just remembered. The last portion was taken by Ladov. I didn't save any for my daughter. Tanglay, that's it. He had thought the old man was sick from exhaustion. He said casually, "Next time, I'll save some for you in advance." Old Bawan was a cook too. His daughter wouldn't go hungry. But old Bawan looked serious. "No, Tang, you don't understand." Tanglay really didn't. He thought for a moment. "How about this? I'll teach you a special canteen serving trick. You can get a little extra each time and still save some for your daughter." Old Bawan blinked. "What?" Tanglay smiled mysteriously. "Watch me." He picked up a ladle, scooped up some water from the pot, and just as he was about to move it away, his hand suddenly shook. Splash! Half of the water poured back into the pot. "Got it?" Tanglay asked patiently. This was the legendary skill every cafeteria worker back in Dachau seemed to know. How could anyone serve food in a canteen without the famous handshake? Old Bawan's eyes widened. "You can do that?" An honest man who had spent his life serving frozen fish. Old Bawan had never imagined such a trick existed. "Tang, are all people from Dachau this?" "Brilliant." Tanglay shrugged. "So what do you think? Impressive, right? Want to learn?" "I'll learn." Old Bawan agreed at once, a growing admiration for the mysterious man from Dachau rising in his heart. Given the current state of Canteen 5, this trick was perfect. Tanglay grinned. He glanced at the 20 or so prisoners who had just finished eating and gave them a sympathetic smile. "Sorry guys, this might be the last time you get such generous portions." There was no other choice. With limited resources, he had to be tough so more inmates could finish their tasks sooner. The prisoners didn't understand his smile and foolishly smiled back. A few quick-witted ones came over. "Cook, that's a lot of dishes. Dennis and his brother won't be able to finish them. Yeah, why don't we help? Lunch break isn't over yet." If their guard had been there, he would have been speechless. These men, who would rather grow potatoes than take turns in the kitchen, actually wanted to wash dishes? But even then, they didn't get the chance. Dennis and Ivan heard the noise outside and felt more than 20 eager eyes watching them, and their privilege of eating first. They got angry right away. Don't even think about it. The schedule's already set. Want to fight? Even while shouting, they turned to Tanglay and said, "We can handle it." Tanglay coughed lightly. "It's fine. You're doing great. These men might not have much else, but they definitely had strength. They worked fast and well. The other prisoners looked on with envy, but couldn't do anything. Seeing their reluctant faces, Tanglay thought for a moment and said, "This is just a trial run for the next few days. I'll find a way to improve things so everyone gets a chance to eat." Although these men were here because of their crimes, Tanglay found them fairly well-behaved for now. As long as they didn't cross him, he was willing to take care of his special group of diners. After all, a cook's job is to feed people. Of course, those who went too far were an exception. Before long, Dennis and his brother finished cleaning up the kitchenware, and the lunch break ended. The bell rang, and the prisoners hurried back to their assigned places. The heavy sound of chains and locks echoed as the Siberian prison returned to its daily routine. Old Bawan was also getting ready to rest. He said his home was just a few minutes away from the prison. He asked Tanglay when he planned to start work in the afternoon so he could come help. Tanglay thought for a moment. "Let's start at 5. After Bawan left, Tanglay lay down on his bunk for a while, then sat up again, unable to stay still. After thinking for a bit, he slapped his thigh. "Got it." Tanglay turned around and pulled a few bags of flour from the bottom of the cupboard. In the northern part of Daxia, the dry and cold climate had given rise to a unique culture of flour-based foods. Buns, dumplings, steamed bread. Once these were steamed and stored in the freezer, they could last for months. When it was time to eat, just heat them up, and they would taste as fresh as when they were first made. Most importantly, flour-based food was filling, and it was simple to make in large quantities. Tanglay calculated that if he used all the flour to make buns, he would have at least 1,000 or more. That would definitely be enough to eat for a long time. He could just make some soup to go with the buns, and in a few minutes each morning and evening, he could enjoy a satisfying meal. Feeling pleased with his plan, Tanglay gathered all the bowls from the cafeteria and started kneading the dough. With the help of his cooking system, his kneading skills were no problem, but even with his beginner-level chef stamina, he felt tired after working through 3 bowls of dough. "For an easier life later, I'll push through now," he muttered. He endured the soreness, finished preparing the dough, covered it with a cloth to rise, and then began chopping the filling. He hadn't bought many vegetables, or rather, the prison didn't have most of what he wanted. So this time, the filling would be simple. After searching through the cupboards, he found a sack of Chinese cabbage and nodded in satisfaction. He had heard that the northeast of Daxia exported cabbage to their northern neighbors, but those people didn't really know how to make the most of it, usually just boiling it in soup. He chopped the cabbage finely, squeezed out the extra water, and set it aside. Later, he would mix it with meat, and once steamed, the meat juices would soak into the cabbage, blending the freshness of the vegetables with the rich flavor of the meat. Just the thought of that savory broth made his mouth water. Next, Tanglay took out the lamb and the leftover pork from the braised meat he had made earlier and chopped them all together. The finer the better. Mixing the fat and lean parts evenly would make the filling rich but not greasy, juicy but not dry. That was what made a truly good bun. As he chopped, Tanglay thought of his mother. His hometown was in the south of Daxia, where he had grown up eating soup-filled buns. His mother was especially good at making them. If she hadn't tried to set me up with that heavy-set woman for marriage, things might have been different. Tanglay sighed deeply. Just then, a clear voice came from in front of him. "What do you mean, a 300-pound beauty?" Tanglay's mind was still spinning as his hands moved quickly, chopping the filling. The sudden voice startled him. His hand slipped, and the kitchen knife flew out of his grip. "Hey, watch out." Before he could finish, his eyes widened. Standing across from him was a blonde beauty. Her eyes were sky blue, her face delicate and lovely, her golden hair falling over her shoulders. She looked as perfect as a porcelain doll. But then, Tanglay's gaze dropped. In the doll-like girl's fair hands was the kitchen knife, the very one he had just thrown. She had caught it in midair with her bare hands. Tanglay, was this what people meant by a warrior nation? He couldn't even find the words to speak. The doll-like girl noticed his stunned expression, blinked innocently, and held out the knife to him with both hands. "Be careful with your knife, mister." Her voice was clear and sweet. That one mister made Tanglay's mood brighten, and he decided to ignore the fact that she had just caught a flying knife. He took the knife back and asked, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" This was a prison, and she didn't look like an inmate. Even if she were, she shouldn't be here. This section was for men only. The doll-like girl shook her head and showed him a badge. Hello, my name is Yelena. I'm not a prisoner. I'm here on official duty, with permission. Tanglay looked down. Wow. On the badge was a pentagon-shaped fortress, with a crown and crossed silver axe and golden arrow inside. It was a Siberian military district insignia. So this little beauty was a soldier? Tanglay was stunned. Being a soldier from that region was no easy task. She really wasn't what she seemed. Still, even on duty, why would she come to the kitchen? Thinking she might be lost, Tanglay said, "This is the 5th kitchen. Where are you trying to go?" Yelena's clear blue eyes turned slightly, but she didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" Tanglay wiped the knife. "Chopping filling. Can I eat it?" Tanglay. "It's still raw." He shook his head. "Not yet. You'll have to wait a bit." "All right then," Yelena said regretfully. Although she said she had a task to do, she didn't leave. Instead, she found a seat in the cafeteria and sat down, watching him eagerly. She was actually waiting? Tanglay, what's with this girl? But since she was just sitting there, he didn't mind. He simply ignored her and kept chopping the filling. After finishing a pot of minced meat, Tanglay began adding seasonings. Spices were scarce in Siberia. Common ones from Daxia, like Sichuan peppercorns or the 13 spices, were hard to find. Even though he had written them on the shopping list for the supply officer, who knew when they would actually arrive. For now, Tanglay could only mix soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, and a bit of black pepper into the meat. He heated some oil in a pan, added chopped green onions, and fried them until the aroma filled the air. Then he removed the bits and poured in the meat. Sizzle, a sharp sound echoed as the meat hit the hot oil. A rich, savory smell spread instantly. Tanglay kept stirring. He cooked the meat until it was half done. Mixing it later with cabbage for the buns would make them steam faster and help keep the filling juicy. As he thought about the delicious buns he used to eat, Tanglay suddenly froze. A small blonde head had appeared in front of him again. At some point, Yelena had come over to the serving window. She was staring through the glass at the pan, eyes full of longing. Seeing her like that, Tanglay couldn't help but imagine her doll-like face drooling. This girl was really something. When Tanglay looked up, Yelena quickly asked, "Is it ready? Can I eat it?" Tanglay shook his head. "No, this isn't a dish, it's just the filling." Yelena's pretty face scrunched up, as if she were about to cry. "But I'm so hungry. I didn't eat lunch. Just one bite. Please, even the filling is fine." Tanglay, "Girl, you don't have to go that far." He set the cooked meat aside and sighed. "All right, I'll make you something." After all, she was a soldier. Unlike how he felt about prisoners, Tanglay had respect for those who served their country. He looked around and found some leftover rice from lunch. He was a bit hungry himself after working all afternoon. "Let's just make some fried rice to fill the stomach." Yelena peeked in. "I can make fried rice too." Tanglay asked curiously, "How do you usually make it?" Yelena gestured with her hands. "Put in rice, mushrooms, and oil, heat it up, and it's done." Tanglay was speechless. What about salt? Eggs? All the key ingredients that make fried rice special? Could anyone really eat that kind of fried rice? "It actually tastes fine," Yelena said after thinking for a moment. "Better than frozen fish." Tanglay couldn't help giving her a sympathetic look. Poor girl, she must have been really hungry. People often said that her country was full of strong, fast-developing people, with wide open land and cheap housing, something many people from Daxia admired. But in Tanglay's eyes, it didn't seem that great after all. At least when it came to food, it was truly a desert for good taste. It was hard to imagine a place with even plainer food, especially those countries that treated fried fish and chips or stargazy pie as national treasures. What kind of life was that? Tanglay quickly cracked 2 eggs, heated a bit of oil in the pan, and poured the beaten eggs into the rice. "That doesn't look right," Yelena said, eyes wide. Tanglay didn't bother explaining. He took out some carrots, leafy greens, and corn, chopped them into small pieces, and set them aside. After thinking for a moment, he added some diced sausage and a spoonful of half-cooked minced meat. When the oil began to bubble, he poured the egg-coated rice into the pan. Then, holding the pan in one hand and the spatula in the other, he moved his wrist skillfully. Whoosh. Flip, toss, stir. With each motion, the rice coated in egg broke apart into separate grains. Each grain turned golden, evenly covered in egg, shining with a tempting color. Next, Tanglay added the minced meat and sausage, continuing to stir-fry. The big kitchen stove burned hot, and his movements were smooth and practiced. In just a few moments, a delicious aroma filled the air. Yelena's eyes sparkled as she stared at the pan and at the man holding it, as if she were witnessing a miracle. Tanglay didn't notice her expression. He kept his rhythm steady. After the meat came the vegetables, adding a touch of freshness to balance the rich flavors. Meat and vegetables, perfectly matched and nutritious. Controlling the heat carefully, Tanglay gave the pan one final toss. The golden rice rose into the air like a wave of wheat, dazzling and beautiful, leaving Yelena completely mesmerized. As soon as she put the food on her plate, she couldn't wait to take a bite. "How does it taste?" Tanglay asked casually. Yelena didn't answer for a while. Tanglay was surprised. "Is it bad?" That couldn't be right. He took a spoonful himself. As expected from the system's recipe, it was perfect. The flavor was rich and balanced, the texture just right, and one bite made him want more. "So what about Yelena?" At that moment, Yelena slowly lifted her head. Tanglay was startled. "Hey, why are you crying?" Tears streamed down the young woman's face, even as she kept eating quickly. "It's so good. Really so good," she said between sobs. "Tanglay, that's a bit much, isn't it? Why was this girl such a crybaby?" He even started to wonder if her military badge was real. Just then, a new message popped up in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You've gained one returning customer. Mission progress, 3 out of 100. Keep it up." Tanglay froze for a moment, then looked in surprise at Yelena, who was still eating happily. "You're old Bawan's daughter?" Yelena looked up in shock. "How did you know?" Tanglay thought to himself, "How could I not know?" Aside from old Bawan, who didn't really count as a customer, there were only 3 returning ones, the Dennis brothers, and now her. Who else could it be but the daughter old Bawan always bragged about? He just hadn't expected that. For once, old Bawan hadn't been exaggerating. How did such a rough man have such a doll-like daughter? Yelena blinked, a grain of rice still on her lip, but her eyes turned serious. "How did you figure it out? You shouldn't have seen me before. I've had professional disguise training. Most people can't tell I'm related to my father." At that moment, she really did look like a soldier. Tanglay smiled slightly. "Maybe I'm just not like most people. Don't worry, though. I'm just a cook." He was only here to relax and avoid a marriage proposal, not to play spy. Yelena looked at him curiously a few more times, but after less than a minute, the smell of fried rice tempted her, and she lowered her head again. "This tastes so good. Wow, you're amazing." Her praise was sincere, and Tanglay couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself that this girl was actually quite cute, very different from the fierce and bossy image he had of girls from this region. What impressed him most was that she was the first person he'd met in Siberia who didn't look down on him for being from Dacia. Tanglay let her eat while he took a few bites himself, then went back to the stove. "Wait a second." Yelena quickly finished her food and ran over. "Actually, I'm not here because of work. My dad isn't feeling well tonight, so he can't come to help you. I came instead." Tanglay paused. "Oh, he could have just told me. It's fine, I can manage tonight. He was only planning to make something simple anyway." Yelena smiled. "He did tell me to make sure I bring some food back for him." Tanglay sighed inwardly. "All right then." He asked with concern, "What kind of illness does he have?" A hint of worry appeared on Yelena's pretty face. "It's hard to say. His whole body aches, and his joints hurt badly whenever the weather turns damp. He used to push himself to the battlefield." Tanglay was surprised. "He's been in battle?" "Ah." Yelena quickly covered her mouth and smiled awkwardly. "Please don't tell anyone. I shouldn't have said that. He doesn't like to talk about it." Tanglay nodded in understanding. "Sounds like rheumatism. In Dacia, we call it too much dampness in the body. He should eat more warming foods." For Tanglay, that was common knowledge. Food therapy was an important part of traditional Dacia medicine. But to Yelena, it sounded completely new. She nodded, half understanding, and said again, "Let me help you." Tanglay thought for a moment and handed her a piece of dough. "Can you make steamed buns?" His fingers moved skillfully. He picked up some filling with chopsticks, placed it in the dough, twisted it once, and shaped a perfect round bun. Yelena nodded confidently. "I can do that." Then she reached out her hands. A few minutes later, Tanglay rubbed his temples. "Forget it. Yelena clenched her hands, almost in tears. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean to. Tanglay sighed helplessly. The girl really hadn't done it on purpose, but she was too strong and couldn't control her strength. With one squeeze, she had turned the dough and filling into a flat mess. He handed her a kitchen knife. Here, help me chop the filling instead. This time, Yelena moved quickly. The sound of chopping filled the kitchen. Clearly, she was much more comfortable with a knife. Tanglay checked the time and took out a few large soup pots. With steamed buns, there should naturally be porridge. Porridge, also called rice gruel in the north, was a staple food found on tables across the country. As the name suggests, it was mostly water and rice. Tanglay glanced at the buns and decided to make 8 treasure porridge. But the kitchen was short on ingredients. After searching around, Tanglay sighed deeply. This place didn't even have enough for proper 8 treasure porridge. He thought to himself that once things improved, he would have to teach these people to appreciate good food. So he gathered whatever grains he could find, rice, oats, peanuts, and more, washed them all, and put them into the pot. He brought the water to a boil, then lowered the heat to let it simmer slowly. After carefully adjusting the flame, he let the porridge cook on its own. By mealtime, it would be soft and smooth. With that done, he sat down and quietly continued wrapping buns. Beside him, Yelena was still chopping the filling diligently. Though she looked delicate, she worked quickly and efficiently. Tanglay was satisfied. When she finished enough filling, he let her rest. She obediently sat down again and scraped the last bits from her empty plate, cherishing every bite. Tanglay couldn't help but smile. It made sense. After following old Bawan, she probably hadn't eaten much good food. No wonder she compared everything to frozen fish. Thay chatted casually as they worked, and Tanglay felt a rare sense of peace. But before long, the sound of high heels echoed from outside the cafeteria. A tall woman in a fur coat, with a striking figure, walked in and called out, "New guy. I'm here for food." Yelena. She stopped in surprise. "Why are you here? Weren't you sent on a mission?" Yelena interrupted her. "Bella, I'm back. Today I'm helping out for my father." The woman called Bella was the one in charge of buying food for the prison that morning, the same person Tanglay had spoken to briefly. Hearing Yelena's reply, Bella was stunned. "Yelena? You? Helping in the cafeteria? Are you out of your mind? Or am I?" Yelena frowned, a little annoyed. "What's wrong with that? It's not like I can't do it." "Well, except for making dumplings, that was too hard." Bella couldn't understand. "But you've already been promoted to. Everyone needs to eat, no matter their position." Yelena huffed. In front of Bella, her expression was cool and distant, completely different from the lively way she acted around Tanglay. Just then, a voice called from the cafeteria. "Yelena, give me a hand." "Okay." Yelena answered cheerfully and hurried over to help Tanglay move some things. "Hey, what's this?" she asked. Tanglay wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I made a new steamer. I'll use it to make dumplings for you all later." Then he noticed Bella standing there, frozen. "Oh, it's you. Did you find the vegetables I asked for?" Bella replied automatically, "Those are hard to find. I'll have to taste your cooking first." Tanglay didn't mind. "Sure, wait a bit. It's almost mealtime anyway." By them, he meant the prisoners. After speaking, Tanglay went back to work. As soon as he turned away, Bella grabbed Yelena's arm. "What's going on with you? You're a respected officer, and you're being so eager to help that man from Dachau? He tells you to work, and you just go? He's not even worthy." In Bella's eyes, even if that Dachau cook was a bit special, at best he was just strong. With his fair skin and gentle look, he didn't seem manly at all. He was nothing like the rugged, bearded men their people admired. "I bet he can't even cook anything that great, and he's already being so picky." Bella muttered in frustration. She hadn't really wanted to bother finding all those strange ingredients for Tanglay anyway. But the warden had a rule. The purchasing department must do its best to meet the needs of all prison departments, or they might receive complaints. If she weren't afraid of losing her job, she would never have come. To her surprise, after hearing her words, Yelena looked pleased. "That's great. When the buns are ready, don't fight me for them." Bella laughed angrily. "Fight you? You can have them all." Just then, the sound of a bell came from outside the cafeteria. It was time for the prisoners to finish work. Within minutes, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. First came the Dennis brothers, running fast, followed by 20 or 30 strong men rushing into Cafeteria 5. They were the same group who had come at noon, the fastest runners in the entire 5th block. When they saw Bella and Yelena, they stopped at once, their eyes lighting up. Women, and beautiful ones. For these men, who had been living under strict rules for so long, the sight was almost too exciting. Someone even whistled playfully. "Hey, pretty lady, what are you doing here?" It was break time, and the guards weren't as strict now. Since the higher-ups never came to Cafeteria 5, the men grew bolder. Instead of getting angry, Bella smiled and winked at them, teasing back. Seeing the men crowd around her, Bella glanced proudly at Yelena, as if showing off her charm. However, Yelena had already turned her back to them, facing the serving counter, waiting quietly for Tanglay, completely ignoring the others. Bella pouted, feeling bored, and glanced over the group of men, wondering if she should find some fun later that night. Just then, a wave of steam rose from behind the counter. Tanglay lifted the lid of the steamer and clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, line up for your meal." In an instant, the space around Bella cleared. The prisoners who had just been crowding around her quickly stood up straight, their eyes all fixed on Tanglay. They didn't even look at the women anymore. Bella stared in surprise. "Hey, you guys." The prisoners waved her off. Dennis shrugged and said, "We can see women later. It's not like we can do anything anyway. But Tang's food, if you manage to get some, it's really delicious." Since the prison didn't allow crossing the line, they might as well focus on the food. Bella watched the group of rough, loud prisoners quickly line up in an orderly way within seconds, and she stomped her foot in frustration. A bunch of spineless guys. Tanglay had been busy checking the fire and didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. He simply counted the people as usual and said, "Tonight's buns are limited. 5 per person, no extras." Actually, there were more, but Tanglay wasn't about to let all his hard work from the afternoon disappear in one night. He needed them to last at least 2 days. If you're still hungry, there's porridge. You can have as much of that as you want. The moment they heard limited, the prisoners' faces fell. "Come on, don't do that." Sure, porridge could fill them up, but the limited food was always the best. Not to mention the warm, weedy aroma filling the kitchen, carried by the steam from the buns. It made everyone's stomach growl. Dennis was the quickest to think. He looked around and saw everyone standing tall and tense, ready to fight if anyone tried to take their share. So he turned his eyes toward the 2 women sitting nearby. "Tang, are they eating too?" Tanglay nodded. Dennis frowned. "Women can't eat that much, right? Maybe we should share some of theirs." As soon as he said that, the prisoners' expressions toward Yelena and Bella changed again. At first, they had looked curious, then indifferent, but now, they looked almost hostile. After all, this was their cafeteria. Why were these 2 outsiders taking their food? Did they have any idea how hard it was to get a good meal in prison? Bella blurted out, "Seriously? All this fuss over a few buns. What was wrong with these men? No wonder they were stuck eating frozen fish every day." Yelena also looked at Tanglay cautiously. Tanglay smiled and shook his head. "No favoritism here. Everyone gets the same, 5 each. If you think they can't finish theirs, you can ask them yourself." He handed Yelena 5 buns. "Careful, they're hot." Yelena nodded quickly, took her plate, added a bowl of porridge, and went to eat quietly. Bella, who also got her share of buns, frowned slightly. "Baozi, what's that?" Tanglay casually explained. "It's a kind of food from Daxia, made from wheat." "Wheat food?" Bella frowned in disgust. In her mind, there were only a few kinds of wheat-based foods, dark bread from the west, and the traditional big rye bread from the northern lands. As for their taste, well, they were edible, but not exactly pleasant. That big rye bread was famous for being huge, dry, and hard, and sometimes people even stuffed strange things inside it. During famines, some even mixed in small stones just to make it last longer. It was tasteless, and if you were unlucky, you could even break a tooth on it. What was so good about that? Bella gave a small snort. Just then, a few prisoners came over with eager smiles. "Pretty lady, you might not be able to finish all that." Another woman nearby was already eating quickly and ignored them, so they turned their attention to Bella instead. Bella held her plate lazily, a hint of pride rising in her heart. As expected, her charm still worked. She didn't think much of this Daxia food. Picking a man who looked decent, she patted his chest playfully and smiled. I can share with you, but you'll have to help me later, understand? The man swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, then nodded bravely. Bella chuckled softly and handed him the food. Here, take it. She kept only one bun for herself. Seeing that her trick worked, the others hesitated, then turned toward Yelena. But before they could say anything, Yelena quickly stuffed a bun into her mouth and stood up, mumbling to Tanglay, I can finish it. Her cheeks were so round that it was hard to tell which was rounder, her face or the bun. Tanglay laughed. Go ahead and eat. If she wanted more, he could always find a way to get her some quietly, for the sake of peace in the prison, of course. Hearing Tanglay's approval, Yelena let out a sigh of relief. She swallowed the bun, turned to face the other prisoners, and her cheerful expression vanished. You want to take my food? Her pale hand lifted, sharp as a blade, her stance firm and steady. Bang! She slammed her palm down on the table. A deep dent instantly appeared on the metal surface. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen if that strike landed on someone's head. All the prisoners were stunned. Tanglay couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Wow, this girl was really strong. Who could be so beautiful, emotional, and tough at the same time? And if she was just pretending, she was doing it in a pretty cute way. Yelena raised her hand proudly and looked around. Anyone else wants to try me? The leader, Dennis, froze for a moment before suddenly shouting, Yelena? Wait, are you Yelena from Old Bawan's group? What? You mean that strong, crazy little witch from Old Bawan's place? Shut up. 5 years ago, when she helped Old Bawan in the cafeteria, she knocked down several big guys. Do you have a death wish? The group of men instantly went silent, wishing they could swallow the one who had just spoken. After scaring everyone, Yelena seemed to relax and quickly turned to Tanglay. I can eat more than them. Can I have one extra? Tanglay coughed lightly. There's really none left. All right then, Yelena said, sitting down with a disappointed look. Bella, still shaken by what she had just seen, couldn't help but sneer once things calmed down. All that fuss over a few buns, she said, taking a casual bite. The next second, she froze. What was this taste? Warm broth filled her mouth, and she instinctively took another sip. The rich, savory flavor burst across her tongue. Bella was completely stunned, her mind going blank except for one thought. Who said this was anything like plain bread? If this was bread, she'd eat it standing on her head. The soft, cloud-like dough, slightly firmer than the softest bread, yet far more elastic. Mixed with the aroma of wheat and meat, every bite carried a perfect balance of salty and slightly sweet flavors. Bella's nose tingled, and she began eating one bite after another. They say the greatest happiness for any living being comes from feeling full. It's a basic instinct of survival. And through thousands of years of evolution, that feeling of fullness has become almost inseparable from the taste of rich grains and warm, hearty food. Currently, with plenty of meat filling and soft dough, combined with fresh, non-greasy meat juice, Bella suddenly understood for the first time what it means to eat happiness. She quickly ate a large meat bun, stuffing it into her stomach. Just as she was about to grab another, she suddenly woke up. Wait, what stupid thing did I just do? I let someone else have such delicious food. All for a man. He's not worth it. She quickly turned around to find the male prisoner who had just taken her bun. But he was happily eating, not even looking at her. Hey, Bella shouted, I don't want you anymore. Give it back. But how is that possible? The male prisoner was startled and immediately refused. No. Even if you play me to death today, I won't give it back. Anyway, he couldn't really play her to death. Bella was furious, almost exploding with anger. She reached out to grab it. These people were prisoners, but she was a staff member at the prison. Strictly speaking, they had no right to refuse her, let alone fight back. But to her surprise, the man reacted very quickly. Seeing Bella rush over, he suddenly bent down and took a bite out of each bun. Bella was about to go crazy. How could he use such sneaky tricks? Seeing the shiny saliva on the buns, Bella couldn't bring herself to eat anymore. She could only look at Tanglay with tears in her eyes. Tanglay spread his hands, showing he couldn't help. But considering she would later serve him diligently, he kindly made a promise. You saw it too, ingredients are scarce, so I really can't make more. Does she still not understand? She was both regretful and politely responded, I'll try to get you what you need as soon as possible. After promising, she also tried to negotiate. Look, I've worked so hard. Tanglay smiled. I'll give you priority to taste new dishes. When I make something new, you can try it. But, he pointed to the small blackboard outside the window. Remember to do it during meal times. He didn't want to work overtime at other times. Yelena, who was obedient and called her brother, could be considered. After all, he was a man with normal taste. Bella was already very happy. She didn't know that Yelena and Tanglay had already eaten fried rice, so she thought she had special privileges. But one bun clearly wasn't enough, so she reluctantly asked for a bowl of porridge. She thought this simple boiled food was just okay to eat casually. But when she tasted it, she was surprised by the soft, sweet, and fragrant flavor. The large peanuts were crunchy inside the soft rice, and the red beans had turned into a paste. Just a gentle taste with her tongue, and she could feel the distinct grains melting in her mouth. Even a bowl of porridge was so delicious. It was a flavor she had never experienced before. Is this what Daxia cuisine is like? At this moment, all her complicated feelings of resentment towards Tanglay disappeared, replaced by awe. It was so delicious. How could she ask for more? Yes, the more ingredients she brought back, the more flavors she could try. Oh my, she felt so happy. But as she looked forward to the future, she couldn't help but lower her head. Seeing the empty plate and thinking of the 4 buns she threw away, she felt sad. Men are really no good, except those who can cook, Tanglay. He felt hurt. So, judging a man by whether he can cook? You're not really interested in men, you just want their food. At this moment, Yelena finished her own meal. She carried her plate to the sink, saw Bella's unpredictable expression, and shrugged. Bella was furious. Did you know this all along? Yelena smiled. Yes, I told you not to compete with me, remember? Bella, who knew it would taste this good. This was a mind-ing deliciousness. She couldn't accept this and suddenly asked, Yelena, you don't have a crush on this Daxia guy, do you? Tanglay raised an eyebrow. He thought this girl was probably interested in his cooking. When he was cooking, her eyes never left him. He thought Yelena wouldn't pay attention to Bella, so he didn't take it seriously. But then Yelena's face suddenly turned serious. Bella, I want to remind you, don't think about touching him, she said coldly. He's mine. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire cafeteria fell silent. Tanglay was also stunned. That young lady really dares to say anything. They probably aren't that close, right? But troublemakers love to make a fuss, so everyone started talking and laughing. Bella couldn't handle it and stomped off. Yelena turned around and quietly said to Tanglay, stay away from her. She tends to get carried away with men. Tanglay, what do you mean? Yelena's pretty face turned red. Cough, we're not supposed to do that kind of thing here. But Bella sometimes can't help herself and pulls people to play. Except for the last step, she uses props. You know what I mean? Tanglay understood immediately. Wow, that's quite the wild play. Yelena nodded. Yes, although many men are willing to play with her, they usually come out covering themselves. It's been a few days since they played. You. Her gaze moved downward. Tanglay took a step back. No need to say more. He started to feel a strange pain. Yelena stuck out her tongue and picked up her pre-packed lunchbox. Anyway, just be careful around her. If she or any other woman tries to force you, just say I'm protecting you. Tanglay. So that's what she meant. In the eyes of these tough women, was he really so weak? He was at least 1.8 meters tall and strong. Tanglay shook his head in frustration. All right, go ahead. It's getting cold. Old Bawan was still hungry at home. Yelena smiled shyly and ran off. Halfway there, she suddenly remembered. Wait, brother chef, add a VK. VK is V-Contact, the most popular social media app used by the Russians, similar to WeChat in our country. Tanglay said, just call me Tang. He took out his phone and turned it on. Huh, isn't that our local number? Yelena looked puzzled. Tanglay slapped his forehead, finally realizing he hadn't bought a local SIM card yet. He had been cut off from the world since arriving here and hadn't thought about it. Maybe I'll buy one when I have time. Having a local number would be much more convenient. Yelena blinked. Then you can call me when you need. I'm free lately, and I have a car. I can take you around. The Siberian prison was far from any civilized area, and without a car, it was really hard to buy things. That was why Tanglay had to ask Bella to get the ingredients for him. When Yelena offered to help, Tanglay had no reason to refuse. All right, I'll make you 2 kinds of snacks later. You can take them with you on the way. Hearing that, Yelena's eyes lit up. It's a deal. You must call me. Oh, my father is still hungry. I have to go. She held the lunchbox and ran off happily. Tanglay watched her leave and shook his head, thinking that the father and daughter were really alike. One skipped lunch and came all the way here looking for food, while the other, already old, stayed home hungry, waiting for his daughter to bring something back. Like father, like daughter. Behind him, in the kitchen, the prisoners who had eaten their fill were chatting noisily, while the Dennis brothers had already started another round of washing dishes. Tanglay stretched lazily and was about to head back when a loud noise suddenly rang out. His phone started vibrating wildly. Oh no, Tanglay was startled. I forgot to turn it off. But it was too late. The phone kept buzzing as if it wouldn't stop until he answered. Gritting his teeth, Tanglay picked up, and a loud voice shouted from the other end. You little rascal, where have you been? Fong Fong is so worried she's crying. You heartless boy. Fong Fong was the family friend's daughter, 300 pounds, with a name that meant fragrant, but a personality that was anything but gentle. Every time they met, she wanted to have a deep talk with Tanglay. Tanglay winced and quickly covered the receiver. Mom, I told you already, I'm not going on blind dates, and I'm not getting married. His mother's voice was cold and firm. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me where you are. Tanglay didn't dare say. He mumbled, Mom, I'm working my career. I won't come home until I've made something of myself. Then a tearful voice came through the phone. A high-pitched tone, breathless and trembling. Brother Tang, what is it that you don't like about me? I can change, can't I? Tanglay got goosebumps. It's not your fault, really. Then why did you leave? His mother joined in. Exactly. At your age, getting married and having children is what matters most. I'm only worried because you never look for a partner. My mother is getting older and wants to say something. Tanglay has been her son for over 20 years. As soon as he hears her tone, he knows what she wants to say, but he can't do anything about it. He is about to nervously agree. Suddenly, he remembers a girl who looks like a doll and has an idea. Mom, it's not that I don't want to. I already like someone. Who? Two girls on the other side speak excitedly at the same time. Tanglay clears his throat. I'm still chasing her now. I'll tell you when it's almost done. Anyway, Mom, don't worry about it. This year, I'll bring home a daughter-in-law. He casually boasts. As long as he can persuade Fong Fong, everything else will be easy. But Fong Fong screams. What's so good about her? Brother Tang. Tanglay clicks his tongue, thinking how nice it sounds when she calls him Brother Tang. But when Fong Fong says it, it sounds like a ghost crying. It's like a warning. He irritably says, the biggest advantage is people don't need a bride price. He remembers this girl, who is used to a high-end apartment in a first-tier city. In this place full of battle-ready beauties, few dare to speak like that. The other side immediately falls silent. After a while, Fong Fong hums. You just don't want to spend money, right? I don't care about money. What I care about is your attitude towards me. Cheap and stingy man. Tang Mom awkwardly says, All right, we can discuss this later. Meanwhile, the chaos calms down, and Fong Fong is persuaded to leave. Tang Mom's voice softens. Son, are you serious? Our family isn't that stingy. If the girl doesn't want anything, we still have to give. Parents only have one child, just as long as you're happy. Money and stuff, don't be too particular. Tanglay is silent for a moment, shakes his head. Let's not talk about this, Mom. It's still early. I'm still chasing her. All right, Tang Mom sighs. You're quick to run off. Is it far? Is it cold over there? Did you bring your bedding and clothes? Do I lack money? If I haven't earned enough, I'll come back. Don't be a frog trying to sit on a table leg, stubbornly holding on. Understand? She says a long string of words, and Tanglay listens silently, feeling a little sour inside. Maybe only his mom would always ask about these trivial things. Others care if you're flying high, but Mom only worries if you're tired. Tanglay responds one by one, then talks about a beautiful future with a lovely daughter-in-law. Mom Tang laughed loudly, feeling much more at ease. All right, I'm hanging up now. Be careful. By the way, don't turn off your phone. I almost scared Mom to death. Okay, got it, Tanglay smiled. Just as he was about to hang up, Mom Tang suddenly asked, Is your workplace far away? Maybe I'll visit you if I have free time? Tanglay shivered. No, I'll come back to see you during my days off. I'm busy now. Bye, Mom. He definitely didn't want his mom to come here. Tanglay strongly suspected that if she did, She might get angry and cause trouble. But for now, he had at least escaped Fong Fong. His phone buzzed. Mom Tang. Little rascal, at least send me a photo of that girl. Otherwise, Fong Fong will come back. She still didn't quite believe that her son could suddenly become so clever. But the photo wasn't simple. Tanglay casually replied that he'd send a picture when he had time, then relaxed and went back to the kitchen. Dennis and his brothers finished washing the dishes. Someone responsible had also mopped the floor, and the whole dining hall was very clean. When the bell rang again, everyone left. Tanglay sat down, stretched his tired limbs, and hurt his joints loudly. Ugh, that feels good. After stretching, he lay flat. While thinking about what to do tomorrow, the system started showing tonight's summary. Congratulations, host. You gained 30 new customers and 27 repeat customers. Total of 30 repeat customers. Task progress, 30 out of 100. Keep it up. Tanglay was very happy. In just one day, after 2 meals, he was nearly 1/3 done. And with tonight's first 30 customers, he didn't believe they wouldn't come back tomorrow. As long as the supply kept up, he could probably complete the repeat customer task tomorrow. Tanglay was very curious about what else this amazing system could give him besides basic chef equipment. As long as it wasn't something like the sunflower manual, everything else was fine. With thoughts full of guesses and excitement, Tanglay fell asleep. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there was still a family in turmoil. Major Ndong, the overseer of Zone 5, finally returned home after a busy day. His wife, Lisa, came to greet him, took off his heavy coat, and saw a box he was holding with his hat. What is this? A lunchbox? Did you eat it at noon? Anton shook his head. He didn't like the big chef's food, so he didn't eat the lunch. When he left, he didn't pay attention and just took the box casually. Just throw it away. It's cold now, he said casually. Lisa shook her head in disagreement. She was used to being frugal and couldn't stand wasting food. She immediately took the lunchbox. Don't waste it. I'll heat it up and see if I can eat it. If not, I'll feed it to our dog. Anton had no objection and went to take a shower. He took 10 minutes. While he repeatedly called his caring wife in the bathroom to bring him a towel, Lisa didn't respond at all. Finally, Anton felt something was wrong. He hurried out. Lisa, where are you? What are you doing? Lisa's faint voice came from the kitchen. Oh dear. Wait a moment. I can't leave right now. What could she be busy with at this time? Anton was unhappy and went to the kitchen, stunned. His elegant and gentle wife was that stuffing a big piece of meat into her mouth? Lisa, are you crazy? Their allowance shouldn't be so greedy for fatty meat. Lisa swallowed quickly, more surprised than him. Anton, what nonsense are you talking? No. Where did you get this delicious food? It's so tasty. I've never had anything this good, Anton. He became even more convinced that Lisa was acting strangely, maybe even because of what she ate. He immediately went over. Stop eating. I need to check if it's poisoned. Unexpectedly, his usually obedient and loving wife was now angrily clutching the lunchbox. How can you insult a divine gift like this? Anton took the opportunity when his wife wasn't paying attention and directly pinched a piece, putting it in his mouth. He said dissatisfiedly, Big Chef has nothing to do with gods. I want to see what he put in. He also stopped. After a few seconds, he quickly reached out again. Lisa hugged the lunchbox tightly and used a silver fork to stuff food into her mouth. Didn't you say you just wanted to see if it was poisoned? Anton didn't lift his head. Too fast. I didn't taste it yet. I'll try a few more bites. Lisa was furious. There are only a few pieces in total. Annoying Anton. It's clearly food from his workplace, which he eats every day, so why is he still fighting over it with me? The love between a couple suddenly starts to shake. Fortunately, after they hurriedly finished the braised pork, their relationship was briefly repaired. But as soon as they opened the next dish of Beijing-style shredded pork, it broke again. After several struggles, Anton and Lisa both sat on the sofa, holding their stomachs and unable to move. The food was so delicious that one of them couldn't resist. After finishing the meal, they took out their big loaf of bread, standing and eating sauce one bite at a time. Tomorrow, can you go and get some more? Lisa softened her tone. Anton nodded repeatedly, feeling regretful. What's wrong with the big kitchen? He should be more tolerant. As long as the cook is from the fighting nation, they might be connected to the gods. The funniest part is, this cook in the 5th cafeteria is under his supervision. Wouldn't it be more convenient if he could eat there anytime? The couple became happier the more they thought about it, until a slim girl entered the room. Dad, Mom, have you made dinner? Lisa, Anton. Their daughter Natasha suspiciously looked at their bloated stomachs and then at the empty lunchboxes on the table, questioning them deeply. Dad, Mom, you're sneaking food without me. Am I really your daughter? Lisa, Anton. Ahem, dear Natasha. This was an accident. Of course, their explanation was not trusted. The high-ranking, impartial Major Anton's family was in chaos over a meal. The next day, prison guard Ladov returned to work in Zone 5 as usual. Watching over a group of prisoners who looked much more energetic than before, Ladov couldn't help but bring Dennis out. Dennis, did you guys go to the 5th cafeteria last night? Dennis smiled honestly. Yes, we did. Tang made some new flavors. They're delicious, Ladov thought to himself. Isn't that obvious? Just good food? No useful description at all. It made Ladov anxious, planning to get his lunch early today and avoid any bosses who might want his meal. Last night, eating out with his wife didn't taste as good anymore. He always felt that nothing was better than the food from the 5th cafeteria. While thinking, a supervisor carrying a lunchbox came over. Anton rarely appeared in this part of the prison. He looked sternly at all the prisoners. Even Dennis, the troublemaker, was afraid of this well-known prison guard chief and lowered his head to work quietly. Ladov felt something was wrong. The next moment, Anton called out, Ladov, come here. I have something to ask you. Yes, sir. What is it? Ladov asked nervously. Anton cleared his throat. The meal you took yesterday, was it from the 5th cafeteria? Bawan's 5th cafeteria? The new cook there? When do they serve the meal? My daughter is very curious and asked me to bring her a portion. Of course. I personally don't trust people from Dacia. Ladov closed his eyes in frustration. I knew it. Ladov looked helplessly at his superior and explained, his name is Tang. As far as I know, he lives in the 5th cafeteria, and the serving times are the same as before, but if you want to take some home. Ladov thought for a moment and kindly reminded him, you need to go early, or you might not get any. Anton frowned. I've worked in this prison for 10 years, and I've never heard of the cafeteria running out of food. Ladov thought to himself. Well, now you have. He simply said, the meal you took yesterday was the last one. Anton. He just realized that his subordinate was carrying a lot of resentment. Considering the last meal, he coughed softly. All right, I understand. You go ahead and do your work. Then he headed toward the 5th cafeteria. As the director of Zone 5, he could go wherever he wanted and didn't need to stand guard. Now was the perfect time to go early. Ladov's eyes showed a bit more resentment, but he could only comfort himself inwardly. No worries. At least he could finish work a little earlier than the prisoners. As long as he kept this secret and didn't let his colleagues find out, he still had time. Ladov looked at the prisoners working in front of him and saw similar plans in their eyes. He must not say anything. At this moment, Tanglay didn't know that his loyal diners were trying to ruin his plan to have 100 repeat customers. He continued as usual with Lao Ba Wan, steaming several pots of rice as the main food, then took out a pig leg and half a sheep's leg from the fridge. Yesterday, he had made steamed buns and braised pork, which used up most of the pork. Only the part of the pig's hoof with more skin and less meat was left. Today, Lao Ba Wan saw this piece and was about to throw it away, but Tanglay quickly stopped him. That's a good piece. These delicacies are really not appreciated by the desert people. This stuff is more expensive than meat in the big summer country. Lao Ba Wan was a bit unconvinced. It's just bones. What's there to eat? And Tang, don't you think these parts are dirty to eat? Westerners, including those who migrated to the new continent, generally think that animal organs and claws are not good things. In the kitchen, these are always thrown away. But in Tanglay's eyes, who is a typical big summer person, these are treasures. Braised pig's trotters, soy-braised pig's trotters, and so on. Beauty and health benefits, tasty and nourishing. How can he throw these away? He also took the opportunity to explain to Lao Ba Wan. They're not dirty. If you wash and cook them properly, what's dirty about them? To talk about dirtiness, do you know that centuries ago, Westerners used to put live birds inside pies? Lao Ba Wan's eyes widened. Tanglay said, yes, to make the nobles feel special, but birds are straightforward. They would inside the pie after being stuffed in. Ugh, Lao Ba Wan quickly stopped him. Tang, stop talking. The most civilized nation once popularized eating? And they even ate mummies, Tanglay shrugged. They believed it could cure all diseases. So, all this talk about how uncivilized the big summer country's food is, it's all nonsense. When it comes to history, everyone is much more bizarre than the big summer country. If you don't want to eat it, that's fine. I'll keep an extra portion for myself. No, no, no. Hearing this, Lao Bawan immediately refused. Although he still doubted, he didn't want to regret it once it was cooked. As for feeling uneasy about it, as long as it smells good, what's there to worry about? Can a mental barrier be eaten? But looking at the pot, Lao Bawan asked again, is this enough to eat? There are so many people. It's not enough, Tanglay said naturally. So, we'll make a small batch, just a few portions. After we eat some ourselves, they go first. He had no choice. After all, it was only one pig leg. Maybe it's a little surprise for the diners. It's good to encourage them to eat happily. As for the rest, Tanglay looked at the half sheep. Let's make some lamb soup and add grilled lamb chops. How about one soup and one meat dish, plus a couple of vegetable dishes, and that's it. Tanglay started 2 pots at once, boiling water. He put the pig's feet and lamb chops and legs into blanch. The only difference was, besides green onions, and Tanglay also sprinkled a handful of Job's tears into the pot with the lamb. What's that for? Old Bawan asked, leaning in to look. Tang, these fruits don't taste good, he said. Even if the Job's tears are cooked thoroughly, they still have a medicinal taste, and most people don't like it. Tanglay shook his head. This is to remove the gamey smell. This small grain is just the perfect remedy for lamb's strong smell. Then, Tanglay called Old Bawan to help pour out the blood from the blanched meat, and placed several pieces on the cutting board. He picked up his knife and started chopping smoothly and quickly. Beep beep, Tanglay's knife work was very fast. In less than a minute, the large leg and ribs were cut into small pieces. Old Bawan watched Tanglay in surprise. Cutting meat isn't hard, but doing it so fast and without hesitation at weak spots like joints takes skill. He didn't seem to use much force, just gently and skillfully splitting the meat apart. Only someone with deep knowledge of the meat could do this so quickly, probably even better than some butchers. And for the parts that couldn't be cut so skillfully, Tanglay just waved his knife lightly and broke the big bones. Old Bawan looked at his knife skills with admiration. Tang, you must follow the law. Otherwise, your skill could be dangerous if used for harm. Tanglay smiled. Don't think too much. I am a good kid raised under the red flag. He thought for a moment, then took out a bag of soybeans from the back of the cabinet and soaked them. Next, Tanglay separated the pig's feet, heated the pot, and pressed each piece of pig skin onto the hot iron pan. This step was to remove any remaining hair and prevent pricking the mouth. It also made the pig skin more crispy and tough after roasting, giving it a shiny, translucent look. Compared to braised pork, the pig's hoof has a thicker outer layer, so Tanglay handled it more carefully. Next, he prepared the pot, made caramelized sugar, and added the pig's hoof. After stir-frying the pig's hoof until evenly colored, he added soy sauce for flavor, dark soy sauce for richness, and of course, oyster sauce and salt. Dried chili peppers, rosemary, and cumin seeds were also essential. Actually, star anise and cinnamon should be added, but since those ingredients weren't available, he used other flavors to make up for it. By this point, the aroma was already filling the air. Old Bawan sniffed, then heard another slurping sound nearby. He turned around, surprised, and widened his eyes. Officer Ndong. Director Ndong raised a hand to stop him. Today, I am just a regular prison guard, here to get a meal. Tanglay was still focused on stir-frying and didn't notice. Once he released the fragrant aroma from the spices, he added water and soybeans, then simmered on medium heat before finally lifting his head. Seeing Ndong standing still, Tanglay felt a sense of authority from this man. He greeted him and pointed to the small blackboard. Want to eat? It's not ready yet, so you'll have to wait, Ndong nodded. Everyone in Zone 5 knew how fair and strict he was, never abusing privileges or demanding special treatment, especially not asking the chef to serve him early. But, Ndong cautiously asked, can I wait? But I need to be sure. I want to be the first, right? Having been a veteran prison guard for so many years, Ndong's eyes were sharper than those of Radoff and others. He had long noticed that the strange-looking things the young chef was working on were limited in number, clearly not enough for everyone. And the large piece of lamb behind Tanglay was probably the main dish today. But everyone knew, the fewer items, the better. So today, he was determined to get what the chef was preparing. Tanglay also noticed his intense gaze and smiled knowingly. All right, you'll be first, but this is pig's hoof part. Can you accept that? And Dong thought for a moment. How does it compare to yesterday's braised pork? Tanglay was a bit surprised. This person was quite unique. If he had come yesterday, he would definitely recognize it. But since he didn't come, how did he know about the braised pork? Was it Radov who told him, given his status as a prison guard? He didn't think too much and replied, even more delicious than braised pork. All right then, Anton showed his badge. Public servant. Make me a copy now and pack one for me. This was a quick decision to eat and take away. Tanglay nodded and continued working. He turned around, and Lao Bawan winked at Anton. Why are you here too? Anton shrugged. Why can't I come? And you? Bawan, we've known each other for 30 years. You didn't tell me your cafeteria has such delicious food. Lao Bawan snorted. Aren't you the one who looks down on men from the central region, besides Daxia country? Anton also discriminates against men from the cherry blossom country and the stick country, calling them effeminate. Anton said regretfully, I withdraw my opinion about Daxia now. I forgot they have Daxia skills. He had just watched Tanglay's knife skills from start to finish. He believed even he couldn't do better. And his cooking was so fragrant. Tanglay gave a quick instruction and continued working. Next, the pig's trotters only needed slow simmering. Just check the heat every half hour. His focus was on the lamb soup and lamb chops. Since the lamb takes a long time, Tanglay first removed the lamb leg meat, then chopped the lamb bones. He threw the bones into the pot and boiled vigorously. He only added ingredients to remove the gamey smell, barley, slices, and scallions tied into bundles. No other seasonings were needed. Then, Tanglay multitasked, drained the lamb chops, coated them lightly with cornstarch, and fried them in hot oil. Pop! The oil splattered. Tanglay was calm and unafraid, turning the lamb chops neatly to fry until crispy outside and tender inside. The outer layer was charred and fragrant from high heat, then turned to low heat for slow simmering. When a hint of aroma escaped from the skin, the lamb soup beside it started boiling. The clear broth turned slightly milky white. Tanglay happily removed the scallions and then added the lamb and continued cooking. Anton sat working on official matters, but the tempting aroma grew stronger, mixed with bubbling sounds coming from the kitchen. It was like a witch's potion cauldron, full of deadly allure. Anton couldn't continue working. He put away his documents, focused on waiting for the meal, and kept reminding himself. Today, he must remember to bring food for his wife and daughter. Yesterday, Natasha caused a fuss at home. If today he didn't bring anything for her and her mother, Anton already expected a chaotic future. Fortunately, this time, Tanglay didn't make him wait long. When the bell rang signaling the end of work, Tanglay's lamb soup, salt and pepper lamb chops, and soy-braised pig's feet were ready at the same time. He quickly stir-fried some tomato and eggs, shredded potatoes, ingredients all prepared earlier by Lao Bawan, and in just a few minutes, the dishes were ready. After finishing, Tanglay wiped his sweat and looked up, startling Anton. This serious middle-aged officer's expression was so fierce. His eyes were fixed on the pot. It looked more like he was waiting for a battle than for a meal. Tanglay cleared his throat. All done, he personally served the food. When he reached the pig's feet, his hand trembled slightly out of habit. Wait, Anton stopped him. Don't shake. It might fall, Tanglay. Wow, his eyesight is really good. He shyly rubbed his nose, honestly served him a portion, and filled his lunchbox. Anton then sat down, took a deep breath. He wanted to sincerely enjoy this meal and pray to the divine. Forget it. I'll save that for later. This smells too good. He stabbed a piece of pig's foot with his fork. The first bite, the flavor was mild, but as he chewed, Anton was immediately surprised. This dish, although not as intensely flavored as yesterday's braised pork, had a much better texture upon closer tasting. It was truly tender and chewy, crisp and bouncy. The pig's hoof skin was crystal clear, with no greasy fat underneath, only toughness and aroma. The more he chewed, the more fragrant it became, and the more he wanted to eat. Even better, although still chewy, the skin and bones had become so tender they practically melted in his mouth. With a quick bite, it slipped right in. Anton eagerly chewed piece after piece, almost unwilling to spit out the bones. Then he turned to the lamb chops. From afar, Tanglay watched this person, lost in the flavors, becoming more and more intoxicated, and smiled. He heard the system in his mind beep again, indicating another customer had arrived. And strangely, this alert was much louder than before, as if this diner was different. Before Tanglay could think further, loud footsteps came from outside the dining hall. The prisoners burst in loudly, shouting, "Mealtime! Mealtime! What's for dinner today? I must eat today. Cook, let me have a bite. And from now on, we're best friends for life." Tanglay. Is your life so casual? He patted the edge of the pot. Line up. Everyone will get enough to eat today, but there's one dish that's in short supply, and you might not all like it. First come, first served. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of big men quickly lined up in order, even faster than when they were called in the morning. Some even begged, "Tang, I'll eat anything. They're working so hard. Let me take on the tough part. Get lost. We're all prisoners here. No one looks down on anyone. Tang, I want to eat too. Are you short-handed? I can help. I can do it too. I'll mop the floor." Next to them, Anton. These guys, why are they so eager to work now? They're terrible at everything else, but they're first in line for food. In fact, these people only see food and don't even notice him, the overseer. In his 10 years in prison, Major Anton had never received such treatment. But now, looking at the food in his hands, he felt. It seemed normal. The cook's dishes are really delicious. He had spent over 40 or 50 years in Siberia and among the fighting people, but he had never tasted such fresh, tasty food. Thinking about it, Anton felt a bit regretful. He enjoyed the meal, but he could also bring some home to his wife and daughter. At most, he could take some to his parents. But he shouldn't go overboard. His old friends and comrades, who had weathered storms with him, had never enjoyed such luxuries. That's just too sad. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Anton's mind. He waited until Tanglay finished serving the food, then called him over. "Cook, after your shift, do you take on some extra work? Extra work?" Tanglay wondered why he would need to work overtime. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard a loud ringing in his mind. The system that calculates returning customers suddenly made a loud noise. Ding! Important person detected, triggering special side mission. Expand your network. Expand your network? Tanglay paused, confused. He hadn't seen this prompt when he met Lao Ba Wan or Dennis before. It seems that the officer in front of me is quite important. He asked, "Are you talking about private work, like cooking?" Anton nodded and said, "Yes, I think your cooking is good, and I want my few old friends to try it too. But they are not in the prison, so, of course, I will pay you fairly, not a single coin less." Tanglay understood. This person is really fair. Usually, leaders can bring a few people along without issue. After Anton finished, the system announced at the right time. Trigger side quest 1. Prepare a dinner for Major Anton. Achieve over 50% satisfaction to earn a reputation reward. Recognition from the district supervisor. Recognition from the supervisor. Wow. As someone who grew up in a society that values relationships, Tanglay immediately understood how important this reward was. Does this mean that once completed, he can walk freely in District 5? It sounds more interesting than the main story's mysterious lottery. Tanglay asked in his mind. What's the difference between the side quest and the main quest? It seems these two lotteries are different. The system replied seriously. The main quest is something the host cannot refuse, or the cooking god system cannot upgrade. Rewards from the main quest are available across the entire system mall, so anything can happen. Side quests are optional, and the rewards are fixed within a certain range. For example, skill lotteries only give skills, but not necessarily cooking god skills. Our goal is delicious food with endless possibilities. Tanglay understood. It's like a required course in an elective. But your side quest reward is better than the main quest? The system said. No, triggering a side quest is based on the main quest. The host overlooked one point. Without skills accumulated from the main quest, side quests have a high failure rate. Tanglay suddenly realized. That makes sense. This is like the saying, you need to be strong yourself to forge iron. If he wasn't diligently working on cooking according to the main story, how could he meet influential people? He still needs to focus more on self-improvement. After thinking, Tanglay nodded at Major Anton. Okay, but it can't interfere with my normal work. The main task is still managing the cafeteria. Anton naturally had no objections. Of course, I will discuss the timing with my friends and then come to make an appointment with you. He was about to go back to see his old friends. Haha, especially those who show off their sons and recent promotions every day. After finishing this meal, he would tell them that from now on, they could only enjoy such meals in his prison. Haha. Anton's serious face couldn't hide his smile. Good friends, you can't blame me. I truly mean well. I didn't do it to tease you. Tanglay continued, but I haven't placed an order yet. Prepare the ingredients yourself. If there's anything special you want to eat, tell me, and I will make a list. This means he only provided the cooking skills. Not only because he was unfamiliar with sourcing ingredients in Siberia, but more importantly, he currently had no money. When he was calculating to change his card just now, he realized he didn't have any bear coins on him. This trip was also a way to make some money. A wasted effort. As for the ingredients, Anton had no objections. What about the price? Tanglay thought for a moment. Once the menu is ready, we can decide based on the dishes. He still needed to find out how the local chefs charge. Although he wouldn't take money, just doing the system tasks was enough. But private service pricing also has its rules. If the price is too low, people might not trust it. Tanglay didn't want to be taken advantage of. Anton happily agreed and turned to leave, his steps more excited than when he arrived. Tanglay had to call him back. Sir, your lunchbox. Anton paused and slapped his forehead. Oh no. He was so happy he forgot his wife and daughter's lunchboxes. If he went back now, he might be kicked out of the house. He quickly returned to grab them and kept thanking Tanglay. His gaze swept over a few nearly empty pots and dozens of customers in the hall. He hesitated for a moment. Does your fifth canteen need to apply for extra subsidies to increase output? He frowned. One canteen, and there's not enough food to eat. This is so wrong. Tanglay was surprised and overjoyed. Really? The two main issues limiting him now were manpower and kitchen equipment. With only a few pots and stoves, he simply couldn't cook too many dishes at once, and it wasn't enough. It would be great if the entire cafeteria could be upgraded. Old Bawan's expression cracked as he looked at Anton in disbelief. His face showed. Old guy, we've known each other for 30 years. When did you ever tell me we could apply for subsidies? Anton coldly gave him a look. Frozen fish don't need subsidies. Not many people want to eat them anyway. Then he explained to Tanglay. It's hard to expand your space, but adding more stoves and kitchen tools is possible. This is a normal expense within his authority, not a big deal. Just a simple approval, and it's done. Tanglay was more than happy to hear that. Such a good opportunity. Strictly speaking, this is also a kind of connection. No wonder this person was marked as a special character in the system. Tanglay suddenly wondered. Since the first and most basic special characters are the district managers, who else is there after that? This really is delicious food with endless possibilities. After Anton finished speaking, he hugged his lunchbox and turned to leave. Old Bawan watched him walk away, then lowered his voice to complain to Tanglay. This guy claims to be the most fair and just. I've known him for so many years, and this is the first time he's actively mentioned applying for a subsidy, although it's not too outrageous. But still too unbelievable. Tanglay smiled and said, all right, let's do what we need to do. He pointed at the pig's trotter in Old Bawan's hand. Do you want to eat? If not, I'll give it to Yolina. Old Bawan cautiously hugged his bowl. Yes, I'll eat. Wait, when did you get so close to her? Tanglay smiled. Wasn't it yesterday when she came to help? Honestly, she did a really good job. Old Bawan relaxed a bit. Of course. My daughter. She's good at everything. He proudly puffed out his chest. Tanglay said, so I'm planning to ask her for a small favor later. No problem, right? It's just taking a few photos, pretending to be her boyfriend, and fooling Mom. Old Bawan just relaxed, then tensed up again. A favor. What? Details later. Tanglay rubbed his nose. Eat quickly. If you don't eat this, you should at least give some to Yelena. It's good for your skin. No female creature could refuse this. Old Bawan was afraid he might not have anything left in his hand, so he quickly lowered his head, trying to endure the discomfort in his hoof area. He took a big bite. At first, Babawan's mouth opened very reluctantly, and he kept his eyes closed. It seemed he wanted to imagine the pig's hoof as a pig's leg in his mind. But after one bite, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and felt a sudden fondness for pig things. Are you sure this is a pig's foot? The chewy, elastic skin. Is it really tastier than meat? Tanglay chuckled. Yeah, not only pig is delicious. Chicken feet, you can braise or marinate them. Duck paws are similar. Watching a game with a bottle of beer and a plate of chicken feet and duck paws. That's the best taste. Babawan's eyes lit up, and his mental defenses started to break down. Then, maybe in the future, I can also get some paws or something, and try. Seeing him struggle, Tanglay got playful. There's even more interesting stuff. Do you eat internal organs? Babawan immediately shook his head. No. I always remove the internal organs when I make frozen fish. So you don't eat them, Tanglay explained patiently. In our daxiao, we call that offal, and it's a delicacy. Take fish stomachs and swim bladders. They can be cooked or used in soup, and they are rich in collagen, which women love. Chicken and duck internal organs can be stir-fried spicy or grilled, and pig and beef offal. Don't even get me started. Oh, pig stomachs and chicken, tender and fragrant. Beef tripe, more flavorful the more you chew. These are all famous dishes in daxia. Babawan. Babawan was awakened from his daydream. What? Tanglay grinned and handed him a tissue. Wipe your mouth. Babawan awkwardly chuckled. Tang, these things you mentioned don't seem very fancy or expensive. Can you arrange for all of them? Tanglay nodded. Don't worry. Even if not for the cafeteria, he would make sure to arrange them. If he couldn't enjoy these snacks abroad, it would be too sad. He stretched a bit to loosen his muscles. Once we finish the dishes we received this time, next time I'll arrange even tastier ones for you. Bella had already gone to find ingredients, so his options for dishes would only grow. Moreover, as more customers keep coming back, his main task is finally getting closer. Yesterday, the prisoners who couldn't eat finally got a meal today, thanks to Tanglay working hard to increase the portions. The system in Tanglay's mind kept alerting him. New diners added, 35. Returning customers, 63 out of 100. Tanglay calculated that by the end of the evening, it should be enough. But he glanced at the dining hall. It seemed a bit tense during mealtime today. He scratched his head, confused, but decided not to think about it, and continued planning the menu. After dinner, the brothers Dennis, who were washing dishes, exchanged a look. Did you see that just now? Yes. Director Anton. Ugh. He came here too. They had caused a lot of trouble when they first arrived because they were reckless, and they had the chance to see the strict director in action. And then, they were so intimidated by his strict methods that they became obedient. They no longer dared to cause trouble, and just seeing him made their legs feel weak. But today, they were more worried about something else. Why did Director Anton come here? One rat-off isn't enough. Why do these guards always try to compete with us prisoners for the cafeteria food? Do you think the head guard will call more people to eat if he goes back? The two looked at each other, worried. By the way, weren't we supposed to keep this a secret? Who let it slip out again? This can't be hidden anymore. More and more people are coming. Brother, I think soon each of us will only get one meal. No. Tonight we have to give them a lesson. Their eyes looked fierce. They absolutely couldn't let more people come and share the food. Meanwhile, Anton also arrived at his office. He first calmed his stomach, which was unusually full, then sat down in his chair and picked up the phone. Hello, this is the logistics department of Siberia prison. The other side politely replied, Director Anton, do you have any requests? Anton said, the fifth cafeteria in my block has been running low lately. Many prisoners aren't getting enough to eat. Send a few people to coordinate with the new chef there and get some supplies. The female voice from the planning department hesitated briefly and carefully said, Director Anton, recently, our cafeteria expenses might be a bit tight. Anton was a bit confused. How is that possible? The fifth canteen has always been managed by old Bawan, and it has never gone over budget. They should have saved a lot of money over the years. The woman from the logistics department hesitated and said, well, recently, the prison has been planning to build a new canteen, so it's hard to get funding for the old one. Anton frowned. A new canteen? What's wrong with it? Each prison area has its own canteen. Why rebuild it? And such a big project. Why didn't I hear about it? Anton was angry. Who proposed building it? The woman from logistics replied, it's still in the planning stage. Lieutenant Roman came up with the idea. Roman is the director of the second prison area. Anton slammed his hand on the table. What is he thinking? The director is not here. He's just acting temporarily. What does he think he is? Not to mention Roman, who is acting as the temporary director, is actually on the same level as Anton. Even if the director himself came, such matters should be discussed in a meeting. This is outrageous. The woman on the other side looked embarrassed. We only received the request. The director has been away for a year, reportedly injured. Whether he can return to his position is uncertain. During this year, Roman has been acting as the director. Besides Anton, the other prison wardens already see Roman as the real boss. And their logistics department can't afford to offend anyone. Even if Roman and his second area used various reasons to divert funds, they couldn't do anything about it. This is Siberia, built on permafrost, far from the political and cultural center of the country, almost cut off from the outside world. Here, the director is like a king of the mountain. Laws don't really work. Anton naturally understood the logistics department's dilemma. He took a deep breath, his good mood from planning a dinner with old friends completely gone. If before, when he approached the logistics department, he had some personal reasons, now his heart was filled with anger over Roman's corruption and favoritism. He closed his eyes, hung up the phone, and ordered his aide, "Connect me to Director Roman." After a long pause, a stretched voice came from the other side. "Hey, Major Anton, what a surprise to see you here." Roman's voice was a bit soft and sounded more like a. Nearby, there were several unreserved laughs from women. This person didn't seem to be here to guard the prison. It looked more like he was on vacation. Anton suppressed his anger and spoke directly. "I heard you're planning to build a new cafeteria, so the logistics department has no money." There was a pause on the other side. Roman casually replied, "Yeah, so what?" "So what?" Anton snapped. "When we built this place, we agreed that each prison area would have its own cafeteria. Now this is such a big project. Why didn't you discuss it with us?" "Roman, have you forgotten? We're equals. When the director isn't here, all major and minor matters should be discussed together." Roman sneered. "Major Anton, is there really a need to discuss this? I'm building a new cafeteria because my first and second areas have the most prisoners, and the current cafeteria isn't enough. And what about staffing?" Anton pressed on. "Who are the chefs and staff you hired?" "Roman, don't think I don't see your plans. Who is the head chef of the second cafeteria? Why are you building a new one?" "We all know the answer." Roman snorted into the microphone. "Do you have the right to ask?" "Oh, the logistics department just called me." "So, you're asking for money for your fifth area cafeteria?" He mocked. "Your fifth area is so remote. Is this really necessary? Is there not enough food? I remember when you were eating frozen fish, you never had these problems. I heard a new chef came in, so there's not enough food, right? Fine, just tell him to leave. I think old Bawan's frozen fish is pretty good." Anton was furious. "Those funds should have been allocated to the fifth area." "Roman, I can't stop you from making money, but you shouldn't be meddling in the fifth area's affairs. Letting these people give up on Tang's meals and go back to eating frozen fish?" He was afraid the prisoners in the fifth area might riot directly. Not to mention, he himself was so angry he wanted to punch Roman. Roman snorted, "Don't accuse me without proof. I want to build a cafeteria to make the prison more stable, reasonable, and compliant. Anton is facing a lot of trouble with the officials, but he's not good at dealing with complicated matters, so he feels frustrated." Seeing that he doesn't speak, Roman smiles. "You came at the right time. I also think some useless cafeteria should be shut down, so we can use the funds better elsewhere." Anton becomes alert. "What do you want to do?" Roman says, "You're not willing to add another cafeteria, right? Then how about we have all the prison zones do a cafeteria evaluation? The worst cafeterias will be closed and replaced with ones that meet my standards." Anton frowns. Roman continues, "Don't say I'm bullying you. This time, all the zone managers will score the cafeterias together, based on the food." He is very confident. In the past, the cafeteria managers were recruited from the military. Most of them weren't chefs, so the food quality was often poor. For example, old Bawan, who liked to freeze fish, and another who loved opening canned herring in the cafeteria. This time, although he wants to open a new cafeteria to make more money, by cutting corners when cooking for prisoners and stealing from government funds, he found a real chef for the job. And this chef is his relative. His second zone's cafeteria, though also trying to make money this way, is currently the best in reputation among all cafeterias. The new person expected to join is even more skilled than the second zone's chef. So when Roman pretends to be kind and says he won't bully Anton, he's already smiling happily. It's great. He originally just wanted to save some money from a few cafeterias, but now he might even shut one down. That means even more profit. Anton. Oh, Anton. This time the stubborn old man who's always against him has finally fallen into his hands. Roman even thinks that if everything goes smoothly this time, he can slowly extend his influence into the fifth zone. Ideally, he could even get Anton to fall under his control. That way, as long as the director doesn't return, the entire Siberian prison will be his domain. While Roman is daydreaming about the future, he hears a long silence on the phone and quickly says, "What's wrong, Anton? Are you afraid now?" Anton's silence makes Roman even more pleased. On the other side, Anton. Could this be divine help for him? Is it a competition? Fine, let's do it that way. On the other side, Roman was stunned. This old-fashioned guy, why did he agree so quickly? But I have a condition, Roman frowned. What condition? The competition is fine. If our fifth canteen ends up at the bottom and gets shut down, I accept the loss. But if we somehow win first place, from now on, our canteen's funding will be doubled. After a while, Roman burst out laughing on the phone. Haha, I told you, old Anton. Have you gone crazy from eating frozen fish? If your fifth canteen can take first place, not only will the funding double, I'll give all the funding from our second canteen to you. Deal. After saying that, Anton hung up with a snap, and his face started to look more cheerful. Compared to Tang's cooking skills? Haha. On the other side, Roman frowned again. This old-fashioned guy, why did he agree so easily? He casually called over a woman who was giggling nearby. Go check out the fifth canteen and see how their new chef is doing. He wanted to see what confidence that little corner of the city had. Meanwhile, Tanglay also received a notice about an assessment, feeling a bit speechless. He thought to himself, hey, system, do you handle after-sales? How come the canteen could possibly be shut down? The system paused for a few seconds and answered seriously, reporting to the host. This is because you triggered a special side mission. If the canteen is shut down, it will automatically be considered a failure of the main mission. A new canteen may be assigned again. Tanglay thought for a moment. That doesn't sound too bad. Maybe a university canteen or a highway rest stop, the system replied. Most likely placed in Antarctica or the African Union. Tanglay cursed. Wow, you really want me dead. The system stopped responding. Tanglay shook his head. All right, fine. I'll do the assessment. But what dishes should I make then? Since he had to compete, he definitely needed to prepare some impressive dishes. But here, ingredients are scarce, and as a beginner chef, the recipes given are mostly home-style dishes. They're tasty, but if I compare them, Tanglay felt they might be a bit low-grade. It would be great if I could make a few signature dishes, Tanglay muttered to himself. He still hadn't completed the task of building connections, so he could only rely on repeat customers from the main storyline. He casually checked his task progress. Repeat customer 99/100. Tanglay looked at the empty cafeteria and felt speechless. This is so awkward. Dinner is finished, and there's only one more to go. But that means waiting until tomorrow. Will I be able to sleep tonight? Just as he was feeling helpless, a sudden chime sounded in his mind. Congratulations, the host has gained one customer, one repeat customer. Repeat customer task completed. Congratulations, the host has earned a chance for a mysterious draw. Complete the task within 10 days to trigger a special reward. Gain an extra skill draw opportunity. Wow, Tanglay blurted out. He suddenly remembered the lunchbox that Major Anton packed to take home today. At this time, he should be eating it. Good thing I reminded him today. Maybe that's what good people get in return. And he even received an extra surprise. It seems he should try to complete tasks early in the future. Tanglay happily watched the big spinning wheel appear in his mind, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Let's spin. First, play Good Luck Comes. Good luck comes, our good luck comes. Lively singing filled the empty cafeteria. Tanglay clenched his fists and shouted loudly in his mind. SSR, give me one. Anyway, no one is watching, so why not be a little dramatic? A flash of gold light appeared, and the system popped up a message. Congratulations, the host has won a state banquet dish recipe in the mysterious draw. Wow. Tanglay slapped his thigh. A state banquet dish? What does it mean to hand you a pillow when you're sleepy? This is exactly the kind of prestige he wants. Thinking about the extra skill draw he had once, Tanglay casually clicked again. Maybe because he didn't choose, good luck comes. This time, the system emitted a purple light and popped up a book. Basic fishing skills. Tanglay scratched his head. It really can draw anything, huh? Although it's a useless skill for now, better than nothing. Overall, he's quite satisfied with today's draw results. He also gave a good review to the system. Not bad, not bad. Mwah. The system went silent again, probably feeling a bit disgusted. Tanglay didn't care. He was eager to flip through the recipe in his mind. The skills and knowledge provided by the system are directly uploaded into his mind through images. After reviewing the state banquet dishes, Tanglay had a clear idea of the dishes he wanted to prepare. There is an old saying in Daxia. People consider food their heaven. Therefore, Daxia's national banquets are among the most luxurious in the world. Hundreds of years ago, there was a saying about enjoying a full Han and Manchu feast. An old witch even once served 108 dishes in one meal, showing how luxurious life was and how much importance was placed on eating. In the new era, the full Han and Manchu feast is gone, but when hosting important leaders or foreign guests, dozens of classic dishes are still served. These dishes are either made with rare ingredients, prepared with exquisite techniques, or have unique features. The state banquet menu system recorded all the dishes that appeared at diplomatic events in Daxia. Tanglay spent a whole night studying it and made a list in his mind. The first dish was squirrel mandarin fish. This dish tests knife skills and cooking timing, but more importantly, it looks very impressive and creates a visual shock when served. For a quick dish, Kung Pao chicken is a good choice. It's a classic in Daxia and a favorite among many foreign friends. The ingredients are easy to find, the taste is fresh, and it can be made with sweet, sour, and spicy flavors. It's appetizing without overshadowing other main dishes. Tanglay considered Wensi tofu, but decided to skip it after some thought. Although it's impressive, it takes a long time to prepare and it's not filling. For the cafeteria, it's not very practical. There are also dishes like lion's head, crab 8 treasures, Beijing roast duck, which Tanglay thinks could be considered. But he would need to gather ingredients and kitchen tools first. According to Major Anton, the review is handled by 5 ward chiefs. 5 people can't eat that much, so the rest would be served with soup, staple foods, vegetable stir-fries, and desserts. That should be enough. After making this plan, Tanglay felt he was still a long way from cooking for the chief in Africa, and he felt much more relaxed. The cafeteria was quiet late at night. After finishing reading the menu, Tanglay was still energetic and decided to cook some of the dishes he saw on the menu. The squirrel mandarin fish, which requires special ingredients, was too difficult, but the quick dishes like stir-fries were fine. He took it as practice. By dawn, Tanglay took a deep breath. Okay, the problem isn't big now. I'm exhausted. He accidentally did too much while practicing. That night, he managed to prepare all the meals for the prisoners that he had planned for the day. Tanglay didn't want to waste them. When it's time to eat, he planned to reheat the food. The taste might not be as good as freshly cooked, but better than wasting it. At least, everyone would be full. Since I finished my tasks early, after they finish eating, I'll go for a walk. It's also a good chance to change my phone SIM card. Balancing work and rest is the best way to prepare for upcoming tests. And Tanglay was also thinking about something else. That was, his mother was again urging him for photos. She said if she didn't see the photos within 3 days, she would go find Fong Fong. Tanglay felt helpless about his mother and was worried she might really bring Fong Fong back. So, he decided it was better to ask Yolina for help. He lay down and napped for a few hours. When it was time for lunch, Lao Baowan woke him up. Lao Baowan looked at the big pots filled with all kinds of dishes, clearly new recipes, and scratched his head shyly. Why didn't you call me to help with cooking? He wanted to help, but several times, Tanglay had already finished everything in advance. This made Lao Baowan feel a bit guilty. Tanglay smiled and said, I was experimenting with new recipes yesterday and accidentally made too much. Lao Baowan understood and patted Tanglay's shoulder. So, you were nervous about the test? No worries, stay positive. Those fools can't compare to you. After the meal, you can rest once you see the dishes are ready. I'll handle the serving. Lao Baowan was now very skilled at serving food. Tanglay had no objections. He even took the opportunity, feeling a bit guilty, to ask Yelena out. She said she wanted to help me change my phone SIM card, so it's more convenient. Since she's free today, can you help set up a meeting? Lao Bawan hesitated for a few seconds, sensing something was off, but couldn't find the problem. In the end, he made a call. Tang, go ahead. She said she'll arrive in 20 minutes. Wait for her at the door. Tanglay took a small box he had prepared, greeted the prisoners rushing to get their food, and slipped away. He went to the gate of Zone 5 prison, and after a short wait, he saw a car approaching. A large, tall off-road vehicle sped across the Siberian snowfield with a powerful presence. It looked very tough. Really? Tanglay muttered to himself. In the next moment, the big off-road vehicle did a sharp drift and stopped right in front of him. The door opened, and a beautiful girl like a doll jumped out. Brother Tang, over here, over here. Isn't that Yelena? Tanglay noticed that this girl got out of the car without even touching the ground, needing to hop. This is... Tanglay always felt that this girl had a mysterious, talented aura. But in front of him, no matter how tough her actions, Yelena seemed both obedient and cute. Tanglay ignored the big off-road vehicle and handed her a box. Coming so fast, have you eaten lunch? I brought this for you. Yelena's eyes lit up, and she quickly hugged the box to her chest. Big brother, you're so kind. I haven't eaten yet. My dad is bringing me food. Tanglay. Really? He shook his head. Eat some snacks first, then go. I baked some cookies and jujube cake, just a little with red dates. These are good for boosting energy and blood, especially for women. Tanglay looked at the small package but still didn't want to use it for cooking. He decided to keep these jujube cakes as a thank you gift for Yelena for running so far to buy things. Ah, so you haven't eaten, big brother? Yelena pulled him onto the car, sat in the driver's seat, and thought for a moment before tearing the snack into 2 pieces. One for each of us. The little foodie remembered to share, and Tanglay smiled. It's okay. When Bella comes back with the ingredients, I'll make more. Go ahead and eat. Yelena took a few bites, and immediately her bright eyes sparkled at the sweet, soft jujube cake. It's so delicious. Even better than the imported bread my dad used to bring me. And the previous meals too. Is everything from Daxia this tasty? Tanglay chuckled. What are you talking about? Daxia has many delicious things. Just a snack like this, the jujube cake probably isn't even ranked high. But Yelena was already very happy. She took a few more bites, reluctantly put the snack away, and said, can't eat it all at once. Big brother, let's go. The town is still a bit far. The big off-road vehicle roared to life and sped off again. Meanwhile, a surprise visitor arrived at the kitchen of the 5th prison area behind the 2 people. A confident, attractive woman entered the kitchen and smiled charmingly. I heard you no longer serve frozen fish here? What do you have? Make me a plate. Lena is a nurse in the 2nd Siberian prison area. She has brown hair, a hot figure, and looks good. She is very confident. Her confidence comes not only from her appearance, but also from her close relationship with Lieutenant Roman, the prison chief of the 2nd area. Having been Roman's lover for 3 or 4 years without being replaced, Lena feels she has enough power to boss around the Siberian prison. So, when she came to the 5th kitchen and asked for a meal, she never expected to be refused so completely. Old Bawan, without looking up, tapped the empty pot and said, too late, it's gone. Come earlier next time. What? Lena looked at the clock in disbelief. It's only been an hour since they started serving. Old Bawan didn't bother explaining. He just pointed at the stove to let her see for herself. An hour? These people now come every half hour to get food. They mainly rely on a machine that serves food without any feelings. Lena looked around, clenched her teeth. This pot is really clean. All the soup and vegetables are scraped out. In the 2nd area, she usually eats well with Roman. As a medical worker, she doesn't even need to go to the cafeteria, they bring her meals. So she didn't expect that her rare visit to the cafeteria would turn out like this. She frowned and whispered, trash. This shabby cafeteria deserves to be shut down early. Lena took out her medical staff badge. Where's the cook? Call him out and make me another plate. Old Bawan paused, but didn't reply. Unhappy, Lena said, what? I'm also staff. I have the right to ask him to meet my needs. Her tone sounded almost like a command. When she said this, all the prisoners nearby stopped eating and looked at her with mocking eyes, thinking, who is this woman? Even prison chief Dong from the 5th area is waiting in line. Who is this woman with such and no brains? Old Bawan didn't bother to say more. He pointed at the small blackboard. No more waiting. Come earlier if you want to eat next time. Of course, it's better if she doesn't come at all. The inmates in Sector 5 still don't have enough food. The woman in front of me clearly looks like she's from outside. Amateur. Facing her, Lao Bawan unexpectedly felt a sense of pride for the people in Sector 5. Yelena was annoyed and wanted to curse, but she remembered her mission. She suppressed her anger, made a mental note of Lao Bawan, and turned to find an inmate who looked like he had the most food. She lifted her chin, showing off her attractive figure. I suddenly want to try your food. You have so much here, give me a portion. Later, you can come to the medical office in Sector 2 to find me. Lena blinked and gave a knowing look. Sister's giving you a little treat. Despite her words, there was a hint of disdain in her eyes. She thought to herself that if it weren't for her dear Roman's task, she wouldn't waste time on such a useless man. As for the treat, she was just casually dismissing it. But what she didn't know was that the inmate eating in front of her also looked at her with contempt. This man was Dennis. He had worked all morning and even helped Lao Bawan arrange the meal. He was enjoying his meal when she tried to flatter him with a few words. She wanted to make him give up the delicious food he was enjoying. He was so ordinary, yet so confident. Dennis found it amusing. He shook his head decisively. No way, go away. Lena's face twitched in disbelief. What kind of beauty was she that she'd been treated so coldly before? But Dennis, with his tough appearance, looked like a troublemaker. Lena, alone, didn't dare provoke him, so she silently made a mental note of Dennis too. She went back to find someone to share the food. But the entire cafeteria was filled with the sound of people eating loudly. There was hardly any conversation, and no one paid her any attention. No matter what benefits she promised, the others just ignored her. Lena was furious. A bunch of useless fools. Doesn't Sector 5 have a real man at all? What she didn't know was that just yesterday, these inmates had seen Bella regret her actions and become furious. They all silently reminded themselves, never throw away Roman's food just for looks. Bella's lesson was unforgettable. Lena spun around several times, but gained nothing and didn't dare go back to report to Roman. Watching the prisoners finish their meals and place their plates in the sink, a sudden idea popped into her mind. Should I pick up some leftover food? Ugh, the thought made her feel sick. But Roman's gloomy face appeared in her mind. Lena shivered and finally made up her mind. Just a smell. At most, she could try it with a dog. Anyway, she definitely wouldn't eat it herself. With this thought, Lena found a spot near the sink and started to wait. 1, 2, 3 passed. Lena's gaze gradually became dull. She saw the dishes shining with oil. Not even a leaf of vegetable was left. No soup either. It was cleaner than a dog licking it. Lena was speechless. Roman was supposed to be finished by the afternoon, but she came here and didn't see any leftover vegetables or food. What kind of result was that? She suddenly felt dizzy and grabbed someone. What kind of taste does this new cook's food have? Is it really so good? The prisoner she grabbed looked serious and cursed loudly. You're talking nonsense. It's terrible to eat. Exactly. If we had a choice, we wouldn't eat it. They spoke sincerely, and Lena was confused. Then why do you still eat so much? The prisoners replied, that's because we're tired from work. We have no choice. Sigh, we have no options. You staff are different. I really envy you. You can eat outside. Is that so? Lena listened and thought it made sense. She felt a bit superior and said sadly, it's so bad that I want a little. Why won't you share? A passing prisoner looked expressionless. We're fine with eating this. You, beautiful lady, shouldn't have to suffer like this. Let us eat this hardship. It's right, it's right. These words touched Lena's heart. She believed them almost completely and snorted. All right, your attitude towards reform isn't bad. I'll report it to the higher-ups. She raised her head proudly and walked away in high heels. Behind her, Lao Bawan held his spoon and shook his head. Really, this woman didn't seem very smart at first, and now she's even more easily fooled. These bad kids would do anything just to get an extra bite of food. He knocked on the pot to warn everyone, saying, hey, no blocking others from entering the 5th canteen. He knew that Tanglay wanted to expand the size of the 5th canteen. If too many dishes are prepared and no one eats them, that wouldn't be good. A few prisoners awkwardly looked at each other and joked, oh no, nothing's wrong. We think that woman looks suspicious. She doesn't seem to have good intentions. Old Bawan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" The prisoners spoke quickly, each giving their opinion. "That woman keeps walking around, and she really wants to eat. That's suspicious. Usually, if someone is refused, they leave quickly. She clearly doesn't like us and refuses to go. Isn't she up to something? And when she leaves, she says she'll report to her superiors?" TSK. The big men looked unhappy. Old Bawan waved his hand and said, all right. Finish your work and leave. Don't cause trouble here." After driving them away, he frowned and looked serious. Anton and he have known each other for a long time, so he also knew that the second supervisor, Luo Meng, and Anton didn't get along well. When he heard Luo Meng was planning an assessment, Old Bawan wasn't surprised. But now, this woman appearing out of nowhere. He also clicked his tongue. That Luo Meng, is he planning something sneaky? He decided he needed to tell Tang about it. He packed his things, closed the canteen door, and muttered to himself, these two young people. Will they be back before dinner? At this moment, Tanglay was almost at the small town where Yelena said he could buy daily supplies. The girl wasn't lying. It was quite far. It was over 100 kilometers. As he traveled, he looked at the vast frozen land and pine forests, and he couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder Siberia is known for its wide land and sparse population. The fighting nation's territory is the largest in the world, but its population ranks near the bottom 10. Harsh climate and difficult terrain have shaped this tough people. In the eyes of the bear-like nation, the frozen land is a land of death and a symbol of their brave resistance. But in Tanglay's view, such a big piece of land, and it's just empty? That's such a waste. It would be great if they could grow something here. Farming is in the DNA of every person from the Great Xia. Tanglay thought about how much land there was and how many prisoners could be used to grow potatoes, and he felt a bit regretful. But right now, he couldn't think that far ahead. First, he needed to settle in at the cafeteria. He casually chatted with Yelena, and finally, the big off-road vehicle arrived at the destination. It was a remote small town, with only a few people on the road. This is the residential area closest to Siberian prison, Yelena explained. It's also supported by the government. In a way, it's also to stay connected with Siberian prison and supply provisions. Come on, I'll take you to buy a phone card. Tanglay nodded, thinking about the little cash he had in his pocket. He asked, wait, are there any banks here where I can exchange foreign currency? I need to change some money. Also, Yelena, don't take me to see anything too expensive later, Tanglay said. I don't have enough money right now. Huh? Yelena was surprised. Brother Tang, how come you have no money? Didn't they pay your prison wages? Tanglay was also stunned. Huh? I have wages too. He had always thought that the system sent him here for volunteer work? Of course, Yelena said. Otherwise, why would so many people want to work hard in the cafeteria here? Today, she also learned from Lao Bawan about what Luo Meng was up to, and she was angry. Siberian prison is subsidized by the state, and it holds the most serious criminals in the country. The funding is quite substantial. People working there earn good wages, and some contractors even make big profits. Tanglay nodded, immediately thinking of Luo Meng. Sure enough, Yelena said, that annoying guy in Zone 2. His relative is the contractor for the Zone 2 cafeteria. As long as they cheat on ingredients or inflate costs, they can eat their fill. Tanglay stroked his chin, thinking that food services are always easy targets for manipulation, no matter where you are. In the summer, many school cafeterias are run by principals' relatives to make extra money, which often harms the children. He patted Yelena on the shoulder. Don't worry, this time they won't win. I'll keep an eye on the 5 cafeterias. I won't let them do those things. Cooking good, healthy, and hygienic food is a basic skill for a chef. Even when dealing with prisoners, Tanglay wouldn't use high-tech tricks or violence. But what about my wages? It's obvious they've been cheated out of their pay. Since it's not voluntary work, he must get every penny owed to him. Yelena nodded and said, there must be a problem. Brother Tang, don't worry. My dad and I will go find him with you. We'll bring him back. She pulled Tanglay along. There aren't many banks here, so let's just use my card today. It's not expensive anyway. Tanglay was pulled along, touched his nose, and looked confused. Wow, is he really relying on others now? Tanglay said, I'll pay you back once I get my salary. Yelena kept shaking her head. It's okay. This little money doesn't matter. But that sweet snack. Can you bring some next time we go out? She looked a bit shy and gestured with her hand. Just a little is fine. Tanglay chuckled. You can make it yourself if you want. As long as I have time and ingredients. He didn't even think about money for such a small favor. This girl is really a little foodie. Yelena was happy and immediately pulled him to the only supermarket in town, where she bought a phone card from her country. Not only that, she looked around and bought some clothes and hats for Tanglay. Here, Brother Tang, my dad said it's much colder here than in our country. Be careful. Suddenly, Tanglay was stuffed full of things and didn't know how to explain that he now had a basic chef system that made him immune to the cold. But before he could refuse, Yelena carefully wrapped a scarf around him. She was small and had to stand on tiptoe to do it. Her face was serious, without a hint of joking. Seeing such a beautiful girl tying a scarf for him in public, Tanglay immediately felt that men within 10 meters were looking at him with strange eyes. They were jealous, envious, and some couldn't believe it. Tanglay touched his nose again. This was the first time he realized so many people were around. But anyway, this feeling was really exciting. He couldn't refuse anymore, so he took his clothes and said, "Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal later." Yelena's serious little face lit up with a smile. "Sure. Brother Tang, do you need anything else?" "Just use my card." Tanglay didn't dare ask for more and quickly said, No, I don't need anything." He was a bit surprised. "Yelena, I didn't realize you're quite a rich girl." "Rich girl? What does that mean?" Yelena blinked in confusion. "Just a wealthy lady," she said. "Oh," Yelena shook her head shyly. "Not really. Just that my job paid pretty well a few years ago, but now, I might have to give up that job." A hint of sadness appeared on her happy face from earlier. Not wanting to say more, Yelena quickened her pace. Let's go. We should get back early to eat." As she stepped outside, she suddenly stopped. Tanglay also saw it. Next to the supermarket, there was a small shop with a few bunches of flowers for sale. Honestly, these flowers didn't look very good. Droopy, wilted, and ugly from the cold. But Yelena still looked at them a bit longer. "It's rare to see flowers being sold here." Tanglay paused. He thought Yelena might buy a bunch, but she just sighed and kept walking. "Wait, Yelena," Tanglay called, feeling in his pocket. He took out the last few bills he brought from home and spoke to the shop owner. "Boss, is this enough to buy a bunch of flowers?" The shop owner glanced at him. Wow, a visitor from the big country? The fighting nation and the big country had been friendly for many years, especially with more tourists from the big country in recent times. The shop owners from the north also knew about the currency from the big country, and these bills were a stack of colorful notes. They were worth much more than a bunch of flowers, which cost only 40 or 50. Tanglay nodded. "Buddy, I don't know where to exchange money, but if you can use these, sell me a bunch. I want to give it to that beautiful girl." Yelena froze, her face turning slightly red. The shop owner chuckled kindly. "You're quite romantic, kid." Tanglay grinned. He emptied his small savings, but he didn't mind. He wasn't short of food or money now, and he wouldn't be later. Buying flowers for Yelena to thank her was just a small gesture, like buying a cup of milk tea for a helpful classmate back home. But Yelena was worried. "No, this is too expensive, and I'd be losing out." She grabbed the money from Tanglay's hand and quickly pushed it back, apologizing to the shop owner. "Sorry about that." Then she pulled Tanglay away and ran. While running, she seriously said, "These flowers arrived here, but they won't last more than a few days before they spoil. I don't want them." This young girl was surprisingly strong. Tanglay was caught off guard and was really pulled away by her. He felt a bit helpless and said, "Aren't you fond of them? If you like them, it's not a loss." He could see that Yelena was happy when she saw the flowers. But Yelena quickly shook her head and said, No, I like looking at them, but there's no need to buy. Mainly, there just aren't enough flowers here. The winter here is very cold, dropping to -70 degrees. Not only are there few flowers, but even living creatures are scarce. Only the silent pine forest stands there, unchanged for hundreds of years. Thinking about it, Tanglay also felt that living here as a young girl was quite difficult. "By the way, are you settling here with Lao Bawan?" Tanglay asked. "When Lao Bawan retires, you could move to a warmer place with him." Yelena shook her head and said, "Forget it. Even if my dad retires, he probably won't leave this prison." "I won't either," she said, touching her long hair. "Some things need someone to do them. This place is pretty good." But Tanglay clearly saw a hint of sadness on her face. He paused for a moment, remembering that she was still a soldier. But a girl in her early 20s, full of vitality, was about to settle in this vast, frozen land. Tanglay couldn't help but admire her. She was more like a flower than those wilted roses. Yelena was silent for a while, then became lively again. Brother Tang, I heard that your Daxia country is very warm. There must be many flowers, right? Tanglay smiled and said, the climate varies, hot and cold. But yes, there are many flowers. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, 12 flower gods. You can see different ones wherever you go. Although Daxia's territory isn't as big as yours, our climate and terrain are diverse. Nature is truly beautiful. Yelena didn't understand that ancient poem, but her eyes lit up, and she kept sighing. That's so nice. I wish I could go there once. But unfortunately, oh well, it's too far. Tanglay thought for a moment and suddenly said, forget about the faraway places. After dinner, I'll give you a prettier flower. Huh? Yelena nervously said, don't spend money to get into trouble. No, no. Tanglay waved his finger. It's free. You'll find out later. Just go back first. Yelena blinked happily. Then let's go quickly. She couldn't wait. Tanglay smiled as she pulled him into the car, and he started thinking about the system in his mind. He remembered there were a few special knife skills in the basic chef course. Thinking about the small gift, Yelena pressed the accelerator even harder. The big off-road vehicle sped back to the entrance of the 5th cafeteria, then made a sharp turn and stopped suddenly. Tanglay silently got out of the car, thinking to himself that he would never again provoke this girl early. This car was too wild. Seeing that it was not yet 6 o'clock, Yelena made a call to ask her father, Bawan, if he was coming. She decided to tell him not to come. I'll just help Brother Tang. Dad, you can rest. She hung up after speaking. Old Bawan, don't forget to bring me some food. Hey, doo-doo. The call ended, and old Bawan suddenly frowned. Although his daughter was taking care of him, he felt that something was off. Maybe it was nothing. Dinner was easy to handle. Tanglay took out some buns. These large summer-style noodles were very popular among prisoners now because they were quick and easy. One bite had meat, vegetables, and staple food. If the phone rang before they finished eating, they could secretly hide the bun and keep eating. Of course, this rarely happened. Most prisoners were more worried about how to quickly finish their buns and then line up at the display window to see if they could grab a few extras. Currently, some prisoners had a special talent. They invented a way to stuff an entire bun into their mouths at once. Tanglay saw this a few times and was speechless. He thought next time he should arrange for them to have soup-filled buns. Let them swallow everything whole. It wouldn't burn them. Besides buns, Tanglay also took out a pot and cooked 2 kinds of porridge. The previous one was a kind of 8 treasure porridge, and this time, he made 2 flavors, sweet and salty. The salty version was an improved century egg and lean pork congee, with chopped vegetable leaves added, replacing the century egg with a large red sausage. However, Tanglay also tasted a bit himself. He thought that although the large red sausage had a unique smoky flavor, it still couldn't compare to the traditional century egg in the porridge. He was feeling a bit restless. After finishing the assessment, he could consider bringing back some eggs to make salted duck eggs or preserved eggs. Wow, Dama, there are so many delicious foods in Daxia. Trying to plant some culture in this barren land, Tanglay couldn't think of where to start. He finished making salty porridge and also cooked a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, letting the prisoners choose for themselves. Then he went back to the kitchen, looked through the cabinets, and took out a few things, radishes. Yelena helped wash all the ingredients. Then she just waited, busy handing out buns to the prisoners when they arrived. Although she was small, when she stood there, 8 out of 10 prisoners had been beaten by her. They naturally didn't dare to cause trouble, obediently took their buns, and ran away. Yelena finished serving the food, sighed in relief, and happily ran to the back kitchen. Brother Tang, it's done. Are you going to give me a flower? It won't be a potato flower, right? Wow. She suddenly stopped. Yelena saw the flowers. Red, yellow, and one with white edges and a red center. She had never seen anything like them. The petals were clear and shiny, in full bloom, much more beautiful than the wilted ones at the supermarket entrance. They were placed on a plate in Tanglay's hand. Where did these come from? Yelena held her breath and carefully leaned in to look. In just a moment, she couldn't figure out how Tanglay made them. Tanglay smiled. Want to pick one up and see? Can I? Yelena carefully touched the petals, surprised. This feels. Haha. Tanglay finally laughed out loud, reaching out with his other hand from behind. Do you recognize it? Radish? Yelena exclaimed. A flower made of radish? Is that even possible? Looking closely, those flowers were carved from thin slices of radish. Brother Tang, you're really... Yelena was so excited she couldn't speak clearly, suddenly rushing forward and hugging Tanglay tightly. You're amazing. Tanglay only felt a weight on him as Yelena hugged him. He was so surprised he instinctively held his breath. Yelena didn't smell of perfume, but had a faint, cool scent like snow. Holding her, Tanglay felt like being hit by a cold wind, both sharp and gentle. He couldn't help but want to touch his nose again. He thought, if this had happened in the supermarket, those guys peeking would probably be gnashing their teeth in frustration. Feeling restless and distracted, Yelena held the flowers for a few seconds before quickly letting go and turning to look at the radish blossoms again. It was a very casual gesture. Tanglay. He shook his head with a light smile, simply giving her a whole plate of the flowers to hold, so Yelena could look at them from different angles. Meanwhile, he pretended to be impressive, just a small skill. Honestly, in Daxia, this is basic plating. Most restaurant chefs can do this with both hands. When Tanglay was a child, he loved to take these little carvings home from restaurants. As he grew older, he no longer found them special. Today, after looking at it, he realized that the system's carving lessons only made small improvements on basic flower shapes, making them look more three-dimensional. Tanglay spent 10 minutes making 3 flowers. One from a carrot, one from a potato slice, and the third from a radish, which is also popular in Daxia. Feeling happy inside, seeing it here, Tanglay felt very close to it, so he chopped it up without hesitation. Yelena held the 3 flowers, loving them so much she seemed eager to sleep holding the plate tonight. Tanglay watched and chuckled. All right, you said those expensive ones don't last long. This one can last a couple more days. Yelena gently touched the petals and asked, can we vacuum seal and dry them? Tanglay twitched his lips. That's not really necessary. It's just a radish flower. Yelena frowned. If we don't preserve it, it might spoil. It looks so nice, I want to look at it longer. Tanglay casually turned his small knife. No big deal. If you want to see more, just ask me. I can make more for you. As long as I'm still working at the 5-food court, you can come anytime. Yelena's eyes flickered, and she whispered, Brother Tang. Remember, you said that. Tanglay nodded and took the opportunity to say, by the way, Yelena, can you help me with a small favor? Yelena nodded seriously. Of course. Tanglay secretly smiled. This girl agreed so quickly. He wasn't worried about her taking advantage. But he was still a gentleman, so he took out his phone. Here, hold the flowers and lean on my arm. Let's take a picture together. He wanted to use it to show his mom, hoping she wouldn't bring back a heavy, 300-pound fong. Yelena hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, saying, okay. She cooperated by pinching her favorite flower, the radish blossom, and leaned close to Tanglay, holding his arm affectionately and smiling at the camera. Her beautiful face, like a doll's, was bright with a charming smile and sparkling eyes. She truly looked more lovely than a flower. Tanglay sighed in admiration and quickly pressed the shutter button. All done. Just as Tanglay was about to let go, he suddenly heard a loud shout. What are you doing? He looked outside. They had been taking photos in the kitchen area and hadn't noticed when, unexpectedly, a man appeared outside the food window, looking in angrily. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a hooked nose and a stern, frightening face. His features weren't old, but his forehead was shiny and bald. He was in the early stages of baldness. Tanglay sighed and politely asked, Who are you? Here for a meal? There might not be any left now. From his uniform, it was clear he wasn't a prisoner, but a prison guard. The man looked at him arrogantly and snorted. Eat? Do people really want to eat pig food? Tanglay frowned, but hadn't spoken yet when Yelena coldly said, Lieutenant Roman, please watch your words. Her cheerful face had turned serious, with a hint of annoyance in her eyebrows. Tanglay raised an eyebrow. Lieutenant Roman? Isn't he the troublemaker, the prison director of the 2nd ward? Why is he here? Roman's expression grew angrier when he heard Yelena defend Tanglay. Yelena, what's your relationship with this man? You're a good girl from our fighting nation, so why are you hanging out with a man from Daxia? Did he trick you? He then turned to Tanglay and said, Chinese man, I warn you, stay away from our woman. You're not worthy. Tanglay was speechless at his series of angry shouts and kindly said, Sir, you don't seem to be in a good mental state. I suggest you see a doctor. Trying to help Yelena and getting accused of harassment? This is going too far. A prison director acting like a shrew. Laman's face twisted slightly as he coldly said, Cook, are all you Dachau people so foolishly brave? Right now, I am the acting prison warden of Siberia, and I can make you leave at any time. This time, Yelena interrupted him. Lieutenant Laman, do you remember that you are only acting? The appointment of the head chef requires everyone's vote, right? You're just acting as director. Are you abusing your power like this? Her gaze was sharp, and there was a hint of anger. Also, I want to emphasize again that my social life has nothing to do with you. Yelena shouted angrily. I don't want to marry you at all, and I never will in the future. Please stay away from my private life. Tanglay was stunned by what he heard. Good grief. Laman, who looks to be about this age, actually wants to pursue Yelena? She's at least 10 years younger. Old man trying to chase a young girl. How shameless. And still trying to force himself on her after rejection. Tanglay immediately felt contempt for this second-in-command. Laman was so angry he was panting heavily. Yelena, you're still too young. You don't understand what marriage means to us. We come from two families. This has been decided long ago. I have no family. Yelena straightened her chest and lifted her chin. I am just Yelena. I simply don't like you. Laman couldn't believe it. No, that's impossible. Why wouldn't you like me? It must be that scoundrel from Dachau tricking you, right? Tanglay listened to his changing accusations and found his hostility tiring. He pulled Yelena aside. Yes, 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 you don't like the scoundrel, but you like me. Lieutenant, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? He said calmly. Yelena has agreed to be my girlfriend. We are in love, and we plan to return to Dachau in the future. Lieutenant Laman, you should find someone else. Hearing his nonsense, Yelena's small mouth formed an O, and her ears turned red. But Laman was lost in anger, not noticing at all. Today, he heard from the gatekeeper that he saw Yelena's car, so he hurried over. He hadn't even met Lena to make a good impression on Yelena. But unexpectedly, he saw this scene. Laman's anger reached its peak, but he suddenly calmed down and shot Tanglay a fierce glare. Very good, Dachau person. I hope you can keep your foolish courage during the assessment. Just wait and see. All right, just wait. Tanglay raised his hand and made an okay sign. It was very perfunctory. He also reminded her, in the future, if you don't want to eat, please don't show up during meal times. It will disturb our normal work. Thank you. Luo Meng showed a cold smile and turned to leave. As soon as his figure disappeared, Yelena felt embarrassed and said, Brother Tang, I'm sorry. I caused you trouble. Tanglay shook his head. What trouble? Even if you didn't come, he wouldn't want me to stay here and work. Not to mention, Yelena had even come forward to defend him. Could he really let a girl block his way? He's not dead. Seeing Yelena hesitating and stammering, Tanglay remembered what he had said in a rush earlier and scratched his head. It was a bit awkward. Ahem, Yelena, I didn't mean to take advantage of you just now. I just think that this kind of overconfidence, thinking all women in the world love him, is foolish. You say you don't like him, but maybe it won't make much difference. So I said, if you're with me, instead of women not loving him, he might believe that some man tricked you away. But, Yelena hurriedly said, wouldn't that just bring trouble to you? Tanglay grinned. No worries, it's a sweet burden. Ahem, just to clarify, I didn't take advantage of you. Just bragging, you don't need to feel guilty. If he pesters you again, just tell him to come to me. Otherwise, as a girl, it wouldn't be easy for you. From their words, Tanglay could tell. It seemed they had some kind of marriage agreement or engagement, so Yelena couldn't directly confront Luo Meng. Otherwise, with her fighting ability, it might be hard for anyone to bother her. And he's just a bachelor himself. What is he afraid of? At worst, he could go to X State and cook for the chieftain, chopping vegetables with a knife, going in and out 7 times. Yelena's ears turned slightly red. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Brother Tang, is there anything I can help you with? You helped me, so I have to help you. Tanglay looked through the photos on his phone and said happily, no need for now. I'll call you if I need anything. Thanks. You must be hungry too. Eat something and go back to rest. At this time, there wasn't much left to do in the cafeteria. The cleaning and dishwashing were all handled by Dennis and his brother. Since Tanglay started giving these two brothers some tasting dishes now and then, they've been working even harder. They're more reliable than the high-paid domestic helpers he found back home. Yelena nodded obediently and went back with the buns she brought for old Bawan. When the cafeteria was completely empty, Tanglay returned to his small bed, took out a photo with Yelena, and sent it to his mother. Caption: "This is the girl I'm chasing. Isn't she pretty? Definitely better than that weird Fong Fong." Siberia and Daxiao are several hours apart, but Tang's mom was still awake. After a moment, a call came through. Without greeting, she said bluntly, "Son, give up. You don't stand a chance with her." Tanglay: "What is this? Is she even his real mother?" Tanglay snorted and casually replied, "Why not? Didn't you see how close she looks in the photo with me? She's even chasing after Daxia now. She told me today she really wants to go there." Tang's mom on the other end was doubtful. "Really? Do you think a girl like her would look at you?" Tanglay: "Mom, I'm not ugly either. After all, he was a class and school heartthrob. That's different." Tang's mom scoffed. "You're the school's top guy, so she should be a national goddess-level girl. Recently, there was some girl back home, a national daughter, I think. But I don't think she's as pretty as the girl you're talking about. Be honest. Are you lying to me or to her?" Tanglay: "I swear I'm telling the truth from my heart. If I could fool anyone, it'd be because I'm really good at it, right?" Seeing his mom seemed a bit convinced, Tanglay quickly added, "So, Mom, you should delete Fong Fong's contact now. Don't let her come back again. I can't explain it to my girlfriend." Tang's mom didn't reply but asked instead, "What's the girl you're seeing called?" Tanglay: "Her name is Yolina. She's the daughter of my current colleague." "Oh." Tang's mom hesitated. "That's a nice name." Only Mother Tang still has doubts about Tanglay's relationship, but she hasn't given up. But Fong Fong still can't be deleted. "Who knows if you're lying to me? Unless you show me a video of her." Tanglay sighed helplessly. All right. Maybe another day when I have time. Mom, good night." He hung up, leaving Mother Tang alone, muttering to herself about her phone. Is my son finally waking up? Then, should I prepare myself to meet a foreign daughter-in-law? Mother Tang was worried in Daxia, while far away in Siberia, someone sat restlessly in prison. Bang! A loud crash as a bottle shattered on the floor. Laman was still angry. He knocked over the table and cursed, "Daxia pig." The deputy nearby trembled with fear. In Laman's angry state, no one dared to stop him. He vented his fury, shouting, "Where's Lena, that fool? Why isn't she coming?" A few minutes later, Lena cautiously entered the room. She had wanted to see Laman earlier, but he refused to meet her. After dressing up carefully, she left. Now she was back, drinking heavily and throwing a tantrum. Lena was afraid to come in. She knew Laman might hit her, especially when he's angry. But since Laman called her, she had to come. As soon as she entered, Laman snorted and slurred. "Did you do what I asked? Is the cafeteria in Daxiao full of pig food?" Lena trembled and whispered, I didn't make it in time." "What?" Laman raised his whip. Lena quickly explained, "But I asked around, and the prisoners in Zone 5 said the new cook's food is really bad." Laman squinted. "Really? That's what they say?" Yes. Lena nodded quickly, adding details. "They also said if there was a choice, even the dogs wouldn't eat that food. They're so jealous of our Zone 2. "Really?" Laman frowned. "That Daxia pig's cooking is worse than old Bawan's frozen fish?" Lena nodded repeatedly. She could tell that if she said she wasn't sure, the whip would land on her head. Laman really has beaten his mistress before. As for whether any problems will happen in the future, Lena comforted herself, believing it was impossible. With so many prisoners, could they really team up to deceive her? When have these scoundrels ever been so united? Hearing Lena's words, Roman burst into loud laughter. "Trash. With this, you still think you can fight me? I was planning just to kick you out and spare your life. But now, I want you dead. I want you to die painfully in front of Yelena. Haha." He took another swig of alcohol, roughly grabbing Lena and pressing her against the table. Zla. Lena let out a cry of pain but dared not struggle. Roman continued his actions, laughing loudly. "Huh? Yelena, sooner or later, you'll be mine." The room was filled with the smell of alcohol and a hint of blood, and Lena closed her eyes in pain. In District 5, the cafeteria, Tanglay reviewed several recipes in his mind and checked the progress of the system's tasks. The task to build connections has temporarily stalled. Major Anton has been very busy since that day. According to old Ba Wan's hint, he's looking for evidence of Roman's corruption, preparing to take him down when the time is right. It seems his dinner with old friends will have to be postponed until after the assessment. The next main task will appear naturally after reaching 100 repeat customers. This time, the goal is to get 1,000 repeat customers. Currently, there are fewer than 200, and the growth is slow. Tanglay suspects there's a problem somewhere. Otherwise, why are there so few? Honestly, he can only serve enough food for 200 or 300 people right now. Any more, and there's no food left. Originally, Tanglay planned to have enough utensils and cookware to serve 500 people. But because of Roman's interference and the assessment, that plan has been put on hold, and his salary might still be tied to Roman. Thinking about it, Tanglay feels annoyed. It's a pity he can't get some kind of super cheat or have a meteor fall from the sky and crush this troublemaker. The system is just a master chef. Please don't have unrealistic expectations of the system timely reminds. Tanglay puffs out his cheeks. System, do you have any new tasks for me? The current 2 tasks take too long to complete. Also, I'd like more special tasks like Anton's. System, you are currently at the beginner chef level, and the main tasks are simple and repetitive. Once you complete all the main tasks at this level, the system will unlock more options. After saying that, it pretended to be dead. Tanglay shrugged. Well, being a beginner is enough to prepare a national banquet. I wonder what the intermediate and advanced levels will be like. Since the system couldn't give more information, he didn't ask further. He pulled the blanket over his head and went to sleep. The next morning, Tanglay was awakened by Bella. When he opened his eyes, everything was dark. Confused, he tried to sit up and bumped into something. Round. Was it soft? Hey, a woman's surprised voice came from nearby. Tanglay then realized that Bella was standing right in front of his bed, almost nose to face. So his face had just touched her forehead. Seeing his gaze move downward, Bella stepped back with a bit of annoyance. Kid, I didn't expect you're not that old, but you're quite the flirt. Tanglay casually pulled the blanket over his chest to cover himself and reminded her. Hey, you came into my room without my permission, right? I was just saying you might be interested in my fresh, beautiful body. I'm very committed to being a good guy. You. Bella was furious. Get up quickly. I need to talk to you about something important. Tanglay slowly changed into his clothes. What is it? It wasn't even time for him to go to work yet. Bella stomped her foot. Didn't I ask you to find those ingredients? And yesterday, you gave me a new shopping list. Yeah, Tanglay rubbed his eyes. The ingredients on the second list are more common, easier to buy than the first one. Those were the ingredients he planned to use for the national banquet dishes. The assessment was coming in a couple of days. To avoid mistakes and be targeted by people inside the prison, he decided to give Bella the list directly. It mainly included pork, crab, fish, and similar items. Too late, Bella said. I rushed to the market yesterday, but all those meats were sold out. Tanglay frowned. What happened? Bella hurriedly explained. Every shop said they had sold out. Especially the one you wanted, the fish? Mandarin fish, Tanglay replied. It was the fish used for the signature dish, squirrel mandarin fish, and it wasn't easy to replace. Yes, Bella said. It's a freshwater fish from the lake, and there weren't many to begin with. When I asked, they were all gone. I looked for several other freshwater fish, but guess what? I couldn't find any. I also asked some sellers I know, but they just told me not to buy because it's impossible to find. Tang, have you offended someone? Tanglay understood immediately. Yes, he had definitely offended someone. Oh no, I think I offended a dog instead. Clearly, Roman bought all the meat and pressured the vendors. Without any meat, they couldn't prepare a full meal of vegetarian dishes for the test, and even if they did, it would just spoil quickly. No wonder they call him the local emperor, Tanglay muttered to himself. He was careless. As a prison warden, he shouldn't have used such low tricks. Just then, Lao Ba Wan and Yelena hurried over. Tang, I need to tell you something. Huh? Yelena saw Bella, who was very close to Tanglay, and Tanglay showed her a small blanket covering his chest. Don't think dirty, he said. He was really trying to keep his morals. Yelena's face turned red again. I didn't. I mean, Tang. Did you hear about the nearby places not having any meat? Lao Ba Wan nodded. I just told him, Bella said with a sigh. Yelena ignored her and said directly to Tanglay. Tang, He can only manage the nearby towns. If you want something, I can buy it for you. I have a car and can go far. Tanglay frowned. They had just been to the closest market yesterday, which was over 100 kilometers away. How far would it be to go even further? Lao Baowan frowned, worried for his daughter, but knowing he had to do something. No, Yelena, you stay with Tang. I'll go buy it. Yelena shook her head repeatedly. It's okay. I'm young. I can drive for 3 days and nights. Are you crazy? Don't. Tanglay was startled by her and quickly said, no need to buy it. I have a way. I remember there's a lake nearby. Yelena and Lao Baowan looked at each other. There is one. Actually, it's not just any lake. It's the deepest lake in the world and the largest freshwater lake on the Eurasian continent. Lake Belga. The bears call it the Eye of Siberia, clear and beautiful, inspiring many poems and stories. But Tanglay wasn't interested in that. He remembered that this rich eye produces about 30 billion pounds of fish each year. 30 billion. There's almost no fish it doesn't have. Moreover, Tanglay chuckled to himself. Just a few days ago, he had drawn a skill that seemed pretty useless at the time. Fishing. What a coincidence. So Tanglay waved to Lao Baowan. Do you have a fishing rod? Let's get one. I want to go fishing right now. Not only could he catch perch, but he also heard that Siberia has lots of white salmon and large salmon, which are hard to find in the summer country. And it's free. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of that? Lao Baowan looked worried. I have a fishing rod, but Tang, don't think fish are easy to catch. Beluga whales and the lakes in your summer country are different. The lake is about 1,500 meters deep. If you don't use professional fishing equipment, boats, and nets, you might sit by the lake for 3 days and not catch a single fish. Yelena nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes full of concern. Tanglay rubbed his nose and suddenly understood. Lao Baowan, you've probably gone fishing before, right? You haven't caught that kind of fish yet? Lao Baowan blushed and said angrily, that's normal. The 5 people sitting next to me almost didn't catch anything. In the end, one of them just jumped in and caught a fish, so it wasn't a total failure. Tanglay, no wonder they're called the Bear Nation. Truly, you guys are something else. Is this the Fighting Nation's version of, don't spoil it, just drain the water? He smiled. No problem, lend me your rod. If I don't catch 100 pounds, I won't come back. Living in the lake. Then maybe I should just skip it, Lao Baowan said reluctantly. When are you going? Even if you rush over, it'll take an hour or 2, and if you fish more. The exam is tomorrow. Is there still time? No, I'd rather just buy one. Tanglay glanced at the time, 7 a.m. What time is the exam tomorrow? Lao Baowan replied. It starts preparing at 10. So, they had about 20 hours left. Tanglay said casually, that's enough. Let's go now, and we'll pick up your fishing rod on the way. Oh, by the way, he turned to Bella standing nearby. Help me buy some other things too. He tore off a piece of paper, wrote a few words, and handed it to her. Bella bit her lip. I can't promise I can find them. It's okay, just ask around, Tanglay said casually, waving his hand. Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal when you come back. Bella took the note, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, Tang, I believe in you. You'll definitely pass the test. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Tanglay stroked his chin, a bit surprised. Huh. I thought she might refuse because of that Roman. Honestly, the current situation is more than just a cafeteria shutdown. On a larger scale, it's about the power struggle within the Siberian prison. Bella is part of the logistics team, a neutral person. Tanglay had already prepared for her not to want to offend either side and didn't plan to ask her to buy groceries again. Yolina hummed softly. Good for her. If she doesn't go, I can go instead. For some reason, Tanglay rarely heard a hint of anger in Yelena's voice. He exchanged a glance with Lao Baowan, then touched his nose. He felt that saying more might cause trouble, so he decided not to speak and quickly left. The group got into the car. Yelena stepped on the gas and first went to Lao Baowan's house to pick up fishing gear, then headed straight to Belga Lake. On the way, Tanglay checked the fishing rod and couldn't help but admire. Not bad. This equipment looks well made. It's clearly bought with money, showing Lao Baowan's love for fishing. But as for the catch, Lao Baowan looked annoyed. Actually, I often catch fish too. Yelena nodded. Yes. Dad caught a 20-pounder last time. It was 20.59 pounds, Lao Baowan added. Tanglay, Does he usually remember 2 decimal places when fishing? This looks like something bought at a supermarket. He wisely kept quiet, unwilling to expose an old Air Force veteran. 2 hours later, the off-road vehicle stopped by the shore of Belga Lake. Tanglay jumped out, took a deep breath. No wonder they call it the Eyes of Siberia. From afar, the lake was a deep blue, clear and boundless, reflecting the blue sky and drifting clouds, water and sky blending as one. Tanglay suddenly remembered a line of poetry. Sky and clouds drift together in the light. In front of me is not just a small pond. This lake is so big that it makes me marvel at nature's power. Stretching lazily, Tanglay took his fishing gear from the car and started looking for a good spot. Old Balwan pointed here and there, while Yelena followed out of curiosity. Soon, Tanglay found a good place to fish. Just as he sat down, he suddenly noticed an old man sitting nearby. He was wearing a heavy military coat, a fur hat, and holding a fishing rod. He was also there to fish. Tanglay saw that the man cast a glance from under his hat, smiled politely, and moved a little to the side. It seemed like he was showing he wouldn't compete for the fish. But unexpectedly, the old man snorted dismissively, pulled his hat down, and ignored him. Tanglay paid no attention and carefully set up his things, starting to prepare his bait balls. While working, he asked old Balwan, "Are you guys going back now? I'll call you when I catch something." The day was quite cold, and the air by the lake was damp. Old Balwan, who had joint pain, decided to stay in the car. Yelena whispered, "I'll stay too. There's nothing much to do at home anyway. My dad can rest in the car. I don't mind the cold." Thinking that fishing alone might be boring, Tanglay nodded in agreement. Then, he mentally reviewed his fishing techniques from the system, closed his eyes for 2 seconds, and began skillfully preparing his bait. After finishing, he sprinkled some ground bait, attached the bait to the hook, and cast it out. His movements were smooth and natural, like a seasoned fisherman with over 10 years of experience. Tanglay felt the strange old man cast another glance at him. He cast his hook out, then sat down. Yelena also sat nearby, carefully watching the hook sink into the water and disappear. "Brother Tang, do you think you can really catch fish?" She blinked and jokingly said, "My dad has never caught anything here. His fish are either bought at the supermarket or from someone else's pond." Cough, cough. Yelena stuck out her tongue. "Don't tell him I said that." Tanglay chuckled. "Yeah, I figured. But don't worry, within an hour, you'll see fish biting." Before Yelena could reply, a voice suddenly came from nearby. "Young man, don't boast so early." It was that strange old man again. He still wore a thick coat and cast a sharp look from under his wool hat. "Oomph, young man, if you want to boast in front of your girlfriend, you should know where you are. Do you know how many people sit by Lake Belga for 3 days with such silly ideas?" Tanglay. He quietly glanced at the old man's fishing basket. Good, it was empty. Got it. Meanwhile, Yelena blushed again. I mean not. My girlfriend, huh? The old man snorted. "You don't need to make excuses for him, little girl. My old man is very good at judging people. Aren't you two a perfect match? With your fishing rod and cheap bait, huh?" He deliberately turned his wrist to show off his fishing rod, sneering. "An hour? If you catch fish before me, I'll call you brother." Tanglay looked at the old man's graying hair. That's not right. It didn't fit the good tradition of respecting elders and caring for the young and Dacia. Yelena looked at the fishing rod in the old man's hand, then leaned closer to Tanglay and whispered, "Brother Tang, I think I recognize his gear. My dad has wanted to buy it for a long time, but never dared. It costs tens of thousands, and it looks like it's been modified," Yelena thought, feeling that this thing looked like military-grade equipment. But if military tech was used to make fishing rods, she didn't believe it, so she didn't say anything. Tanglay was also surprised. Tens of thousands of yuan, converted, was several $1,000s. This old man was quite wealthy. Using top-tier equipment to fish, it was like playing chess with jade pieces, showing off his status. No wonder he was so proud. But Tanglay grinned. Surprised, right? Although he had no money, he was cheating. His eyes twinkled, and suddenly he said, "Old man, let's not call each other brothers. How about a bet?" The old man snorted. "What are you betting?" Tanglay smiled. "Today, if I catch a fish first within an hour and beat you, I want this fishing rod. Deal?" The old man looked at Tanglay's fishing rod, unimpressed. "If I win, what's the benefit?" "Just your rod?" Tanglay smiled and said, Didn't you think I could never do it? If I really lose, I'll admit you're my grandpa. The old man proudly replied. Want to be my grandson? Dream on. You'll have to wait in line. Tanglay scratched his head. Well, if you don't want to fight, fine. I don't have much money now. Maybe I can just treat you to a meal. The old man pouted. Fight? Why not? Anyway, you can't do it. I'll wait for you to call me grandpa. Suddenly, a faint water sound was heard. Both of their faces changed instantly. On the calm lake surface, Tanglay's fishing float suddenly sank. He caught a fish. Tanglay smiled and asked Yelena, how long has it been? Yelena looked at her phone. Just over 10 minutes. The old man said, wait, if you don't catch anything, that doesn't count. Tanglay nodded. Of course, this lake is deep and full of big fish. According to Tanglay, the largest fish caught in previous years weighed about 400 pounds and had lived in the lake for 30 years. Such a big fish couldn't be caught with his small fishing rod. If it was really that big, Tanglay would just cut the line to avoid losing his gear. But now, with the weight in his hand, it wasn't a big problem. He skillfully lifted the rod and started reeling in the fish. The strange old man also completely turned around, staring intently at the water, waiting for him to fail. However, the system's skills were very reliable. After a few minutes, Tanglay felt the resistance in his hand weaken completely. He pulled up the line and retracted the rod. Suddenly, a louder splash was heard. A large white fish was pulled out of the water. It was still wriggling and struggling. Yelena recognized it immediately. A white salmon. This fish was as long as an arm. Tanglay weighed it. Wow, about 10 pounds. Not bad. The old man next to him widened his eyes. 10 pounds. Tanglay rubbed his head. Isn't that right? He had heard that this type of fish was different from the common fish eaten in Dacia. It was naturally larger. That 10 pounds wasn't just a little. The old man was furious. Tanglay didn't realize it, but he knew very well in his heart. He had been here for 2 days, and he hadn't caught even a 5-pound fish, let alone 10. He looked at the junk equipment in his hands and then at his carefully made treasure. He felt both angry and reluctant. You little brat, Tanglay chuckled, thinking that he's too old to get angry easily. It's better to give the old man some time to react. He waved his hand casually. No rush. You can give it to me after I leave. Actually, today is my first day fishing. I didn't expect to catch so many so quickly. The old man was furious. This is called the beginner's protection period. It will be over soon. Out of respect for elders and love for children, Tanglay didn't tease him further and continued fishing. Yelena didn't care much. When she saw a fish, she relaxed a little and quickly helped Tanglay remove the fish and put it into the bucket. On the way, a big white salmon tried to jump out. Yelena raised her hand and gave it a quick slap. Bang! The fish went limp. The strange old man couldn't help but glance at Yelena again. She calmly put the fish into the bucket and smiled at Tanglay. All done. It was very sweet. Tanglay smiled and kept fishing. Over the next few hours, the old man saw what he found hardest to understand in his life. How could someone fish like this? Like restocking supplies? A fish every half hour, steady and consistent. And none of them were small. He stared with wide eyes. Tanglay's enthusiasm was gradually fading. He realized a problem he had overlooked. He wanted to catch mandarin fish for cooking, but with so many fish, he had no idea what he was actually catching. His fishing skill wasn't good enough to target specific fish. His fish bucket was already full, and he borrowed the neighbor's bucket. Now, it was full again. If this kept up, he could start a fish stall. But none of the fish were mandarin fish. As the sky darkened, the neighbor's old man had bright eyes, but looked sleepy and stubborn. Tanglay tried to persuade him to rest, but he refused. And Yelena, she had fallen asleep somewhere without him noticing, leaning on Tanglay and snoring softly. Tanglay looked helplessly at the bait. This was really the last cast. If it didn't work, he would have to consider changing his catch. He threw the bait again and waited a long time. The old man suddenly became energetic again, as if he had been waiting all day for this moment. See, I told you to use the beginner's protection. Tanglay's fishing rod sank again. The old man. Tanglay. They looked at each other, and Tanglay smiled. You are really good. Whatever is said, just do it. He patiently continued to fish and reel in the line. But this time, Tanglay suddenly felt the weight in his hand was much heavier than before. Looking at the strange large shadow underwater, Tanglay frowned. Is it another big white fish? Gurnards don't usually grow this big. In the next second, a familiar pattern suddenly appeared on the surface. Wow, Tanglay blurted out. The big fish in front of him. Yellow with brown stripes, spots like a leopard. It was the Gurnard Tanglay had been waiting for all day. But, Tanglay muttered, I've never heard of this thing growing so big. The big fish just came out of the water, and its head alone is longer than a human palm. Tanglay took a quick look. The whole body is at least a meter long. Is this the small fish he used to catch and eat during the summer? Evenly Bai's peach blossom flowing water Gurnard isn't this fat. He weighed it carefully, became serious, and slowly applied force, circling to lift the big fish up. Lena also woke up, nervously clenched her fists, watching the big fish. Almost there, almost there. Huh. The big fish suddenly struggled fiercely as it emerged from the water. Its heavy tail swung wildly, and the fishing rod in Tanglay's hand suddenly sank with a loud sound that made your teeth hurt. Not good, Lena said anxiously. This rod can only handle about 30 pounds. Tanglay nodded. He didn't dare to use brute force, only clever techniques. He lowered his stance, shifted his center of gravity, and naturally assumed a horse stance, beginning to fight the big fish slowly with his whole body. The strange old man nearby made a hum sound, with a strange look in his eyes. Seeing that Tanglay had no time to speak, Lena was anxious and kept turning around. When she saw the big fish thrash again, almost jumping into the lake, Lena's eyes hardened. She suddenly threw off her jacket. Splash! She jumped directly into Belga Lake. Wow! Tanglay almost dropped his fishing rod. What the heck are you doing? Although the water hasn't frozen completely, it's at least 0 degrees Celsius. If she pulls a muscle or catches a cold from the cold, it will be very painful for her. Yelena wiped her face and quickly grabbed the big fish that was flopping around. The fish was too slippery, and she couldn't hold it, so she hugged it tightly. Brother Tang, it's okay, I'll help you, Tanglay. It's frozen solid, and she still wants to help him. He really wants to kneel before this girl, who would risk their life to help others. Tanglay felt a pang of sadness, wanting to scold her, but couldn't find the words. He only turned his frustration into strength, gripping the rod tighter. Come out. The big fish was finally pressed down and pulled closer to the shore. Tanglay took a deep breath and stepped back steadily. Suddenly, another force appeared on the rod. An old, stubborn man approached, his dry but strong hands grabbing the rod. Seeing Tanglay look surprised, he snorted. You say you're not a couple. Tanglay didn't have time to explain their innocence. With the old man's help and Yelena in the water, they finally pulled the 1-meter-long fish onto the shore. Once on land, Tanglay picked up a stone and hit the fish hard, knocking it out instantly, then pulled Yelena up. Yelena was soaked, her face pale from the cold, but she smiled happily. It's done. Brother Tang, now do you think? Oh, Tanglay raised his finger and gave her a light tap on the head. Are you stupid? If we lose the fish, we can just catch another. What if you get hurt? Yelena, slow to respond, touched her forehead. I won't get hurt. During training before. Well, I'm in good health. Tanglay was furious. Even if you're in good shape, you're not a machine. You feel pain, and you'll get cold too. This isn't a battlefield where life or death is at stake. It's not worth suffering for. Yelena looked at him blankly, as if she had never heard such words before. Tanglay sighed and quickly put her coat on her, then took off his own and wrapped it around her. Hey, you can't. Yelena hurried to stop him, but Tanglay firmly interrupted. I can. If you're not happy about it, don't bother coming into the kitchen later, and don't expect to go out with me either. Yelena fell silent, feeling wronged, and wrapped herself in several layers of clothing. All right then. Tanglay sighed, gently stroking her damp blonde hair. Wait a moment. I'll bring the fish, and then we'll go back to the car. He turned to gather the culprit. At first, he didn't realize how surprising it was, until he saw the strange old man, who had been so proud earlier, now squatting on the ground. He was holding his favorite, his fish head. Seeing Tanglay approach, the old man handed over his fishing rod, which he had been showing off earlier, and snorted with a touch of arrogance. Wouldn't it have been better to just change to my rod? Still too young. Then he changed the subject. Young man, how about selling me this fish? Tanglay paused, immediately recalling the incident at Lao Ba Wan's supermarket, and mentally added a string of ellipses. This old man probably just wanted to buy it to brag about. But no, Tanglay refused. I need this one. You can have any other fish you want, the old man frowned. At first, he wouldn't have minded those 10 or 20-pound fish. But now, with a 1-meter-long fish in front of him, who would care about the others? He was still not giving up and asked, "What are you going to do with it?" In his mind, the fish should be kept alive, bragged about for a year or two, then turned into a display specimen. After all, this was the biggest catch of his life. Tanglay looked at him strangely and said, "Eat it. What else would I do if I didn't?" The old man suddenly got angry. "Wasteful, wasteful. He looked at the fish and, on a whim, said, "How do you eat it? You can't finish it alone, right? Take me too." Tanglay. This old man was really honest about his dislike, but still wanted to join in. Seeing Tanglay not answer, the old man got anxious. "It's not for free. I'll pay. Or, if you don't want to waste it, I can pay a chef to cook it for you." Of course, Tanglay believed he was wealthy, but he couldn't let someone go to prison just to eat. So he replied, "No need. I'm a cook myself, but the place where I cook is special and I can't bring you along." Although the old man was stubborn, he seemed quite fun, so Tanglay added, "I can give you my contact info. When you have free time, I'll treat you to some fish." Most importantly, this old man was passionate about fishing and probably had a lot of good gear. Finding a fishing buddy for Lao Ba one would be a good idea. The old man hesitated and said stubbornly, "Where do you cook? Private restaurant? Do you not serve outside customers?" Tanglay replied, "In Siberian prison." This time, the old man was stunned. Tanglay laughed loudly, waved his hand, grabbed his fishing gear, wrapped the 1-meter-long fish in a raincoat, called Lao Ba Wan to come pick them up. A few minutes later, Lao Ba Wan arrived. Seeing his wet daughter, the big fish, 2 full fish baskets, and the expensive fishing gear Tanglay handed him, he was stunned. He was overwhelmed. This was all so complicated. Tanglay first helped Yelena into the car, turned on the heater, and sternly told her not to drive. Then he packed up the messy things with Lao Ba Wan, waved goodbye to the old man. "See you later, old sir." He sped off quickly. On the way, Tanglay looked at his phone. It was 8 p.m. If he hurried back, he would get there by midnight. Only a few hours left before the assessment. He snorted coldly, a sharp smile appearing on his face. If they wanted to cause trouble for him, they should prepare to get their faces slapped. The SUV sped along, first taking Yelena home. Then, both of them hurried back to the 5th canteen with a bunch of fish. As soon as they entered, they saw a tall woman sitting inside, nervously biting her nails. When she saw them, Bella suddenly jumped up. "Finally, you're back. I thought you were going to run away." She saw the big fish in their hands and silently covered her mouth. Tanglay didn't waste words. He asked directly, "Did you get what I wanted?" Bella nodded blankly. Tanglay nodded back. "This is for my personal use. Just keep the account. I'll pay you back when I send out wages." Bella wanted to say she didn't need it, but Tanglay had already hurried into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a bowl of tea with brown sugar, handed it to Lao Ba Wan. "Give this to Yelena to warm her up. I'll handle everything here. You can go back." Since they lived nearby, it was better than nothing. Lao Ba Wan was worried about his daughter, but said nothing. He quickly left. Bella watched them rush around, not even talking much to her, biting her lip. Suddenly, she felt a little sad. After Tanglay put the fish in the freezer and tidied up everything, he came out to find that Bella was no longer in the dining hall. Tanglay thought she had gone back home. After counting the ingredients needed for tomorrow, he calmly put them away, a hint of coldness in his eyes. He didn't want to make things too difficult for these people during the assessment. Yelena, he sighed softly, silly girl, just because of her jump today. He was determined to make Roman's face swell. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and prepared himself. When the clock struck 7, Tanglay opened his eyes on time. He stretched his muscles, jumped off the bed, and looked at the fish in the kitchen, mentally planning the cutting path. Just as he was thinking, a female voice sounded nearby. "Hey!" A woman entered the 5th dining hall. It was Lena, one of Roman's lovers. She ordered commanding, Are you the head chef of the 5th dining hall? Today is the assessment day. Food service is suspended. Come with me." Tanglay raised an eyebrow. Suspended? How will the prisoners eat? He had thought it was just a few hours of assessment, and then they could do whatever they wanted. Lena was annoyed. "They won't starve from one meal. Lieutenant Roman ordered that. To ensure fairness, all chefs, including the upcoming sixth one, must cook together in the first dining hall. She impatiently added, "Are you stupid? Still thinking about making those trash cook? The people coming today are not ordinary. If you don't want a terrible death, just follow me quietly." Tanglay suppressed a cold smile in his eyes and said calmly, "I just think there's no need to waste so much time. The outcome will be decided quickly." Lena was surprised by his arrogant tone and mocked, "What are you pretending? The prisoners who come here already told me. Your cooking is so bad it's deadly. If there was a choice, even a dog wouldn't eat it." Tanglay. Very well. It seems he unexpectedly found out why his regular customers were coming back so slowly. These dogs are worse. He clenched his fingers, thinking that after the assessment, he would deal with them. Then he followed Lena. Lena turned around and glanced, deliberately asking, "Where are your ingredients?" The first dining hall only provides utensils and basic seasonings. "If you want to cook, bring your own," Tanglay calmly said. "I've made arrangements. My assistant will bring the fish over soon. Let's go first." The fish is too big for him to carry alone. Just thinking about it makes him feel silly. So last night, he contacted Lao Ba Wan to get a small cart. When the time comes, he will use it to move the fish and other ingredients he prepared. Lena pouted, seeming to think he was just pretending, with a look of amusement on her face, and led him into a dining hall. Tanglay didn't pay her any attention. He first looked around. Today's assessment includes 6 chefs, including Tanglay himself. Besides the chef from the 4th canteen, who is a woman in her 30s or 40s, the others are men. 2 of them are very close and chatting friendly. Tanglay immediately recognized that these 2 are probably the head chef from the 2nd canteen and the new chef, who is about to get special access. They look like relatives of Roman. They are both balding in the same way. Seeing this, Tanglay couldn't help but marvel. It's not easy to have such unattractive genes and still have so many children. The 2 also noticed Tanglay's gaze and looked at him with disdain. Among the others, only a rough, strong man waved at Tanglay and greeted him. "Hello, I'm Kirill, the head chef of the 1st canteen." Tanglay nodded respectfully. This is the chef who likes to give people canned herring. He extended his hand kindly. "Hello, I'm Tanglay. Just call me Tang." However, Kirill also seemed experienced and very tough. The other 2 chefs from the 3rd and 4th canteens just smiled awkwardly and avoided eye contact with Tanglay. They didn't seem willing to talk to him. Tanglay didn't mind. He quietly waited for the wardens in charge of the assessment to arrive. Behind him, Lao Air and Lao Lu, both bald, were chatting. "Why aren't we being assessed separately in our own canteens this time? I remember we used to take turns," one asked. "I heard a VIP is coming this time. They didn't want to tire him out, so they put us together," the other replied. They apparently got the news first, and the chefs from the 3rd and 4th canteens were listening carefully. Although everyone knew the goal was to get the 5th canteen out, officially, the rule was that the last one standing would be the winner. Their canteens have been steady, but not outstanding. They don't want to make a mistake and get kicked out. Tanglay was feeling uninterested and bored, lying down and thinking about whether to take a nap or not. Finally, footsteps were heard outside the door. The familiar voice of Roman sounded, surprisingly without any sarcasm, only humility. "Sir, officer, please," an old voice responded. "I'm no longer an officer. You called me the wrong title." Roman quickly apologized with a smile. Sorry, I was mistaken. I have always respected my senior." Tanglay rubbed his eyes, feeling puzzled. Why does this voice sound a bit familiar? In the next moment, a group of people entered a dining hall. Leading the group were 3 people. Roman and Anton stood on either side, protecting the elderly man in the middle. Looking at the person in the middle, Tanglay suddenly felt like swearing. This old man, isn't he the stubborn and prickly old man from yesterday's fishing trip? He was so angry yesterday that he lost to him over a fishing rod. Now Roman is calling him officer? Tanglay started to scratch his nose again. Life is full of surprises. So, this old man is the special guest who arrived suddenly today? Could it be that he came here by chance? Just then, the old man looked up, his sharp eagle eyes meeting Tanglay's, and he curled his lips, changing his expression. "Kid, the fish I want to eat is not something you can easily get. If you dare to waste it or do a bad job, I'll beat you to death." Tanglay's mouth twitched. This old man is really as stubborn as ever. But overall, seeing him here is much better than seeing Roman. Tanglay also took a moment to observe the other wardens. He noticed that, besides Anton standing firmly beside the old man and seemingly opposing Roman, the other two wardens lagged behind, subtly following Roman's lead. It seemed they had taken sides. Tanglay moved his fingers, calculating in his mind. Seeing everyone gathered, Roman cast a sarcastic glance at Tanglay, as if confirming that he was about to be finished. Very good, everyone arrived on time. Today, a distinguished guest has come unexpectedly, so the dishes. The old man suddenly raised his hand, interrupting him. No need. Just follow the previous plan. His gaze shifted to Tanglay, with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Tanglay cleared his throat. He knew that the old man was definitely fishing there. However, old Bawan would probably have to wait a little longer. Roman was interrupted and didn't dare to be angry. He forced a smile and said, Okay, what are you all standing around for? Hurry up and get ready to start. The chefs immediately took their positions. The largest dining hall had about 10 stoves, and Tanglay watched with envy, imagining how great it would be if his own dining hall also had such a big space. Right now, the stoves were divided into 6 sections. Tanglay was assigned the second from the last, and to his right was the half-bald old 6. Roman loudly announced the rules. Within 3 hours, each of you must prepare at least 4 dishes. Now start. 4 dishes in 3 hours is easy, as long as they avoid time-consuming soups and stews. Tanglay thought about a few recipes. Most of his ingredients were fish, so he considered making squirrel mandarin fish, peony fish slices, fish head soup, and kung pao chicken. Simple ingredients, good taste, no problem. Since the fish hadn't arrived yet, Tanglay had some free time and decided to observe the other chefs. He was curious about what authentic Russian cuisine looked like. Although the system included some world cuisines, it only had basic home-cooked dishes. After watching a few, Tanglay thought that if he had to eat this kind of food every day, he would want to die. The classic high-oil, high-sugar, high-calorie cheese dishes, flavored only with black pepper, were not appealing. Tanglay decided it was better not to torture himself. Everyone here was the head chef of the main dining hall, and Tanglay thought he might see some real skills. He saw the head chef of the first dining hall, Kirill, who had greeted Tanglay kindly earlier, now busy preparing. He took out onions, garlic, a large red sausage from the Fighting Nation, and a big bag of dried pasta. This was a very typical Russian classic setup. Then, Kirill poured nearly half a pot of oil into the pan, using what in Daxiao was considered an extremely unhealthy amount of oil, and threw in the onions and garlic to fry. After a while, he didn't add more oil but directly added the red sausage and minced meat, continuing to stir-fry. Tanglay stroked his chin, thinking that if Tang Mama were here, she would definitely be shouting. But Tanglay didn't smell much greasiness. He became curious, looked around, and feeling bored, he simply walked over to Kirill and asked, Hey buddy, what kind of oil are you using? Kirill was surprised and pointed to the bottle, saying, Olive oil. Tanglay nodded, understanding. Using this light, plain oil to blend the strong smell of onions with minced meat was quite clever. I have to say, Kirill's dish smelled pretty good. Tanglay gave him a big thumbs up to show his approval, thinking to himself that these cafeteria chefs really knew their stuff. But then, Kirill smiled honestly and happily said, Oh, do you like my food? Great. I just had a new idea for a dish. Tanglay suddenly felt something was wrong. Huh. Kirill then pulled out a bunch of cans from under the stove and grinned proudly at Tanglay. For my favorite food, I came up with a new way to make it. It will definitely surprise you. Tanglay suddenly noticed a fish symbol on one of the cans and instantly understood. Whoa, don't. But it was too late. Before he finished speaking, Kirill tore open a box and threw its contents into the hot oil. Fry. Immediately, a strange, overwhelming smell filled the entire cafeteria. If you had to describe it, it was like the smell of a pair of dirty socks that a college roommate had hidden under a pillow for 3 years without washing, or a rotten watermelon that exploded with a foul smell when touched. Tanglay was stunned. Kirill. He's really got some skills. How could he throw such a normal dish into a can of fish and fry it? Kirill was excited. I usually add this directly to bread or soup, but today I want to see if frying it makes a different flavor. Tanglay silently took a few steps back, looking complicated. He forgot that, despite his decent skills before, Kirill was actually the notorious head chef of a prison cafeteria in Siberia. He heard that the prisoners in the first zone were especially honest, and he seemed to understand why now. Meanwhile, the terrible smell also reached the judges waiting outside, who were bored. Laman was enthusiastically bragging about how hard he had worked as acting chief over the past year, taking a deep breath. Ugh, he almost fainted. What is that? Someone is cooking and playing with garbage in the kitchen. Major Anton was also stunned and quickly understood. He helplessly said, "Is it Kirill?" Angrily, Roman was about to scold Kirill harshly but suddenly hesitated and gritted his teeth. "It's him again." He stepped forward and said, "Kirill, what are you doing with that?" "Commander," Kirill replied unhappily, "please don't insult my food, or I will challenge you to a duel." Roman was left speechless. Tanglay chuckled. He had heard of this kind of duel before. It was related to the old traditions of the fighting nations and the aristocratic ruling class. As aristocrats, one side could challenge the other to a duel, and both had to agree, with no room for compromise. There was a famous story about a young nobleman who, because his beautiful wife was flirted with by a baron, challenged him to a duel and was shot dead. Although there are no longer many aristocrats, the family line still remains. Roman and Kirill probably both come from noble families. Sure enough, Kirill's refined voice fell, and Roman cursed him as a lunatic with a bad look on his face, but he didn't dare say more. He just said, "The noble guests outside can't stand this smell. If you do this again, stop it." After saying that, he saw Tanglay watching the scene and said sharply, "What are you doing here again? You big summer pig." Tanglay looked at him coldly. "You didn't say I couldn't visit," Roman sneered. "I think you have nothing better to do, so just get lost." Tanglay was too lazy to argue with him, but Kirill was not happy. According to Siberian prison rules, racial discrimination is forbidden. This rule actually came from the time when 70,000 people were sent to farm potatoes. Later, the Bear Country found that if discrimination was too severe, these workers wouldn't last long. So, they banned discrimination. Of course, for Roman, these rules didn't mean much. But he was afraid Kirill might lose his temper and challenge him to a duel again, so he kept quiet. He just stood by, sneering, with his sharp triangular eyes fixed on Tanglay, as if waiting to see him fail. Tanglay ignored him and patted Kirill comfortingly. "Well, this idea is good, but there are elders outside. Your canned food. Better not add more." Looking back, the old man, at his age, was so angry he almost died before eating the fish. Kirill scratched his head and said, "Without that smell, I can't do it anymore." This chef was actually a big fan of strong odors. Tanglay looked at Roman's twisted expression and almost wanted to laugh. He didn't want this funny guy to be eliminated because of canned herring. So he said, "Do you like bad smells? Then you should hold back a little today. Later, I'll show you some dishes you'll like. There are many famous dishes in the summer, with all kinds of flavors. Stinky tofu, fermented fish, pickled vegetables, snail noodles. Aren't those also delicious despite smelling bad?" Tanglay firmly believed these foods were definitely better than canned herring. Kirill scratched his head again and said, "All right, I'll trust you this time. Let's not try anything new today." Roman sneered and said, "Later? Do you even have a chance to come back? After today, you'll be kicked out of Siberian prison." A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Not only did he want to drive away this annoying summer pig, but he also arranged for someone to do something unexpected. Tanglay thought he was just talking nonsense. He checked the time. It had been about 10 or 20 minutes. Old Bawan should be arriving soon. He slowly walked back. On the way, he also looked at the others. From his observations, Tanglay found that Kirill was actually the most skillful among everyone. The second and sixth chefs seemed pretty good too, clearly trained professionally. But their ingredients were way too luxurious. Steak, black truffles, lobsters. Could the cafeteria serve such fancy food? Tanglay shook his head. No wonder they're rich. The other 2 or 3 cooks in the cafeteria looked more ordinary. They were skilled, but the dishes they made were plain and simple, mostly home-style food. Like traditional hearty Russian dishes. Cheese baked on everything, 18 ways to cook potatoes, and so on. Although better than canned herring, it was still just so-so. Finally, Tanglay reached his station. Compared to others, his table looked especially empty, with only 2 knives on the cutting board. He picked up a knife and rubbed it a few times, checking if the blade was sharp. Roman's gaze was like a fly stuck to his heel, always following him and sneering with a strange attitude. I thought you were going to do something. Why are you wasting so much time? No ingredients yet. All you Dasha people like to make things complicated. Thud. Tanglay finished inspecting the knife edge and threw his hand up. A flash of cold light crossed, and two knives clashed on the chopping board, cutting deep into the wood. Luo Ming choked and felt embarrassed about his mistake, getting angry and ready to scold again. Suddenly, they heard Lao Ba Wan's voice outside the door. Here, Tang. I've brought the ingredients and kitchen tools. Am I late? Luo Ming was speechless again. A few chefs, including the judges outside, all turned their heads out of curiosity about why the ingredients had taken so long to arrive. What's going on? Didn't they say he wouldn't have any ingredients? Elder 2 and Elder 6 exchanged a glance from afar. Elder 6 frowned, but didn't seem too worried. We only took away the meat dishes. Maybe he's left with vegetables. Does he think he can prepare a whole meal with just leaves for the test? That's so foolish. His eyes suddenly widened. At the door, Lao Ba Wan was pulling in a large cart. On top, there was clearly a big fish, more than a meter long. Kirill was stunned too. Tang, what's this? Tanglay nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's here. This is the main ingredient for my dish today. No way, Luo Ming blurted out. Elder 2 and Elder 6, though they didn't say anything, looked just as shocked. Lao Ba Wan snorted. What's impossible? Does Lieutenant Luo Ming know some secret? Anton's stern gaze also looked over. Luo Ming closed his mouth in frustration. If he said more, his earlier tricks might be exposed. Although he had gained some power in prison, now there was a distinguished guest, and Luo Ming didn't dare act presumptuously in front of him. He coldly said, So what if it's here? Almost half an hour has passed. If you don't prepare 4 dishes within 3 hours, you're out. Tanglay didn't care. He simply lifted the big fish. It had been washed yesterday, rinsed again today, and dried with a paper towel. Lao Ba Wan then pulled out a large iron pot, about a meter in diameter. Is this what you need? This is an old one, used back in the day when I was on the battlefield. When I was working and eating from big pots. Tanglay nodded. Don't worry, I won't disgrace it. Old Ba hesitated for a moment. Tanglay raised his hand, easily lifting the pot and placing it on the stove, making a dull sound. When he looked up again, he saw that the strange old man had also come over without him noticing. The old man silently looked at the pot, then at Tanglay, with a complex expression in his eyes. Tanglay first prepared the sweet and sour sauce, then rolled up his sleeves and smiled faintly. Old sir, watch this. As he spoke, the knife fell in sync with his words with a sharp thud, cleanly cutting off the fish's head. A fish head as big as a human head rolled to the side, then was scooped back by Tanglay, who cut the gill area and set it aside for later. Next, he made 2 cuts along the fish's chin, opening the belly carefully, avoiding the bones, and sliced the fish flesh flat all the way to the tail. When he lifted the knife, the neat, thick slices of fish meat fell away. This is a classic dish called squirrel fish, usually made with a fish weighing about 1 to 2 gene. This fish was too big. After some thought last night, Tanglay decided to cut deeper at the joints to ensure it cooked thoroughly when fried. After removing the fish meat, he turned the knife again to cut off the breastbone. Then, with swift, shining movements, he carefully removed all the bones from head to tail, almost too fast to see. Removing all the bones was the most important step. He first cut straight down, then sliced sideways, deep enough to reach the skin without breaking it, leaving a uniform diamond pattern on the fish. If someone had a ruler now, they would see that each of Tanglay's cuts was exactly the same in spacing and depth. Once the fish was prepared, the room fell silent. Only some pots still bubbling with oil could be heard, while everyone stared blankly at Tanglay at position 5, with only one thought in their minds. Is this person from the same world? Tanglay didn't care what these people were thinking. His full attention was on this squirrel fish. He put down the knife, sprinkled dry starch evenly over the whole fish, then lifted it and shook off the excess. The fish, cut into long diamond-shaped pieces, wobbled like waves. The large wok was already heated with oil. When the oil temperature was just right, Tanglay held the fish tail in one hand and a pair of tongs in the other, lifting the whole fish and placing it into the hot oil. Sizzle! A cheerful sound rang out. Just now, the neatly prepared fish meat started to sizzle in the hot oil. The fish strips fried up individually, and because the fish skin was intact, they didn't fall apart no matter how much they fried. It really looked like a squirrel's tail. At the same time, a fragrant aroma spread with the oil smell, making the group of chefs, who were still excited, turn their heads and look closely. The old man also looked stunned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. He saw a fluffy texture on a piece of fish. This skill tested both the oil temperature and knife work to the limit. It was truly amazing. Tanglay still didn't look up. This step was just the initial shaping. Once he confirmed the fish had the right curve, he let go and immersed the whole piece of fish into the oil to fry. When the meat turned light yellow, he took it out, waited until the oil was about 80% hot, then put it back in. After a second fry, the thin starch coating on the surface would become even crispier. This way, the fish would be crispy outside and tender inside. The timing of this step was very important, especially for such a large fish. If the heat was too low, it wouldn't cook properly. If too high, it would become tough. He couldn't turn it over randomly, as that might damage its shape. Tanglay focused intently on the pot. Unconsciously, the bubbling oil and splashes seemed to disappear. He could even see how the fish was changing shape, slowly curling. At the moment the tip turned golden, Tanglay suddenly forcefully lifted the entire fish out of the oil. Clatter, a perfect squirrel's tail. Bright, fluffy, with each strand clearly visible. How is this possible? The closest old man, Lao Lu, watched the whole process in a daze. As someone with professional training and a top chef certificate, he knew how terrifying this knife work and timing were. The more he understood, the more he was amazed. How could this be possible? Tanglay nodded with satisfaction at the fried fish and placed it on a large plate prepared in advance. They didn't have a plate big enough, so he used a large stainless steel tray from the cafeteria. The old man stared fixedly. Is it ready? Can we eat now? It looked like they were about to drool. Tanglay chuckled and said, just wait a little longer. He arranged the fish and the fish gills to look like a curled squirrel's tail, then poured out most of the oil from the big pot. Only a spoonful remains. Add chopped green onions and stir-fry until fragrant, then remove. Next, add minced garlic, pea flowers, peanuts, and other ingredients, and stir-fry. Pour in the sweet and sour sauce prepared earlier. Bring it to a boil over high heat. Tanglay scoops up a spoonful and quickly pours it over the arranged fish. Sizzle, the crispy fish immediately releases a strong, inviting aroma. The sauce drizzled over the fish is thick and fragrant. The whole fish turns a beautiful golden red, standing tall and eye-catching. Tanglay puts down his spoon and nods. Not bad. This is exactly the impressive presentation he wanted. He even has time to roll some leaves into wave shapes and place them under the fish, adding a touch of fun. With perfect color, aroma, and taste, this dish truly deserves to be called a banquet masterpiece. After finishing, Tanglay raises his head and suddenly realizes, oh, it seems that both the ward chief overseeing the assessment and the chefs are all watching him. Tanglay blinks and kindly reminds them, hey, check the pot. It's about to burn. Kirill is the first to lower his head, hurriedly scooping the contents out of the pot. Thanks for the reminder, buddy. Tanglay smiles and says, no problem. However, Kirill looks at his own dish, a smoked meat-flavored sardine pasta, and then at Tanglay's large, golden fish, and sighs with a bitter smile. Buddy, do you really need to compete with me? It's a clear to his confidence. The second ward's slightly bald old man snorts unhappily and quickly rescues his own pot. Unfortunately, his first dish was a brandy charcoal grilled beef steak. It was slightly overcooked, and the texture was far from perfect. To make matters worse, he was daydreaming at the most critical moment. Now busy and flustered, he still can't hide his dissatisfaction. Tanglay shrugs and looks at the old man whose eyes are wide with surprise. The first dish is ready. Should we serve it now? It'll get cold if we wait. Wait. The female chef from the fourth ward quickly protests. Mine is ready too. I should go first. She still has a bit of hope, knowing she can't beat Tanglay, and just hopes her main dish will be served before his. Otherwise, after tasting Tanglay's dish and then hers, the scores might be even worse. The others quickly realize this too and say, mine is ready too. Me first, me first. They started before Tanglay. If it weren't for Tanglay's impressive trick that made everyone dizzy, they would have finished much earlier. Tanglay casually said, "I don't mind." The old man nearby glared at him in displeasure, saying, "I care." He stared eagerly for a long time, but still couldn't get any food to his mouth. Tanglay helplessly comforted the old child. Very soon, very soon. Today I have plenty of fish. Later, I can make a few more dishes. What would you like to eat? The old man snorted and thought for a moment, saying, "Something small, just for fun." After all, the first dish, this bold squirrel fish, was quite large and looked good. He wasn't sure if he would still have energy to eat after trying it. Tanglay thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, no problem. They discussed here, while Luo Meng, with his yellow teeth, was almost biting through his gums. A few dishes were served one after another. Tanglay glanced at the time. The first hour was almost over. There were 2 more hours left, and 3 more dishes to prepare. He counted. The Kung Pao chicken was simple, tasty, and easy to eat, so he decided to make that next. Then, the old man's preferred small fish, which looked good and tasted good, but wouldn't fill him up, just fancy stuff. This was also common in his country's banquet menus. He decided to make peony fish slices. For the last dish, he chose fish head soup, which aids digestion, is nutritious, delicious, and perfect. After planning, he took out a few chicken thighs from the small cart and continued working. He didn't care at all about the attitudes of the wardens towards the first dish already on the table. The other chefs weren't as calm. Except for Cyril and Old Six, who remained relatively composed. Most of them were peeking and watching nervously. Meanwhile, 6 dishes were served in order. Except for Luo Meng, who was gritting his teeth, the others instinctively swallowed hard. Gosh, that last big fish was really too eye-catching. It was a true showstopper. Even Anton heard the warden from the 3rd ward softly gasp. Good heavens, is this a miracle? Luo Meng immediately shot him a cold glare. The warden from the 3rd ward closed his mouth. Anton snorted softly, feeling a bit proud. See, he's not the only one who thinks Tang's skills are divine. Look at how useless his colleagues are. He calmly arranged his fork and knife, ready for action. The first dish to come out was the crispy potato cheese pancake made by the 4 chefs. This female chef has been working in the cafeteria for 10 years. She uses a lot of potatoes and cheese, showing a strong national style. However, the dish is a bit dull. Several ward chiefs and old men tasted some and gave it a score of 7 out of 10, which is just okay. The 4th chef sighed in relief. Next was the 3rd chef, who made creamy mushroom chicken stew. But compared to the salty and flavorful dishes preferred by the people from the south, the Siberian stew had less salt and oil, relying more on the natural taste of the ingredients. Inside the chicken, there was also plenty of cheese. In cold Siberia, high-calorie foods like this help people survive faster, but the downside is they can become boring quickly. So, the 3rd chef, after the 4th, only got a score of 6. After 2 ordinary dishes, finally, a big one arrived. Kiril's pasta was served. The pasta looked colorful with red and yellow, and it looked good, but the smell and taste, well, there was no real aroma. When the tomato sauce and cheese crust were lifted, the smell of herring was overwhelming. The strong, foul odor bombarded all the ward chiefs, and even Anton felt a bit sorry for the prisoners in the 1st ward. Ramon's face darkened. Why bring this out? Just throw it away. The prisoner had to eat it. He wouldn't stand for this. The deputy was about to take away the plate when an old man, who had been casually picking at his food, suddenly spoke. Is this chef a child of the Kirill family? Ramon's face froze in anger. He hesitated and said, "Oh, yes, he is. But he's not interested in politics or military affairs. So over the years, he's just been an ordinary cook here," the old man said calmly. He smiled faintly. "It's not related to that. I just miss the old days when I enjoyed dishes with herring in them. The Kirill family's taste has been passed down through generations, unchanged for 100 years. Sometimes I feel helpless. No matter how much I punish the young man I know, he still hides canned herring." After saying this, the old man shook his head again. Old people tend to talk a lot. Don't mind me. Ramon's face turned ashen. How could he not mind? How could he forget? This Malin Kirill, a foolish and unambitious cook, coming from a famous military and political family. In this Siberian prison, there was once another Kirill. Lamont swallowed hard, realizing he had completely lost the idea of throwing this plate of food away. He could only force a nervous smile and say, "Ah, I didn't expect that. Well, you can try this flavor and see if it's still the same as back then." "Better not," the old man said cheerfully. "Memories are one thing, but I swore 30 years ago that anyone who makes me eat this stuff, I would smash their head." Lamont. He almost fainted from anger and angrily waved at his assistant. "What are you standing there for? Idiot. Hurry up and take it away." Because of the old man's words, no one dared to touch Kirill's plate of spaghetti. But no one dared to give a very low score either. They all gave him a solid 6 points. Looking at the herring pasta on the table, a few wardens sighed in relief and eagerly looked at the last 3 dishes. The second, the sixth, and Tanglay's. Lamont adjusted his stiff smile and introduced to the old man. "This dish was made by the chef from my subordinate ward. His skills are average, but it's still edible. Please try it." It was a plate of brandy beefsteak. The presentation looked very fancy, with caviar and black truffles as garnishes. The fourth warden praised, "Nice. When I was transferred a few years ago, I also visited a high-end Western restaurant in the capital. Now, it looks like this chef's skills are not inferior to those Michelin chefs. No wonder it's known as the best cafeteria." He praised enthusiastically, and Lamont smiled proudly. Anton silently cut a piece, tasted it, and frowned. Something's not right. Although this second cafeteria chef isn't as good as Tang, I've eaten his food before, and it shouldn't be this bad. Lamont was still eagerly watching the old man, trying to persuade him to try it. But after the old man cut a piece, took a bite, and put it down, he looked at Warder 4 with a strange expression. "Are you sure? This steak is overcooked, tough, and burnt. It's lost the essence of a good steak." "So, you went to a fake Michelin restaurant back then?" Lamont couldn't believe it. "How is this possible?" he asked. He had brought the best ingredients, tested repeatedly by the second chef. He even took a bite himself, and then he was speechless. What was going on? Lamont didn't know that while frying the steak, the second chef was suddenly overwhelmed by Tanglay's skillful move. He couldn't understand how much that technique could hurt a competing chef. In short, he was overwhelmed. Naturally, the steak was ruined. Anton sneered and said bluntly, 5 points. The extra point goes to the ingredients. Such a waste. The other 2 looked awkwardly at Lamont, giving a score of 6, full of face-saving. The elder, as a guest, didn't give a score, but his old eyes saw all the undercurrents at the table. He raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Lamont clenched his teeth and looked at the next dish. "Ah, and this young chef who is about to compete also has talent. Look at this Arctic shrimp. Only Siberia has it, and in the capital, it's hard to find such good ones," he tried to praise. The large shrimp, carefully sliced on ice, was quite good, but it was too close to Tanglay's fish. Fresh cold dishes are usually mild in flavor, and compared to the squirrel fish, it had no aroma, no color, nothing special. Both Anton and the elder focused on the squirrel fish, casually picking at it. Okay, passable." Lamont's effort was wasted on that comment. His heart sank, and he waved dismissively. Finally, the squirrel fish was served. The elder took the first bite. As soon as he tasted the fish, his old eyes suddenly widened. Lamont waited anxiously for a few seconds. Seeing no reaction or praise from the elder, he let out a breath of relief. He pretended to be modest. "How is it? If it's not good, we can remove it. I will teach this overconfident chef." But he couldn't finish his words. Suddenly, the calm elder moved with lightning speed. Lamont didn't see clearly, and another large piece of fish was already in his mouth. Lamont froze. Is this the speed an elderly person should have? Anton, realizing what was happening, quickly joined in. Anton cut off a large piece of fish with a silver knife and fork and put it into his mouth. From the first bite, Anton shivered. A strong sweet and sour flavor filled his mouth, like tomatoes but sharper. Just touching his tongue, he couldn't help but salivate. He gently bit down. Crunch. Anton almost heard the crispy, toasted crust breaking on the surface of the fish. Then, a little bit of juice flowed out, along with tender fish that crumbled easily, full of fresh flavor. The outside was crispy, the inside tender, and the different textures blended perfectly. Anton couldn't wait to take another bite. The tender fish almost melted in his mouth and was swallowed quickly. But the thin layer of fish-flavored batter, after chewing, became more and more fragrant. After a few bites, Anton's eyes widened as he kept stuffing more into his mouth. What about the evaluation? Comments? Scoring? What are those things? Even though the fish weighed about 40 pounds, more than enough for 2 people, Anton and the old man still moved quickly, each with a fork, eating bite after bite, as if afraid it would run out. The other 3 people stared blankly at them. The third ward chief hesitated, saying, "Should we try some too?" Roman immediately glared at him fiercely, full of warning. They had already agreed not to eat Tanglay's food and to give him a 0 score, so he would leave. "You dare to betray us?" The third ward chief didn't dare, but he didn't want to turn away either. So in the end, he could only watch as the fish was taken away like bandits, with the most delicious fish belly gone. The old man was quick and took the fish meat first, proudly saying, "Kid, you're still a bit inexperienced." Anton silently took a piece from the side and silently put it in his mouth. The fish skin was fried until translucent, almost crystal clear, coated with thick, tempting sauce. One bite, full of crispy, fragrant crunch. Could this really be fish skin? The old man and Anton looked at each other, and both reached for their knives and forks again. While they enjoyed their food, the other 3 stared in shock. The third ward chief finally couldn't hold back. "Maybe we should try a bite too, or else we can't really score, right?" The head of the third inspection immediately agreed, saying, "Yes, we need fairness and justice." He kept signaling to Roman with his eyes, indicating that the elders present might find this situation embarrassing. "Big brother, this isn't going to look good." Roman's face turned pale with anger. "Do you not want to look bad? You all just want to eat. How shameless." The head of the 4th inspection zone pretended not to see his gaze. He cut a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, saying, "I'll just try a little." Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened in surprise. He silently took another forkful. The head of the 3rd inspection zone looked uneasy. "Lieutenant, you know me. I really just want fairness. No matter what flavor his food has, I won't be swayed." As he spoke, he took a bite too. He was immediately stunned and couldn't speak anymore. He also started to eat. Roman's face was cold. "Did you taste something unusual?" The 3rd inspection zone head exclaimed. "Wow, it smells so good." Roman gasped in disbelief. "Are you all poisoned?" We agreed not to be traitors. We must stay firm. The 3rd inspection zone head awkwardly smiled. "Don't worry, Lieutenant. We still stand by our principles. It's just, let's finish eating first. Once they've eaten enough, he will definitely give a low score again." But suddenly, the 3rd inspection zone head had a new idea. If this cook really gets kicked out, then he won't be able to eat his food anymore. Maybe he should invest in opening a small restaurant nearby, right at his doorstep. The 3rd inspection zone head was lost in thought. Roman was furious. "You all are desperately eating now, and later you'll give him a 0 score? Do you think the elders here are blind or fools? This elder has always been fair and strict, and this time he's even carrying an inspection order, coming to check on them. If he finds out about their sneaky plans." Roman clenched his teeth and picked up his knife and fork. If the 3 of them refuse to eat, it might be because they dislike the taste. But if only he refuses, it looks too suspicious. But just before he put the food in his mouth, he hesitated. "Senior, do you think this fish is better than that rare frozen shrimp? This ordinary ingredient really doesn't match your status." The old man enjoyed his meal, just setting down his utensils to rest. Hearing this, he turned around with a displeased look. "Do you think a 1-meter-long fish from Belga Lake is very common? He wants to buy it, but that brat still won't sell. Does he understand how hard it is to catch a wild fish that long?" The old man thought about Tanglay's catch that day and the lost treasured fishing rod. His heart ached. Seeing Luo Meng approaching eagerly, his face looked unfriendly. Luo Meng was surprised, not sure what he had done to offend this big shot again. No, it's just that fish is quite common and easy to catch." The old man's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Luo Meng didn't realize he was flattering too much and was about to explain how valuable the frozen shrimp he brought was. Suddenly, Anton sneered, "I don't think you want to eat it anyway." "Well, this fish tastes so good, and it was cooked by the chef from my prison district. Maybe I should pack it to take home and share with my colleagues." The fish weighs over 40 gene, about 20 kilograms. After removing the bones, it's still around 30. "A few of us can't finish it all." "That's good," the old man said slowly, rubbing his stomach. It's been on the table for a while, and we've eaten enough. The leftovers probably aren't of interest to anyone. Take it back and share it. It's not a waste. When the leaders of Districts 3 and 4 heard this, they quickly cut off a few more pieces. Anton waved his hand, signaling the deputy to come and clean up. The deputy had already been drooling nearby. When he heard this, his eyes lit up with excitement. He hurried over to cut, pack, and even gave Anton a look that said, "You are the best boss in the world." The leaders of Districts 3 and 4 hurried to take a couple of bites, too busy to exchange meaningful glances with Luo Meng. Within 2 minutes, Anton's deputy had skillfully cut and packed the big fish. Even the sauce was scraped clean, very military style. Luo Meng held his knife and fork but didn't eat anything. When he saw the plates of the District 3 leader, he suddenly, almost instinctively, reached out and took one. "I want to try too, so I can see how bad it tastes." The District 3 leader was angry but couldn't say anything. He could only say, "Then, just take a bite and give it back to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he watched helplessly as Luo Meng took a bite, then kept eating, stuffing more into his mouth, and silently covered his eyes. Oh no, it looks like he won't get it back. But overall, Luo Meng's mind was quite strong. After quickly finishing the food prepared by the third prison supervisor, he wiped his mouth and returned to his indifferent attitude. "Just barely acceptable, not really to my taste. I still think the Arctic frozen shrimp is better." When it was time to score, everyone looked at each other in confusion. What flavor was that frozen shrimp supposed to have? Frozen shrimp? Had they ever eaten it? They all chewed their lips, and only the taste of sweet, sour, and fresh fish remained in their mouths. But they still had to give a score. The third and fourth prison supervisors observed carefully and gave a 7, trying to praise blindly. "Wow, this frozen shrimp is truly top quality, coming from the Arctic Ocean. Anton, using such good ingredients, but still not better than a perch from elsewhere, huh?" The fourth prison supervisor. "The presentation is also very interesting, elegant, and artistic. Anton, this is a prison, not a Michelin 3-star restaurant. If you're here to do art, are you out of your mind?" The old man slowly wiped his hands and asked, "Is it rare?" He often ate such things. He was already tired of it. The third and fourth supervisors. How could they forget? This person's status was different from theirs. What they considered rare and elegant meant nothing to him. "All right, everyone," Roman said gloomily. "It's time to score the dishes from the 5th district chef. I think it only deserves a 4. The taste is okay, but clearly, this is a dish from Daxia, not suitable for our purebred warrior nation." Anton hadn't spoken yet when the old man, casually picking his teeth, chuckled. "Kid, I'm also mixed blood. Are you saying I don't deserve it either?" No. Roman broke out in cold sweat again. How did he not know this officer had mixed heritage? Anton was also surprised and quietly asked, "Are you really?" He had never heard about it. The old man smiled and lowered his voice, just teasing him. "Fool, Anton." He shouldn't have asked. Because of this shocking moment, the 3rd and 4th district supervisors exchanged glances and still gave a mediocre score of 6. Adding Anton's perfect 10, the overall score was just over 6. In this round, the lowest score was surprisingly from the unlucky person in the 4th district. The 4th district prison warden frowned. If the chef from Zone 4 is replaced, Roman's control over him will be even stronger. This person is sneaky and cunning, eager to drain all the resources from the prison to support himself as a local tyrant, even treating his own people badly. He only aligns with certain groups, but doesn't want to lose the entire zone to Roman. The 4th prison warden subtly glanced at Anton, hoping for a hint. But Anton and the old man were both focused intently on the stove. Are they trying to figure out how to get rid of Lao Lu? The 4th warden also pondered deeply. But if Anton knew what was really on his mind, he would definitely roll his eyes. They were just waiting for the next dish, nothing more. A few minutes later, the second dish was served one after another. This time, Tanglay relaxed a bit and cooked a kung pao chicken, a dish well loved abroad. It was also the only dish Tanglay knew, a simple home-cooked meal that became a banquet dish because many foreigners liked it. It brought honor to their family. Kung pao chicken comes from Sichuan cuisine, but its flavor isn't mainly spicy. Tanglay made a more traditional version, using diced chicken thighs stir-fried with garlic and scallions to bring out the aroma. Since Bella didn't bring chili peppers, Tanglay used more black pepper and a slightly sour sauce. The chicken was tender and juicy, with a strong aroma from the scallion oil that once again overshadowed the other chef's dishes. When Tanglay made this dish, he felt uncomfortable all over. He kept thinking that if Bella didn't bring chili peppers again, he might as well grow his own. There are so many delicious Sichuan dishes. Black pepper is just a small thing. But for those born in a food desert, where the diet is mainly plain salty and sweet flavors, this dish was incredibly delicious. If the earlier squirrel fish was a feast for the senses and eyes, this plate of kung pao chicken was like a fiery beauty appearing after a loyal wife. Sweet and sour, with just the right amount of spiciness, stimulating the stomach and intestines, making people sweat at the nose, and bringing a bit of warmth to cold Siberia. Even the old man couldn't help but eat a few more bites. As for the other prison wardens, they were already instinctively rubbing their stomachs. Roman was genuinely a bit hungry, while the others were full. Compared to Anton and the others who had their stomachs full, Roman's face darkened a bit. They had only just served 2 dishes. But was there really a need to score? Just by looking at how much food was eaten, the difference was obvious. The other chefs, even Kirill from the cafeteria, who didn't add herring this time, made good garlic beef flatbreads. Even the chefs from cafeteria 3 and 4, who usually used too much cheese, switched to making potato lasagna and bacon-baked onion rings. And cafeteria 26 still served top-quality ingredients with beef roast, garlic lobster, and the cooking was perfect this time. The fastest to be eaten was still the simple-looking kung pao chicken in Roman's eyes. Anton's deputy officer stared intently at the kung pao chicken, ready to pack some up, and gave Roman a hopeful look. "You're not going to eat it, right? Please don't. Stick to your principles." Roman was furious, swallowing hard, and angrily gave a score of 4 again. He would jump off the top of the prison rather than eat a single bite of the dishes from the summer pig. Unfortunately, there weren't many dishes, and although Roman held firm to his precious stance, the deputy's hopes were dashed. When the deputy went to serve the 3rd dish, he even hinted to Tanglay, "Can you make more? There's not enough to go around." Tanglay smiled apologetically. "You mean the kung pao chicken?" "Sorry, not enough ingredients." He only had 2 or 3 chicken legs, which Bella had barely managed to pull out. And he thought the assessment was just tasting a bite, not that everyone would really finish everything. He also called out to the deputy, "Brother, how's that fish? If you haven't finished it, let me take it back. I still need to cook for the prisoners in my area." As soon as he finished speaking, Tanglay saw the tall deputy's eyes suddenly turn very resentful. "We prison guards are also from Zone 5. Tanglay was confused. "Huh? Yes, what's wrong? So you can pack the fish for us. We're not going to waste it." The deputy felt a wave of bitterness inside. They never thought they'd end up fighting prisoners for food. Tanglay cleared his throat. "Well, I thought you said you didn't like coming to Cafeteria 5. Initially, the 5th cafeteria only had frozen fish, but the prison guards never came there. Until now, only Radolf and Anton have visited, and no other guards have been there." The deputy officer looked at him expectantly. "Can we go and get an extra window?" "Don't go with the prisoners." Tanglay shook his head. "That's not possible. There isn't enough space, and it's not appropriate. Just queue up with them, and you can also help keep order. There are still few people coming to his cafeteria to eat." Tanglay was a bit worried. If more people come later, many of them carry multiple lives, and even if they fight, they won't hurt him. It wouldn't be good if they knocked over the food either. Seeing his firm refusal, the deputy officer could only look disappointed again. "Then, you go ahead. I'll wait for the 3rd dish." "Okay." Tanglay smiled. "For this dish, I want to make peony fish slices." The guy next to him, who was busy slicing fish, was actually a relative of Roman. He was the 6th chef supposed to be stationed here under Roman's supervision. Tanglay affectionately called him Lao Lu. But Lao Lu was not feeling friendly at the moment. He stopped cutting the fish coldly and looked at Tanglay with hostility. "You're a daxiao person. No matter how clever you are, you can't beat my pure skill. Don't try to disturb me." Tanglay scratched his head. "Oh, I was just giving friendly advice." He was about to prepare the fish slices, which might be different from sashimi in method. But in terms of flavor, this lively and fragrant dish was, in Tanglay's opinion, a raw fish. Seeing Lao Lu ignore the advice, Tanglay shook his head regretfully. "Don't cry later." He wiped his knife and thought about how to make peony fish slices. This dish also comes from Sichuan cuisine. Interestingly, Sichuan food is famous for its spiciness, but the top-tier dishes are actually not spicy. They are also hard for ordinary people to taste. He chose this dish partly because of the old man's request, and partly because it's less complicated than squirrel fish. It doesn't require a specific type of fish. Tanglay picked up a white salmon from the cart and waved to Lao Ba Wan, the helper cook. Go help me get some ice cubes. This is a very important step to remove the fishy smell. Luckily, in Siberia, ice is everywhere. When Lao Ba Wan brought the ice, Tanglay had already peeled and deboned the white salmon, removed the fish bones, and sliced it into thin pieces. Each slice was only 3 millimeters thick. When held up to the light, it was almost transparent, with a pinkish-white color. Next, he put the slices into ice water, added salt, green onion, and a little wine, and let them marinate briefly to enhance flavor and remove the fishy smell. The ice-cold fish slices became more tender and firm. Then, Tanglay took a stick, coated both sides of the fish slices with starch, and started pounding and kneading them repeatedly, shaping them into fan shapes. Finished, Tanglay touched his chin, then took out a pair of scissors to trim. His hands were very skillful. With a few snips, the fan-shaped fish slices gained delicate folds and small cuts. If not for the color, they almost looked like real flower petals. After trimming, he fried them in hot oil until golden yellow. He had just fried 2 pieces when Tanglay suddenly looked up and scanned the surroundings. He caught a few people quickly pretending to be calm, whom the chefs next door were drooling with envy. Tanglay grinned and continued frying his fish slices. The key to this step is the right heat, which affects the texture of the fish slices. Honestly, this dish has a very light flavor, mainly the fresh taste of the fish itself. But the crispy outside and tender inside, along with its beautiful appearance, make it presentable. When the golden flower petals fully bloom in the oil, Tanglay scooped them out and placed a dollop of mashed potatoes in the center. Then, in order from small to large, he stuck the fish slices onto the mashed potatoes. After a few minutes, nothing on the plate looked like fish anymore. Only a few gorgeous golden flowers remained steadily on the plate. Tanglay stretched lazily. All done, serve it. Suddenly, there was a loud thud nearby. Tanglay turned his head and chuckled. I told you not to do that. He saw Lao Lu looking at his finished dish, then at the carefully designed, artistically arranged raw salmon. He suddenly stabbed his knife into the cutting board, completely stunned. It's not scary to bump into dishes. Everyone feels awkward when they don't eat each other's food. The third dish was served, but the old man and Anton had already lost interest and didn't even bother to taste the previous dishes. They were just waiting for Tanglay. Luo Meng tried to persuade him. Look at this Arctic abalone. It's so big, it's hard to find one like this. The old man looked at it and said, that can't be eaten either. It's a pity, but I want to leave some space for Tang's dish. Luo Meng said, look at this salmon. The skill with the knife is amazing. The chef participating in the competition is trained by top chefs in the capital. These elegant techniques are something ordinary people can't learn in a lifetime. He almost directly mentioned Tanglay. But Anton honestly said, I think Tang's flower dish looks better than that elegant one. Forget about art. He couldn't understand it. But the beauty of the flower was obvious at a glance. Especially in Siberia, where fresh flowers are hard to find. Luo Meng gritted his teeth in anger. You, a rough man who doesn't understand art. While he was speaking, Anton finally got a chance to taste Tanglay's fish slices. He immediately shared one with the old man, and they started eating. The fish slices had been pounded, with no bones or fishy smell, only tender and fresh, paired with a thin, crispy crust. It was salty, fragrant, delicious, and visually stunning. The only downside was that there were too few slices. When it was served, out of respect, the old man was the first to take a piece unexpectedly. The rest of the flower dish was quickly snatched up. The old man ate happily, lost in thought. This dish is very suitable for a banquet. Anton nodded repeatedly. He had already decided that when Tang agreed to host a gathering, he must include this peony fish slice. As for Old Six's elegant, artistic sashimi dish, no one mentioned it anymore. When it was time to score, the leaders of Zones 3 and 4 felt uneasy. On one side was Luo Meng, cold and intimidating, still having not grabbed any fish slices. On the other side was the inscrutable old man. In front of them were empty plates and two beautifully prepared seafood dishes by Chef Lioli, which were gradually ignored. The leaders of Zones 3 and 4 hesitated, giving all three a score of 6 out of 10. Luo Meng frowned. If this continues, he won't be able to widen the gap and kick out this outsider from the summer region. The one most likely to be kicked out would be from Zone 3 or 4. Tanglay didn't have time to care about this. He was already preparing to cook the final fish soup. Suddenly, a notification sound popped up in his mind. Report, report. A special person has been detected within the range with initial intentions. This person is very important. Please proceed with caution, host. Tanglay was startled by the notification sound and paused for a few seconds to think while chopping fish heads. Last time, there was a special person and a task to expand connections, which Anton asked him to host privately. Now it seems another big shot is looking for him again. Tanglay casually glanced at the prison wardens, thinking that the system had specifically indicated something very important this time. Could it be that old man? After all, everyone else was on the same level as Anton. Speaking of the wardens, Tanglay looked again at the system and saw that 5 new diners had been added to the secondary main task. These people, including Roman, none of them were left out. Tanglay thought Roman would refuse to eat at all, but this was the result. He didn't take these people's delicious reactions seriously and focused on continuing to prepare the fish head. Suddenly, Roman stood up and stopped him. Chef of District 5, are you still planning to use fish for your last dish? No, that's not allowed. You've already used too much fish today. This isn't good for the health of the cafeteria. You must change the ingredient immediately. The cafeteria's health? The other 3 wardens rolled their eyes silently. Roman was eager to feed the prisoners pig food to save costs, and now he was pretending to be a big shot. Tanglay seriously thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense, but you didn't say that at the beginning. Roman's triangular eyes looked at him coldly. I think that's basic knowledge for every chef, isn't it? Anton frowned. For other chefs, that was true. Changing ingredients was simple. All the chefs present had chicken, duck, eggs, or fish. Except for Tanglay. He really only had fish. He had to scrape together a few chicken legs and use them. Anton suspected Roman was scheming, knowing about Tanglay's ingredient shortage, and now he was furious. Roman, I remember you said the assessment should be fair and just. What's unfair about that? Roman shrugged. Aren't the other chefs also using different ingredients? Anton wanted to say more, but Tanglay spoke first. Fine, no problem. It's just the last soup anyway. Roman looked at the few remaining ingredients on Tanglay's cutting board and smiled confidently. You see, he agreed himself. Anton frowned and looked at Tanglay with disapproval, but saw him already squatting down, searching around. Soon, he found a white, completely unfamiliar object. Tanglay touched the tofu in his hand and smiled softly. Very good. This was one of the items on Bella's list, and she really found it. Maybe because the people here don't know how to eat it. This piece of tofu was left in the corner of the supermarket's cold storage and wasn't cared for by Roman's people. But to Tanglay, this thing was a precious treasure. He glanced at Lao Lu nearby. Brother, your knife skills are pretty good. Lao Lu puffed out his chest and looked straight ahead. Compliments won't help. I learned from Master Arjum. Your kind of chef without a proper teacher can't compare. Tanglay touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Buddy, you misunderstood. I just wanted to give you a friendly reminder. Suddenly, Lao Lu's kitchen knife cut deeply into the chopping board again, slicing through the carefully prepared squid tentacles. He looked at Tanglay cautiously. You sneaky outsider, what are you trying to do now? Tanglay grinned. Isn't it inspired by you? I just want to play with knife skills to relax. After all, you're also a student of that Master Arjum. Don't say I bullied you later. How can you be a chef and not know Master Arjum? Lao Lu exclaimed angrily. But he saw Tanglay had already turned away and was busy working again. He started the pot, added water, ham strips, salt, and other seasonings, then simmered on low heat. Next, he arranged the white, soft object, made a few cuts with his knife, and dipped it in water. Lao Lu, curious, tilted his head slightly, just wanting to take a quick look. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of a sharp, rapid knife hitting the cutting board echoed continuously. Such speed with a knife. But under such quick cuts, the tofu was cut very slowly. Lao Lu stared intently at where the knife was slicing, frowning. What is this? Sauce. It looked like a normally shaped piece, but now it had turned into a paste. So, it was minced sauce, Lao Lu thought with some disdain. If this is what they call knife skills, then the cooking skills of this great summer are very basic. Any child in the fighting nation who can handle a knife can do better. He disdainfully lowered his head and continued preparing his eel. For the final dish, he planned to make a grilled eel rice, a dish from the cherry blossom country, improved by his teacher. The difficulty and beauty of this dish lie in how to kill the eel. A top chef only needs 3 cuts to kill an eel. Eels prepared this way are boneless and leave no knife marks, making the presentation look neat and attractive. The earlier dishes used rare ingredients but didn't attract much attention. Roman's deputy quietly hinted at this. That old man is of high status and may not care much for expensive ingredients. He seems more interested in simple, home-style dishes. While he was focused, he didn't notice Tanglay had already prepared the soup and scooped up some sauce. After pouring hot water over it, Tanglay used cornstarch to thicken the soup, then poured the tofu sauce into the boiling broth. He slowly stirred with the back of a spoon in circles. As the water moved, the sauce spread out gradually. Thin threads appeared, clearly visible. They were fine strands of tofu, even thinner than hair. This is the famous Hwaiyang dish of the Great Summer, Wensi tofu. The tofu strands spun in the clear soup, gradually blending evenly, like a chrysanthemum made of thousands of threads. Tanglay nodded, somewhat satisfied. But this dish was a bit tricky. To avoid breaking the tofu strands, he served portions himself to the wardens and the old man. This was the first dish Tanglay finished early. He looked at the time. It's a little past 10, not yet 11. He thought he still had time to go back to the cafeteria and cook a big pot of rice. The others weren't so calm. The last dish's score might depend on this moment. Besides Kirill, who seemed eager to discuss the smell and taste of the dish, the others were still serious, busy at their stoves, thinking about how to improve further. Tanglay waited a little while, seeing no one was eager to serve first, so he took a plate and served the others. He explained casually, "This dish is quite mild, good for clearing the stomach, mainly for fun." Roman's face darkened. "Fun? Is there anything good to watch? Your attitude suggests you're not serious." The old man suddenly interrupted him. "Did you cut this?" He had been examining carefully and tasting again, finally recognizing that the fine strands were actually chopped ingredients. Even more impressive, each strand was so thin yet not sticky at all. Tanglay smiled and said, "Yes." The old man also smiled and said, "I heard the person next to you has good knife skills, but from the fish slices and seafood the old man just brought out, and how he was now carefully cleaning the fish, the old man suddenly doubted whether Tanglay could cut such thick slices if he doubled the thickness." He suddenly understood what fun meant. Tanglay grinned and said, "I really warned you kindly. Poor old Six was just unlucky." That Luo Ming also realized belatedly how terrifying the seemingly ordinary soup in the bowl actually was. No way. With such thickness, no one could cut that. Did you cheat with a machine? How could there be such perfect knife skills? The pieces floated in the soup, so fine that they were hard to see with the eye. Could a knife do that? Tanglay shrugged and asked, "Want me to cut some for you, Liv?" He didn't mind, just worried Luo Ming's confidence would break even more. The old man calmly said, "No need. Even machines might not be able to cut that thin. In fact, even today, with advanced technology, many precise instruments and engineering still require manual operation. The hands and experience of top engineers are more reliable than the most accurate calculations. And today, Tanglay's bowl of Wensi tofu isn't something machines can easily replicate either." The old man squinted and scooped a spoonful of soup, tasting it. The tofu strands were so fine that they almost had no texture, but the aroma of ham was fully infused. With one bite, the blandness of the tofu was gone, replaced by smoothness, softness, and a rich, fresh flavor. The old man swallowed and sighed. "I've heard that Daxia is a country of great cuisine, with cooking skills as unpredictable as their martial arts. Today, I see it's well-deserved, whether it's the colorful, luxurious squirrel fish, the spicy, sweet and sour kung pao chicken, or the exquisite peony fish slices and Wensi tofu soup." The old man only thought of one word. Remarkable skill. Honestly, I haven't seen such dishes at any formal banquet. Tanglay grinned, thinking to himself, how could an ordinary banquet have such food? This is a national banquet dish. Next to him, Luo Meng's eyes widened. He knew a bit about the old man's identity. Could the so-called formal banquet be? Luo Meng's vision blurred. He realized it was difficult to force Tanglay out now. Then, the dishes brought out by several chefs confirmed Luo Meng's uneasy feeling. Kirill presented a classic dessert from their homeland, apple pie. As long as he kept his composure and didn't drop the herring, his cooking was quite good. The dessert was baked to a golden color. When cut, the softened apples mixed with syrup flowed out, smelling sweet and tempting. 3 or 4 head chefs served mushroom cheese thick soup and potato layered pie. They were standard dishes. Chef Lu brought out baked crab legs with cheese and butter and eel rice. But, unfortunately, their stomachs were already full from Tanglay's last bowl of soup, and they couldn't eat more. They could only judge by smell and taste. Luo Meng quietly glanced at the 3 or 4 wardens nearby, his eyes fierce. Using skills or competitions wouldn't work, so he decided to use the rules. He was a newcomer from the summer region, with no relatives or friends here. No matter how talented he was, if he, as the acting warden, insisted he was unsuitable, a vote could be cast against him. The old man wouldn't participate, so with 3 votes for Ndong and 1 against, Luo Meng had the advantage. His gaze grew more determined. But suddenly, he noticed that the eyes of the wardens were shifting nervously. They understood Luo Meng's intention, but they had their own reasons. The old man had just praised this person's cooking, yet they gave low scores. Wasn't that embarrassing the leader? And the leader was even older than Luo Meng. Luo Meng was sharp and quickly understood. He sneered silently. Feigning politeness, he said, "These chefs are quite good, but unfortunately, Majorin is unwilling to expand. There's only so much space. Today, one person has to leave." Who scored the lowest earlier? The leaders of sections 3 and 4 immediately straightened their faces, dropping their indifferent expressions. Roman was clearly issuing a warning. Earlier, they had all shown respect by giving Roman's 2 chefs good scores. Kirill wouldn't make mistakes, and his scores wouldn't be low. Plus, his surname meant he couldn't be dismissed today. Compared to these troublemakers, the chefs from sections 3 and 4 seemed a bit dull. If they didn't send Tanglay away today, one of the chefs from section 3 or 4 would be the one to leave. Choosing between keeping a trusted ally of Roman or dismissing a chef from another section, that choice was obvious. The section 3 and 4 wardens exchanged a secret look and agreed silently. What a pity, but there's nothing we can do. Yes, some dishes are good, but they don't suit our prison. Maybe moving to a different place would be better. While talking, they subtly signaled to Tanglay with their eyes, implying, "You should leave now, don't go too far. Come open a restaurant at my place. I'll invest in you." They didn't want to offend such a talented cook completely. After serving the soup, Tanglay had nothing else to do, so he sat quietly nearby, pretending to relax. Seeing their hints, he couldn't help but feel speechless. How should I put it? They had their own stance, but it wasn't much. Each of them was thinking quite optimistically. Just then, the old man, who had been quietly savoring and finally finished his tofu soup, raised his head and interrupted. "What do you mean limited positions?" "Roman, deputy warden, I don't remember Siberian prison having a recent proposal to change the chefs." Roman carefully replied, "Well, our section's inmate population has increased a lot. One dining hall isn't enough, so I suggested building another." But Major Anton strongly disagreed, saying it would waste resources. "So, I can only have those who are most suitable compete for the position." "Oh, so that's why you're doing this assessment?" The old man wiped his mouth. Tanglay glanced at his belly, feeling helpless. It seemed this old man was just here to eat a meal, not even knowing why. "I honestly don't know," the old man shrugged. "If I knew, I wouldn't bother with a competition. I think the current chefs are pretty good. As for that number 6 and the chef from section 2, they should be replaced even more." Roman's face suddenly darkened. "But their cooking skills are not a problem." The old man smiled faintly. "Warden Romand, I am curious. Is it because your cafeteria isn't enough that you usually let them cook with such ingredients?" He pointed to the luxurious seafood on the table. Romand dared not admit it. He quickly said, No, this is probably their way of showing respect to you. Choosing these ingredients specially, really?" the old man said calmly. I see they are quite skilled when handling these ingredients. Elegant, artistic ways of eating? Don't forget, these chefs work in the cafeteria here, facing thousands of prisoners, not preparing expensive ingredients for private chefs. Moreover, the old man snorted again, using such costly ingredients. Yet no one makes anything as tasty as simple, ordinary food. Tanglay chuckled nearby. This old man is really good at stirring trouble and playing mind games. My suggestion is to tell the two of them, 6 and 2, to get lost and just merge the second prison zone into the 5th cafeteria. Anton spoke at the right moment. The 5th zone is happy to help colleagues. Just transfer the subsidies to the 5th zone. Anton fake smiled at Romand. If you think there are too many prisoners and the cafeteria can't handle it, just give it to the 5th zone. We're colleagues. I can share this burden for you. These prisoners are supposed to work hard, and he doesn't mind the extra. Romand's face turned pale. He thought he had the advantage. Suddenly, this old guy appeared out of nowhere and sided with this outsider from Dacia. Has he been bought with a meal? Romand made a last desperate attempt. But your 5th cafeteria simply can't handle so many people. I've been there myself. They all say there's no food to eat when they come back. He remembered what his lover Yelena had told him before. He cursed her silently in his mind, planning to punish her severely, then said, "The prisoners in the 5th zone say their food is so bad, even dogs won't eat it." The old man frowned. "What? I ate it. And you want to say I am worse than a dog?" Romand froze. No. How could that happen? He just realized the ambiguity of his previous words. Usually quick-witted and sarcastic, his mouth moved for a long time, but he couldn't speak clearly. Onlookers chuckled. Ha. The old man turned to glare at him. "And you? What are you laughing at?" "No food." "What's going on?" Tanglay shrugged innocently. "I didn't want to either. The kitchen tools in the 5th canteen are too few, and they're all big eaters, each having 3 or 4 servings. I'm trying to ask for more kitchen supplies, but I have no power to do so. But the acting prison director said the prison has no money, so it can't be approved." "Yeah," and Dong added, "if we could supply normal life in Area 5, we wouldn't need to do this assessment." Romand, the acting director, promised me that if the 5th canteen ranks first, the funds for the 2nd canteen will be transferred to Area 5. Romand's face turned pale. He had indeed promised that. But how could he believe this crazy Daxian could really win first place? He couldn't accept it. He would never admit to this money. Just as he was about to deny it, he saw the old man frown. "What are you joking about? There's no money here." He looked at the expensive seafood and snorted coldly. "No wonder. I see that the ingredients in the 2nd canteen are already overflowing. If that's not enough, then just take all the funds from the 2nd canteen, as you suggested, Lieutenant Romand, and expand the 5th canteen. My deputy will handle this." Romand's face went pale. No. This wasn't small change. It was his hard-earned savings over the years. He had secretly diverted some funds over the years, and if he did this, he would be finished. Romand. "Actually, I didn't say that." The old man cut him off coldly. "Maybe if you take fewer subsidies, the 2nd canteen will learn how to cook better." Romand was shaken by the coldness in the old man's words and fell silent. He had thought he was in the lead, about to get rid of the Daxian pig. But now it turned out he was the one losing face and losing money. How could he accept that? The second chef couldn't accept it either and quickly said, No. The current subsidies barely cover the meals in Area 2. We have many people in our 2nd zone. You're not so many now, the old man said calmly. Here's what we'll do. 30% of the prisoners from the 2nd zone will be moved to the 5th zone. And, as for the head chef of the 2nd kitchen, since you can't cook, besides helping expand the 5th kitchen with your allowance, you should also do odd jobs for the 5th kitchen chef in your free time. Boom. Everyone present was almost stunned. What kind of job is doing odd jobs? Letting a head chef, who is more experienced and famous than Tanglay, do chores for a young newcomer. It's like slapping someone in the face, just to make it more embarrassing. The 2nd kitchen head chef never expected that his explanation would not only cost money, but also cause shame. Luo Meng's face turned as dark as if he'd eaten something terrible, but he didn't dare say another word now. If he spoke again, the old man might casually check past records, and he would be finished. The 3rd and 4th zones looked serious. When prisoners are moved, their supplies will also need to change. The strength of the fifth zone will need to be reassessed. The only ones probably feeling the most relaxed were Anton and Tanglay. Anton did nothing but enjoy a meal and got a promotion and raise. Tanglay didn't expect that he only wanted some kitchen tools, but now the entire fifth kitchen could be expanded. What a wise old man. Tanglay chuckled happily. Well said. Old man, you're truly wise. When you come to the fifth kitchen, I'll always be ready to host you. The old man nodded slightly, then turned to the second chef. Do you have any objections? Then you don't need to do this anymore. Let that old six do the chores. Finally, the second kitchen head chef couldn't hold back. What right do you have to decide? My appointment and dismissal also need the zone chief's approval. As soon as he said that, Luo Meng shouted, "Shut up," but it was too late. The old man casually took out a small notebook from his pocket and slapped it on the table. On it, a solemn large character was clearly visible. Issued by the National Military Committee, Siberian Prison Inspection Order. The second kitchen head chef's legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. It was an inspection. Tanglay also quickly searched the official system for the bear's rank and learned that the so-called inspection is a short-term position appointed by the highest military commission nationwide. The candidates are usually high-ranking military officers. During the appointment, the inspection of local institutions established by the state was under the highest authority to take action if any illegal activities were found. Tanglay nodded to himself, realizing that this was similar to an imperial envoy. He thought, first act, then report. Royal permission. He didn't expect that the old man was also a military officer. But then again, at his age, he was still energetic enough to fish in the freezing cold. His physique really looked like a soldier's. The old man waved away the inspection order and said calmly, "Do I not have the right?" The others didn't dare say anything. Even Luo Meng, who was used to being a dictator, had to lower his head and be honest. A person with real power in the military, at least a general. He couldn't afford to offend him. He just glared fiercely at the head chef and secretly planned that once the old man left, he would cause an accident for the troublesome Daxia people. The old man then turned to Tanglay. "Kid, are you finally going to cook for me? I won't eat for free. Pay me." He looked confident, as if saying, "I've got plenty of money." At the same time, a system notification sounded in Tanglay's mind. Detection of a special character triggered. General Vladimir. Whoa. Tanglay spat out water in surprise. Oh no, it's still a general. In the fighting nation, just below the marshal in rank. And that name, Vladimir. The naming rule in the fighting nation is to combine the person's name with their father's name, ending with the surname. But some names put the surname first. No matter what rule is used, from what Tanglay knew, there are quite a few big shots with this name. He wiped his mouth and deeply appreciated that this old man was truly fair. He had tricked his precious fishing rod but didn't sell fish to him, and he wasn't immediately killed. The system continued to sound. Detected Vladimir's invitation. Expanded social network side, Quest 1. Does the host accept? Sure. No problem. Tanglay didn't bother to listen to the question marks or system rewards and nodded without hesitation. Ignoring the old man's identity, given how much he's helping today, he would cook for him. A smile appeared on Vladimir's aged face. Kid, that's what you said. My requirements are high, and I might even call some old monsters. Tanglay grinned and said, You want something? No problem. I will definitely make you satisfied. With 5,000 years of culinary history and a system that includes intermediate and advanced levels, how could I not handle you? Vladimir was pleased and waved his hand. All right, stop wasting time here. Go do what you need to do. The old man should also leave now. I'm too old to keep up with you young folks. Major Anton silently glanced at him, thinking, You didn't say that just now when you were grabbing food. He really just eats until he's full and then leaves. But today he's already very satisfied with the outcome. When he heard the old man was leaving, Anton stood up first and bowed. Farewell, senior. Do you need to see him off? No, no need. Vladimir waved his hand. My work is done, and only personal matters remain. Hey, he pointed at Tanglay. Come with me for a moment. Tanglay had no objection. He waved for Lao Bawan to help clean up the remaining ingredients and take them back, then prepared to see the old man off. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him. Wait a moment. The confused Lao Lu blocked his way after all these sudden changes. Tanglay was in a good mood and said kindly, What's wrong? You don't want to do chores either? It's okay, you all don't have to do it. In other words, just leave for good. Lao Mo was anxious and desperately signaled to Lao Lu. Not doing chores was acceptable, but if he was driven away, his second kitchen would be completely out of his control. Although the kitchen department in the prison didn't seem to be very strong in terms of combat power, he was indispensable and made a lot of money. Lao Mo couldn't just give up this big opportunity, so he desperately tried to persuade Lao Lu to endure and stay. But Lao Lu didn't even blink, completely unaware. He just stared intently at Tanglay. Doing chores is fine. I also acknowledge your cooking skills. But you have to tell me, who is your teacher? Tanglay rubbed his nose. If I say I don't have one, do you believe me? Lao Lu obviously refused to believe it. Impossible. With my cooking skills, I learned from Master Artyom for many years. If you don't have a teacher, why are you better than me? Tanglay always respects hardworking people. Oh, maybe it's just bad luck. The menu you chose conflicts with mine, so it's not entirely your technical problem. It's a somewhat unusual dish. But Lao Lu muttered, but I only know how to make these. Tanglay was shocked. No way. Don't tell me that even after studying Western cuisine in Daxia for 3 years, you can only slice fish. Tanglay, your teacher only taught you seafood? Mostly raw? What about frying, stir-frying, boiling? The right heat and seasoning? Lao Lu shook his head blankly. No need. Keeping the natural flavor of the ingredients is enough. Over-decoration isn't elegant. It's not artistic. That's not how upper-class people eat. Tanglay. Forget it. He withdrew his respect. This person reminded him of some refined dishes from the cherry blossom country and the neighboring country, where a small plate of pickles is considered a delicacy. He sighed helplessly. What's the use of being elegant? Can it make food taste good? Can it fill you up? The most basic rule for a cook is to make people happy when they eat, understand? Lao Lu seemed struck by a heavy, standing there dazed. Tanglay pulled his hand back and went to find the old man. Behind him, the disoriented Lao Lu suddenly said, You must have learned cooking somewhere, right? Tanglay shrugged. Just cooking. What's there to learn? Thinking for a moment, for Lao Lu's mental health, he decided to tell the truth. If you really want to ask about my teacher, just say it's the Yellow Emperor. These words were spoken in Daxia language. Lao Lu awkwardly repeated twice. I understand. I will tell my teacher, Tanglay. Whatever. He walked over to the old man who had been waiting for a while, pretending to help him. Let's go. Vladimir let him support him, curious. The Yellow Emperor? Who is that? Tanglay took out a New Year picture from his phone and showed it to him. Our Daxia's kitchen god. The old man nodded. Is he a god you believe in? Tanglay smiled. He's a god, and also a person. Most of our Daxia deities are humans. The kitchen god has many legends, one of which is about the Yellow Emperor. People in Daxia regard food as heaven. The kitchen god oversees household fires and keeps the family safe. It's not an exaggeration to call him the ancestor of all Daxia chefs. As he spoke, Tanglay suddenly felt a gentle tremor in his mind, accompanied by a soft, buzzing sound. Upon closer feeling, everything was gone again. Hearing Tanglay's words, the old man smiled slightly and didn't ask further. He slowly said, Little Tang, with your skills, you are a bit underused here. If you want, I can support you in opening a restaurant outside. I know many people think this place is too hard, and even if they are assigned here, they try to find ways to leave. Tanglay thought to himself, that won't do. Once out of this prison, he would have to go to the X-continent to find the chieftain. Compared to the hardships in Siberia, this place is nothing. No, I don't think it's hard. I feel fulfilled working here, but it would be even better if I had a salary. The old man was stunned. You don't have a salary? Tanglay smiled. Oh, really? I haven't received one anyway. It's fine. I am willing to contribute to the country's development. Vladimir also looked speechless. That's not about contribution. How does Roman run things? Even the head chef's salary is deducted? Wait, I'll have someone check this immediately. Tanglay pretended to decline on his face, but secretly felt pleased. With the old man stepping in, his salary was definitely secure, maybe even increased. He understood the importance of reputation very well. The old man, angry, repeated, Are you really willing to stay here and work forever? Tanglay honestly didn't feel it was too hard. Although he didn't have many phones, computers, or games to play. But at least his body wasn't afraid of the cold, and it was quite comfortable. However, Seeing the serious expression on the old man's face, he suddenly remembered Yelena. A young girl dared to settle here, so why couldn't he, a grown man, endure some hardship? Tanglay smiled. Of course I am willing. My life here is quite comfortable. Cooking every day, not worrying about income, no car or house loans. Thinking this way, maybe this was the kind of relaxed life many young people in Daxia dreamed of. He grinned. And if there's free time, I can go fishing in the lake, right? You little brat. The old man laughed angrily, slapped him on the shoulder, with a meaningful look and a hint of satisfaction. Good, good, kid. Although you're from Daxia, your efforts here won't go to waste. This land will treat you well. This time, I will send someone to warn Roman. From now on, feel free to bring up any requests related to the cafeteria. Got it, Tanglay nodded. He could sense that the old man was testing him a little earlier, but he didn't mind. After all, he was an outsider, and the old man was in a high position, so being cautious was normal. All right. As they reached the door, the old man exhaled and said, "Leave your contact information. In a while, I will find you for an important matter. Just don't mess up when the time comes." Tanglay waved his hand. "Don't worry, I won't mess up. No matter how important it is, it's still just cooking. That's not a big problem." After seeing Vladimir off, Tanglay felt happy and walked towards the 5th canteen with his hands in his pockets. Looking at the time, it was about the usual mealtime in the prison. Originally, Tanglay planned to finish quickly and go back to cook, but a series of unexpected delays had made him late. He looked at what ingredients were left in the fridge to make do when he suddenly heard an excited voice. "Brother Tang, you're finally back?" Tanglay looked up, and the girl rushing towards him was none other than Yolina. This girl was really always using her delicate, cute face to do very bold things. He quickly asked, "Why did you come over? I told you to rest at home, right? Were you freezing yesterday? Did you drink tea?" "No, I wasn't cold. I drank it," Yelena answered obediently, then added innocently, "Why did I come over? I'm hungry." "Brother Tang, listen. My stomach is growling so loudly." Tanglay. Yelena looked at him eagerly. "All we have at home are frozen fish and some bread. I tried to eat, but I couldn't bite through it all. I wanted to cut it, but I accidentally broke the cutting board. I even tried to turn on the stove, almost burning the kitchen down." Tanglay's forehead was filled with ellipses. Yelena continued, "Wah, Brother Tang. Without you, what should I do? My dad and I are so hungry." "All right, this girl really can't take care of herself." Tanglay sighed helplessly. "How did you grow up like this?" He quickened his pace towards the 5th canteen. Yelena happily skipped behind him, saying, "Eat at the cafeteria. I've been eating there since I was little. My dad also doesn't let me do things on my own. I heard he really set the house on fire once." Tanglay rubbed his forehead. "That's good. At least you didn't burn the kitchen when you helped me cook." He glanced at Yelena, who looked very happy, and suddenly noticed something was wrong. "What's that on you?" Yelena looked down quickly and tried to cover it. "Oh, it's nothing. I didn't clean it well." As she covered her hand, Tanglay suddenly stopped. "Your hand. What's wrong with it?" He saw a few red marks on her tiny, white fingers. "Is that blood?" Yelena stuck out her tongue. "It's not mine. I met someone on the way here." She reached into her pocket, and after a few seconds, there was a jingling sound. A bunch of small badges came out, some with blood on them. Yelena whispered, "On my way here, I saw someone sneaking around with a knife. I just took care of him quickly, or it would have been dangerous if someone else passed by. These are trophies." She looked at Tanglay carefully. "Brother Tang, you don't think I'm too fierce, do you?" Tanglay shook his head and frowned. "On your way here, did you come from the exit near the 5th canteen?" Yelena nodded. "Yes, but there was nothing like this before. I don't know what they're planning." Tanglay clenched his fist suddenly. "Prisoners can't leave, and guards stay inside the prison dorms. They don't leave unless it's a special task. Other staff, like procurement workers, also wouldn't use this remote exit near the 5th canteen. The only people who often go in and out of the prison here are just 2 people, him and old Bawan. And old Bawan has been gone for decades without any ambushes. Now suddenly, there are these." A cold smile appeared in Tanglay's eyes. "It's nothing, Yelena. You did very well." Looking at these badges and thinking about Roman's dark eyes, Tanglay understood. These people are probably after him. Roman couldn't chase him away, so he wanted to kill him directly? No wonder he's a powerful boss. Tanglay only regretted that the old man had left too early. If he had waited a little longer, He could have taken these badges and maybe found out the truth. But now, he was alone and had no direct evidence, so it was hard to handle. Gurgle, a stomach growl sounded. Yelena shyly covers her stomach. Tanglay temporarily pulls back his thoughts. Let's not talk about that. Let's go back and eat. By the way, you helped so many people. Are you hurt? Yelena shakes her head. Brother Tang, I heard you did very well on this exam. You won't be kicked out. But Roman definitely won't give up easily. In prison, it's his territory. Maybe you should move out? Tanglay nods. That's something to consider. He's not afraid. But he doesn't want to stay awake half the night worrying. It's too annoying. Also, last time Bella managed to sneak into his lounge to call him, which made Tanglay a bit upset. Men need to protect themselves when they're outside. Bella is a fierce woman. If she steals something from him, that wouldn't be good. But this area is just the Siberian prison, and there's no big residential community nearby. He can't drive to the town every day. While thinking, Yelena says, "You can live with me, Brother Tang." Huh? Tanglay almost spits out his drink. Yelena, do you know what it means when a girl invites a guy to live together in Dachau? Yelena blushes. No. My dad and I live right next door. We built the house ourselves, and there are many empty rooms. There aren't many other families around. Most are staff and their families who built their own houses. If you move out, you'd have to stay with someone. I mean, you could live with me and my dad. To stay safe. She doesn't realize how unsafe her first invitation sounds to herself. Brother Tang, I can protect you. Yelena makes a small fist. Tanglay breathes a sigh of relief, feeling a bit helpless. It's a little embarrassing that a girl shorter than him keeps saying she wants to protect him, but after explaining, the idea of living together sounds more normal. He agrees. That's an option, but I need to talk to Lao Bawan first. Yay. Yelena smiles brightly. I can also take you to and from work. And I can pack leftovers from the cafeteria. Plus, Bella has new dishes to try. I have a full set of kitchen tools at home. If you're experimenting with new recipes, you can give me a taste. Just a little. She stretches her voice and smiles sweetly. Tanglay touched his chest. Oh, he's a little cute. But stay calm. These women just like his looks. They're not interested in his body. Keep your mind steady. With a smile, he walked into the 5th canteen and paused. It was the first time so many people had come to the 5th canteen, and it was packed. Old Ba Wan was watching the frozen fish on the chopping board and cart, sighing. Bella was nervously biting her nails and not playing with any men anymore. Dennis and his brother sat at the front of the prisoners, with hundreds of people behind them. They sat quietly and still. When the canteen door opened, everyone's eyes looked toward the entrance. Suddenly, a loud cheer erupted inside the 5th canteen. He's back. Tang. The noise was so loud it almost shook the roof. Tanglay rubbed his ears and smiled. Brothers, are you still here? He thought some wouldn't come because they might miss cooking. But surprisingly, there were even more than before. Dennis grinned foolishly. Where else would we go? We know today is the test day. It's important to you, and it's important to us too. If you leave, we'd be miserable. Maybe things would even get worse. Ahem. I'm still here. Be quiet. Someone coughed softly and tapped his baton. Tanglay then noticed that the prison guard, Ladov, was also there. But, he turned to Tanglay seriously. If you really get kicked out, I'll tell my superiors my opinion, about it. Exactly. Some prisoners started to speak poetically. I could accept darkness if I hadn't seen the light. But now, after eating Tang's food, how can I go back to eating frozen fish? Kill me. I was sentenced to life anyway. Tanglay was a little touched by what he heard at first, but then he couldn't help but grimace. All right, for these people. Maybe death is better. Old Bawan also came out from behind, annoyed. He looked at the frozen fish on the chopping board for a long time, but didn't cut it. Instead, he threw it at someone, smashing ice on his head. Brat, after eating my frozen fish for so many years, you still can't shut your mouth. Everyone laughed and joked around. Suddenly, a hesitant voice was heard. What's going on, Dennis? Didn't you tell me that no one eats the food at the 5th canteen? You're the same. Ivan, didn't you say the new cook's food is worse than frozen fish? Everyone, feeling proud, was suddenly stunned. Wow, I forgot there are more people coming today. Tanglay also recognized that these unfamiliar faces looked suspicious. He also remembered the trouble with these clever old diners. He looked at Dennis and the others. I heard you think the food is bad? Well, no. We didn't say that. That's not true. Brother Tang, Let me explain. Dennis and the others quickly backed down. We just didn't want these people to misunderstand how wonderful Brother Tang's cooking is. It would be a waste. Yeah. And that guy, he used to look down on the Dachau people. I told him not to come for his own good. Brother Tang, whatever punishment, just don't refuse to serve food. A group of prisoners, realizing they'd been tricked. Thank you so much. Tanglay shook his head and warned. No more of this. If I catch anyone spreading rumors that my cooking is bad, I'll stop serving them. His regular customers were delayed because of these clever people. After saying that, he went into the kitchen to think of something quick to make. There was only an hour left before the end of lunch break, so he couldn't prepare a big dish. He looked around and saw 2 bags of wheat flour, his eyes brightening. That's right, he could make some noodles. And with the last bit of buns, he could feed these big eaters and then cook something nice tonight. Tanglay poured out the flour, added water, and started kneading. While instructing Lao Bawan, he first fried some eggs in a pot. When the eggs turned golden and crispy with a fragrant smell, he added a little water and tomatoes, stir-fried until juicy, then seasoned with a bit of salt. He poured in the egg mixture and water. That made a pot of tomato and egg soup. Once the soup boiled, Tanglay's dough was almost ready. The Battle Nation also had pasta, mostly short macaroni, cut into small pieces. Seeing Tanglay making noodles, Lao Bawan thought he was going to do the same and grabbed a knife to help cut. But Tanglay shook his head, suddenly holding one side of the dough with both hands, stretching it to about a meter long. Then, he swung his hands, folded the dough, and repeatedly stretched and folded it, making the dough flexible and elastic. In just a few minutes, the dough was spinning faster and faster, so quickly that Lao Bawan could hardly see clearly. All he could see was white flour flying in the air, with 2 hands skillfully guiding the dough from both ends, moving smoothly, even making a whooshing sound as it spun. Lao Bawan was stunned. When Tanglay finally let go, Lao Bawan's mouth was wide open in amazement. What kind of trick was that? The original lump of dough had turned into thin, clear strands of noodles, and each strand was the same thickness. Is this also a skill from Dachau? Tanglay placed the pulled noodles on a cutting board. It's just cooking, my friend. Don't make everything sound so impressive. Just toss it into the pot. Later, we'll eat this with buns. You keep working, I'll keep pulling. He then quickly pulled another piece of dough and directed Yelena. Come, Xiaoyi, help me pour the water and noodles in. Without touching fire, the kitchen wouldn't catch fire, right? Yelena happily jumped in. Okay. Tanglay trusted her to get close to the kitchen. Such kindness. After a moment, Tanglay cleared his throat. Cough. Xiaoyi, maybe use that stainless steel basin. It won't break. Yelena made a sad face. QAQ. Meanwhile, inside, everyone was busy, while outside, the prisoners' stomachs were growling with hunger. A new prisoner poked at someone who had just finished eating. Is it really that good? The person shot him a look. If you don't want to eat, then go away. The new prisoner snorted. There's nowhere else to go. Everyone knows that when there's a big event in prison, they call the cooks, and no one cares about us. Just like when Lena called Tanglay. Prisoners are basically punished people. Not eating one meal won't kill them, but who treats them like humans? And no one cares if they're hungry and working hard. If they collapse, they might never wake up. In past years, the cooks in the cafeteria would leave some frozen fish for them, and Kirill from the first cafeteria would sometimes dump a bunch of herring that no one normally wanted to eat. So this year, even though Lao Bawan had stepped back from the front lines, these prisoners, hungry and hopeful, still came. Better to eat bad food than to die. The regular prisoner asked with a snort. Of course I know. If it weren't like that, we wouldn't want you to come and take our food. Just that I thought Tang would at most bring some of that stuff, like buns, to eat. But he actually came back and cooked for us. These cooks hold important positions, and normally they only prepare 2 meals a day. The prisoners didn't expect this. After several hours of cooking practice, Tanglay was still willing to lend a hand. Not to mention how kind it was, at least he treated them like people. Dennis paused for a moment and said gruffly, he's a good person. Even though we're prisoners, we should have some conscience. Everyone nodded silently. Ladov quietly watched the prisoners and loosened his baton. As an experienced old guard, he was used to seeing the worst of humanity. But at this moment, he felt that maybe these prisoners had started to show some conscience. Impressive, Ladov whispered. He might have been talking about Tanglay or his cooking. Just then, a voice called out from the food-serving window, "Mealtime." Everyone immediately stopped talking and rushed toward the serving window. Old Ba was the one serving, and Yelena was already eating her bowl, squinting happily while still reminding everyone, "Line up properly. No pushing. Anyone who tried to push would get a beating." Dennis grinned and said, "Of course, our brothers understand the rules." He also helped keep order, making the new prisoners stare in shock. When did this prison become so civilized and well-mannered? Tanglay ignored all that and focused on his noodles. Fortunately, there was still plenty of flour in the kitchen, and with the buns, they managed to take care of every prisoner. A few newcomers asked while holding a bowl, "What is this?" "Never had it before, but it smells so good. Do you want some?" "I'll eat first." One man opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. A second later, he gasped and opened his mouth wide. "Hot, hot, hot." He was crying from the heat. But even so, he didn't dare spit out the noodles, just swallowing them messily. "Spicy and delicious." Other newcomers. Tanglay was startled by the loud shouting from the kitchen, worried that he might get burned. So he quickly asked Yelena to bring him a bowl of cold water and also warned everyone. The noodles just came out of the pot. If you want to eat quickly, dip them in cold water first. It makes them chewier, but the flavor will be milder. If you don't want to dip, just eat slowly. You're getting old. Don't get burned and cry. The person who was burned had tears in their eyes. "It's not the burn, it's the deliciousness that made me cry." Tanglay. "Fine, if you say so." More people hesitantly picked up the noodles and took careful bites. Suddenly, a sweet and sour tomato soup flooded their taste buds. With one bite, the noodles slid smoothly, chewy as if bouncing in the mouth, paired with hot soup, making their already hungry stomachs even more eager. Even though they were burned, they quickly swallowed small bites. They ate a few bites of noodles, then poked a piece of egg drop. The golden egg drop was fried to a fragrant crisp, soaked with tomato juice. Before they could savor it, their mouths automatically swallowed it. Only one thought remained. "This is so delicious. Everywhere is delicious." As for those big meat buns, there's no need to mention. They were eaten with sweat on their foreheads and noses, feeling a rare warmth in cold Siberia. Someone was eating and suddenly burst into tears. "It smells so good, so tasty. My mom used to make it just as delicious. I regret it. I shouldn't have committed this impulsive crime. Mom, I want to go home." The cafeteria fell silent, and soon the sound of sniffing could be heard. On this particularly hungry and cold noon, they ate this simple, humble, yet delicious meal. Many remembered. Before coming here, they could have lived such a warm life. But there's no cure for regret. Since they made a mistake, they must face the punishment. At this moment, that urgent feeling of remorse might become a turning point in a criminal's life. "Enough, kid, stop crying. You've only been here a few years." Finally, Dennis scolded him harshly. "You're useless. You just accidentally stabbed and killed your mother's father. Got 5 years. When you get out, your mother will be fine. Be smarter in the future. If you cause accidental manslaughter earlier, it might be less severe." Ivan also spoke in a dull voice. Ladov had no choice but to cough lightly again. The two burly brothers grinned. "Keep improving, and you might still get to eat your mom's cooking. Honestly, I think Tang's food might be even better." The young prisoner froze, tears stopped, and silently took another bite of noodles, savoring the taste. "It's different, huh?" The prisoners burst into laughter. Tanglay finished his noodles, came out and saw this scene, and also smiled faintly. He tapped the system in his mind. "Is this what you call food with endless possibilities?" The system remained silent, not replying. Tanglay waited for a while but got no response, so he opened the panel and looked at the data. He found that during this noon, his new customers had increased by about 100. The slowly growing task of returning customers finally seemed to have hope. But this was because he made a large amount of noodles today that satisfied everyone. Eating this long-term wouldn't be good. He needed to quickly coordinate with the logistics team to expand the cafeteria and increase supply, so he could keep attracting customers. After checking the panel, Tanglay felt good and tapped the system twice. Seeing it still silent, he stopped worrying. Anyway, he could still see the contents inside, so it probably wasn't a big problem. Before completing his task, he hoped the system could respond. He was curious whether this main storyline could be completed with extra rewards again. Maybe with a special lottery? And there was Anton's effort to expand his network. Tanglay calculated and felt strongly that he needed to recover his wages immediately. Working day after day like this, what's the point of lying flat? He must get a raise, a big one. After finishing the last pot of noodles for the prisoners, everyone was full. Before leaving, they all cast angry and contemptuous looks at the group of regular customers. And what about the fellow inmates who fell in love? Such delicious food, and they had been fooled for so long. As for the older prisoners, they naturally lowered their heads, relying on their thick skin to avoid hurt. Dennis and his brother also started tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. They moved quickly, but after cleaning up this time, they lingered by the sink, and their rugged faces showed rare hesitation. Tanglay finished tidying up and came out. "What's wrong?" Ivan hesitated and stammered. "Tang. You know, the people helping in the cafeteria, they rotate, right?" Tanglay understood. "Are you leaving?" "Yes," Dennis said reluctantly. "Actually, we shouldn't be here tomorrow." Both brothers looked upset. Originally, not many people knew about this place, so they could rush to finish quickly. But after they go back today, the 5 canteens will definitely be crowded. They can't come early just because they work in the canteen, and they won't get any food if they do. The brothers looked disappointed but still felt unwilling. They came to find Tanglay. "Tang, we've been doing a good job. Can you ask the officer to let us wash dishes again next time?" He completely forgot that just a week ago, they hated washing dishes. Tanglay thought for a moment. It doesn't have to be so complicated. Actually, the 5 canteens are about to expand, and they will need more staff soon. You two are experienced, so I can talk to the officer. Maybe you can stay in the canteen long term. Plus, a couple of others can rotate in, and that should be enough. You can also help train them. Dennis and his brother looked at each other, surprised and excited. "Really?" Tanglay smiled. "Yes, but it depends on whether the officer agrees." He kept these two in mind after considering many factors. One reason is that they work hard and are not lazy. Another is that these troublemakers have enough influence among the prisoners. From how they scolded the young prisoner just now, their values are not completely hopeless. With good training, they could become useful helpers. But Tanglay still needed to check a few things about these two brothers. Just as he was thinking, suddenly 2 strong men rushed over eagerly. "Wow, Tang, you're like our real brother, big brother. Hug." The 2 burly men, like bears, cried out and threw themselves at Tanglay. "Ugh!" Tanglay cursed loudly, betraying kindness with evil, but they were too excited to push away easily. At that moment, a hesitant voice came from behind them. "What are you doing?" Yelena looked at the 3 hugging, and her expression grew complicated. Tanglay pushed people away. "Get lost. Let go. My boss is definitely not gay." When I heard Yelena's voice, I happily waved and shouted, "Little Yelena, save me." Yelena quickly ran over and said, "Yes, Brother Tang." She forcefully pulled Dennis up, and then Tanglay pushed Ivan aside, finally feeling relieved. Dennis, looking a bit embarrassed, rubbed his head and said, "Sorry, I got too excited. In our hometown, that's how we show friendliness." Tanglay thought to himself, "Are they joking with me?" But seeing how happy they looked, he just smiled and scolded lightly. "All right, go back to what you were doing. I will go see the officer." The 2 brothers happily left, and Yelena also relaxed. "Brother Tang, I thought you guys were that kind of relationship." "Huh?" Tanglay looked at Yelena's sneaky gestures and finally understood. He tapped her and said, "What are you thinking about?" "I am male, and I like women." Yelena stuck out her tongue. "No choice. In prison, same. Cellmates are together, and when pushed to the limit, things happen." Cough. But why? She wasn't discriminatory. When she found out Tanglay didn't like men, she actually felt relieved. Yelena quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Brother Tang, do you know? The 2nd prison block is the only one in the whole prison with female inmates. My dad said if they transfer some prisoners, they might send some women too. So, the 5th block will need to be more careful. Roman wants to take some resources away and probably won't want to send strong workers. Most of the transferred inmates are the old, weak, sick, or disabled. In this cold, barren Siberia, women are needed for physical work, so some might be transferred here. On the other hand, the presence of the opposite often causes trouble. The monks in the 5th block have been vegetarian for years, and suddenly bringing in female inmates might cause riots or serious incidents. It's a hidden risk. In short, With Roman's malicious plans, how they are divided is unpredictable. Tanglay didn't really care much. Maintaining order is the job of Anton and the guards. He just needs to watch the cafeteria. If trouble happens, he can just throw them out. After sharing this little gossip, Yelena remembered the main reason she came to see Tanglay. Brother Tang, I told my dad, and he agreed for you to stay at my house. Tanglay didn't expect the little girl to finish asking so quickly, and old Bawan also agreed so happily. He thought for a moment and said, thank him for me. Do you know how much rent you pay here? No need, no need. Yelena shook her head. That won't do, Tanglay insisted. Adding one more person will cause you trouble too. I can't just take advantage of you. Yelena's gaze drifted away. It's not taking advantage. My dad said that fishing rod is worth more than a year's rent. Only then did Tanglay remember that he had brought such a precious gift. Thinking about it, a big general's fishing rod can't be ordinary, right? But unfortunately, fishing is fair. No matter what rod you use, it doesn't matter. Also, Yelena also rubbed her nose. I told my dad about how you fished that day and about the fish you caught. He said, you can stay for free your whole life, as long as you take him fishing, Tanglay. All right, maybe fishing is a kind of romance that all middle-aged men can't resist. Let's settle on that. But I need to tidy up and arrange the expansion of the cafeteria before I move out. How about after lunch tomorrow? Tanglay had multiple considerations. On one hand, tidying up some things takes time, and it's a good chance to check what needs improving in the cafeteria. He can finish quickly later, without affecting cooking much. These things can probably be done tonight. On the other hand, Tanglay plans to get his salary back before moving out. After all, moving out means buying new household items, and with an empty pocket and Yelena going to the market town, he's afraid he might end up eating soft rice again. Though it's not entirely unpleasant, Yelena has helped him enough. Being soft and weak isn't what a man should be. Yelena looked at him with some concern. Then, Brother Tang, you must be careful. If there's any problem, call me. When she mentioned calling, Tanglay suddenly patted his thigh, remembering something important. His mom said last time that she wanted to video call with Yelena to delete Fong Fong. Better to do it sooner rather than later. Tanglay glanced at the time and saw it was already 1 p.m. It was still morning in Daxia, and his mom should be awake by now. Xiaoya, don't leave yet. Can you help me with something? Yelena, caught off guard, replied, Sure. What do you need? Tanglay chuckled. My mom is worried about me. I can't tell her I came to work at the prison. Can you join me for a video call? I already told them you're a friend I work with. You don't need to say much. Just say hello. That will make her feel better. Yelena hesitated but nodded. Okay, but won't any find me strange? I heard we don't look very good to people from Daxia. Tanglay was speechless for a moment. No way. My mom saw your photo last time and said you're prettier than some famous girls. I'll make the call now. He sent a message to Tang's mom and clicked on the video link. Yelena's ears turned slightly red. A few seconds later, the video connected, and Tang's mom's loud voice burst out excitedly. Little rascal, you haven't called in so many days. Where's that pretty girl you're chasing? Mom, don't scare her. Tanglay pulled Yelena closer. This is Yelena. Yelena gave a shy smile and softly said, Hello, Annie. My name is Yelena Augusta Alexandrica. I work with Tang. This was the first time Tanglay heard her full name, and he couldn't remember it. His mom, who didn't understand Russian, didn't need to. The moment she saw Yelena, her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, Tang's mom whispered. She's even prettier than in the photos. Even better in person. Old Tang, your family's ancestors must be blessed. Tang's dad hurried over and looked at Yelena. Both of their voices softened in admiration. Hello, girl. We are Tanglay's parents. Wow, so biased, Mom, Tanglay complained. Aren't you supposed to praise me? Tang's mom ignored him, dazzled by Yelena's radiant appearance. Girl, do you really like my son? Is it true? Did you come here to trick me with him? Tanglay quickly said, Mom, what are you saying? Shut up, Tang's mom said firmly to her son. Let the girl speak. Tanglay sighed and rubbed his forehead. Mom, did you forget something? I don't understand the Daxia language. Yelena really couldn't understand. She could only see Mom Tang's expression. Seeing that Mom Tang had no smile and was loudly scolding Tanglay, she started to feel nervous. Did I say something wrong? Brother Tang, is Auntie scared because of me? I'm sorry. Tanglay didn't understand why Yelena, who was a beautiful woman, seemed to lack confidence about her appearance. He quickly explained to his parents. Don't scare her. She's quite timid. He comforted Yelena. No, my parents are just complimenting you on how pretty you are. She was just stunned, thinking I found a celebrity to pretend to be a colleague and trick her. Just smile at her. That's enough. Really? Yelena was doubtful, but smiled at the video. Oh, so obedient. Mom Tang covered her chest. Like a doll. Oh my. I've always dreamed of having a daughter, Tanglay grinned. See? She believes it now. We're on good terms. All right, I'll hang up. Mom Tang quickly stopped him. Wait. To make sure you're not fooling us, your dad and I just came up with an idea. She took out her phone and showed a translation app. I heard you wanted to pursue a foreign girl, so I downloaded this. Now I'll ask her a couple of questions using the translation. Don't interrupt, Tanglay. He appreciated how attentive his mom was, but next time, maybe don't be so overbearing. While he was thinking about how to coordinate with Yelena, he heard Mom Tang ask through the translator, Girl, what exactly is your relationship with my son? Yelena hesitated. We work together, friends? Hearing Mom Tang specifically ask this, she wasn't sure if she answered correctly and looked at Tanglay for help. Mom Tang didn't hear clearly. Hey, kid, tell her louder, or the translation won't catch it. Tanglay grinned and said to Yelena, In Daxia, it's common to specify the relationship and gender. Oh, I see. Yelena nodded obediently and increased the volume on the screen. Hello, Auntie, I am Tang's girlfriend. Seeing the 3 words translated on the app, Mom Tang opened her mouth wide. Old Tang, am I dreaming? This is really happening. Dad Tang is a gentle middle-aged man. He looked at the situation with his glasses for a long time and couldn't find any flaws. He nodded to Mom Tang. Mom Tang immediately lit up with a big smile. Tanglay also secretly chuckled. The way these foreign words are formed is a bit different from the Daxiao language. In the case of a girlfriend, in Daxiao language, it should be couple. In the language of the Bear Country, words for such relationships are naturally translated as lover or partner. So, female friend was a big loophole that was cleverly covered up. Taking the chance, Tanglay said, All right, Mom, now you can delete Fong Fong. Delete, delete, delete. Mom Tang awkwardly cleared her throat. What are you saying about Xiao Yi in front of others? Don't mention her anymore, and old Tang, you too. Tanglay finally relaxed. Hee, I'm off now. Goodbye. Don't go, Mom Tang quickly said. When will you come home? How about the end of the year? Bring Xiao Yi to visit. That's too soon, Mom, Tanglay mumbled. Work is still busy here. Maybe at the end of the year, Mom Tang snorted. No matter how busy, you should come home for the new year. Mom misses you. She softened for a second, then changed the subject. If you can't come back, I'll go see you and Dad. And check on Xiao Yi too. That was even worse. Tanglay was about to refuse when he heard his mother sneer. If you won't bring Xiao Yi back, and you won't let me see her, I'll send your childhood video of you running around to your aunts and uncles. Oh my goodness. Tanglay was speechless. This was about to ruin his reputation. Truly, it's his own mother. All right, I'll do it. I promise. Tanglay gritted his teeth and agreed. Mom Tang finally hung up happily. He put down his phone and sighed. It was hard enough to delete Fong Fong, and now there was a new task. He felt overwhelmed. My mom really is. He felt a bit embarrassed and said to Yelena, Sorry, I scared you. She didn't mean any harm. She's just too happy. Yelena shook her head. No, it's okay, Brother Tang. So your mom is happy just because she's meeting a colleague's daughter? Tanglay awkwardly rubbed his nose. Ah, yes, she is quite friendly. That's nice, Yelena said, not caring about his strange behavior. Her beautiful blue eyes showed both envy and a little sadness. Aunt must love you very much and worry about you all the time, Tanglay casually said. She just likes to worry. Sometimes I also feel. He suddenly stopped when he saw Yelena's expression, swallowing his complaints. After a few seconds of silence, he asked carefully, Yelena, are you okay? Yelena quickly shook her head. I'm fine. I just feel a bit jealous of Brother Tang. My mom doesn't want me anymore. Tanglay was stunned. Before he could say anything, Yelena softly said, Brother Tang, I need to go now. She lowered her head and ran outside. Tanglay quickly called after her, Wait, Yelena. What about the badges you took from those ambushers? Leave some for me. Yelena turned back, and Tanglay saw her eyes were a little red. Without saying a word, She reached into her pocket and handed a handful of badges to Tanglay. Suddenly, Tanglay said, "No matter what, this isn't your fault." Yelena's shoulders trembled. She lowered her head and hurriedly ran away. Watching her figure disappear, Tanglay sighed. He looked at the bloodstained badges. His gentle attitude toward Yelena had vanished, replaced by a cold feeling. All other matters were settled. Now, he needed to deal with something else. That annoying bald man. Tanglay picked up the badges and strolled toward the second detention area. "Who are you?" At the entrance of the second detention area, a guard was standing outside Roman's office. "Lieutenant Roman has orders. He is busy now. No unauthorized persons allowed." Tanglay listened to the screams and the sound of a broken wine bottle coming from inside. He chuckled softly. Sleeping with women, getting drunk, and causing a scene. Are those urgent matters too? The guard hesitated. "Anyway, get lost. Do you know Lieutenant Roman is now acting head of the detention area? Who are you to come here and seek death?" Tanglay smiled. "I'm just a cook from the 5th detention area. But if you give this to Roman, he'll understand." 5th detention area? The two guards exchanged surprised looks. "It's really you. You really dare to come here," Tanglay grinned. One of them snorted and took the badge into the room. "Lieutenant Lamont, that cook who opposed you. He's asking for trouble." Lamont was feeling dizzy as he looked up. "Who?" "Area 5. He then whipped the woman beneath him again. Just hearing the number 5 made him want to kill." Lena sniffled and cried. Lamont was venting freely. "No, let him go. When I'm done, I'll deal with him." The guard flattered. "That's what we said too, sir. But this guy just wants to die. He refuses to leave. I think he's afraid that today's trouble will be the last straw, and he's begging for mercy now." Lamont thought about it and felt more confident. Now he knows Anton can't protect him. The Dachau people are so soft. They're just waiting to kneel. If he wants to see him, fine. Tell him to kneel outside. When I'm in a good mood, I'll see him." The guard laughed. "Yes, sir. That's how it should be. Kneeling. He also wants us to send something to you, saying you'll definitely let him go." Lamont took another sip of wine, curious. "Let me see what he's got," the guard said. "Just this. It's hilarious." He thought grabbing a broken piece of metal would impress you. He's so full of himself. Ugh. Lamont spat out his wine, staring at the blood-stained badge, suddenly alert. If he weren't already bald, his hair might have stood on end. Lena peeked secretly, glancing upward. Lamont's face darkened. The guard was stunned. "Sir?" "Humph," Lamont said, tossing the badge to the ground. "What a piece of junk. Woman, you really ruined my mood." He kicked Lena hard. "Get out of here. Bring that kid in." Lena quickly got up, tidied her messy clothes, stole a glance at the discarded badge, then limped out. Outside, Tanglay counted seconds. When he reached 30, the door creaked open, and, a soft body suddenly crashed into Tanglay's chest. He looked down and exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide. It was a woman he recognized. Isn't it inappropriate to call her today during the assessment? She looks disheveled and messy right now. So Tanglay loses interest in admiring her figure. He politely takes a step back and looks away. Lena glances at him gratefully and quickly runs off. Then, the guards come out reluctantly and say, "Go inside. The officer wants to see you." Tanglay smiles faintly, walks into Roman's office, and closes the door behind him. Roman, smelling of alcohol, sits behind his desk with a cold look. "What do you want to see me about?" Tanglay smiles slowly and says, "You know very well what I want." "How would I know?" Roman sneers. "If anyone in this prison can show me a broken thing, would I still be working here?" He has long suspected that Tanglay doesn't have real evidence. No one in this prison knows about his connection to those badges. As long as he denies it, those badges are just worthless junk. Tanglay nods and walks casually to Roman's desk, reaching into his pocket with his left hand. Suddenly, a bloodstained badge is thrown onto Roman's desk. Roman's pupils shrink suddenly. One badge is lucky for him. But how can there be so many? The people he sent out haven't reported back yet. Could it be that all of them were eliminated before they could report? This is impossible. Roman's composure almost collapses. For the first time, fear appears clearly in his eyes. This monster from Dachau must not be left alive. Tanglay kindly gives Roman a moment to react before speaking. "Roman, does the acting director really not know what this is?" "I know a little." Roman is about to curse loudly, but he sees Tanglay casually pick up one badge, Place it on the desk with the tip facing down. A faint, teeth-gritting sound rings out. Roman opens his mouth wide, words stuck in his throat. That battered iron badge is pressed, with ease, into the hard walnut desk. Roman's pupils, which had just shrunk, enlarge again. What kind of power is this? It's not hard to smash iron into wood, but to press it in so calmly? Even in a tough military nation, even Roman himself is a former officer. He doesn't dare say he's seen many who can do what he's doing. Tanglay focuses on the position where the badge card goes, not paying attention to Roman's panic. Seeing only half a badge left outside, he happily loosens his grip and picks up another one. Casually, he says, "You don't know? That's a shame. I thought the acting supervisor knew everything." He pinches another badge. "I'm here to see you because of your hairstyle. I think you must know a lot." But he's already bald. Roman's face turns a dark purple. "You." Roman can't even curse anymore. Tanglay wears an innocent smile. "I definitely didn't think you had anything to do with the badges, acting supervisor. Don't misunderstand." He presses one badge after another, all related to the acting supervisor. Roman is almost out of breath with anger. How can this guy from the summer be so disgusting? Just as Roman's mental defenses are about to break and he's ready to draw his gun, Tanglay suddenly pulls back his hand. "Oh, it's over." Yelena just took a handful of badges. He claps his hands and then looks at Roman. "Acting supervisor, are you okay? You look like you're suffocating. Should I call a doctor? Get lost. Go out." Roman struggles to speak, barely able to get the words out. Tanglay turns to leave. Roman glares venomously at his back. He must kill this person immediately. No matter what, he won't care about Yelena anymore. He will use every possible way to make him die as soon as possible. As soon as he steps outside, he calls out, but just as Tanglay's hands are on the door handle, he suddenly turns back. "Ah, acting supervisor, I forgot to tell you an important thing." Roman. "Speak, and then, hurry up and leave." Tanglay awkwardly smiles. "Actually, I want to ask for leave." "Approved." Roman agrees immediately. Anyway, after today, Tanglay will just be a corpse. What's there to refuse? Such a considerate boss. Tanglay sighs. "I know the prison is tough and short of staff. I didn't want to ask for leave at first. Today, I met an old man during the assessment who asked me to help him cook a meal." Roman froze. Tanglay smiled. "He's quite old, and I really can't bring myself to refuse. Plus, he said if he doesn't get a special meal made just for him, he'll come back to the prison for a visit, just to check on things. For the peace and stability of the prison, you understand, right, acting director?" Roman looked like he was about to faint. This man from Dachau was actually favored by Vladimir? If Tanglay disappeared, how would he explain to Vladimir? But he was about to eliminate a major threat. Suddenly, he couldn't move. Roman's blood pressure spiked, his vision darkened, and he almost fainted. Then, he felt a sharp pain on his face. Tanglay quickly caught up, pressing Roman's pressure point, and said seriously, "What's going on? Are you so touched by my hard-working staff that you faint? This won't do. Acting director, I'll call a doctor right away." Roman rolled his eyes as he was pressed, finally regaining some clarity. "You." He struggled to break free from Tanglay's hand. "When did that old man invite you?" Tanglay loosened his grip and smiled. "About a month from now." Actually, he didn't really know the exact time. But a month was enough for him to stabilize and protect himself. Dragging it out too long might make Roman lose his mind, which wouldn't be good. Okay, Roman panted heavily. "I'm so happy. You must stay safe, okay? Do your best." Tanglay grinned. Yes. "I'm leaving now." Roman almost shouted in his mind for him to get lost, but then he remembered Vladimir's face and forced a smile. "Go ahead and busy yourself, Chef Tang." Tanglay nodded and turned again. Just as he reached for the door handle, he seemed to remember something and turned back with a bright smile. "Oh, one last thing. I checked with the logistics department, but they said I should tell you, since I am the head chef of Area 5, about my salary." Roman. "Here. Have the logistics department transfer it immediately." Tanglay. "Well, the cafeteria in Area 5 is expanding, so I'll be busier. Look at this salary, isn't it? Increase it. I will tell you." Luo Ming eagerly agreed, with a face full of confidence, saying, "Just go ahead. You can say whatever you want." Tanglay nodded happily. This time, he finally pushed the door open and walked out. The door made a soft, click sound. A full minute passed, but Tanglay did not come back. Luo Ming finally relaxed, his eyes cold and fierce. Little brat, I will let you enjoy your pride for just one more month. 1 month later, I want you to wish you had never crossed me. You will regret it forever. He slammed the table hard. Feeling satisfied, suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his hand. Looking down, he saw his hand. Exactly the badge Tanglay had pressed onto the table. The badge's sharp edges were raised, and Luo Ming's strong grip had easily cut his hand, blood staining the surface. Following the shape Tanglay had arranged, a bright red 5-pointed star was slowly drawn on Luo Ming's desk. It seemed to mock his anger. Ah! Luo Ming let out a low, painful cry. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Outside the door, Tanglay heard a dull thud. He smiled slightly and gave a friendly reminder to the angry guard. Maybe you should go in and see the acting supervisor. After saying that, Tanglay turned and left, leaving the chaos behind him. Surely Luo Ming would remember this lesson for a long time. When they returned to the cafeteria in Area 5, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Tanglay stretched his sore fingers. Acting tough feels good for a moment. The effect of strength is mutual. After pressing those badges, he still felt a bit of pain. But Luo Ming was definitely feeling worse now. It was worth it. It was still early before dinner, so Tanglay lay back on his small bed to relax. The system inside his mind was still half dead, poking around but not responding. Bored, Tanglay ended up falling asleep. In his dreams, he vaguely saw a group of old men looking at him repeatedly. Is this the kid who will inherit our legacy? Still early, still early. He needs to work harder. Early? Confused, Tanglay mumbled. Work harder? I don't want to. Since I decided to run away, I won't compete anymore. Just relax. An old man got anxious. Aren't you going to become a master chef? Or learn to cook? Tanglay was confused. What do you mean by God? I just want to find a job to escape from Fong Fong, support myself, and maybe have a wife and kids to warm the bed. Oh, he suddenly woke up from his dream, rubbing his forehead. Where did that violent old man come from? He gets angry and throws a bowl at people. The system in his mind buzzed again. Tanglay, what's your name? The task is so simple, yet you call. Hurry up and send me more. Maybe because he was angry from the old man in his dream, Tanglay suddenly had an idea. All right, it would be best if I could find a wife. Otherwise, do you believe me? The system was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly resumed with a mechanical voice. System upgrade complete. Please complete main task 2, 1,000 repeat customers. You will then receive a mysterious lottery chance. Oh, so after upgrading, the rewards don't upgrade, Tanglay said lazily. System. If the host completes the task ahead of schedule, the system will unlock the System Shop interface for you early, which is normally only available to intermediate chefs. Tanglay became interested. What can I buy? A carrier ship? System. Please stay calm, host. Then how about buying a wife? System. Please keep your dignity, host. Bah. Tanglay lay down. I'll be getting my salary soon. I can buy whatever I want. The system seemed offended. Items in the system shop are not available for purchase in real life. They are optimized products, Tanglay. Like what? System. For example, seeds for the daxia seasoning that can be planted in Siberia. Farming. Seasonings. Tanglay sat up. You're quite capable. Huh. Such things are really hard to get. Bella searched, and only told him that it was possible to get in, but only from daxia. It would take a long time, and it would be very expensive. Using it for the cafeteria is really difficult. The system stopped talking again. Tanglay also stopped lying down and got up vigorously. All right, I'll try harder and then set it up. He returned to the cafeteria, starting to check his remaining ingredients and kitchen tools. On one hand, he was preparing for dinner later, and on the other, he was also figuring out what was needed for the cafeteria expansion. While he was busy, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the door. Chef Tang, are you there? Tanglay straightened up. Oh, it's you. This was the third time he had met this woman that day. This time, she was dressed normally, and her face no longer showed the arrogance from their first meeting. She looked very tired. Lena quietly walked in and took out a stack of cash. This is your salary from last month. Since I don't have your bank information, I gave you cash first. I sent it over from the logistics department. Tanglay took it and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Thanks. He didn't count the money or ask any questions. He had no curiosity about her. Lena couldn't hold back anymore. Don't you want to know anything? About Lieutenant Roman? Lena looked at Tanglay with a tempting smile, waiting for his surprise or happiness. But Tanglay blinked and simply refused. No, I don't. The more he knew, the more he understood that Roman was still acting as a temporary supervisor. He couldn't secretly get rid of him. And even if Roman was angry now, he couldn't do anything to him. There was nothing to worry about. It was mainly about torment. Tanglay politely said, "Ma'am, I think you might have misunderstood me. I'm just an ordinary cook." Lena's beautiful face twitched. She didn't believe that an ordinary cook could walk out of Roman's office unscathed when Roman was furious. She was unwilling. You've already made an enemy of him. He won't let you go? Don't you want to know his secret? Then what does that have to do with you? Tanglay said calmly. If I remember correctly, you're not safe yourself. He wasn't stupid. If this woman really knew something useful, she would have already used it against Roman. Now she came to him either to talk nonsense or to find someone to test the waters. Sure enough, Lena's eyes flashed with calculation. She hadn't succeeded in dealing with Roman. Not getting beaten to death was already a good outcome. But clearly, her charm in Roman's eyes had diminished. She wasn't sure when Roman might find a better lover. She had to save herself, and she could only think of two ways: find a better man, or regain Roman's love. Either way, these options might depend on the cook from the big summer town in front of her. She could test whether this cook could overthrow Roman. If he could, she wouldn't lose anything by following him. If not, she could turn around and sell Tanglay. Roman would surely value her again. It's a very perfect plan. Lena unzipped her jacket a little, revealing her attractive figure. As long as Tanglay looked at her once. Don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid of him, Tanglay said with a smile. I can't. Thank you. He was completely unaffected. Lena gritted her teeth in anger and challenged. A real man shouldn't say he's afraid, Tanglay. Oh, in other words, I can't do it. Are you still a man? Tanglay was confused. Do I also need to do it for you? There are many women who want me to do it. Who do you think you are? He had been the school heartthrob for over 20 years. Any broken shoes or worn-out items wanting him to do it. He would have been worn out long ago if that were true. Lena's eyes widened. Since arriving at this isolated prison with more men than women, when had she ever been treated like this? Even Roman wouldn't refuse her temptation. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Plus, her wounds still hurt, and she couldn't hold back her tears, crying out loud. How can you talk to me like that? Tanglay scratched his ear, thinking, what else should he do? Should he give her a bow? He listened for a moment, then touched his stomach, feeling hungry. He turned around and went back to the kitchen. Lena's crying suddenly stopped. Just left? Didn't care about her anymore? Is that polite? So, should she keep crying or not? Tanglay didn't really care about Lena's feelings. He was very hungry and was looking for ingredients. He had been cooking since early morning, then spent a long time making noodles at noon. Now he finally remembered. As a cook, he had forgotten to make his own meal. He opened the cabinet and found that both meat and vegetable ingredients were almost gone. There was hardly any flour left either. Only some fish remained in the freezer. Tanglay scratched his head, thinking about making some noodles, but that idea was gone. Instead, he took out a few fish. No noodles, so he decided to make fish skin dumplings. Fish skin dumplings, also called fish rolls, are a common home-cooked dish along the coast of Dacia. The special thing is that they taste like noodles, but are actually made entirely from meat. Tanglay first selected a 3-gene, about 1.5 kilograms, big fish, removing the scales and bones. I must say, the fish from this deep lake is really good. Wild and firm, with only a few large bones, making cleanup very easy. After removing the bones, Tanglay held a knife in one hand, making a soft, ta-ta-ta-ta sound. The fish meat slowly turned into a paste on the cutting board, even smoother than using a meat grinder. He scooped up the fish paste, added some salt, and mixed it repeatedly until it became sticky. Tanglay pinched off a piece and placed it on the board. Holding the knife in one hand and pressing with the other, he spread a thin, semi-transparent layer of fish paste on the board. Then, with a slight wrist movement, he scraped with the knife at an angle. One piece of fish paste floated up. Tanglay controlled his angle and strength very well. Although it was completely broken meat, It now looked smooth like a thin sheet. After preparing all the fish paste this way, Tanglay set the finished fish rolls aside to coat with starch. At the same time, he took other types of meat, turned the knife over, and pounded them into small pieces. Since there weren't many ingredients, he didn't bother with too much detail. Whatever was available, he used. After pounding, he added a piece of ice to make the mixture more elastic. Then he added seasonings and starch, squeezing the mixture into small meatballs, rolling them over the prepared fish sheets. The fish skin dumplings were now ready. Tanglay was working energetically. Suddenly, he paused and realized it was unusually quiet outside. He guessed Lena had finally cried enough. Casually, he dropped the fish dumplings into the pot, cooked them in fish broth, and served a bowl. Then he strolled out calmly. As he left the kitchen, he saw Lena staring blankly into the kitchen, her eyes swollen, and she was sniffing hard. After a day of fear and getting hit, she was hungry too. But since she hadn't caught Roman, she didn't want to leave. She could only hope to stay and get some food here. Just now, Lena had caught a faint smell coming from the kitchen, but she had just finished crying. Her nose was still blocked, and the fish smell was faint. She tried hard to lean forward and sniff. It looked quite funny. Tanglay cleared his throat. Lena suddenly turned around and saw him. She immediately remembered she hadn't finished crying. She let out a loud sob, and tears started falling again. Tanglay now had food to eat and patience too. He sat down in front of Lena with a bowl and spoke gently. "Keep going, don't stop." He was just about to start eating. "Wow, you're so mean." This time, Lena's tears felt more real and sincere. But as she cried, her wide-open mouth also started to shed tears. Sniff. Up close, she finally smelled it. It really smells so good, and she was truly very hungry. Wah! Tanglay found it amusing and ate even faster, taking one bite after another. Soon, only one piece was left in the bowl. Lena finally couldn't hold back anymore. She forced herself to stop crying. "I'm so upset. Can't you just buy me a little something to eat?" Tanglay picked up the last fish skin dumpling, feeling puzzled. "What does your sadness have to do with me? Did I cause it?" Lena's eyes flashed with anger. She really wanted to curse. "Is it your fault? Do you even know what you're doing?" But she knew well that men like this shouldn't be challenged directly. She wiped her tears and sweetly said, "I'm really hungry, Sob. Brother." You see, suddenly, the dumpling fell into the bowl with a plop. Tanglay shivered and said, Forget it. I'll give you one. Just stop talking." "Ugh, that's so gross. I can't even eat anymore," Lena thought. "Are you polite?" She was so hungry she grabbed her fork and started stuffing food into her mouth, thinking she'd settle the score after she finished eating. But as soon as she bit into it, she forgot what she was just thinking. The rich, warm skin, more elastic and smooth than noodles, filled with tender and fresh fish meat. With each bite, the filling was chewy and delicious. Lena couldn't tell what kind of meat it was, only that she'd never tasted anything so good. In the cafeteria, or even in Roman's private kitchen, she had never experienced such deliciousness. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in her mind. It seemed like she hadn't been cheated too badly this time. Calling this stuff something even a dog wouldn't eat. Roman didn't beat her to death. He was showing mercy. So, the people in Area 5 who tricked her, are they really just dogs? Just a moment of angry distraction, and the fish skin dumpling slipped down her throat, leaving only a delicious aftertaste in her mouth. And more saliva. Lena repeatedly licked her lips. "Is it gone?" "Well, what do you think?" Tanglay put away his bowl. "I'm full. Whether others ate one and got hungrier or not, it's none of my business." He went back to the kitchen to continue working. But Lena followed closely behind, her eyes catching the neat rows of uncooked fish skin dumplings on the cutting board. "Aren't there more?" Tanglay pushed the rows of dumplings aside. "They're not for you. There's so many. Why can't I have some? Am I not part of the kitchen staff?" Lena argued stubbornly. "Isn't the cafeteria for us to eat? Who else are you saving them for?" Tanglay replied calmly. "For a friend. Anyway, not for you. If you want to eat, come during mealtime." He pointed to the small blackboard outside. "Not serving outside mealtime." "You." Lena gritted her teeth. Then suddenly her eyes lit up. "Which friend? Your wife? I remember your info says you're single." "Wait." Lena paused suddenly. "Are you talking about Yelena?" Tanglay raised an eyebrow. "You know her? Could it be another girl who got into a fight with that little girl?" Lena widened her eyes. "Is it really her?" I heard Bella say she came back and visited the cafeteria a few times. I didn't expect. She suddenly leaned in, a sly look in her eyes. You really have a good relationship with her, huh? Tanglay calmly lifted the kitchen knife. Its cold gleam made Lena step back quickly, pouting. Humph, I was just being kind today. Let me tell you, don't think Yelena looks good. She's a scary woman. Tanglay thought for a moment. I think you're scarier than her, or Bella. At least Yelena looks very proper. Women who are playful and charming are just for fun. Tanglay has seen enough of that, and doesn't find it interesting. A hint of hatred appeared in Lena's eyes. Huh. Yelena is a freak. She probably didn't tell you her true identity. Better stay away from her. Roman still misses her. You know, she could never forget the name that Roman kept whispering when he vented his anger on her. Tanglay frowned and interrupted her rambling. Enough. I'm not interested in hearing you criticize her. As for her identity, it doesn't matter. Here, she's just my guest. Lena stared at Tanglay in shock, then asked slowly, why? Are you so kind to her? But you're so harsh to me. Even leaving food for that strange woman, Yelena. Tanglay, feeling tired, ignored her. She's good to me. I'm good to her. Is there a problem? If there's nothing else, you can leave. Lena stomped her foot. I came here on behalf of the logistics department. Do you believe I'll just leave if you tell me to? Tanglay smiled faintly. Try me. Even Roman had to obey him when it came to expanding. He wasn't afraid of anyone. He could just go talk to Roman again. Oh, by the way, since you're here for the logistics department, take this list with you. He handed her a piece of paper. Lena looked at it, and her mouth opened wide. Double the kitchen equipment, expand the entire kitchen and dining hall area, buy enough tables, chairs, and utensils for 1,000 people. Why don't you go steal it instead? Tanglay nodded. Good idea. If these aren't in place within 3 days, I'll come and take them myself. All right, go get to work. 3 days, not a second more. Lena. She wanted to cry again. But this time, she understood that even if she cried her eyes out, this terrible man would only use her as a joke. She stomped her foot in anger and grabbed the list, walking away. Outside the 5th dining hall, Lena made a firm vow. Just wait. Yelena can help a little, but she can do much more. One day, she would make this man see her differently. She would cook for him 24 hours a day. If Tanglay knew about Lena's big plans, he would probably be speechless. Forget it. He wasn't going to work overtime. Only his wife could make him stay late. After Lena left, Tanglay looked at the time. It was almost dinner time. He checked the ingredients again. Sighing, he said, forget it. Let's have a full fish feast tonight. He quickly used up the ingredients and went to find Bella for something else. Oh, I forgot to mention earlier that I should also get 2 more refrigerators. Tanglay was thinking about how to get more money from the logistics department while picking out the fish he needed. 10 minutes later, Lao Baowan arrived on time. You're here, Tang. How's your rest? Not bad. Tanglay looked behind him. Has Yelena come? Every day, she was the one helping out. Now, seeing Lao Baowan, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Lao Baowan sighed. She seems a bit upset. But he looked at Tanglay suspiciously. Why are you suddenly so close to her? Have you forgotten that I am your real assistant? Tanglay smiled. No, I mainly developed a new dish. Here, try it first, and I'll save some for her later. He brought out the fish skin dumplings he had prepared. Of course. Lao Baowan's eyes lit up as he looked at the plate in Tanglay's hands. Remember, if it's delicious, it's for us too. Tang, you really are a good person. Tanglay happily accepted the compliment. He didn't mention the plan to trick Yelena into helping him pretend to be his mother. Lao Baowan, unaware of the plan, happily held his bowl and ate with great joy. Fresh. Honestly, Tang, I've been eating fish for so many years, but I never thought of these new ways to eat it. Tanglay chuckled secretly. What he called new wasn't really new. Thanks to our ancestors' love of food, just this one fish could be prepared in dozens of different ways without repeating. So today, we're having a whole fish feast. Later, you help me kill and Deb one the fish, and I'll handle the rest. Lao Baowan nodded repeatedly. Soon, he finished the fish skin dumplings, savoring the taste and licking his lips. All right, let's get started. Tanglay had already planned the menu. The first dish was a must, fish head soup. A key part of a big dinner table. It's good for opening the appetite before the meal and helping digestion afterward. No matter what, it had to be there. That's what authentic food is about. Most importantly, it's simple. Since childhood, which cafeteria didn't serve free soup? Clean the fish head, add green onions and seasonings, bring to a boil over high heat, then simmer on low. For now, this pot could be set aside without worry. At this moment, old Bawan had finished preparing a few fish. Tanglay first picked a fish with no bones, planning to make double pepper fish fillets. As soon as he took it, he remembered something. Forget about double peppers. There are no peppers at all. The more he lacked peppers, the more he craved them. Tanglay isn't usually a big fan of spicy food, but today he was craving it intensely. He asked Bella why they didn't use chili peppers, and learned that in their fighting nation, although everyone, young and old, can handle, they can't tolerate even a little spice. Even mustard is made from a tiny bit of chili root. Their tolerance for spicy food is comparable to people from a certain coastal region in Dacia. So, the dishes they cook at home are not spicy at all, often sweet-tasting bell peppers instead. Thinking about this, Tanglay sighed with regret. These amateurs, they probably haven't yet discovered how delicious spicy food can be. If he ever gets the chance, he definitely wants to take these people to eat Sichuan cuisine for a week. But today, his plan for double pepper fish fillets had to be changed to black pepper flavor with regret. He marinated the fish fillets briefly with green onion and black pepper sauce, then coated them with starch. Next, he added minced garlic and pepper to hot oil, releasing a fragrant aroma. Then he put the tender fish fillets into the pan, frying until both sides turned golden. Once the fish was crispy outside and tender inside, it was time to pour in the sauce. To enhance the flavor, Tanglay added a spoon of sugar, then poured in water and stir-fried on high heat. His control of the heat was perfect. The fish moved gracefully in the pan, not sticking or breaking apart. As the sauce thickened, Tanglay skillfully lifted the pan with one hand while keeping an eye on the fish soup with the other. Finally, a black pepper fish fillet was ready. The thick, glossy sauce coated the golden brown fish perfectly, shimmering and dripping with juice. It looked almost. Tanglay silently turned his head aside, unable to watch directly. Old Bawan, you're drooling. That's so unappetizing. Old Bawan chuckled. That's just surprise. In previous years, he would just boil the fish, freeze it, and then cut it into pieces to eat. But now, seeing what Tanglay made, Old Bawan felt deeply sad. What kind of life has he been living all these years without Tanglay? Some prisoners with the same idea, along with the ringing of the work bell, started arriving at the dining hall one after another. They rushed in excitedly, then quickly lined up in order, all staring eagerly at the food window. Today, Tang seems to be cooking very early. I saw 2 dishes already served. Great. There must be food today, one prisoner said happily, then suddenly felt something was wrong. Huh? Why are there still people behind? Do the prisoners from Zone 5 know about this? Listening carefully, they heard more footsteps outside. The prisoners immediately perked up their ears and became alert. Dennis muttered angrily. Could it be those troublemakers from Zone 4? That shouldn't be. Their noses aren't that good. Before he finished, a prison guard in uniform appeared outside the door. A group of guards entered, bustling and noisy. Leading them was Ratov and Major Anton's deputy. As soon as they entered, they saw that most of the prisoners had already crowded into the dining hall. The 2 groups stared at each other in surprise. Dennis quickly stopped swearing at the Russian. Ratov sighed. I told you earlier, if you want to eat, you need to be quick. Now it's too late. The deputy was the one who helped Tang lay past dishes during today's chef assessment and secretly planned to sneak some food. He looked shocked and said, No way, you didn't tell me there would be so many people. If we hadn't shared that delicious fish from the chef test today, we wouldn't have known to come here. The deputy licked his lips and said, It's really tasty. But why are there so many prisoners coming here? Ratov rolled his eyes. They've committed crimes, not fools. They can tell good food from bad. The deputy looked upset and scolded him for not caring about his colleagues. Before, when there weren't so many prisoners coming, you secretly ate for days without telling us? Ratov coughed and said, Enough talk, line up. You'll get some soup later. He had finally packed some food to give to his dear Volodya. As for colleagues, eating a few more meals at other dining halls won't kill them. After a brief conversation, the usually quiet 5th canteen saw a wonderful sight for the first time. Hundreds of prisoners lined up in front, dozens of guards behind, forming a long line, starting from the food window all the way to the door of the canteen. A group of prisoners looked at the guards with curiosity and suspicion. The guards, used to controlling people, felt uncomfortable everywhere. But the more they criticized the prisoners, the more confused they became. Am I seeing things? These people are so honest? Is that troublemaker Dennis still helping with serving food and handing out plates? No way. When did they become so well-behaved? They're lining up more neatly than during exercise. The guards, who had overseen the 5th prison zone, suddenly doubted themselves. Is this the same group of people we used to manage? It was unbelievable. The highest-ranking officer present hesitated for a moment, and then said slowly, I feel like these people from Daxia are wasting their talents in the kitchen. Why doesn't he come to be a guard instead? The prison, under their forceful control, had never been as peaceful as it was now in the 5th canteen. That's not possible. Radov immediately refused. If he becomes a guard, what will we eat? Do you still want the fish for lunch? The officer's ambitious spirit instantly faded. Forget it, a good chef is a good chef. This Daxiao man must not think about changing careers. Until it was his turn at the food window, the guards couldn't find any faults with the prisoners. Oh, unless eating too much was considered a fault. These prisoners were truly heinous. Seeing the empty plate, the deputy felt sad. Is it all gone? How can they eat so much? Tanglay cleared his throat. Actually, you all wanted to eat quite a lot too. Everyone felt the same. No one wanted to criticize others. But he had expected this kind of supply shortage. Wait a few minutes. The next batch will be ready soon. During the time Lao Ba Wan was serving everyone, Tanglay took over the fish fillet task and was now preparing to cook a quick dish. Stir-fried fish slices. This is also a famous dish from the Daxia coastal area. The essence of this dish lies in how to slice the fish with the skin still on, removing the bones and spines. Tanglay's knife skills are very precise. His large kitchen knife moves quickly in his hands, and in just a minute or two, he prepares a piece of fish. His movements are so fast that only the flash of the knife can be seen. Next, he washes the fish slices with salt to remove the fishy smell, then adds a little salt, pepper, and starch, just like usual, and coats them. The only difference is that he adds half an egg white. After adding the egg white, he adds oil. The slippery fish slices are coated with a layer of oil before going into the pan. This prevents them from sticking together and helps keep their flavor and tenderness. The fish will become even more tender and smooth. Once the preparation is done, the rest is simple. Tanglay makes a small sauce, and as usual, he first heats up some green onions and in a wok over high heat to release aroma. Then he adds the fish slices into the pan. He doesn't even need a spatula. He holds the wok with one hand, suspending it over the stove, and moves his wrist lightly. Suddenly, boom, the fire flares up fiercely, and the flames in the stove suddenly leap high. The deputy officer is startled. Chef! Fire! The pan is about to catch fire. Quick, put out the fire. Hurry! A group of prison guards, unaccustomed to such scenes, scramble to find fire extinguishers. Meanwhile, they kick a group of prisoners who are still focused on eating without looking up. What are you standing there for? Get away. One prisoner looks up blankly at the kitchen, and for the first time in his life, he rolls his eyes at the guards. Such a small matter. Haven't you seen this kind of thing before? Halfway through, he suddenly remembers they are guards and quickly swallows his words. Cough. Officer, this is Chef Tang just cooking normally. Cooking? Does it need to be so intense? The deputy officer looks confused. In his mind, cooking was just adding some ingredients to a pot, boiling, then serving on a plate. At most, chopping with a knife. Then he looks at Tanglay. Tanglay casually flips the pan again, and suddenly, the ingredients fly out from the edge of the pan. Hey, it's falling, huh? It's back in. That shouldn't happen. Can it really land from this height? Wow. The fish slices spin in the air, but no matter how high they go, not a single piece falls out. They even seem to move with a smooth rhythm. The prison guards whisper to each other, gasping in amazement. The prisoners shake their heads and keep eating, feeling a strange sense of superiority. Look at these people. They're so useless. They're not even better than us. At least now, seeing Tang's strange moves, they won't shout anymore. Tanglay himself isn't thinking about all this. This move was just to speed things up. Also, the fish slices were too tender. and I was worried that flipping them with a spatula would break them apart. After 5 minutes, the fish slices curled up, showing the clever use of keeping the fish skin. The fish skin was clear and rolled back, full of keratin, and when bitten, it crackled loudly. The fish meat inside was surprisingly tender. A quick bite would make it melt on the tongue. It had a different texture from the fish chunks made earlier, but it was just as delicious. Or rather, in the current 5 canteens, is there anything that doesn't taste good? This time, the guards finally served themselves, pairing the dishes with stir-fried potato strips, broccoli, and a bowl of fish head soup. Perfect. After the prisoner licked the plate, the guards also finished their food completely. Meanwhile, Tanglay kept hearing system notifications in his mind. New diners repeat customers. The progress bar for repeat customers, which had almost stopped, started rising again. It jumped from under 300 to over 500. Main quest 2. Get 1,000 repeat customers. Progress, 534/1000. Please keep working hard. Are there really so many? Tanglay was a bit surprised. He looked around at everyone. Aren't those guards here for the first time? Can they count as repeat customers? The system dutifully answered. Some are new diners, and some came because they ate your squirrel fish before. They also count as repeat customers. Tanglay understood and remembered that he had leftover squirrel fish from his assessment, about 40 pounds, which he hadn't wasted at all. He was very satisfied. But with more diners, some people would inevitably be unhappy. Tanglay had already increased the portion sizes as much as possible. But since the facilities weren't fully ready yet, even if he started early, he could only just meet the needs of the prisoners in the 5 districts. Plus, dozens of guards suddenly appeared, and the amount of food they could eat and take away was inevitably reduced. Not to mention, these guards also wanted to eat and take food at the same time. The main reason was that the guards quickly realized they couldn't compete with the prisoners, who had been working all day, when it came to eating. But they were staff members, so they could pack food. So, some desperately stuffed their stomachs while trying to grab and pack food. Neither side liked the other. The atmosphere in the dining hall grew tense again. Tanglay naturally noticed this and said helplessly, "Eat enough. If needed, I can make more. Hey, you, don't overeat. You'll choke if you keep going. And sir, how many portions are you planning to take? I can only manage 1. No, I mean, you guys, just have a meal. Don't make it seem like it's your last supper. You can come back tomorrow." Dennis, who had finished eating and was about to wash the dishes, spoke softly at this moment. "There's no guarantee we'll be full even if we come again. If so many people keep coming, even if Tanglay works non-stop, it might still not be enough." The deputy officer also felt wronged and brought up the old issue again. "Chef Tang, can't you open an extra window for us? Look, we are fewer in number, and we finish work later than them. We also take turns. If you could give us a small special meal, we wouldn't eat as little." Tanglay shook his head. "Sir, this is the cafeteria. We can't run a private kitchen here. Even Major Anton has to queue up to eat. He couldn't possibly work overtime, except for private payments made secretly." The prisoners, hearing the deputy's suggestion, felt both unhappy and nervous, worried that Tanglay might prioritize supplying the guards. Now that Tanglay refused, everyone grinned secretly. Hey, Chef Tang is fair. Not being able to eat is just how it is. Suddenly, they felt relieved. Seeing the guards' gloomy expressions, Tanglay was still polite and didn't insist further, even being a bit courteous. "Don't worry. The 5th cafeteria will be expanded soon. You know that, right? Once the facilities are upgraded, providing food for everyone shouldn't be a problem." The deputy's eyes lit up. "Expansion? The logistics department is planning it." Hey, he suddenly had a good idea. Only they could do this. The prisoners definitely couldn't manage it. The next day, Tanglay woke up to see that the logistics team responsible for expanding the cafeteria had already arrived. But why were there a few guards mixed in with the crowd? The next moment, when they saw Tanglay, several guards eagerly approached him. "Chef Tang, you're awake. Do you want to rest a bit longer? Don't worry, it's just an expansion. We'll have the logistics team watch over it for you. We promise not to let them slack off." This attentive attitude made any prisoner stare in surprise. Aren't these 5 district guards the ones who follow Anton, claiming to be the most strict and cold-hearted? The strong men from the logistics department rolled their eyes when they heard this. "You guys are so proud, coming early in the morning to supervise. Tanglay also looked surprised. Aren't you on duty? A few guards chuckled foolishly. We have shift rotations. We discussed it yesterday. Rebuilding the cafeteria is a big deal. Chef Tang is already busy enough. Of course, we can help with these things. So, until the renovation is finished, anyone not on duty will come over. His honest eyes were full of big smiles. Hee, helping with the expansion. Prisoners can't do this, right? If the work is done well and the chef is pleased, there will be food to eat. They are willing to help with anything. It's just sacrificing a bit of rest time. Anyway, they usually have free time during shifts. Not only are they pushing the logistics team to get money and people, but some guards are even personally helping to move building materials. They are busy all over the place. Tanglay was moved by this enthusiastic scene. System, I was wrong to blame you. At first, I thought the prison was a dangerous place, but now I see. This place is full of kindness. The system remained silent, not saying a word. Also in a hurry to leave was Bella. After the assessment, Roman finally relaxed control over the ingredients. Bella had a quick lunch at the 5th cafeteria and then went to the market to buy ingredients. She thought, the 5th cafeteria must be really short on supplies now. She could gather some and send them to Tanglay. It made perfect sense, and she could also enjoy a meal. Moreover, whenever she found some new and interesting ingredients, she could try food she hadn't seen before. She was full of anticipation and didn't even call Tanglay to come pick her up. She just carried big and small bags over. When she pushed open the door to the 5th cafeteria, she was stunned. Wow, you guys are here too. She thought she was the only one sneaking food. The leading guard was also a squad leader. When he saw Bella's shocked expression and the huge pile of ingredients behind her, he immediately understood. Wow, you want to monopolize the chef. What a mean woman. He immediately said, let's help Chef Tang. And Bella, aren't you just coordinating ingredients with the logistics department? Put the stuff down and leave quickly. We'll help you carry it. Bella was unwilling. No, you don't understand. I need to personally hand over the ingredients to Tang. As both sides argued, Tanglay finished washing up and came out. What's going on? He seemed to hear some arguing. Bella and the prison guard. No, we're just having a friendly chat. Working. They exchanged glances, both with fake smiles. Tanglay nodded. It's good that you're not fighting. He saw the big bags behind Bella. New ingredients? That's great. Thinking he couldn't let Bella carry everything alone, he reached out to help. Just as he extended his hand, the team leader of the prison guards arrived first. I'll do it. Chef Tang, you go ahead and focus on your work. Bella's eyes flashed with frustration. I just stood here for a long time. Why didn't you help? Sure enough, men are no good. Tanglay scratched his head in confusion. All right, I'll go see how they're doing with the tables. No. Another guard hurried over politely. Tang, how can you do this? I'll handle it, Tanglay. He turned left and right, but in his own kitchen, he simply couldn't get involved. Everywhere he went, someone else was rushing to do the work. After a few tries, he felt frustrated. What's going on? Today he's become unnecessary? He sighed and went into the back kitchen. Forget it. Only here does he feel needed. He checked the time, 8 a.m. The prison only manages 2 meals a day, so he usually doesn't make breakfast. But seeing so many people working hard in front of him, Tanglay rubbed his stomach. Maybe he should start working too. Bella was already with the team leader, busy stuffing ingredients into the kitchen. Seeing Tanglay come in, she waved to him. Tang, look. Besides the usual ingredients, I also brought you something fresh today. By fresh, she meant something the fighting nation wouldn't normally eat. Tanglay casually flipped through the items and first saw a bunch of beef and lamb, feeling very familiar. Finally, no more fish to eat. He moved aside the rice and noodles and found that Bella had also brought a bag of soybeans this time. Now, that's a good thing. Tofu products are an essential ingredient in daxia. But Bella seemed uninterested. These beans are common and don't taste good. We usually make soup or large flatbreads. Tanglay thought for a moment. Soy milk, bean juice, bean curd, bean skin, dried bean threads, vegetarian meat. Have you tried them, Bella? Are you talking about the same thing? Tanglay shook his head. Forget it. When we cook, just bring your mouth. He suddenly wondered if the fighting nation has debates over sweet or salty tofu pudding. Maybe he could try that later. Besides those, he remembered a famous bean product that the cafeteria's Kirill might be very interested in. Let's set that aside for now. When we make it, I'll discuss it with him. After moving all these items, Tanglay finally saw the new interesting thing Bella mentioned. Look, this kind of rice, we've never eaten it. I heard it's sticky and slimy, like mucus, and very unappetizing. Tanglay looked at the bag of glutinous rice, feeling speechless. Such good things are being dismissed. You people are truly food deserts. All right, we'll eat this for breakfast. Tanglay stood up. He had to give these fools a lesson. Just after taking out the flour and glutinous rice, Tanglay was again surprised. Commander Anton, why are you here too? This wasn't long after they received a large batch of new prisoners, so he should be busy. Anton, dressed in a serious uniform, sat solemnly in the cafeteria. Everyone working there dared not make a sound. Hearing this, he cleared his throat. Expanding the cafeteria is a big deal, so I had to come see it. But I don't have much time, so I only came early in the morning, he hinted. Tanglay nodded. Then stay a bit longer. I was about to make some breakfast for the brothers. Want to join? Anton modestly nodded. Thanks. Oh, by the way, my wife is busy this morning. I'll bring her a portion later. Behind them, the busy prison guards and logistics staff cast disdainful glances. You're the boss of Zone 5. Who would dare slack off in the cafeteria with just a word from you? You don't even need to come personally. Is it because you also can't get lunch or dinner, so you're just making excuses to get some food? The small fifth canteen was bustling with activity and lively gatherings. When old Bawan pushed open the door to help, he felt like he was suffering from forgetfulness. Anton, and you all too, since the fifth canteen was established, this was the first time he saw so many people inside, and none of them were prisoners. Strangely, these people didn't seem to think anything was wrong. They just greeted him calmly and went back to their busy work. Old Bawan had to go look for Tanglay. As soon as he entered, he smelled the delicious aroma coming from the pots. Oh, now he understood. It was another group here, just for a meal. Tanglay had just finished frying some fried dough sticks, and was now preparing to make a sticky rice cake. He couldn't quite explain where this breakfast came from in Daxia, but he had been eating it since he was a child. Bella, with nothing to do, was watching curiously from the side. Hey, don't you want my help? I'm being nice for once. Tanglay glanced at her heavy makeup. Thanks, but wait outside. He didn't want to taste makeup flavors in his food. Bella pouted. Then why did you let Yelena come into the kitchen to help? Hey, why are you talking about my daughter? Old Bawan was unhappy. Go away. With all that fancy stuff on you, can you even cook? Bella sulked and went outside to wait. Old Bawan took over Tanglay's work, helping to fish the fried dough sticks out of the oil. He also sneakily took one. Tang, what are you making this with? It tastes like fried bread, but it was softer than bread, chewier, and more fragrant with each bite. It was a special Daxiao delicacy he'd never had before. Tanglay said, just flour, but the method is different. By the way, is Yelena coming today? He remembered she had promised to move out and stay somewhere else today. Old Bawan hesitated. She's not feeling well. Oh, is it serious? Tanglay immediately thought she might have caught a cold while fishing that day. But old Bawan waved his hand. It's nothing. She can't come for now, but she kept telling me to pack her some food. Tanglay thought, as long as she can eat, it's fine. He temporarily stopped worrying about the girl and focused on making the sticky rice cake. The glutinous rice had already been cooked before he started making the fried dough sticks. This thing is different from rice. It gets lost when there's too much water, so I can only cook it casually. Once it reaches the right stickiness, I pour out the water and steam it until done. Then, it's time for some physical work. Tanglay moved his fingers and said, ready? Let's treat this thing like a loaf of bread. Old Bawan asked. Huh? Without saying a word, Tanglay grabbed a rolling pin in each hand and started pounding. The main idea with sticky rice cakes and rice snacks is to hammer them. The harder you hit, the stickier and tastier they become. But, bang, bang. After just a few hits, there was a loud crash. Tanglay was stunned. Old Bawan looked over and said, why are you smashing the board while pounding the bread? That was a thick marble board. That's a lot of damage to bread. It shows how much he hates it. Tanglay frowned. Something fell off. His strength seemed to have increased. System, what's going on? The system stayed silent. Tanglay shook his head and said, forget it. This bread isn't useful. I'll be gentler. Old Bawan. That is this bread really useless? You're lucky you're not smashing the table. If you hit a person, their head might burst. He just couldn't understand. Why does this seemingly gentle, delicate-looking person, a true daxia person, fight harder in the kitchen than a warrior? Tanglay didn't think he was doing anything too scary. He controlled his strength, kneading the sticky rice until it was all clumped together, hard to separate. Then he tore it into small pieces and threw them into the hot oil. The rice cakes were already cooked. Frying them just made the outside less sticky and tastier. Within seconds, Tanglay scooped them out again. Done. Bring these outside. Whoever's hungry can start eating. He then estimated, not enough yet. I'll make some sugar cakes and fried dough balls. Today was a special breakfast session from the north. As for the more delicate southern snacks like shrimp dumplings and crab roe buns, they'll be made after the expansion. Frying all those snacks took over an hour, but finally, everything was ready. Tanglay came out of the kitchen, about to ask if everyone liked the food, when he was stunned by dozens of piercing eyes. What's wrong? Not tasty. Tanglay touched his nose. No. Amidst the silence, Major Anton took the lead to speak. Tang, maybe you should open breakfast to everyone in the future. No need to compete with the prisoners, and they can enjoy these small snacks at lunch and dinner that are usually hard to get. This is such a great thing. Although they are small, they are really delicious. Especially that chewy little cake. Tang, I've only tasted this texture in soft candies. How did you make it blend with the dry grains? It's so amazing, the prison guard squad leader loudly said. Tang, did the gods give you these creative ideas? Without complex flavors of meat or vegetables, just rice, grains, and cereals makes them feel incredibly satisfied. Isn't this a divine skill? Tanglay silently thought. No, silly kid, this is the power of a foodie. But no matter how much praise, Tanglay didn't really want to provide breakfast. Tanglay, if I make breakfast, the prisoners won't come, and after cleaning up, I might not make it to lunch, Anton pondered. Actually, not only the prisoners, but some guards could also help wash dishes, Tanglay. That doesn't seem appropriate, and there won't be so many people every morning. The prison guard squad leader said, it's fine. If you're worried about not enough people, I have 20 more team members. I can handle 20 portions myself, Tanglay. Well, we don't have enough storage for so much food here. Expand, a strange voice interrupted. A staff member from the logistics department, who had been reluctant to work and hadn't joined the conversation before, suddenly appeared. They had been pushed to work early in the morning by a group of guards, feeling unhappy and even looking at Tanglay with little friendliness. They worked all morning without even greeting Tanglay. But now, they spoke decisively. I see there's plenty of space for expanding the cafeteria. Here's my suggestion. Open up both sides. Add 2 more dining halls, and double the size of the kitchen. It should be enough space, right? A flicker of enthusiasm appeared in his eyes. But the construction won't be finished in just a few months, so it makes sense for them to stay here and eat for a few months. Tanglay, the real reason he didn't want to provide breakfast was that he simply didn't want to wake up early. After all the talking, his workload has increased even more. Is there no way to stop him? At a critical moment, Major Anton spoke up. Several months? No way. After such a long time, how can the cafeteria operate normally? Tanglay nodded repeatedly. Currently, the 5th cafeteria can only serve a few hundred people. It's not because the space isn't big enough, but because of a lack of kitchenware and tableware. Once these are supplied, the 5th cafeteria can easily serve over 1,000 people at the same time. As for a larger expansion, Tanglay didn't think that far ahead. He just wanted to make sure he got his fair share and pushed for a good deal with Roman. Unexpectedly, the logistics team also changed their attitude completely. They wanted to expand. But a few months of construction is like renovating a house. Until it's finished, it will definitely affect meal times. His loyal customers might have to wait even longer, and they would lose several months of breakfast service too. After hearing Tanglay and Anton's ideas, the logistics team thought for a while. How about this? We won't move the current 5th cafeteria for now. Instead, we build 2 extra rooms outside, and once they're finished, we can connect the walls. This way, it won't interfere with your cooking, and they could still enjoy meals there. If we expand 2 rooms on both sides, the estimate is, after discussing briefly with Anton, the engineers gave their conclusion. Based on the area Anton is willing to allocate to the cafeteria, it could hold nearly 10,000 people. 10,000. Tanglay felt both pain and excitement. On one hand, with so many mouths to feed, it would be more tiring, and plans to slack off might be abandoned. But on the other hand, considering that the main line for junior chefs now has over 1,000 loyal customers, future tasks might require thousands or even tens of thousands of people. When the time comes to propose further expansion, it will be even more complicated. Tanglay thought for a few seconds, then clenched his teeth. All right, let's expand. But I can't promise there will be breakfast every day in the future. After all, the prison didn't require it. He was doing it out of his own conscience. Okay, no problem, the logistics engineers said with beaming smiles. No breakfast? That's no big deal. The clever engineers had already thought ahead. They could finish work early and have lunch or dinner before the guards and prisoners. As long as they are allowed to stay here and work, they are definitely among the first to grab food, being the most free workers in the prison. At this point, Tanglay had no objections. But with everything in place and enough staff, he thought about Dennis and Ivan's request and decided to talk to Anton. Sir, can I request a few more prisoners to help with cleaning? Anton nodded. Of course. My deputies should discuss this with you. Or do you have any ideas? Tanglay stroked his chin. Yes, I do. Dennis and Ivan, who helped out earlier, did a good job. But I also want to ask you to check their criminal records, see what they were in for, so I can be sure. Anton's serious face showed a faint smile. You're quite cautious. Tanglay also smiled faintly. Better safe than sorry. Anton nodded in agreement. He was increasingly satisfied with Tanglay. Not only was he good at cooking, but he was also smart, knew when to step back, and handled things reliably. He was worth making friends with. This matter will be checked by my deputy. If all goes well, we'll have the results this afternoon. If you need more staff, just tell him. The prisoner allocation can be adjusted to meet your needs. This showed a lot of respect for Tanglay. After saying this, Anton reminded him, Tang, remember, no matter who is transferred in or how close you are to them, always stay alert. Never forget, they are prisoners. They are inherently more dangerous, fierce, and malicious than ordinary people, especially since a new group is about to be transferred in. Anton hesitated but didn't continue. He looked at the time and said, All right, that's enough work talk. Now, let's discuss personal matters. Tanglay naturally remembered Anton's personal matters. His first task of building connections was still pending. Earlier, Roman had interfered and added a lot of work, but now Anton finally had time to arrange this. Tang, I've contacted my old friends. Some are quite far away, and they'll probably arrive in about a week. Tanglay calculated. So, let's set it for the weekend a week from now. Where should we meet? Just at my house's kitchen, Anton said. It's big enough. This was just a simple gathering with old friends, no need for fancy arrangements. Tanglay happily agreed. All right, I'll think about the menu and discuss the ingredients later. By the way, do you have any dishes you'd like to eat? Feel free to suggest. Anton thought for a moment. The fried fish from the assessment day? Can we still have it? That dish was like his favorite memory. He couldn't forget it after trying it once. Tanglay said, Squirrel fish, that's easy. Just prepare some mandarin fish later. He didn't want to go fishing at Lake Belga for now. As for other dishes, Anton couldn't think of anything specific. So he casually waved his hand. You decide on the rest. We have no food restrictions. After eating like this for a while, Anton had developed a blind trust in Daxia cuisine. Anyway, with Tanglay in charge, nothing could go wrong with the food. By the way, it would be nice to have a lively and relaxing meal. We old friends haven't gathered in many years. Tanglay understood. No problem. I won't serve you a fancy, artful feast like in the cafeteria. Anton chuckled and stood up, ready to leave. Not staying for lunch, Tanglay casually suggested. No, I can't, Anton replied helplessly. I need to hand over the cafeteria duties and tidy up. Some messes left by others. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Anyway, I'm a bit busy, Tanglay understood. It seemed that after Roman recovered from his injury, he also couldn't stay idle. However, Anton said firmly, my deputy will still come to help me pack the meals. Your dishes, you won't miss a single meal, Tanglay. That wasn't necessary. After seeing Anton off, Bella also finished eating and quickly left. She happily went to gather ingredients for the next meal. Tanglay watched her figure, sighing at how hardworking and loyal this helper was. Truly commendable. Then he casually watched the prison guards and logistics staff work for a while. When hundreds of sets of utensils, large pots, and matching stoves arrived, it was almost noon. This lunch will definitely be enough, Tanglay said happily, feeling satisfied with the doubled-up kitchenware. What's for lunch today? Old Bawan also stood up, stretched, washed his hands, and prepared to start working. Tanglay looked at the ingredients and thought, let's first deal with all these fish. Make sweet and sour fish chunks, it's easy. Then fry some fish slices and prepare a vegetable trio. For the staple food, he decided on rice, especially since the kitchen equipment was now available. Later, he planned to make some steamed buns. As he was planning, a somewhat familiar male voice suddenly spoke. Hey, do you need help? Tanglay and Lao Bawan looked up. Wow, you're here. The man in front of them was dressed as a chef, with thinning hair on his head and a gloomy expression. It's none other than Old Six from the assessment. Lao Bawan warned. What are you here for? This is the 5th canteen. Old Six's face darkened further. I haven't come for nothing. Is it because the inspector didn't assign me? When I have no work, I want to help out. Tanglay suddenly remembered this detail. Old Six is really something. After the assessment, Vladimir the general arranged for him to do odd jobs, but Tanglay didn't pay much attention. After all, he's related to Roman. Once the old man left, Roman, as the local boss, would definitely act secretly. Unexpectedly, this Old Six, a senior chef, actually lowered himself and came to do chores for him. Not bad, not bad. Young man, you're better than the second one. The second one didn't even come to help after the assessment. Old Six looked cold. He's already gone, Tanglay asked. Huh? Old Six explained. He was kicked out of prison the same day after the assessment. He only had time to grab his luggage. Now, I've taken over the second canteen. Tanglay was speechless. He coughed, realizing he had underestimated the old man. They stared at each other, eyes wide. So, you're done with the second canteen? But you just started cooking. He had heard that the second canteen was supposed to take in more prisoners than him. At its peak, the entire Siberian prison could hold 1 million people. Now, due to peace, the prison population had shrunk significantly. Including prisoners and staff, there were about 50,000 people. The prison was divided into 5 districts, with the first and second districts having the largest populations. Plus, the second district's canteen was famous for its good food, as Lao Bawan had told him. Every day, they had to serve at least 100,000 prisoners. Compared to that, the entire 5th district, with only a few thousand people, was really small. If it weren't for Major Ndong, the prison warden of Area 5, who has a higher rank and seems to have some background, the smallest Area 5 would have been completely destroyed by Roman long ago. Compared to that, the cafeteria is just getting started. Old Six finished cooking and ran over so quickly. What's going on? Hearing Tanglay's question, Old Six looked at him strangely. Do you have helpers? These dishes don't need me to make personally. I just plan the menu and assign helpers to do the work. I only cook myself for special guests. He looked proud. Tanglay was stunned. How many helpers do you have? Old Six replied. About 10. 2 wash vegetables, 2 chop, the rest watch the pot. Add seasonings according to my instructions. It's all simple work. If I had to do all this myself, what would they be here for? The head chef's time shouldn't be wasted on such things. As Old Six spoke, he noticed Tanglay's face suddenly darken. Sensing a threatening aura, his voice lowered slightly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Tanglay and Old Bawan thought. That is way too wrong. Old Bawan asked. With so many people, what dishes did you make for lunch? Old Six thought for a moment. Sausage thick soup, sausage potato pancakes, cheese sausage spaghetti. No problem, right? Old Bawan was surprised. Then, during the assessment, you made so many steaks, lobsters, and fancy dishes. Old Six naturally explained. Of course, those are made in the small kitchen. Sometimes, a few wardens come to eat, and the head chef will prepare those. Tanglay. So the so-called good food in the second cafeteria is still special supply for leaders. Other times, the head chef just shirks responsibility. No wonder Old 2 and Old 6 are so slow at cooking during assessments. Thinking about himself, he realized he's just an old Bawan, yet he's so exhausted with frying, roasting, and stir-frying, balancing meat and vegetables, 3 dishes and 1 soup. And Old 6 and the second cafeteria are so casual and relaxed. People really do things? Tanglay suddenly felt very unbalanced inside. Luxurious. Wasteful, losing his sense of balance. Tanglay's last bit of shame about calling the top chef disappeared. He immediately said, "Come in and wash your hands. Help me cut 3 shredded ingredients." This was originally Lao Bawan's job, but now that there's such a big helper here, I would feel guilty not to let him do something. The dish called Chow San Si is also made in Daxiao, where it's called Di San Xian. There are no strict rules for the ingredients, just a few seasonal vegetables stir-fried together. In Siberia, Tanglay chose potatoes, carrots, and onions. All 3 vegetables were washed. Lao Bawan helped peel and prepare them, then handed them to Lao Lu. Lao Lu stood behind the cutting board and frowned. "Is this all I'm cutting?" "Yes," Tanglay said while chopping fish, cut into thin strips. Lao Lu was a bit unhappy. "This is the work of an assistant chef." "No, assistant chefs are usually apprentices. I'm here to help, but I'm also a chef." "Are you insulting me, Daxia person?" Lao Bawan rolled his eyes. "When you're not here, I, a retired head chef, still do these jobs." Lao Lu frowned. "How can a head chef do such rough work? This is too inefficient." Tanglay chuckled and pointed to the entire kitchen. "Take a look around and tell me what you see." Lao Lu honestly said, "I don't see anything special." "Exactly. There are only 3 of you in this cafeteria. If you want to do it, fine, but if not, you can leave just like that other guy from the second cafeteria." Lao Lu was surprised. "Only 3 people? Can this be called a cafeteria? I thought your assistant chefs hadn't started working yet." It was better not to say anything, but Tanglay felt even more tired. "Stop talking and get to work." Lao Lu was forced to pick up a knife and start chopping vegetables. He was chopping very awkwardly. Honestly, he only did simple chopping when he first learned to cook. After becoming a better cook, he left these tasks to the assistant chefs. His knife skills were more focused on making beautiful cuts on meat and creating artistic plating. Now, when he started again, Lao Lu was slow and clumsy. He finally finished cutting a potato, but before he could say anything, Lao Bawan, passing by with a new batch of peeled vegetables, looked over and made a disgusted sound. "Is this all you can do? Thick and thin cuts. Is this a professional chef?" Far from Tanglay. Have you seen Tang cut? He measures everything with a ruler. Can you learn from him? Lao Lu's face turned red. "I didn't have to do these things in the first place. Furthermore, you didn't help with cooking, and you didn't even get a peeling and shredding machine." He looked at Tanglay and suddenly had an idea. "Are you trying to make a purely handmade dish to reach the highest level of cooking skill?" "Well, my teacher also said that things made by machines lack soul." Tanglay looked up, expressionless, and said, "I'm not a soul stealer. I don't need soul. I'm just poor. No money. More accurately, the entire 5th kitchen is as poor as a dog." Old Bawan looked quite aggrieved. "Actually, the 3rd and 4th kitchens aren't much better. The best treatment is probably for the 1st and 2nd kitchens." Tanglay was curious. "The 2nd kitchen is well-equipped, which makes sense. What's going on with the 1st kitchen?" "Traitor?" Old Bawan shrugged. "Haven't you noticed? Luo Ming never mentions the 1st kitchen. Actually, the 1st kitchen is the largest, but Luo Ming would never dare to take it seriously, because the head chef of the 1st kitchen, Kirill, is the director of the prison." Tanglay only knew that Luo Ming was acting as the deputy warden, and he rarely heard about the real director in Siberia. "What's his situation?" Old Bawan whispered. "He should still be alive, just had some issues and is temporarily out of work. But it's better not to discuss the director's affairs. He kept it very secretive." So Tanglay didn't ask further and turned to Old Six, who was still struggling with a potato. "Buddy, hurry up. I can't fry enough if you don't cut faster." Old Six was sweating nervously. "How can I be that fast?" Tanglay grinned, grabbed a bunch of already cut vegetables, and demonstrated a quick stir-fry with shredded vegetables. For speed, Tanglay also performed a fiery toss of the wok. Old Six was stunned, watching in amazement. After a moment, Tanglay had already finished plating and asked him if the next batch of potatoes was ready. Old Six looked down again. Oh no, he had been so focused on watching that he forgot to cut. Old Bawan let out a disdainful sound. "It's not that we're fast, it's that you're too slow." Since Old Six got his senior chef certificate, this was the first time he felt so awkward in the kitchen. He hurriedly started cutting. "This won't do. We need a shredding machine. High-tech changes life." Tanglay moved his wrists. "Let's just do it that way. Honestly, I'm not faster than cutting by hand." This is also why he didn't take the opportunity to ask for equipment this time. There was no real need. Lao Lu couldn't believe it. How can a person compare to a machine, whether it's speed or accuracy? It's impossible. Tanglay chuckled and casually picked up a potato. Beep, beep, beep. A few seconds later, only evenly cut vegetable strips remained under Tanglay's knife. Do you understand now? This is how you cut, Tanglay said calmly. Lao Lu widened his eyes, looking like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Tanglay grinned and said, "Practice more, and you'll cut just as well. No machine can match your skill if you master your hands." The system didn't treat these cutting skills as separate abilities. They were just basic actions. As long as your proficiency is high enough, you can do it without a system. Lao Lu nodded confusedly, feeling like his long-held view of cooking was being shattered and rebuilt. Practice makes perfect. I see now. I relied too much on machines and helpers. Looking back, although cutting potatoes is a simple task, reaching Tanglay's level isn't easy. And with skills like Tanglay's knife work, more advanced techniques would probably be easy to master. Chef Tang, I understand now. Lao Lu looked determined and confident. As long as he kept practicing like this, one day he could cook that soup dish just as well as Tanglay did during the test. Yes, Tanglay nodded happily. So after helping today, go to the logistics department and ask for a slicing machine. Okay. Huh, Lao Lu was stunned. That way, you won't rely on machines and can practice more, Tanglay said. Practice, but you're too slow, which affects my cooking. Go practice in the second cafeteria, Lao Bawan chuckled. Lao Lu. Oh no, it feels like he's been played. When the bell signaling the end of work rang, the prisoners rushed into the dining hall. Most of the food was already prepared. The main dishes were the usual rice and noodles. The sweet and sour fish chunks were neatly arranged on plates, each piece coated with thick, shiny sauce. While cooking, Tanglay had a sudden idea. He added a bit of the squirrel fish method to the traditional sweet and sour fish. He fried it lightly, then poured on the sauce. This fish dish may not be as fancy as squirrel fish, but it still has a wonderful and rich taste that it inherits from it. It can be called a simple version of a small banquet. Fried fish slices, stir-fried shredded vegetables, and tomato egg soup are all delicious as always. However, the prisoners are still a bit unhappy. Why are these guys here to eat? Don't they usually avoid the cafeteria? The logistics staff engineer, who was disliked, was at the front of the line and said loudly, "We're just working here. It's hard work, so why not come and eat nearby?" As for the prison guards who came to supervise, the prisoners didn't dare to complain openly, only casting resentful looks. The guards also snorted. "We are also from Zone 5. We helped build the cafeteria. Of course, we come here to eat." The prisoners had nothing to say, so they looked again at the bald man sitting in the front row, eating heartily. "What about him? Wow, this kid isn't from Zone 5. The guard was surprised. "Hey, isn't he the new chef from Zone 2? You came here too?" Lao Lu looked up from his plate and angrily said, "The stir-fried vegetables in your bowls were also cut by me. What's wrong with me eating a little?" The guards and prisoners fell silent. "Do you remember that you used to be a top-notch, high-level chef at the neighboring cafeteria? Why are you so proud of coming here to cut vegetables?" Tanglay appeared just in time, feeling a bit guilty, realizing that it wasn't right to keep people waiting so long without eating. "All right, how much can he eat alone? Plus, today we've added more utensils and cookware. Enough for everyone. Just line up and get your food." The prisoners cheered and honestly formed a long line, starting to get their meals for the day. The whole cafeteria was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Lao Lu slowed down his eating, watching the lively scene with some thought. He had just taken over the second cafeteria, and he heard that the food here was the most popular among all the cafeterias. But he had never seen such eager expressions on the prisoners' faces before. The definition and power of good food might be much greater than what he learned from the academy and his teachers. While Lao Lu was lost in thought about life, Tanglay had already finished his work and was leaving. The remaining tasks of serving food and cleaning up were left to Lao Ba Wan and Brother Dennis. Tanglay stretched lazily and casually tidied up his bed. Yesterday, Yelena had agreed with him that they would cook lunch today and then she would move to her house. But now, little Niz hasn't come for a whole day, and Tanglay isn't sure whether to move now or wait for her. He decided to ask Lao Ba Wan. "Yesterday, I told Yolina we would move to your place today. When will she come?" Or should I go first? Is it convenient? Lao Baowan was momentarily stunned. Oh, you see, I'm getting old and almost forgot. She asked me to help you move first. She might have some trouble coming back, Tanglay asked sharply. Coming back? Wasn't it said that Niz was feeling unwell? Lao Baowan hesitated and stammered. She. At that moment, a small figure suddenly pushed open the dining hall door. She quickly slipped in, carrying a gust of wind and snow, happily saying, Brother Tang, I'm here to pick you up. With a loud rustle, a cold breeze followed, waking everyone who was eating in the hall, and they all looked at Tanglay with complicated eyes. What's going on, brother? You're not a foreigner, just arrived, and you're unfamiliar with everything. Why is Yelena coming to pick you up? Is it moving so fast? Some others looked at him with admiration. Man, you dare to go after this woman. Tanglay ignored all the looks and waved at Yelena. Have you eaten? I left some good food for you. Yelena, who had just come in, saw so many people inside and felt a bit shy. When she heard Tanglay mention food, her eyes lit up immediately, and she happily moved closer. Eat, eat, eat. The prisoners behind them felt even more frustrated. Hey, Tang, it's no fun to leave small portions for women. Yeah, women slow down your cooking. Women are temporary, but brothers are forever. Tang, can you give me a little of what you left for her? I'm your brother for life. Tanglay found it funny and was about to tell them to stop joking. But Yelena turned around first, alert and scanning the crowd fiercely, saying, What? Someone wants to fight me for the food? The prisoners immediately fell silent, each burying their heads and eating furiously, as if they hadn't even farted. Yelena was finally satisfied. She greeted old Baowan and reached out to serve the food. At that moment, Tanglay suddenly frowned. Little Yi, why do you look so pale? Ah, really? Maybe it's just from the cold. Yelena hurriedly touched her face. Tanglay disagreed. This is Siberia. Unless Yelena went to the Arctic, it couldn't be colder anywhere else. But Yelena's face was pale, with faint dark circles under her beautiful blue eyes, showing signs of fatigue. This wasn't just coldness. Yelena's eyes flickered, and she didn't want to say much. Tanglay looked at old Bawan again. He seemed a bit helpless, but not overly worried, so he didn't ask further. He simply went back to the kitchen and soon brought out a bowl of sugar water. Drink this to warm up. Yelena saw he wasn't asking more and stuck out her tongue, giggling. It's okay, Brother Tang. If you're worried about me, just give me more food. I'm starving. Tanglay gently tapped her forehead. Is that all she cares about? She's such a foodie, easy to take care of. After Yelena finished eating, she tidied everything up and saw off old Lu and the staff who came to eat. Tanglay finally gathered his scarce luggage, preparing to move to old Bawan and Yelena's home. This time, Yelena drove her big SUV to first take old Bawan home. After unloading the luggage, Yelena asked curiously, Brother Tang, you've crossed countries, so why did you bring so little stuff? Tanglay felt a bit sad. It's a long story. Basically, I didn't want to marry a woman, so I left overnight. He left so quickly that he bought a few changes of underwear on the road. Really? Yelena's eyelashes fluttered. Then why doesn't Brother Tang want to get married? Will you go back someday and marry her? Tanglay shook his head wildly. Impossible. Even if I die abroad, I won't go back to marry her. Little Yi, you don't know. That girl weighs 300 pounds. She could crush him. Yelena's small mouth opened slightly. Wow. Suddenly, she asked, Brother Tang, what kind of girl do you like? I heard that people from Daxia like gentle, delicate girls who are like little birds. Tanglay thought for a moment. I don't know. Yelena. Tanglay. Little Yelena, you're still too young. When you meet the right person, you'll understand. If you really like someone, you can make all your standards fit that person. So, it's hard to say. Yelena, seeming to understand but not quite sure. Brother Tang, you seem to have a lot of experience. Of course, Tanglay casually boasted. Back in the day, girls who wanted to date me could line up from my dorm to the school gate. I changed girls every day, and never repeated once in a month. Really? Yelena pouted slightly, let out a soft hum, and looked away. Since we're running low on daily supplies, I'll take you back to the market town again. Tanglay naturally agreed. Before getting in the car, he suddenly remembered and took out a bunch of paper bills from his pocket. Here, this is my salary for today. Yelena was caught off guard. What are you giving me? I'm not just to pay you back for what you spent last time, Tanglay said matter-of-factly. You bought me so much last time. Yelena's faint excitement in her eyes immediately disappeared, and she calmly said, "Oh, actually, you don't need to pay me back. It's nothing." She held the money but felt a little unhappy, as if the distance between her and Tanglay had grown. But logically, she couldn't figure out why, so she just pouted and looked gloomy. Tanglay smiled. "It's more than that. I gave you all my salary. Because I haven't used your money before, I don't really recognize the bills, and I don't usually go to the cafeteria, so, besides paying you back, I'd like you to keep these bills safe for me. When we go shopping later, teach me how to recognize them. If you're free, you can also help me deposit money in the bank. I trust you." Anyway, this foodie little rich girl wouldn't run away over a few bills. She always knows the difference between a full meal and a snack. "Are you really that trusting of me?" Yelena's cloudy expression suddenly cleared, and she smiled again. She carefully counted the money. "Don't worry. With me here, I won't let you get scammed. I'll help you deposit it later." After counting, she carefully stored the money, opened the car door. "Let's go shopping." The SUV sped off quickly. This time, Yelena drove especially fast, arriving at the market town in less than 40 minutes. When Tanglay got out of the car, his face was calm, and he quietly moved his stiff fingers. He had been holding onto the car door the whole way, afraid that this girl might cause his soul to drift away on the snowfield. But a man's dignity must be maintained. So, Tanglay's face remained mysterious and unreadable. Yelena was in a happy mood. As soon as she got out of the car, she pulled Tanglay straight to the supermarket. First, they went to the daily necessities section, where she picked out a full set of toiletries, including towels. Before, Tanglay had only used supplies provided by the prison. Now that they were out, of course, he needed to buy better things. At first, Tanglay glanced at the items, but he quickly realized that Yelena was amazing. She was very thoughtful and careful, choosing everything perfectly, with great taste. Throughout the process, she was excited and seemed to enjoy it very much. Tanglay usually gets very sleepy when shopping, but since he had been with Tang Ma for many years, he had learned how to handle it. So, after a few minutes, he just went into relax mode. He only carried the things and nodded along. They each did their own thing, and it was quite harmonious. But this harmony didn't last long. An unpleasant voice interrupted their shopping trip. Looming from behind the shelves was Luo Meng's half-bald head, looking grim. What are you doing here?" Seeing Luo Meng, Tanglay wanted to laugh. In just one night, Luo Meng's already half-bald head looked even shinier. His face was dark and gloomy, not sure if he was weak or angry. Looking at his hand, wow, it was wrapped in bandages. Tanglay smiled and asked with concern, "Deputy Director Luo, you're hurt so badly, and you're still worried about me and Yelena? You're such a good person." Luo Meng's face twisted in anger. He didn't want to look at Tanglay and said coldly, "Yelena, you shouldn't be running around outside." Yelena's smile disappeared, and she replied coldly, "That has nothing to do with you." Luo Meng snorted and looked at the things in their hands. "What are you here for?" Yelena frowned. She didn't want to talk about Tanglay moving to her house, and she didn't know how to explain. He was hesitating when suddenly his waist felt tight. Tanglay casually pulled Yelena into his arms and smiled at Luo Meng. "We're on a date. Don't you understand? Acting supervisor," he said. "Oh, I forgot. Maybe there's an age gap between us. Old Nyo still wants to chase after young girls. How shameless." Luo Meng was furious and about to curse loudly when he suddenly saw the pile of cheap daily necessities in their hands, and he couldn't help but laugh. "A date? Huh?" With a mischievous smile, he turned and walked away. "That was so weird," Yelena muttered softly. Tanglay nodded in agreement. "Don't talk to him. He might even catch a mental illness." "Huh?" Yelena was amused. "All right, Brother Tang. Let's keep shopping." Half an hour later, they had gathered all their supplies and arrived at the supermarket entrance. Just as they were about to pay, a shiny bald head suddenly appeared in front of them. Luo Meng was holding a bunch of flowers in one hand and an expensive bottle of perfume in the other, and he saw Tanglay still carrying a towel and toothbrush. Luo Meng sneered. He knew that this young man from the summer was a poor guy. Otherwise, why would he be so eager for a raise? The logistics department had given Tanglay a lot of money. Luo Meng knew that well. So now he was very confident. Even if he emptied his pockets, this summer guy wouldn't be as rich as him. And in many women's eyes, Money is the biggest romance. Luo Ming held the flowers and perfume, blocking Yelena's way. By the way, Yelena, since you're back rarely, I haven't given you a gift. Most women wouldn't refuse what he was holding. Yelena was confused. What are you giving? I don't remember us exchanging gifts. Luo Ming hesitated and smiled. Just to celebrate that I get to see such a beautiful you. Yelena took a step back and whispered to Tanglay. Is he mentally okay? Tanglay chuckled. He understood Luo Ming's bragging, but thinking that this trick might work on Yelena, no wonder she was annoyed with him. Maybe buying her dinner twice would work better. Seeing that Yelena didn't respond, Luo Ming stepped closer. Besides, on a date, girls should always have flowers. He looked at Tanglay provocatively. Chef Tang, surely you wouldn't refuse to buy a gift for a date, right? Or are you planning to give that beautiful girl these towels, toothpaste? Luo Ming sneered. Is this what men from Dachau are like? So stingy. Tanglay rubbed his nose. I don't know if men from Dachau are like that, but you, the deputy supervisor, have misunderstood something. Huh? He wanted to see what this poor guy could buy for Yelena, to see where he was lacking. This poor fool who can't even afford a decent gift. But Tanglay sincerely said, actually, you're mistaken. These are gifts Yelena bought for me. Luo Ming froze. Tanglay took a bag and handed it to Yelena. Shall we go pay now? Yes. Yes, Yelena said without hesitation, pushing Luo Ming aside and ignoring the flowers and perfume he had brought. Move aside. You're blocking the way. Then she headed straight to the cashier, pulling out some bills from her pocket. It turned out she was paying for Tanglay. And Tanglay just stood behind, smiling quietly and watching. In fact, Yelena was holding the money and softly joking with him, her face showing genuine happiness. Luo Ming's eyes darkened. Why? Why? He was so wealthy. Yet Yelena ignored him and laughed with this freeloader. Meanwhile, Tanglay, listening to Yelena explaining the value of the furry bear coins, felt a surge of resentment. He turned around. He saw that men from all directions were giving him complicated looks. Some looked down on him, some looked resentful, and others envied him. Of course, the most noticeable was Luo Ming. His face was dark as night, glaring at Tanglay with almost fire in his eyes. Tanglay grinned and kindly reminded him, Deputy Supervisor, don't be so tense. Be careful, you might grind your back teeth to bits. Tanglay, Luo Ming was furious. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Letting a woman pay? Men who rely on women are so shameful. Before Tanglay could speak, Yelena was unhappy. You're so annoying. I'm happy to help him. What's it to you? Suddenly, Tanglay felt the eyes around him turn even more resentful. Buddy, you're really eating soft rice. Tanglay rubbed his nose. Really? I feel ashamed when I want to eat, but can't enjoy both soft and hard foods. You. Roman almost lost his composure right then. Tanglay was about to perform first aid on the acupoint again when Yelena said, All paid. Brother Tang, let's go. Hurry, hurry. If we leave now, we can still make it to the cafeteria for dinner. Tanglay chuckled and shook his head, too lazy to save Roman, and turned to leave. Roman, however, struggled to stand up again. Wait, Yelena, there's nothing good at the cafeteria. Since we're eating, why not let me take you to my private kitchen? The delicacies inside are not available in the capital. You'll definitely be interested. He still had some rare seafood from last time's assessment that he hadn't used up yet. Roman's eyes lit with a glimmer of hope. He knew that Yelena really liked good food. But Yelena shot him a strange look. Your private kitchen? Oh, you mean the second cafeteria? I know about that. But you used a bunch of rare ingredients during the assessment, and they're not as good as Brother Tang's cooking. Huh. Roman felt like he was stabbed in the heart. Yelena's words were sharp and hurtful. So, is there any point in going? Tanglay thought for a moment. You can't say that. The ingredients are worth visiting. I haven't even used some of them yet. Yelena looked thoughtful. Why not take the ingredients back to the fifth cafeteria to cook? Leaving them here would just be a waste. That's not a bad idea. Tanglay sincerely looked at Roman. Anyway, your private kitchen isn't that good. How about giving me the ingredients? I'll share some dishes from the fifth cafeteria with you later. They coordinated perfectly, making their plans clear. Roman covered his aching chest and finally couldn't hold back. No way. You. Get lost. If it's not possible, then it's not. Tanglay shrugged. Such a fuss. Yelena nodded in agreement. It's a pity he just said you're stingy, tisk. Roman's hand trembled with anger. You, Yelena? Don't forget your identity. Yelena's face darkened, about to speak. Tanglay patted her shoulder. Let's go. Waste of time arguing with such a miser. He was in a hurry to go back and cook. Yelena immediately remembered dinner and, without another word, turned to leave. Only Roman was left standing in place, feeling angry and frustrated. He couldn't release his fury, so he slammed the cash register. Stupid thing. As soon as he said that, he let out a loud scream. Ah! He raised his hand again, only to see that his remaining healthy palm was bleeding heavily from the slap. The cashier was startled. Hey, sir, why are you hitting so hard? It's just a razor left here from the last customer who wanted to return it. I didn't get a chance to take it back. Roman froze. The last customer. Wasn't that the scoundrel named Tang? It was him, again him. Tanglay, I want you to die. Back at Siberia Prison Logistics Department. It was 8 p.m. Old Lou, who had been helping in the cafeteria all day, stood tiredly at the department entrance, arguing passionately. Listen to me. The 5th cafeteria needs more cooking equipment. Like a slicing machine, the logistics staff frowned. No, we've already allocated enough funds for the 5th cafeteria. Today alone, they suddenly demanded a 3-month expansion project, which used up the funds transferred from the 2nd cafeteria, plus the savings from the past years for the 5th cafeteria. It's all gone. He was also confused. God knows what's going on. The team sent to expand the 5th cafeteria was reluctant and just wanted to do a quick repair and leave. But somehow, the lead engineers suddenly had a crazy idea. They wanted to extend a project that should take a few days into 3 months. According to calculations, once finished, this small 5th cafeteria might even surpass the 1st and 2nd, becoming the biggest cafeteria in Siberia prison. But was that really necessary? The logistics director asked why, and the engineers just said they had a sudden burst of inspiration for building. Listen to this nonsense. In the prison, building construction? But he was the only engineer in the logistics department. After some back and forth, the logistics director had no choice but to compromise. But increasing facilities? That was impossible. He had his limits. Old Lou frowned in frustration for a while, then suddenly said, Then, just move the cooking equipment from the 2nd cafeteria to the 5th. Anyway, he was planning to practice knife skills there. What did they need machines for? The logistics director was stunned. Sir, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Extra advanced equipment has always been one of the proud assets of the 2nd canteen. Among all 5 canteens, only Roman's close followers have this honor. And if I remember correctly, the 5th district doesn't get along well with Roman, right? And the new head chef in front of me is also related to Roman? So, what's the reason for fighting for the 5th district? Haha, 6th brother, do you think you're fighting for the 5th district? Clearly, it's to reduce the chances of being disliked in the future. Today, the prisoners teased him for a long time about the long and short vegetable strips. He kept a blank face and said, This is what I, the current head chef of the 2nd canteen, mean. Tomorrow, I want the machines moved out. He doesn't want to endure those teasing days anymore. And tonight, he plans to quietly practice slicing vegetables in the 2nd canteen. While he was thinking, Roman's deputy found him at the door. Mr. Gleb, why are you here? You're so hard to find. Gleb, who is 6th brother, turned around and asked, Why are you looking for me? The deputy wiped his sweat and said, Lieutenant Roman wants to see you. 6th brother frowned. He still wanted to go back to the kitchen, but since it was Roman, out of respect for his cousin who helped him find a job, Gleb nodded. I understand. He repeated his request to the logistics officer before heading to Roman's office. As soon as he entered, he was shocked by Roman's terrible condition. Cousin, your hands? Why are both hands wrapped in bandages? They looked like turtle fins, moving angrily in the air, which was a bit funny. Roman said irritably, That's none of your business. It's late. Why aren't you resting in your room and instead running to the logistics department, making me wait so long? 6th brother didn't hide his thoughts. I went to the logistics department to get some cooking equipment. Aren't the supplies in the 2nd canteen enough? Roman said casually. If not, just ask them to add more. It's a simple matter. Really, cousin? 6th brother was very happy. But I want to add things to the 5th canteen. Can that also be just a simple request? Roman hesitated. After a few seconds, he let out a loud shout. Are you crazy? Adding stuff to the 5th canteen? Have you been poisoned by that big summer guy? Old Lu looked confused and upset. Wasn't it your idea first, cousin? Sigh, if it's not possible, forget it. I'll go talk to the logistics department myself. His face was bright with frustration. You're so petty. Luo Ming was so annoyed by this expression that he almost choked. He was furious. You idiot. That person from Daxia is your enemy. Do you understand enemies? Don't you feel humiliated or ashamed to be doing chores for him? Don't you want to get rid of him? Old Lu honestly shook his head. It's okay. Many people in Area 5 envy me. After all, he worked in the kitchen and could always get the first bites. Luo Ming was so angry he couldn't speak. He waved his hand impatiently. Enough. Shut up. Listen to me. From now on, when you go to the 5 canteen, watch that Daxia person closely. Make sure to report to me every meal he makes. And what he does normally. Old Lu hesitated. That's possible, but if I have to report everything, won't I miss out on hot food? He didn't understand. If he wanted to eat, why didn't Luo Ming just go to the 5 canteen? But if it wasn't about eating, then what was the point of knowing the dish names? It was just asking for trouble. Luo Ming couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. Do what I tell you. Get out. He just wanted to find a way to get rid of that Daxia person. Why are all his subordinates so stupid? Not a single one is reliable. Old Lu obediently left. The door creaked open. Lena quietly slipped in, smiling at Luo Ming in a friendly way, her voice soft. Captain, don't be angry. You're always so unhappy. I feel sorry for you. Luo Ming, leaning against her gentle warmth, let out a sigh of frustration. You're well behaved. Lena smiled softly, lowering her eyelashes, hiding a hint of scheming in her eyes. Meanwhile, at the 5 canteen, Tanglay watched the prisoners neatly put away their chairs and leave in line. Then a familiar person arrived. Commander, working so late? It was Major Ndong's deputy, the one who usually leads the meals. The deputy sighed. Yes, busy. Dealing with new prisoners is such a hassle, and the prisoners in Area 2 are different from those in Area 5. Overall, the prisoners in Area 5 don't have much background, so they're easier to manage. Area 2. Sigh. He shook his head, unwilling to say more, then took out a stack of files. Chef Tang, I've already looked into the matter you asked about. Tanglay remembered. Oh, you mean Dennis and his brother? The deputy nodded. I've pulled up their files. Their crimes when they came in aren't too serious. They led a group fight, and the brothers were the leaders. In the chaos, someone was killed, causing a big problem. When they went to court, it turned out the unlucky victim had some background. So, the brothers ended up in jail. Usually, one person would be convicted, but since they are close, they preferred to go together and not blame each other. So, they were both sent here to Siberia. The deputy carefully chose his words. Actually, with their crimes, they'd normally get 3 or 5 years, and since it was just a killing, they wouldn't normally be sent here. But they were sentenced to 10 years. Tang, you understand, right? Tanglay nodded. Did they offend someone? That's okay. Anyway, they're just here to do long-term dishwashing work. As long as they're not bad people who cross his bottom line, Tanglay doesn't care. Moreover, these two seem to be honest workers trying to reform. As long as you understand that. The deputy put away the files and suddenly remembered something. By the way, these two weren't originally from our Zone 5. They came from Zone 2. Cough. There was quite a bit of gossip in the prison back then, the deputy said eagerly, sharing gossip. Apparently, they had connections with a terrifying woman among the female prisoners in Zone 2. Later, unable to handle her torment, they caused trouble and ran here. Hee hee. The deputy's smile was meaningful. Tanglay thought of the legendary games Bella used to talk about, shaking his head. These two actually have such a romantic past, but it seems like it's not really useful. The deputy grinned. Huh. If you saw how terrifying that woman is, you might not be able to handle it either. Don't think I look down on you, Chef Tang. It's just how people are made. Seeing his eyes drift to the wrong places, Tanglay kicked him and scolded with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. Next time you go to the bathroom, I'll call you. Let's see who can't handle it. The deputy grinned mischievously. No need to compare. When you see that woman, you'll understand. Let's go, Chef Tang. Come back for dinner later. Tanglay paid no attention to him and went back to continue tidying the kitchen. The next day, after Dennis and his brother finished eating and cleaned up, Tanglay announced good news to them. Dennis, Ivan, I've talked with the officer. From now on, Whenever my fifth canteen is open for a day, you will be responsible for organizing and washing the dishes. You can finish your work half an hour early and come to the kitchen to eat first." Dennis and Ivan stared wide-eyed, their big, bear-like faces excited and speechless. "Oh my God, Tang, you actually did it. Come on. We will definitely come on time every day from now on. We won't slack off. Tang, you are like our real brother from another mother." The prisoners eating nearby also heard Tanglay's words and looked at Dennis and his brother with envy and jealousy. Some people were not happy. This isn't fair. It was supposed to be a rotation. Why are they so lucky? Exactly. If it were me, I wouldn't slack off either. Tanglay remained calm and said, "I haven't finished. The fifth canteen is expanding, and the two of them definitely can't handle everything alone. So, after discussing with the officer, we decided. Besides the two of them, we will keep 2 more spots for rotation, depending on your performance, to decide how long you work." When these words were spoken, the crowd was stunned. All the prisoners present looked eager. What does it mean to help in the kitchen? They could enjoy Chef Tang's delicious food regularly and fill their stomachs. Who would dare to slack off with such a good job? When it was their turn, they wished they could stick themselves right next to the dishwashing sink. Dennis and his brother looked at these people and felt even more anxious. No, they couldn't let these troublemakers work harder than them. What if they get replaced later? Fight. Fight hard. A group of prisoners who had committed crimes and been sent here for reform, and who usually just wanted to get through the days, suddenly burst with fierce fighting spirit. For the last hope in their miserable lives. Charge. Tanglay nodded with satisfaction. Anyone interested, sign up this afternoon. Major Anton's deputy will come to select and assign positions. Originally, he thought the deputy would handle it himself. But old Bawan reminded him of something. The back kitchen is still very important. Don't underestimate the small tasks like washing dishes and tidying up. If someone has bad intentions or slacks off, it could cause problems. This could seriously affect their meal delivery schedule. So Tanglay still decided to go over and take a look, just to get familiar with the situation. But when he arrived, he was stunned. He expected only 10 people, 2 per group, taking turns, but now, the long line in front of him was endless. He had heard that these big men disliked doing detailed chores like washing dishes. Dennis, who didn't need to sign up, sighed. A few prisoners at the front looked at Tanglay with resentment. "Tang, when you said we should sign up, everyone who ate your food rushed to join. And now, something went wrong. They had kept this secret for so long. The secret about the food in the 5th cafeteria. Finally, they couldn't hide it anymore." These prisoners weren't fools. Seeing their fellow inmates so eager, even if they didn't understand what was happening, they wanted to join the fun. Probably, after this, even out of curiosity, more people would come to the 5th cafeteria. Right now, tens of thousands in the entire 5th prison area had come. It's so hard. Just to get a meal, it's really tough. The prisoners who had kept the secret with great effort were now pounding their chests in frustration. Tanglay chuckled to himself. "No wonder my repeat customers are so slow to come back. It's because of you stubborn troublemakers. Serves you right." He deliberately picked a few new faces who hadn't eaten before, gathered 10 of them, and nodded in satisfaction. "It's decided, these are your guys. Bring me more repeat customers quickly." A few days after increasing the staff, Tanglay noticed the progress bar for repeat customers was rising again. The new prisoners didn't need to be told. Anyone who had eaten once immediately started criticizing their fellow inmates. We've all been in the same cell, digging potatoes together, but you guys have no sense of friendship at all." Soon after, more people came to join. Meanwhile, the logistics department and prison guards weren't very good at keeping secrets. If just one person couldn't hold back and took some food back to their dorm, the next day, there would be a new group of customers. Tanglay was very happy. Counting the new repeat customers every night was like counting money. He couldn't sleep without doing it. A few days later, one evening, after Tanglay finished the last dish, the system finally remembered the long-missed notification sound. Gain a repeat customer 1. Repeat customer task 1000/1000. Main storyline task 2 completed. Receive a mysterious lottery chance. Complete the task early to get a skill lottery. Congratulations, host. Once again, he finished early. Tanglay perked up immediately. After sending everyone away, he didn't even bother to go back to Lao Bawan's house. He first pulled open the back kitchen door, sincerely washed his face and hands, and clicked on, "Good luck, good luck, good luck." With a strong sense of ceremony, Tanglay opened the lottery interface. "Give me a win," a flash of gold light. The mysterious lottery interface popped up again, revealing a book. Looking at the cover, it seemed to be quite similar to that National Banquet recipe book. Another menu, although expected, Tanglay still felt a bit disappointed. In fact, he now thought fishing skills were quite fun and sometimes useful. But unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Tanglay casually flipped through it in his mind. The first thing he saw was a few big words. Basic medicinal cuisine. Wow. Tanglay suddenly got excited again. Flashes of countless medical novels appeared in his mind. Urban doctor, rural doctor. Is his medicinal cuisine also heading toward becoming a divine doctor? Tanglay rubbed his fists eagerly and opened the Basic Medicinal Cuisine book. He immediately saw it. Further down, he read, lamb testicles, beef whip, oysters, chives. Ugh, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a physical body in his mind, Tanglay would have spat out blood. What is this? He angrily pointed at the system. Look, do I need these things? He's a strong young man full of energy. Who does he look down on? The system, barely alive. The lottery draw is random. This is a system personal issue. Tanglay was furious. If you're bothering me, I'm done with you. The system, host, you can cook for others and help those in need. Tanglay's lips twitched. Although some people might really have this need, but when it comes to making it, He flipped through the book again and muttered, no need to keep trying, but I can let Yelena try some beauty treatments. Although he thought little Yelena was already very pretty, which woman can resist the temptation of beauty care? Just like many women say, losing weight is a continuous pursuit, and herbal dishes are definitely better than messy chemical cosmetics. Tanglay reluctantly accepted this gas station book. Come on, keep drawing. I still don't believe it. If you dare, try for a perfect tonic. This time, another flash of golden light appeared. Oh wow, a double yolk egg. That seems a bit more advanced than the last fishing trick. Tanglay excitedly clicked open the book, and another book appeared. Wow, you really dare to do it again. The system quickly beeped. Congratulations, the host has gained a new skill, Sichuan Cuisine Mastery. Plus, a Sichuan menu as a gift. Tanglay's eyes lit up. Sichuan cuisine. This is a good thing. Sichuan cuisine is not only one of the 8 major cuisines of Daxia, but also one of the 4 major cuisines of Tanglay's nation. Even though Tanglay doesn't eat spicy often, just mentioning Sichuan cuisine makes him salivate wildly. The spiciness of Sichuan dishes is not just simple heat, but a numbing spiciness with a fragrant taste. Not to mention the popular dishes across Daxia like twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu, boiled sliced pork, and fish-flavored shredded pork. Just talking about hot pot alone, it's enough to make the aroma spread 10 miles and attract everyone's attention. Moreover, the numbing spiciness of Sichuan cuisine has a deep origin. The Sichuan and Shu regions are low-lying and often affected by fog and humidity. Only Sichuan pepper and chili can dispel cold and dampness, keeping people healthy and safe. Now, imagine this in cold Siberia. Isn't that perfect? Tanglay looked at the Sichuan recipe book, and suddenly a bright idea flashed in his mind. He seemed to know what to prepare for Major Anton's gathering. A group of old friends, haven't seen each other for years. If they just sit down for a formal banquet, it might feel distant. Better to gather around a hot pot, lively and warm, making everyone sweat from the heat, with a few bottles of beer. That's real fun. Thinking of this, Tanglay eagerly opened the recipe book, looking for the hot pot page. It was easy to find. One flip, and there it was. But in the next moment, Tanglay felt like he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, and his enthusiasm instantly cooled down. System, Tanglay gritted his teeth. Why did I have to draw Sichuan cuisine? Beef tallow is fine, and I can accept green onions, scallions, garlic, cilantro, turmeric, licorice, galangal, gardenia, and white cardamom. The more he read, the more his head hurt. I haven't seen most of these ingredients before. Where am I supposed to find them? You might as well give up on me. He just realized this now. This seemingly simple hot pot base is actually so complicated. The system checked these words again and reminded him. Host, you forgot about sticky rice chili. This chili is different from the sweet peppers used by the fighting nation, Tanglay. But oh, I forgot that even peppers here aren't spicy. And the main seasonings are all wrong. He's trying to make hot pot with his head. But if he has to change the dish, he's already looked at the recipes and thought for so long. Tanglay painfully swallowed his saliva. This just doesn't feel right. Not to mention preparing a feast for Major Anto. He himself is starting to crave something. System, I drew a specialty skill, but I can't use it. Are you trying to mess with my mind? The system probably sensed the host's breakdown and quickly spoke before Tanglay could threaten it again. Host. This time, by completing the task early, the system will fulfill its promise and open the system shop to you in advance. Maybe you'll find what you need there. Tanglay slapped his thigh. Right, I was wrong to doubt you. Open it now? The system responded immediately. In the next second, the once plain system interface in Tanglay's mind suddenly displayed a new option. Tanglay clicked on the shop. With a flash, a white screen unfolded, and hundreds of familiar items appeared. Dog skin plaster? Power pills. System, why are you selling everything? The system beeped twice. This system is a chef system. All food-related items may be included in the system shop. However, items included can only be purchased with system points, and their effects may differ from reality. Tanglay raised an eyebrow. Points? Do I have those? The system replied. Yes, host. Your points are converted from the number of your repeat customers, 1-to-1. Your current points balance is 1,100 points. Tanglay felt relieved. Oh, that's quite a lot. Haha. Suddenly, he stopped and cursed loudly. Wow, a spicy rice cake costs 50 points. Why doesn't the system go and grab it? System. Our mall products are absolutely fair and worth the price, dear. After saying that, it fell silent, lacking confidence. Tanglay looked over the hot pot menu, feeling more and more upset. 50, 50, 100. 150. Where did this greedy system come from? One hot pot meal, and you're about to drain all my points. If the system had a physical form, Tanglay would definitely be shaking it hard now. He worked hard for a month, and now his points for a hot pot are almost gone. This is so unfair. The system quickly said, items in the mall are definitely worth their price, with great usefulness. Moreover, host, if your points run out, you can earn more. It gently persuaded. The next main task is to get 10,000 repeat customers. After completing it, you can enjoy 10 hot pot meals. Tanglay. Thank you. His cafeteria can only hold about 1,000 people, and even if each time different people come, reaching 10,000 repeat customers will take a long time. At a normal pace, it would take at least a few months. Only after the construction department finishes expanding in 3 months might there be hope for faster progress. But is it worth being so busy just for 10 hot pot meals? Really, why is it like this? Tanglay sighed. First, exchange for a basic hot pot base pack. Ding, the system cheerfully responded. Sichuan and Shu hot pot base pack has been exchanged. Deducted 1,050 points in total. Don't be discouraged. Host, you still have 50 points. You might consider buying a strength pill from our mall. Get lost, Tanglay said, feeling pain every time he heard it, and immediately interrupted rudely. Just as he was about to turn off the system, he suddenly saw a small book in the corner of the interface. Basic techniques for traditional dasha pastry making. 50 points. System, do you also sell skills in your mall? Is it the same as the ones I get from the lottery? The system scanned and replied, it's the same, but the prize pool and shop refresh are random and do not connect. Rest assured, you will never encounter the same skill twice on both sides. Tanglay paused for a moment, looked at the remaining 50 credits, and clicked Buy. Host, the skills you purchase are of little use in your current environment, the system suggested, enthusiastically, recommending a powerful pill. At least these can help protect your safety. Tanglay frowned. Just be honest. Are your powerful pills already selling poorly or about to expire? The system immediately fell silent, as if dead. Tanglay snorted, but still bought the pastry-making technique book. He suddenly remembered something. The first time he went out with Yelena, he only brought a date cake, and Xiaoyu was so happy. He had promised to make more for her in the future. Anyway, it's only 50, Tanglay shrugged. If I spend it, I can earn it back. The system said, that's not how you told me to advise. Tanglay cut it off. Be quiet. Is that person the same as the system? The system went silent again. Tanglay used up his points and clicked Pick up. In the next moment, Another book appeared in his mind. At the same time, the system prompted, "Please open the refrigerator." A package of hot pot base suddenly appeared silently in the fridge. Quite convenient. Tanglay sighed as he picked up the package. Is this the base? It's his hard-earned points from over a month. He was reluctant to give it to Anton, uncertain if Anton sensed something was wrong. Tanglay had just left the kitchen when Anton arrived. "Chef Tang, you're still here?" Major Anton waved. "Actually, I have something important to discuss with you." He then turned his sharp gaze. What's in your hand?" "A new ingredient?" Tanglay. That look was too good, probably not a good sign. He had no choice but to put down the base. "Yes, I was about to make a new dish." "First, tell me what's the matter." Anton looked at the base package again before calming down. "Here's the thing. You've been choosing 10 prisoners to take turns washing dishes, right?" Tanglay nodded. "Don't say it. These 10 prisoners really aren't lazy at all." Tanglay occasionally glanced over and found that they worked even harder than each other. Each plate was cleaned to a bright shine. They looked like professional restaurant staff with 10 years of experience. He couldn't find any problems with them. This place doesn't feel like a prison. It feels more like a Fortune 500 company. So, when Anton asked, Tanglay was a bit confused. "Boss, do they have issues?" Anton smiled wryly. "No, but not having issues is the biggest problem. You don't know, right? In the entire 5th zone, so many people want to come here to wash dishes. Today, I came because the guards told me, can we get more prisoners to wash dishes here? Or maybe just rotate faster. The more people washing dishes, the better." Tanglay thought, wow. "And this request?" Anton seriously said, "Tang, this is very important. Don't you know? These unruly prisoners who can't wash dishes are almost causing a riot in the 5th zone." Tanglay was truly stunned. "Bro, just washing dishes. And a riot? They're causing trouble." What Tanglay didn't know was that after more people visited the 5th cafeteria, the food there quickly became one of the prisoners' main reasons for survival. Without Tang's delicious food, this crazy life of reform would have no fun. As more prisoners came, the job of washing dishes, which everyone used to dislike, became sacred. Being able to wash dishes meant a steady meal ticket from the 5th cafeteria. But the prisoners Tanglay chose were so few, and the rotation was slow. Plus, those who got the job wouldn't slack off. So, most prisoners in the entire 5th zone, even if they wanted Tang's food, could only drool and settle for the 3rd or 4th cafeteria as usual. But as the saying goes, I can endure darkness if I have seen the light. Before tasting Tang's food, ordinary people thought it was okay. But once they tried it, after eating at the 3rd or 4th cafeteria, they found it like chewing wax. It instantly made them feel worse. And looking at those lucky ones who could eat enough every day and grab food quickly, their feelings were truly a mix of sourness and frustration. After some time, the usually obedient 5th canteen actually showed signs of rebellion. It wasn't the usual attacks on guards or escapes. These prisoners refused to leave the canteen. Even during work hours they wanted to stay, and late at night they clung to the bars, crying out of hunger. Wait a moment. The guards looked very worried. So, Anton had no choice but to come and discuss with Tanglay. "Can you give them more chores? Let them help you out. You can cook more food, and it will also use up their energy. If this keeps up, I'm afraid they might go crazy." Tanglay awkwardly rubbed his nose. Using good food to break prisoners' spirits was really quite unusual, but there wasn't much work in the canteen right now. Besides washing dishes and tidying up, the prisoners couldn't do much else. Tanglay thought for a moment. Strong workers. Let's arrange something. Suddenly, he saw a bag of hot pot seasoning on the side. A bright idea flashed in his mind. Oh, how did I forget this? Tanglay opened the seasoning bag and grabbed a handful of chili peppers. He tore it open and poured out a small handful. A few shiny, golden chili seeds fell out. They looked full and healthy, something Tanglay had never seen before. He checked with the system in his mind. "System, can I plant these seasonings I bought?" He had thought about it before. If he couldn't buy chili peppers, he could grow them himself. Chili plants only take about a month to grow. How did he almost forget? The vast, uninhabited land of Siberia, and these energetic prisoners who wanted to cause trouble. Isn't that the perfect opportunity? If the system's optimized seasoning could be grown here, he'd have endless supplies of spices. No more spending points. The system hesitated for a moment. Yes, it can be done. With system optimization, this product is now suitable for the local climate. However, plants grown on ordinary land will have greatly reduced special effects granted by the system. Only the basic flavor will be preserved. But Tanglay was already very satisfied. That's fine. I just want the flavor. Can't really expect the seasoning pack to cure all problems, right? The system beeped twice and stopped talking. Tanglay directly placed the chili in front of Anton. Look at this. I just found a very tasty ingredient. Can you help me grow this in your spare time? Sweet pepper? Anton thought it sounded familiar. Tanglay shook his head and tore off a small piece of chili skin, signaling him to taste it. A few seconds later, serious Anton spat out his saliva and started coughing wildly. Cough, cough. Tang, is this what you call food? If Tanglay and he had no grudges, he would suspect that someone was trying to poison him. Tanglay grinned and said, "It's different from the sweet and spicy peppers you have here." Anton replied, "It is different, but no one would want to eat this. Growing it would just cause trouble. You don't understand this." Tanglay waved his finger. "Wait a moment, I'll make you a taste." He turned and went into the kitchen, carefully taking out a handful of spices and tossing them into a pot. Without beef fat or bones, he used fish meat and fish broth as a substitute. Once the water boiled and a fresh aroma wafted from the kitchen, the simple spicy hot pot broth was ready. Tanglay casually gathered some vegetables from the kitchen and added a bunch of noodles, boiling everything together. In less than half an hour, he served Anton a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot. At first, Anton held a fork and knife, suspicious of the layer of red oil floating on the surface of the bowl. But after Tanglay scooped a piece of fish with noodles and opened a bottle of beer for him, Anton couldn't hold back anymore. He first poked a forkful into his mouth, showing a pained expression. Tanglay didn't mind. Most people who haven't eaten spicy food before experience this the first time. Because spicy isn't like sour, sweet, bitter, or salty. It's not a taste, but a pain sensation. But this pain also stimulates the nerves and blood flow all over the body. Anton took a bite, endured a few seconds of fiery heat, and then widened his eyes. Spicy, numbing, salty, fresh. His mouth involuntarily started to produce saliva. He thought the first bite was too spicy, and his mind hadn't reacted yet, but the next bite went in again. He kept eating, feeling his whole body heat up and sweat dripping from his nose. At this moment, he took another sip of cold beer. Anton suddenly let out a deep sigh. That's so satisfying. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought vaguely, how long has it been since he felt such excitement and heat? Anton couldn't remember clearly. Since moving to Siberia, the land closest to the Arctic, looking at the frozen ground all year round and the unchanging cold wind. Sometimes Anton felt like he was a stone, cold and unmoving here. Even when he returned home and sat by the warm stove, his mood remained calm, without a trace of passion. But today was different. The spicy, numbing taste filling his mouth felt like a fire burning from his heart. Anton finally remembered the last time he had such a feeling. It was 20 years ago, when he was young, gathered with friends, raising a glass of, "To our country, to youth, to you, my friends." Laughter and joy echoed in his mind again after 20 years. Anton sniffed and was overwhelmed by the strong, spicy flavor, tears coming to his eyes. This taste. Tanglay smiled. Are you satisfied? Actually, there was no need to ask, because Anton, who couldn't handle spicy food, had unknowingly been sweating and had already finished a whole bowl of spicy hot pot. Really good. He put down his bowl and sighed happily. For some reason, after eating this bowl tonight, Anton suddenly felt he wasn't old, and he still had passion. The grand ambitions of his youth were still in his heart, and the exhaustion from days of fighting with Roman was gone. He picked up a chili from the table. Plant. Tomorrow I'll arrange for people and plan this. Tang, you should also think about it. Maybe teach these prisoners how to grow it. And, can your seeds survive in Siberia? Do you know? Tanglay was confident in this. No problem, definitely. The system produced this, and it's not so tricky for now. Anton nodded, then suddenly said, when I have a dinner with old friends, can we also serve this dish? He thought that those old friends wouldn't refuse. Tanglay nodded. Sure, I've already arranged it. He was preparing something even tastier than spicy hot pot. But as he agreed, his mood was complicated. Indeed, this packet of seasoning still couldn't be kept. But in the future, He wanted to grow more than just chili peppers. He couldn't bear to part with his children, but he also needed to catch the big fish. To persuade Anton to cooperate with work, he had to make the hot pot happen. Tonight, he planned to search the system intensively for a seasoning planting guide. Meanwhile, Anton received a reply and left happily. He was almost imagining the scene of drinking and eating with old friends soon. But that happy thought was shattered the moment he stepped inside. His wife, Lisa, and daughter, Natasha, were waiting at the door. Seeing him come in empty-handed, they frowned. "Dear, did you not go to the 5 canteen today?" Anton hesitated but nodded. "Well, I've been busy lately. In a few days, I'll finish the handover and definitely bring food for you again." Natasha looked a bit disappointed, but, understanding the importance of her father's work, she said kindly, "It's okay, Dad. Your work is important." Lisa also gently said, "It's fine, dear. I don't have to eat. I just waited for you because it might rain tonight, and I was worried you'd get wet. Your neck, isn't it painful whenever it rains? Take off your coat. I'll warm a towel and give you a hot compress." "Thank you, Lisa." Anton took off his coat, touched his neck, and suddenly frowned. "Strange, it doesn't seem to hurt today." He looked out the window. It was drizzling lightly, and his neck still felt warm, not cold and stiff like usual. "Could I have healed?" Anton muttered. Lisa didn't hear clearly and leaned in. "Dear, what are you mumbling about?" Before she finished, her eyebrows furrowed sharply. "Wait, what's that smell in your mouth? I've never noticed it before. Anton, what did you eat at the 5 canteen behind our backs?" Anton's face suddenly changed drastically. He hurriedly said, "Dear, I can explain." Lisa and Natasha looked at him with displeasure. Anton wiped his cold sweat, thinking about how to explain. He really only ate the spicy hot pot from Tanglay because it was so delicious and small in portion. That's why he forgot about his wife and daughter. It wasn't intentional. Faced with his wife and daughter's rising anger, Anton completely forgot about his earlier doubts regarding his neck pain. Maybe it was just a coincidence, he thought. The next day, Tanglay arrived at the cafeteria entrance, ready to open the door, but was startled. "Officer," Anton had been waiting outside the cafeteria for some time. As soon as he saw him come to open the door, Anton, with dark circles under his eyes, looked serious and asked, "Is there food?" Tanglay. He glanced at the time and sighed. "Sit for a while first." He said that breakfast wasn't his usual working time, but he needed to eat anyway. Getting Anton a meal was just adding one more person to feed. "Tang, is there breakfast this morning?" A few others saw the door open and excitedly rushed in. This was the logistics team that came early to work. "Is there?" "Tang, can we help too?" a few other guards said. Since they discovered the secret of the 5th cafeteria, they haven't gone out on leave much. Whenever they had free time, they would come to the 5th cafeteria. They hoped to catch Tanglay in a good mood and maybe get a taste of the new dishes. Tanglay looked at the 10 or so new faces and helplessly rubbed his nose. They weren't really annoying, but it felt a bit like being a young dad back in college dorms. A dad with a bunch of big kids. At mealtime, they chirped, "Dad, food, hungry." Tanglay could only pick up the pots and bowls and say, all right, wait a little longer." The breakfast was simple. Some 8 treasure porridge, fried dough sticks, sugar cake, and sesame balls. Thinking of his college days, Tanglay suddenly remembered a breakfast dish that was a must-eat in the cafeteria. Tujia savory pancake. When this pancake first appeared, it became popular all over campus. Although no one has confirmed why it's called Tujia, the name has become deeply ingrained in every college student's DNA. Tanglay also felt very hungry and decided to make some noodles. He took out a bag of flour and started making pancakes. The key to the savory pancakes is twofold. First, how to make the bottom crispy and flaky, and second, how to prepare the meat sauce on top. These were not difficult for Tanglay. He mixed the flour with water until it formed a dough and let it rest to ferment. Then he heated some oil in a pan. Tanglay chopped a piece of pork belly into small pieces and stir-fried it in the pan. He added minced onions and garlic, cooking until slightly crispy. Then he added some chopped mushrooms to enhance the flavor and texture. Next, he added salt, sugar, and a little tomato sauce. Since he didn't have bean paste or cooking wine, Tanglay used a salty sauce from his country's traditional ingredients as a substitute. He also carefully took some cumin and seasoning powder from a hot pot base pack, then poured in water. He simmered until the water was half gone, leaving a thick, glossy meat sauce. By this point, someone was already waiting by the window. "Are you making a new dish?" "Chef Tang, is it ready? Can I eat? I want to be first. Go away. I came here with you, and you're not playing fair." Tanglay was used to this scene. "Not yet. Wait a little longer." Next came the main part of the pancake: how to knead the dough into many thin layers while keeping it one piece. This is a common technique in traditional Chinese pastry making called oil layering. First, he added oil to the dough and kneaded it repeatedly until the oil was fully incorporated, making the dough smoother and more moist. Then he divided the dough into several pieces, rolled each into thin sheets. He brushed a layer of oil on each sheet, folded it, flattened it again, and repeated the process several times. Although the surface looked like a thin pancake, inside, the layers were separated by oil, forming even layers. When cooked, the pancake would puff up quickly with a little frying in hot oil. The thin layers would turn crispy and flaky, crackling loudly when tapped. Once the bottom was fully crispy and the top cooked without crumbling, Tanglay took the pancake out of the pan. He brushed a layer of freshly made meat sauce on top and continued baking it over low heat. The sauce soaked into the pancake, adding more flavor and making it even tastier. After finishing a batch of pancakes and taking them out of the oven, Tanglay cut them into small pieces. In front of the food window, another group of people had gathered. Even more than before, Tanglay looked helplessly at these eager, hungry men and suspected that he might need to start serving breakfast regularly. It was a situation he couldn't ignore. He even started to think creatively. Maybe he could add a frying pan and make some pancakes with fillings. He also thought about making fried dumplings and buns, which could be prepared in advance and made breakfast easier. As he thought about this, he slapped himself mentally. What a busy life. He had planned to rest, but now he was really considering new ideas. Just then, a familiar voice appeared in front of him. It was Anton, who had finished his breakfast and was now waiting at the window again. Tanglay was about to serve him a pancake when Anton waved his hand and took out a lunchbox. "Pack some for me first." This time, he absolutely couldn't forget to bring food for his wife and daughter. Otherwise, he might lose his warm bed tonight. To make up for yesterday's mistake, Anton had come early to the cafeteria entrance today, even delaying his work. He was just waiting for Tanglay to open the door. Finally, when he saw a few crispy, tempting pancakes being placed into his lunchbox, Anton finally relaxed. Good, everything is settled now. Tanglay saw him pack the lunchbox and suddenly remembered something. He turned to everyone and said, "Today, the soy sauce pancakes are a trial run. There's no limit. If anyone needs more later, they can come back and pack some." The waiting crowd immediately cheered. "Great. Tang, I've been saying I wouldn't be full with just this. Even if I am full, I'll get hungry again quickly after working." Only Anton gave Tanglay a puzzled look, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is Chef Tang being so diligent today? Tanglay smiled slightly. He wasn't working for nothing. Just then, when he saw Anton packing his food, he suddenly remembered something. Recently, the number of repeat customers had slowed down again. Although the prisoners in Zone 5 now knew about this place, the logistics staff and guards rotating through different zones might not know. The people around them might not be aware either. Why not prepare some good takeout food? Let these people pack up and leave. As long as one person can't hold back and starts eating in front of others who don't know. Hee, just the smell and taste are enough. Isn't he confident he can attract more diners? A group of big men who had been in prison for a long time, quite simple-minded, still didn't see through Tanglay's sneaky plans. They happily carried their soy sauce-flavored pancakes, each leaving the cafeteria to do their own thing. Meanwhile, after a busy morning, Tanglay finally waited for Lao Bawan. Seeing the chaotic cafeteria, Lao Bawan still had no doubts. He shook his head silently. These kids, they've never been so eager to eat before. There's a reason the prison provides only 2 meals a day. Many people skip breakfast altogether. Not to mention Lao Bawan's frozen fish. Lao Bawan entered the kitchen, feeling mixed emotions. Tang, if these pots weren't still so old and broken, I'd even doubt if this was the place I worked for so many years. Tanglay thought he was reminiscing about the past and was about to comfort him. But Lao Bawan said, "So, can the logistics department replace these broken pots? Also, Tang, what are they eating? Are there any leftovers?" Tanglay. Lao Wan, you're quite straightforward. He pointed at the edge of the pot. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I left some for you. Lao Wan chuckled, eating while praising. Smells so good. Tang, how did you make these pancakes? They're so crispy. Biting into one, it was flaky and fell apart. Lao Wan picked up a piece and held it to the light. Turns out, it was thinner than paper. Tanglay smiled. How could it not be crispy? This is called 1,000-layer flaky pastry. Lao Wan. 1,000 layers? Western cakes also do that. But after tasting yours, I think yours are better, though those cakes with cream are nice. Compared to Tang's 1,000-layer pancakes, they're just too sweet, soft, and boring. Lao Wan's casual remark made Tanglay feel a bit nostalgic. In earlier years, Daxia also experienced a Western food craze. At that time, all things Western were highly praised. From top to bottom, there was a wave of foreign-style, fried chicken, fries, and pizza were sold at dozens of times the price of Daxia's buns and dumplings. Western-style cakes, cream desserts, and mousse cookies once replaced traditional snacks in Daxia. These foreign treats cost much more than they are worth but are praised as artistry and culture. Tanglay still remembers when he was a child, about 10 years ago. Parents often rewarded children by saying, "Let's go eat KFC." Back then, his family was poor, and his parents saved for a long time just to take him once. He didn't think fried chicken was much tastier than his mom's spicy chicken. Looking back after many years, setting aside the fancy image of those foreign treats, Daxia's local food can also touch people's hearts. On this land thousands of miles from his homeland, he has already proven with his cooking skills. Daxia's own craft and culture are just as good as any other nation's and can also go global. Another piece, Tang. Old Bawan's voice interrupted Tanglay's thoughts. He smiled and cut another piece for Old Bawan, thinking of a certain little foodie. Haven't seen Yelena lately. Although he now lives at Old Bawan's house, he spends most days working in the cafeteria. He only goes home to sleep. Since Yelena doesn't come to see him, they rarely meet. Old Bawan sighed when he heard this. Well, her work has some things to hand over lately. Oh, Tanglay nodded. Yes. I remember she said she's also a soldier and only comes back on leave. Is her leave almost over? Thinking about it, he felt a little regretful that he might not see her again soon. If she's leaving, I'll make some snacks for her to take, Tanglay thought to himself. Old Bawan hesitated and said, Actually, no need. She doesn't. She will. A clear voice suddenly interrupted. Old Bawan was startled. You little brat. When did you come in without making a sound? You almost scared your dad to death. Yelena suddenly appeared in front of them, making a funny face at Old Bawan. I just heard my name and wanted to listen quietly to see if you were talking about me. She quickly turned to Tanglay. Brother Tang, don't listen to him. I'm not leaving, but I still want to eat snacks. Tanglay was also surprised. Honestly, this young girl appeared so quietly that no one noticed her. After receiving the basic chef talent from the system, he became quite sharp and good at listening and locating sounds. But it didn't work on Yelena repeatedly. However, when she said she wouldn't leave, Tanglay felt happy. All right, but you need to remind me often. Otherwise, I might forget when I'm busy, like these past few days. Yelena pouted sadly. I want to come too, but I have some work I can't avoid. But after this time, I should get a break again. Brother Tang, I will come to the cafeteria every day. Please don't find me annoying. Old Bawan looked at her with some worry, but didn't say anything. Tanglay noticed that Yelena seemed more lively today. This also made his mood lighter. Hearing this, he smiled. Okay, since you're helping me, I'll make you something delicious. He remembered the book in his mind called Men's Gas Station, Women's Beauty Salon. But before he could do anything, someone from Anton's side arrived again. The deputy hurried to the 5th canteen. Chef Tang, I heard the officer say you have some work to assign to the prisoners in Area 5. When is it? Are we going to arrange it this morning? He was really anxious. Tomorrow, the prisoners transferred from Area 2 will move in. If the prisoners in Area 5 are still causing trouble then, it will be a big problem. A clash between the old and new inmates might even turn chaotic. Just thinking about it made the deputy's head ache. Now, he looked at Tanglay as if he was a lifesaver. Tanglay, without delay, took a small bag. All right, let's go now. I'll tell you how to arrange it. Inside the bag was Sichuan and Suzhou special chili paste, bought from the system store. Originally, What he bought was definitely not enough. But last night, Tanglay had a quick-witted idea. After repeatedly tormenting and threatening the system, he managed to make a deal. That was credit. The credit was simple. Tanglay first took enough chili peppers from the system to plant, and when the return rate of customers increased, he would use 1.2 times the points to pay it back. This interest rate was quite high, and it made Tanglay feel a bit painful. But he had no other options, so he simply took another book about chili planting from the system. He rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. He never thought that he, a young man who had paid off his car and house loans, would end up with a debt from points. This really is. Sigh. Under the pressure of the points debt, Tanglay became a bit more diligent following the deputy officer. On the way, he listened to the deputy sighing about how worried he was that something might go wrong during the handover. Suddenly, Tanglay had an idea. I have a solution. Want to try it? The deputy frowned, about to say that he had been a prison guard for many years and still had no idea what to do. So what could Tanglay do? Then Tanglay took out a packet of shiny red chili seeds. A few minutes later, after explaining his plan, the deputy looked dreamy. Tanglay, what do you think? Not good. The deputy shook his head. No, I just think. Isn't this a bit too easy on the prisoners? He was a little tempted to try it himself. He felt a strange sense of envy towards the prisoners, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Tanglay ahem. No need to worry about that. His idea was simple. He didn't have many seeds and was worried about how to distribute them. Since some prisoners weren't behaving well, he decided to pick 1,000 of the best-behaved prisoners recently and give them these chili seeds. They could plant the chilies next to their potato fields under his supervision. When the chilies ripened, they could bring the harvest to Tanglay. Based on the quality and quantity of the harvest, they could exchange it for Tanglay's special snacks or get priority in meal service several times. Those who did well would get extra rewards. Those who didn't put in effort would be disqualified, since the seeds were valuable. The system also explained that these chili seeds had been optimized, and as long as they understood the habits of chili plants, they wouldn't be hard to grow. As for the others who weren't chosen, Tanglay had his own plans. He still wanted to plant more in the future, and this was just a trial run. More seeds would be distributed periodically. Each person would only get one type of seed, but the selection would still prioritize the best performers. What about those prisoners causing trouble because they're hungry? Sorry, the more they cause trouble, the less they'll get. And to motivate the prisoners, Tanglay also planned to cook a spicy hot pot using these spicy seasonings at noon today. But this time, the hot pot would be different. In some parts of the summer, people also call this way of eating bobo chicken. It involves skewering ingredients, boiling them in broth, and then eating them straight from the skewer. You can enjoy it plain or with dipping sauce. The biggest advantage is that it's large in quantity and easy to carry. Captain, please help inform everyone who comes to the 5th canteen to eat today that during their break, no matter if they have their meals or not, they can all get a new special dish. The main ingredient is what they are planting today. As long as these prisoners know how tasty chili peppers are, they will be eager to participate. And each person only gets one portion. They definitely won't be full from just one. The main goal is to tempt their cravings and make them want to keep eating. Want to eat more? Well, no. Unless they trade for some of the chili peppers they grow. After this whole plan, the deputy was impressed. Tang, what did you do before? He tried to hold back, almost asking, are you interested in becoming a prison guard? He was so talented. He understood things so clearly. In other words, it was a little scary too. The deputy thought with some resentment. Just like now. Even he wanted to grow that. Spicy pepper called Sabotage. He was supposed to be a prison guard managing prisoners. But now he envied the prisoners every day. Tanglay smiled and said, just an ordinary person from the summer. He also noticed the deputy's resentment and thought for a moment. The officers usually manage the prison, and it's hard work. If you're willing, I can discuss with Officer Anton and add some special dishes to the reward and punishment system for the officers. Just providing food is enough. Farming isn't necessary. Prisoners are here to work and reform, and the guards are just doing their normal jobs. Plus, this plan has brought many benefits to his 5th canteen. Although he's just a small cook and can't influence the prison's management system, he still wants to do what he can to help. But these ideas should be approved by the guards first, Tanglay thought calmly. Maybe many of them aren't really interested in eating and drinking. Yes, I agree. The deputy officer's excited voice interrupted his thoughts, and his eyes suddenly became friendly toward Tanglay. At least I absolutely agree. Chef Tang, it's great that you have this idea. I'll go talk to Commander Anton about it when I get back. Oh my. Tang, if it works out hereafter, you will be like my real brother, Tanglay grinned. He no longer kept track of how many half-brothers he had gained since coming here. There were really too many. After the whole plan was announced, the prisoners in Zone 5, just as Tanglay expected, started to get excited. Really, if we plant the seeds Chef Tang mentioned, we can eat delicious food in the cafeteria later. Not just that. Chef Tang also said there will be special dishes we can't usually get. That's amazing. Anyway, we have to plant potatoes every day. What does it matter what we plant? I'm in. Some prisoners were cautious and watching carefully. Who knows if this will grow well? If it doesn't, we might not only get no rewards, but also face punishment. And what is this? Glutinous rice chili? Is it the same as the chili we usually eat? I don't see what's so tasty about it. But after the notice that only 1,000 people would be chosen to plant was announced, everyone was stunned again. Huh. You keep watching, but you might not even get a chance. Man, I was just joking. If I really get chosen, I'll definitely plant. Only 1,000. Can I eat with that? Oh my God, only 1,000? And I have to perform well? I've been honest all along. The officer must pick me. Stop talking nonsense. I saw you last night at Lights Out, howling like a wolf, hungry and wanting to eat in the cafeteria. The prisoners who usually worked hard to reform felt relieved, while those who caused trouble and played tricks were stunned. I was just encouraged by someone, officer. I really am honest. Now they just regret it. I've been honest and reformed for years. And now, just because I was encouraged a couple of days ago, I've become so stupid. Faced with the divided prisoners, the deputy officer quickly announced that selections would be made at random from those who hadn't received seeds yet. This made the prisoners who were eager to get chosen calm down. Stay calm, stay calm. Now is the time to turn over a new leaf. There will be other chances later. If you cause trouble again, it'll be the end. No matter how much they fight in this prison, they can't get released early. The only way to improve life seems to be through Chef Tang's delicious food. We must do our best. Suddenly, the prisoners looked energized, standing tall and proud, like employees at a big company meeting. Don't worry, sir. We will work farming. We will improve ourselves. We will start fresh. For the food at the 5th canteen, let's go. Tanglay watched the brave men, feeling pleased. They are all good candidates to earn points and pay off debts. After organizing everything, he turned back to the 5th canteen and asked Yelena, who was waiting there. Little Yi, is the task I asked for done? Yes. Yelena happily ran out of the kitchen, holding a half-bald figure. It was the head chef of the 2nd canteen, Old Six Gleb. Yelena said, I asked him to help gather all the steel and wooden skewers from Zone 2. They used to be for barbecue. There are thousands of them. That should be enough? Old Six struggled a bit. Ma'am, I need to remind you. You didn't ask me to help so politely. Instead, he directly slammed a table in front of her. His face showed a clear threat. If you don't give them to me, there will be such a table. This was practically stealing. Really? He didn't say he wouldn't give them. Yelena raised an eyebrow. You don't want to? Old Six shut his mouth. No, that's good. She smiled at Tanglay. How about it? Am I efficient enough? Tanglay glanced at Old Six's frustrated face and chuckled secretly. Hurry up, you're really good. Once you're done, you can pick first. Yay. Yelena cheered. Is there anything else I can help with, Brother Tang? Are the ingredients enough? I see there are still many in the 2nd canteen. Maybe we can bring them all over. Hey, ma'am, you're too. Well, it's not impossible. Finally, Tanglay spoke gently. It's okay. Whatever you like to eat, just take it. Old Six won't mind. Oh, by the way, should I start calling you second brother now? Old Six. No need to change it again. Thank you. Anyway, you won't call me by my real name properly. Habits are really a scary thing. Now, I even feel strange when being called Old Six. Is that okay? In the 5th cafeteria, everyone was laughing and talking happily. 2 zones away, in the 2nd detention area, dark clouds gathered. Roman's deputy, a thin, small man, lowered his head and entered the prison director's office. He was immediately hit with a strong smell of alcohol. Roman was drinking again. His lover, Lena, carefully stayed nearby. Seeing him, Roman frowned. Levra, I told you not to come here and ruin my mood at this time. Levra helplessly said. Director, there is something that might be beyond our expectations. He looked at Lena. Lena understood his gaze and obediently got up to leave. Only after she left did Levra look away and softly say, Director, a few of our planted informants inside the 5th detention area have sent news. The plan to disturb the 5th detention area and incite the prisoners to riot might not be able to continue. Roman was annoyed just hearing the words, 5th detention area. What happened again? Such a simple thing. Don't they like the dishes made by that big summer man so much? It's just to let those informants spread the word that the food in the 5th cafeteria, the guards can eat, but the prisoners can't. Those prisoners should have been unable to hold back long ago. Anton's eyes flashed with a cold light. It's not about having too few, but about unfairness. These prisoners are naturally opposed to the guards. As long as they are told that what they want most now has been taken away by the guards, aren't they bound to riot? But Levra hesitated. Today, the informants brought news. Chef Tang in the 5th cafeteria handed out some seeds to the outstanding prisoners. If they complete the tasks, they can get special delicacies made personally by Chef Tang. Things that are usually unavailable in the cafeteria, and even the guards don't have them. Seeds? What kind of thing is that? Roman was stunned. What the heck is that? And don't call him chef. He's just a lowly, big summer man. Levola sighed helplessly and said, this task was only given to the prisoners who performed well. Now, the prisoners in Zone 5, who were stirred up to cause trouble, are all genuinely remorseful and working twice as hard to make up for it. Each one more honest than the last. What he didn't dare to say aloud was, after this incident, even the few planted spies they carefully inserted are now openly and secretly regretful about causing trouble. Some even say they will come less often in the future. They are honest people. Just listen to this nonsense. They spent so much time arranging everything. For years, even Anton never found out. And now it's all just half-failed. Lamont stared in disbelief, eyes wide. Are you crazy? They came in under false pretenses. Is it that easy to fool them? Just a word from the big summer dog and they're scared? How can anyone believe that some silly seeds can produce special delicacies? What fools, Levola continued. So, Tang. The big summer dog also said that today at noon, they will distribute a kind of food made from those seeds to everyone who comes to the 5th dining hall. I heard it's a spicy dish from the summer region. Some people in zones 3 and 4 are also very interested. What delicacy? Lamont was angry again. It's pig food. Levola wisely and promptly shut his mouth, stopping himself from saying more. Actually, he thought, in Zone 2, a few people could also go and get some of that special food. Ahem. He definitely wasn't craving summer delicacies. He was completely loyal to the fighting nation in Zone 2. This was just an attempt to learn more about the enemy's plans. Anyway, it's better to get some than nothing. Rumor has it that it's not easy to get food from the 5th dining hall normally. But all these sneaky little thoughts were cut short by Lamont's furious shout. Cunning, devious summer dogs. Using gifts to tempt people from other zones to choose sides. That's ridiculous. Do they really think anyone would give up their stance just for some food? Levola wisely remained silent, letting his superior vent his anger. Lamont stood up, pacing back and forth in his office, panting like a trapped beast. From time to time, he waved his bandaged hands and shouted angrily, I will eventually get rid of Anton, this stubborn old man. Kill this big troublemaker. When mentioning Anton, Levola looked more worried. That's another thing I want to remind you about, Supervisor. Major Anton has been investigating some matters since before the assessment. Levola spoke gently, not directly mentioning Roman's actions over the years. Recently, during the prisoner transfer and our arrangement to encourage the prisoners, he temporarily relaxed his scrutiny of our 2nd detention area. Now that the prisoner issue is resolved, Major Anton might soon shift his focus back, and that could be very dangerous. Although Roman has family backing him, Major Anton should not be underestimated. If something serious is uncovered, Levola quietly warned. That inspector said he would come again later, right? Roman's face darkened. He calmed down a bit, thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Tomorrow is the day for the prisoner transfer, isn't it? After getting a confirmation, he nodded. Go call. Lady Feya, Lady Feya. Hearing this name, Levela's expression became complicated. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Half an hour later, the sound of shackles echoed. Someone pushed open the door and entered Roman's office. It was a woman with red hair. Her hair color might seem too flashy to most, but combined with her striking features, it looked quite fitting. Her charming smile and alluring figure immediately caught everyone's attention, almost making people overlook that she was also wearing prison clothes. She was a female prisoner, and a woman as beautiful as a demon. Even the jingling shackles on her looked more like decorations than restraints. Seeing this female prisoner, the guards in front of Roman's office lowered their heads slightly. "Madam, you're here." The woman, called Feya, chuckled softly. "The second supervisor called me. How could I not come?" She casually pulled out a chair and sat opposite Roman. Her posture was relaxed and informal. As a prisoner, she faced the man who held the highest position in the prison without showing any fear in her eyes. She lazily spoke. "What's wrong, my dear warden?" Roman remained silent, took a cigarette from the silver cigarette case, and handed it to the woman in front of him. Lady Feya smiled slightly, reached out to take the cigarette, and did so with practiced ease, as if they had been old friends. With a flick, she lit the cigarette. Feya took a deep breath, leaned back in her chair, slightly parted her lips, and comfortably exhaled a puff of smoke. Her long legs crossed casually, and her relaxed posture was incredibly alluring. Roman's stern gaze lingered on her beautiful curves for a moment, but there was a hint of caution in his eyes. "Feya, I have a new deal for you." Feya smiled softly. Last time, you refused my request for a reduced sentence. I thought you weren't interested in trading anymore." Roman frowned. "It's not that I don't want to, but the rules are the rules. I can't do anything about it. However, if you handle this matter well, I can agree to your request. I remember your sentence still has 5 years left, right?" Feya casually flicked the ash from her cigarette. "Yes." Roman's face twitched slightly. "Tomorrow, some prisoners from the second block will be transferred to the 5th block. You know about that, right?" Hearing this, Feya elegantly covered her lips with her hand. I know a little. I heard you were careless and lost too." "Shut up," Roman snapped. "Tomorrow, you and your people will also transfer to the 5th zone." Feya raised an eyebrow in surprise. Roman continued, "Go to the 5th zone, use your skills, and do your best to cause some trouble there. Better yet, incite a riot among those fools. Make sure Anton gets ousted. Even if you can't, at least make him frantic for a month, before the return of the troublesome Vladimir." Roman couldn't afford any surprises. Feya's relaxed smile faded slightly. "Lieutenant Roman, this task is not easy," Roman coldly said. "Once it's done, your 5-year sentence will be shortened by 2 years. Feya exhaled softly. "Haha, being so honest and straightforward. I suppose the second block commander didn't give me much choice. However, I'm still satisfied with the payment." Lady Feya smiled slightly and elegantly extinguished her cigarette on Roman's walnut desk. "I understand. Please wait for good news." She stood up, her gaze lingering on the desk. "Hey, Commander, when did you get a 5-pointed star on your desk?" "Shut up," Roman shouted angrily again. Lady Feya smirked and turned away. She looked back with a cold glint in her eyes as she left. Just as she was about to go out, Roman suddenly said, "By the way, there's one more person you should be very careful about. That sneaky new guard from Daxia. Tanglay." Lady Feya raised an eyebrow. "Is he a new prison guard manager?" she thought to herself. It seemed she hadn't heard that name before. Is he from a mixed family of Daxia, sent here to Siberian prison for training? Or a retired military general? Roman snorted coldly. "No, he's a cook, now in charge of the 5th canteen. This person is cunning and treacherous. Very vicious. You must not underestimate him." Lady Feya. She doubted her old partner had lost his mind. Careful with a cook? What can a cook do? Refuse to serve food? Or starve her to death? Lady Feya sneered silently and turned to leave. Inside the second prison area, a silent undercurrent was stirring. At this moment, the 5th prison area was bustling with activity. It was time for rest and meals. A group of people queued outside the 5th canteen. Those who arrived early grabbed their food and ate slowly. Latecomers saw the food running out, and the canteen was nearly full. They hurried to the 3rd and 4th canteens. They wanted to finish lunch quickly and then return to the 5th canteen to get the new snacks Chef Tang mentioned. Those lucky enough to get food hurriedly ate, all sweating profusely. Yes, today Chef Tang prepared Sichuan-style spicy dishes. Sichuan boiled pork slices, fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, and a limited number of spicy hot pot servings. Skewers with ingredients cooked in a big pot. Come on, Tanglay told them to reach in and pick 2 sticks each. Whether it's meat or vegetables, whether they like it or not, it all depends on luck. So far, no one has said they dislike it. After eating, they just toss the sticks into the special bin at the door for recycling. This way, the prisoners take turns quickly. At first, Tanglay was worried someone might sneak back in line to get more. But when Yelena caught a sneaky prisoner and gave him a quick slap on the hand, no one else tried again. Now, the long line by the big pot is even more orderly. After praising Xiao and I for her good eyesight, Tanglay decided to let her stay and watch. Yelena was happy to help, standing quietly nearby. She even secretly snuck a skewer into her mouth. She carefully took a small one. Tanglay saw this and smiled silently, pretending not to notice, then tossed more skewers into the pot. Today, there are really a lot of people, old Bawan, busy threading skewers and adding them to the pot side. Because of the limited space in the 5th cafeteria, normally only about 1,000 people come. But today, it looks like 2 or 3 times that many. Tanglay listened to the system's announcements and chuckled. New diners 111. Since they started serving spicy skewers, the system's voice has never stopped. In just 1 hour, 2 or 3,000 new customers appeared. All potential points. Soon, they can pay off their points debt. That's just crazy, old Bawan, exhausted, gritted his teeth and was sent to the side to rest by Tanglay. He looked at the long line and sighed, then suddenly paused. Wait, some of these people don't look like they're from our 5th district. Tanglay. Wow, so many people, and you can still tell? Old Bawan, of course. I've been doing this for years. No, wait. The main point is, these people are not the helpers from the 3rd or 4th cafeteria. Old Bawan pointed at someone who just got in line. A few days ago, weren't you helping the head chef of the 4th cafeteria during the assessment? The person looked up, exchanged a glance with Tanglay, and awkwardly smiled. Ugh, I overheard some prisoners talking about this at the 4th cafeteria. Isn't it true that everyone can come? I'm just curious, really curious. Tanglay recognized the young man, who looked a bit familiar. Even helpers from other cafeterias come to the 5th cafeteria to sneak some food. Ugh, come if you want, just don't complain. The young man shook his head repeatedly. No. He grabbed 2 skewers. Chef Tang, can I take these first? I'll return them later. Our head chef is busy and can't leave right now. But it's hard not to bring some back. Otherwise, he might not get another chance. Tanglay didn't expect the 4th chef to give such an order, but thinking about it, the 4th chef and him weren't really on bad terms. So he waved generously. All right, I'll approve you to take an extra skewer. Thank you, Chef Tang. The young helper smiled happily, clutching the skewers and running off. He had heard many prisoners boast about how good the food at the 5th cafeteria was, even though he worked in the cafeteria and had enough to eat and drink. But watching these prisoners eat with such gusto and smelling the delicious aroma, he was really craving it. As he ran, he was also thinking, the 4th cafeteria is the closest to the 5th. It wouldn't be wrong to come back here more often to exchange experiences. A few others from the logistics department shared his idea. They weren't like the people from cafeterias 3 and 4 who were brought here by prisoners. The real reason they appeared here was related to their colleagues involved in the expansion of the 5th cafeteria. Maxim was one of the only 2 engineers in the logistics department. Although his work on the cafeteria expansion hadn't been long, Maxim already felt this was the best job he had received since arriving at the Siberian prison. First, the construction process went smoothly without any problems. Major Anton from Zone 5 understood well that outsiders shouldn't give orders to experts. After approving the expansion results, he handed the project over entirely to them. Funding was also no issue. The funds accumulated over many years for the 2nd cafeteria were enough for them to work freely. The best part was, they now got to enjoy 3 meals a day, all thanks to Chef Tang's cooking. Oh God, what a wonderful life this is. Sometimes, I can even get some new and interesting foods. For example, this morning's spicy pancake and today's special skewers at noon. When I heard Tanglay say that everyone could only take 1 portion at lunch, This clever engineer immediately thought of his old friend. Dear Sergey, you must help me today at lunch. The logistics manager looked up from a pile of reports. No way. If it means asking for more funds, forget it. The second detention area hasn't paid all their expenses over the years, so I really can't spare any money to expand the fifth cafeteria. Oh no, no. I didn't mean to treat you like an ATM, Maxim explained. My friend, I just hope you can go with me to the fifth cafeteria and get an extra snack for me. After saying that, he added cautiously, I remember you're not interested in food, right? The logistics manager was shocked. I am a senior manager. Though I might be a bit useless, I am still on the same level as some of the ward chiefs. You're just asking me to help you get a snack from the cafeteria? Maxim, have you lost your mind building houses? Maxim replied. It's mainly because I know you're not interested in this stuff, or I wouldn't ask you. Humph. Sergey stood up angrily. If you want to go, fine. Just so you know, you've been asking me for money from the second cafeteria a lot lately. I want to talk to the head chef there to see how much money the smallest ward needs to get by. Half an hour later, as they were about to reach the display window, Maxim confirmed again. Sergey, my old friend, you probably won't be interested in these snacks. Once you get them, you'll give them to me without hesitation, right? Sergey, the logistics manager, rubbed his stomach that was starting to growl and fell silent. Maxim asked, really? Just then, it was their turn. Sergey took 2 skewers and hesitated for a moment under Maxim's expectant gaze, then quickly popped one into his mouth. I'll just have a bite. I'm really hungry, he explained. Engineer Maxim. Oh no, this is the end. From now on, he probably has another rival for food. Wow, so spicy. Maxim, are you just going to make me eat this kind of stuff? Are you trying to poison me to steal the funds? Ugh, you're really not a good friend. Maxim shook his head helplessly. But please don't eat both skewers all at once. Huh. Sergey tasted the food thoughtfully. It's spicy, yes, but somehow it makes him want to eat more and more. He turned back to the display case. Well, I haven't tasted the flavor yet. I'll have 2 more skewers. Sorry, Tanglay said calmly, shaking his head. Materials are limited. Each person can only get 1 serving. What's missing? The logistics manager unconsciously forgot about discussing funds with Tanglay. Can't you just ask the logistics department for what you need? Behind him, Maxim was speechless. Old friend, how many faces do you have? Only after Lao Bawan's reminder did Tanglay realize that this person was actually the head of the logistics department. Unfortunately, when it comes to chili peppers and seasonings, it's really impossible to get those. He explained, it's a special spice. We're currently promoting and increasing production. Just wait a bit longer. In a month or so, chili peppers should be freely available. Sergey sighed in frustration. All right, if you need help, you can ask the logistics department, but since we're all serving the prison. You see, our logistics department is quite close to the 5th canteen. It would be good for departments to work together, do some activities, and build better relationships. Tanglay was confused. What? Department cooperation? Shouldn't the logistics department be working with the 5th ward? He's just a cook. The only reason to build a better relationship with the logistics department. Tanglay touched his nose. By the way, can you tell Bella to get us some special ingredients? Special ingredients? Sergey's face darkened. Are you talking about the ones from the 2nd canteen? As the longtime logistics manager who often had his pants emptied, he immediately shook his head warningly. No. Although the stuff from the 5th canteen is good, but we really don't have the funds to buy lobsters, abalone, or Arctic clams. Tanglay was stunned. Huh? So the 2nd canteen has been using these all along. Wow. Turns out he should listen to Xiao Yi and raid the ingredients from the 2nd canteen. Hearing Tanglay's question, Sergey was also surprised. Don't you want those? These aren't too bad, Tanglay explained. It's just that I want some things you don't usually buy. Chicken claws, pig's trotters, beef tripe. Those kinds. He also forgot to tell Bella that these are rarely seen in the wet markets because almost no one here eats them. Not only are the prices low, but many are even discarded directly into the trash at slaughterhouses. Tanglay felt heartbroken when he heard this. Not to mention the trotters and claws, just duck intestines, cow stomachs, hearts, livers, lungs. These are all great for hot pot. In the past, without enough spices, it was hard to remove the gamey smell. Now, with spicy peppers, it's a perfect opportunity. Sergey, as the logistics chief, is also someone who is often squeezed for resources by Roman and forced to tighten his belt. He knows the prices of local supplies well. As soon as he heard, he knew these items were very cheap. His expression quickly softened. As long as they aren't trying to drain his budget, everything is fine. He nodded. No problem. Since you and Bella are familiar, that's quite convenient. I'll ask her to use my recommendation to contact local slaughterhouses, buying directly from the source at low prices. Tanglay was very pleased, thinking this leader is quite good. But the next request might be a bit costly. If possible, could you also find some rare or unusual ingredients for me? Or some commonly used items from Daxia? Honestly, my hometown dishes are more delicious, but lacking ingredients limits my creativity. Hearing this, Sergei hesitated and didn't immediately agree. Tanglay didn't insist. I've also discussed with Bella before. If she finds any fresh ingredients, she has the right to try them first. If the officer is willing, we can exchange ideas later. I think there are a few snacks you might like. Sergei blinked. Being clever, he naturally understood that Tanglay's words were a straightforward temptation. But the spicy aroma in his mouth hadn't fully gone away. Sergei licked his lips and sadly realized that even in front of his favorite money, he couldn't completely refuse this temptation. He clenched his teeth. I'll think about it. Tanglay didn't think 2 words would make the leader pay. No problem. Come often when you have time. Today, it was enough. The food had already been finished. Sergei sighed and took 2 sticks as he left. As soon as he left the food window, Maxim came over. Old buddy, you didn't agree with him. If you agree, our entire logistics team can also enjoy good food, right? Why are you in such a hurry? Sergei snorted. I still need to see if he's worth me spending money on. How do you plan to check? Maxim asked. Sergei replied, start by trying the food every day. You don't understand. Now he's the one asking me for favors, so he has to show sincerity. Maybe tomorrow I come again, and he'll start offering me special dishes. If I agree too quickly, I probably won't get a proper meal like today anymore. Do you understand? That's what social manners are about. Maxim. Huh. He decided never to call his old friend again and went to the cafeteria early. If it weren't for waiting for Sergei, could he even get a meal? As for social manners, Maxim shook his head. He felt this trick might not work with Tang. This young man seemed friendly and easygoing. But how many honest people could stand up to Roman? Besides being rebellious, he also had a laid-back attitude and never tried to flatter the leaders. What to do? If he doesn't learn social skills, he might just get into trouble at work. Meanwhile, the lunch break was almost over. The prisoners each had 2 sticks, and after eating, they kept savoring the taste. This one is spicier. What's this, vegetable leaves? This one is delicious. It's sausage. Who would have thought that the greasy red sausage would taste so good in this soup after all? Although their opinions on the ingredients varied, they all shared one common reaction. Chef Tang, is this spicy hot pot? Can we get it again tomorrow? Tanglay stroked his chin. I originally planned to serve it for just 1 day, but since you like it, I'll add 2 more days. Great, the prisoners cheered. We'll come again tomorrow. Let's see what I can draw tomorrow. The joy of drawing lots and enjoying good food made the prisoners so happy they couldn't find their way. Tanglay also smiled slightly. He wasn't just trying to get repeat customers or earn points. He also wanted to fully ignite their love for spicy food. Otherwise, who would serve them the precious chili peppers? So, over the next 2 days, Tanglay added new tricks. He set up 3 pots at once, each with different spice levels: mild, medium, and very spicy. He announced that anyone who could eat the very spicy one without changing their expression would get a special feast. Originally, Tanglay wanted to reward them with a bottle of wine, but the prison banned alcohol, except on special holidays. So, he had to settle for delicious food instead. This was enough to make the prisoners excited. Everyone could only get 2 sticks of paper. Even though the entire fighting nation prefers sweet and salty flavors and isn't used to spicy food, most chose the very spicy option for the reward. In the past 2 days, Tanglay was forced to watch the fighting nation break their limits. Big, strong men who could chug, get stabbed with knives, and still get up to fight again. They cried out loud from the spicy chili, tears and snot flowing. It was truly a miserable sight. Yet, they kept eating, crying and all. The more they ate, the more excited they became. Their stubbornness and fighting spirit soared, and their desire to win was higher than ever. They didn't even need Tanglay to encourage them with food anymore. They started competing voluntarily. I'm weak. Today, I can finish a whole, very spicy stick. You only drank 3 glasses of water after eating. That ruins the flavor. Coward, you're talking nonsense. Dare you try eating? Come on. If you can't even handle medium spice, are you really a man? You're bragging about drinking a whole bottle of. Now you can't even handle mild spice. All I hear from you is nonsense. Wait, isn't Chef Tang also good at spicy food? I heard this is a daxia dish. People from daxia can eat spicy? I thought they were all delicate. Tanglay didn't expect that a pot of spicy hot pot could change the opinion of these tough bears about the people of daxia so much. In the past, they took pride in their world famous, but compared to the spicy devil noodles, it seems, maybe just SOSO? I heard that in some parts of the Great Summer, even women can eat super spicy food casually. Tanglay touched his nose, thinking about the places in the Great Summer known for their spiciness. He also remembered their habit of putting half the plate of chili in their dishes. And the spicy girls who say, I can eat spicy and be the boss. Forget it. For the pride of these strong men, I won't say more. But I have to mention the spicy hot pot over the past 3 days. A spicy eating contest swept through the entire 5th prison zone. Not only the prisoners, but the guards also got curious after hearing the news and came to try. Once they tried, it sparked the guards' competitive spirit. How could they lose to the prisoners over such a small matter? They had to show the prisoners who was in charge. So one by one, they ate, or asked colleagues to come. Even if they couldn't pass the super spicy level, they could at least get a few more skewers, right? Even Anton and the wardens of Zones 3 and 4 heard about this. But Anton had already tried it before and knew a spicy feast was coming soon, so he stayed calm. The other leaders, after seeing their subordinates crying and begging, gave up on trying. Their faces still matter a lot. Meanwhile, Tanglay was happily counting his rising points. It's great. Being able to eat is a blessing. In just 3 days, he paid off his credit debt. The number of repeat customers also exceeded 5,000. That's faster than in the first 2 phases. When he submitted his points and saw the debt cleared, Tanglay let out a deep breath. So good. No debts, no worries. Not to mention how much money he has. Nowadays, in the Great Summer, not owing debts makes you an elite. This time, the system was a bit stunned. After confirming the points earned, it emotionally suggested to Tanglay for the first time, Host, maybe you should borrow a little more. At first, when the host asked to borrow, it was a bit reluctant. But now, if it had feelings, it would only blame itself for lending too little to Tanglay back then. That was 1.2 times the points. 3 days of earning hundreds of points for free. The system suddenly experienced the joy of offering high-interest loans. However, Tanglay firmly refused, saying, Don't even think about it. No debt, no trouble. I'll do as I please. The system tried to persuade him gently. Would you like to see the energy pills? The nourishing soup? You could enjoy them all night, and nothing could stop you. Tanglay spat out his drink in surprise. What are you talking about? Where did this inappropriate system come from? The system felt wronged. According to investigations, these are the most popular supplements among men worldwide. Tanglay chuckled. I don't need that. Get lost. Once the points loan was repaid, it was time for the next step of the spicy food plan. After the 3rd day, Tanglay announced some bad news to everyone. After today, the spicy hot pot at the 5th cafeteria will no longer be available. Don't miss out, brothers. Boom. This news was like a thunderbolt to the prisoners present. Immediately, people started asking questions. Why, Chef Tang? We love eating it. I haven't even tried the super spicy level yet. Tanglay raised his hand to quiet everyone. Then, with a look of regret, he said, I really want everyone to enjoy it, but we don't have enough ingredients. The spicy flavor comes from special peppers from the logistics team, a rare local product. It's very hard to get in once, so we only have enough for these 3 days. Luckily, I still have some seeds, those I distributed to 1,000 brothers earlier. The prisoners quickly understood. So, if we grow these seeds, we can still enjoy spicy food. How long will that take? Wait, we've never grown anything before. Can we really do it? Tanglay calmed everyone down again before speaking. These seeds are specially improved. If you follow the planting instructions I gave, there won't be any problems. If anyone doubts, you can hand in your seeds now. I believe some brothers are willing to try. the growth cycle for the spicy peppers is about a month. So, brothers, if you work hard, in a month, the spicy hot pot and more spicy dishes will return to the 5th cafeteria. Once the peppers are ready, the brothers who grow them can bring the harvest to the cafeteria to exchange for food. The prisoners immediately erupted in excitement. This time, it wasn't aimed at Tanglay. They understood the hidden meaning in Tanglay's words, that those who grow chili peppers would get the priority to enjoy spicy food. Now, those who caused trouble before and didn't perform well are even more upset and regretful. Why the heck did I listen to that person's nonsense? Exactly. I just can't understand. Now, after these 1,000 lazy people finish eating, will we still have a chance? For a moment, some already hot-tempered strong men became even more excited. Meanwhile, Dennis and his brother, who were also in the cafeteria, noticed everyone's mood and spoke up at the right time. Those who didn't get seeds, don't get too upset. Remember, if you perform well, you'll have a chance. If you cause trouble in front of Chef Tang, you'll risk being kicked out and never allowed back into the cafeteria. Get kicked out of the cafeteria, the excited troublemakers immediately calmed down. All right, no more trouble, no more movement. Someone expressed dissatisfaction. You two got the seeds, so you're not worried about food. Easy for you to talk. Dennis grinned and stretched out his big hand. Can you speak louder? That person quickly shut up. Dennis snorted. Lazy fools, I wasn't planning to hit you. We already agreed. We can't be the only ones enjoying spicy food. Brothers, no soup to drink, right? So, with these seeds, I plan to find a few good friends to plant together. Take turns guarding, and when the fruits are ready, everyone shares and tastes. That's a good idea, right? A group of prisoners thought about it. It seemed like a good plan. Basically, it's just working together and sharing meals. At worst, they could build good relations with the seed owner, get the food later, and enjoy it together. They eagerly started asking each other questions. Who was the one who got the seeds? Did you get some? Have you started planting? I remember you finished elementary school. Can you understand the planting instructions? I'm educated. High school level. Want to plant together? Hey, I'm really good at growing potatoes. Anyone want to team up? You bring the seeds, I do the work, and you're like my big brother. The prisoners in Zone 5 united like never before. Behind Dennis and his brother, they quietly exchanged glances with Tanglay, with a look that said, "Look at what we did for you." Pretty good, huh? Tanglay smiled. These two brothers are truly clever. The 5th prison area has really found a treasure. Dennis and his brother's idea is very clever. On one hand, it helps calm down some prisoners' excited and aggressive feelings. On the other hand, it protects the 1,000 prisoners who receive the seeds. In prison, bullying the weak is very common. The more honest prisoners are, the easier they are to bully. And these 1,000 prisoners who got the seeds are exactly the most honest ones. Dennis and his brother specifically explained the importance of these prisoners, warning others not to have bad intentions. It's better to be honest and build good relationships than to bully others in various ways. After all, when they want to exchange for something from Tanglay, it has to be the person himself. Tanglay also sighed when he heard this. These two brothers are quite smart and resourceful. They are probably influential outside. But now, they made a wrong move, and all they can do is show their skills by washing dishes. Dennis and his brother are happy about this and wink at Tanglay. Chef Tang, next time you have something delicious or good to plant, don't forget us. Tanglay smiled. Sure, if you grow chili peppers, there will be enough for you. Great. We will supervise day and night. After that day, the chili planting craze in the 5th prison area suddenly turned into a farming frenzy. The prisoners in the 5th area became more enthusiastic about farming than ever, even planting potatoes more diligently. The prison guards in the 5th area were stunned and shocked, feeling both amazed and anxious. They also heard about Chef Tang's speech. They also want to exchange for spicy foods. But unfortunately, they can't get the chili seeds. Suddenly, what was originally a punishment, farming, almost became a reward. The 1,000 lucky prisoners who received the chili seeds planted them and watched them grow every day, more carefully than their own eyes. As long as they are outside, they will definitely guard their chili seeds. And when they rest, it's time for them and their friends who are planting chili peppers to work together. Every potato field has a small patch reserved for planting chili peppers, and each chili field is guarded by 2 or 3 strong men. taking turns, without stopping. A person with a higher level of education helps explain chili planting techniques to others. Those who are not good at reading gather around and use various mystical methods to plant. They sing, chat, and try to use love to influence the plants. All in good fun. Even the prison guards are speechless. Who knows where these serious offenders got such kindness from? But I have to say, since starting to grow chili, the restless fifth prison area has actually become quite stable. The prisoners no longer wander around after working. They all gather around the chili seedlings. When they go back to prison, they stop causing trouble and start talking about chili planting techniques. They even come up with new competitions. Look, my chili sprouted today. Did you see? Bah, mine has already grown 1 centimeter. You're just bragging. Where did you get that 1 centimeter? My eyes are a ruler. If I say it's 1 centimeter, then it's 1. My chili has more leaves than yours. The atmosphere is both intense and peaceful. Even Anton, during a routine patrol, was surprised. For the first time in many years, he saw such high-quality behavior in the entire prison. It's filled with a strong, academic atmosphere. If someone didn't know better, they might think they were in a research institute. Of course, there are also some prisoners secretly trying to cause trouble. But everyone in the 5th prison area treats the chili as a treasure. Anyone trying to damage it is immediately caught and beaten up by a group of prisoners. I don't care if you hit me, but if you touch my precious chili, I'll fight you. The prison guards also turn a blind eye. Only stepping in after the fight is almost over. Enough, don't kill him. We still need to interrogate him. Confess. Why are you sneaking around the chili field? Not to mention the prisoners who have poured so much effort into caring for the chili. Even the guards, after seeing this day after day, can't help but feel emotional. This is now the most sensitive spot in the 5th zone. Trying to touch it is basically asking for trouble. After a few arrests, they even managed to identify some undercover agents from the 2nd prison zone among those trying to damage the chili. I knew it. That kid Luo Meng is up to no good. After dinner at the 5th canteen, Anton packed up and talked about the recent attempts by prisoners to sabotage the chili. Tanglay rubbed his nose, feeling a bit confused. Why would he want to sabotage the chili if he's not up to any good? As the head of the detention center, what's all this power struggle and scheming about? Wouldn't it be better to have open and honest competition? Why are they bothering about his ingredients? Surely they don't think that removing the chili peppers will make Anton step down? Anton sneers. Who knows? Maybe he's lost his mind. Can't stand to see others succeed. Tanglay shakes his head. This is really so childish. He's been busy developing new dishes these past few days and hasn't had time to check on Luo Meng. He plans to finish organizing Anton's gathering first, then think about how to handle him. But today, seeing Anton in person, Tanglay remembers something else. Oh, sir, can I find another helper in the kitchen? Anton nods, sure. The cafeteria was supposed to have more staff when it expanded. I only noticed that old Gleb came to help, so I didn't bring this up. He quickly avoids saying old 6, replacing it with a more respectful title. Gleb is in the back kitchen, painfully slicing vegetables. In the past 2 days, his shredded radish has shown some progress, so Tanglay gave him a new task. He wants Gleb to slice the radish into very thin, see-through pieces, all of the same thickness. Hearing Anton mention this, Gleb looks up in surprise. What's wrong? Isn't it enough that I have a senior chef helping you? That's a bit insulting, even if I'm slow at slicing. I brought a machine from the 2nd kitchen for you. Tanglay quickly comforts him. No, it's not that. It's just that more people are eating now, and we don't want you to get too tired. Yelena, who's busy eating from her bowl, also lifts her head. Brother Tang, I can help too. Sometimes your machine isn't even finished with its work. Old Bawan quickly stops her. Girl, your heart's good. But for the sake of not damaging our kitchen equipment too quickly, you should rest a bit more. Tanglay also chuckles. Yes, Xiaoyi, take a break. Just eat. I love watching you eat. Otherwise, Yelena might just chop everything on the cutting board into pieces. The expanded 5th kitchen isn't enough to handle all the work. Yelena tries hard but fails, blushing as she sticks out her tongue. All right. I'll give you some moral support. Tanglay finally relaxes. But aside from Yelena, the few who can work in the kitchen will eventually have to return to the 2nd kitchen to oversee things. Sometimes, it's not always easy to use. Old Ba is getting older and can't work too hard. Plus, a few days ago, the spicy hot pot brought in many new customers and points, which gave Tanglay some ideas. He thought this new method might still be worth trying. Tanglay's idea was to prepare some snacks at a window during regular meals. Sometimes it was buns, sometimes fried dumplings, or other small treats. They weren't filling, but they let people try something new. Each person could get one limited portion until break time ended. Inmates who couldn't get food could come to the fifth dining hall after eating to satisfy their cravings. But this also made Tanglay's workload much heavier, and he started to doubt himself every day. He wondered if he was crazy. Actually, he was pushing himself too hard. At this moment, a young inmate approached him voluntarily. "Chef Tang, do you need any help here? I didn't manage to get the dishwashing job, but I see you're busy lately. I have some cooking experience. Can I help?" Tanglay looked at him more closely and recognized the familiar young man. "Oh, it's you. The one who cried over the noodles." It was the young man who had cried while eating a bowl of tomato and egg noodles on the day of his assessment. He remembered Dennis and the others mentioning him. This kid had been imprisoned because he accidentally stabbed his abusive father-in-law to death. The young inmate blushed and said, Yes, I'm Alexei. You can call me Alex. I usually behave well and don't cause trouble. I'm not afraid of getting dirty or tired. I can do any kitchen work." Tanglay found him interesting. "Why do you want to come here?" Alexei thought to himself, why wouldn't he ask? Who in Area 5 wouldn't want to work in the dining hall? But he had his own reasons. "I just want to learn a few skills from Chef Tang. I have 2 years left before I get out. I also want my mom to taste your delicious cooking, even if it's just a bowl of noodles." He was honest about his feelings, and Tanglay raised an eyebrow. He could see he was a filial son. Recently, Tanglay had been very tired and wanted to relax, so he quickly agreed with Alexei. "All right, I'll talk to the supervisor." So today, he mentioned it to Anton. Anton listened, and a smile appeared on his serious face. I also know he's the youngest prisoner in Zone 5, but his behavior is quite good. Since you want him, let him come." He sincerely said, "Tang, I think after you came to Zone 5, things have changed here. Before, this was a cold and unfeeling prison. Everywhere was silent and oppressive. The prisoners looked down on the guards, and the guards didn't treat the prisoners as people. Force was the most effective and common way to discipline. But since Tanglay opened the fifth canteen, the prisoners who were considered hopeless and serving long sentences seemed to regain some humanity. The cold, oppressive prison also gained a little warmth." "Really?" Tanglay touched his nose. "I'm just an ordinary cook. There's nothing special about me." Anton laughed loudly. "All right, just stay ordinary. Tang, please don't let others take you away. The fifth zone can't do without you." Tanglay smiled. "Of course not." After seeing Anton off, Tanglay found Alexei, who was full of hope, during the next meal time, and told him he could come early to the fifth canteen to help cook with the dishwashers. Alexei's excitement was obvious. At first, Old Six felt a bit uncomfortable, as if working with prisoners like Alexei was embarrassing for him. But soon, when he saw Alexei working quickly and respecting him, he felt better, especially when he realized Alexei's slicing was just as good as his own. Old Six became moody and stopped picking fights. After trying it for 2 days, Tanglay found that Alexei really had some talent for cooking. He said his family had been chefs for generations. If his parents' marriage hadn't been unhappy, Alexei would probably be studying at a culinary school now. Feeling a bit sad, Tanglay decided to teach them how to make noodles and buns. Baozi, dumplings, xiaomai, steamed bread. During their free time, they made a freezer full of semi-finished dough products, perfect for making limited snacks. Once the snacks were ready, it was no surprise that regular customers kept coming back. In just a few days, sales increased steadily by thousands. Tanglay was back to his happy days of counting points like money, just waiting to finish Anton's dinner party, which would almost complete his third main task. While things are going well on his side, a group of people can't sit still anymore. In the office of the second prison area director, Luo Meng is feeling restless. "What's going on? Weren't those undercover agents told not to move? They've gone crazy, trying to pull out those peppers? What's the point of that?" The deputy officer hesitates. "We didn't give any orders, but maybe they think since they've caused trouble before, they won't have a chance to grow peppers anymore." He can't hold back his frustration. He figures if they can cause trouble for one, they might as well cause trouble for all. If they can't get the peppers, they won't let others do it either. But when they get caught, they end up messing up the second prison area. This time, they are truly innocent. The deputy officer feels both angry and speechless. It's all because they wanted to be even more ruthless and get rid of the fifth prison area. They specifically picked the worst, most wicked prisoners to be the spies. How can they expect these prisoners not to betray the second area? They are eager to sell out the second area for a lighter punishment. These idiots. Morons. Luo Ming curses loudly. Have they all lost their minds? Or have they been poisoned by the big summer dog? Just a pepper. A pepper. And they want to cause trouble over it. At least they should go destroy the fifth cafeteria. If they really smashed the big summer dog's cafeteria, he would accept it. Now, other prison areas are spreading rumors that he ordered the prisoners to pull out the peppers from the fifth area. He's lost all face. Dog Anton. Big summer dog. Just wait and see. The deputy officer looks worried and doesn't dare to speak. Luo Ming smashes everything he can in the office to vent his anger, then finally calms down and shouts. And Feya too, she handed over a few days ago? Why is there still no news from her? We told her to cause trouble for Anton, to disrupt the entire fifth prison area. But now, it seems Anton is causing trouble for him instead. What he doesn't know is that Feya, who is currently in the fifth prison area, is also speechless. Big sister, a female prisoner says with a worried face. I really try to tempt them, but they won't listen to me. Exactly. Another beautiful female prisoner says with a look of frustration. I'm almost done. I've gone this far. They didn't even bother to look at me. This shouldn't happen. In the past, no prisoner could resist my charm for so long. And I heard that they usually don't drive cars. They don't talk about women. All they talk about is spicy peppers. What's so good about peppers? Big sister, are all the prisoners in Zone 5 so useless? Don't talk nonsense. Mrs. Feya frowned. There are not thousands of men, and none of them are useless. She stroked her bright red curly hair, feeling a bit annoyed. She and the female prisoners she raised had been in Zone 5 for 2 days. During these 2 days, the only impression Zone 5 gave her was that something was not right. The prisoners here are obviously being forced to work hard, just like in other zones. Some are even worse off than those in Zone 2. But their mental state is not bad at all, even quite optimistic. This shouldn't be. Before being sent to this prison, Mrs. Feya was a psychology teacher. Over the years, she has navigated among many male prisoners and guards as a woman, and no one dares to look down on her in Zone 2. It's all about her understanding of people's minds. Men, who doesn't love power, wealth, and beauty? Especially since she is so beautiful and skilled. As long as she gestures, many men will come to her willingly. In such a tense and aggressive prison environment, the worst troublemakers are the most unruly in society. People's humanity here can't withstand testing. Just a little provocation from her, and she can see a bloody scene unfold. This is also her and her female prisoners' specialty. They are good at using their beauty and gentle words to deceive men, then at the right moment, incite them, or compare the charm of certain men, or pretend to be pitiful to seek protection. Even just spreading some gossip casually can stir up the entire prison. Mrs. Feya has plenty of experience in this. Before being assigned to Zone 2, she had already practiced in Zone 1. It proved that when the prison warden was recently removed and chaos was spreading, Zone 1 was easily stirred up. It was during that time that Roman saw her abilities at a glance and made a deal with her. She caused a fight involving hundreds of prisoners. The acting deputy director of the first prison area had to resign out of guilt. At a critical moment, Roman, who was in charge, finally became the acting warden. Feya also went from being an unnoticed female prisoner to Mrs. Feya. When she came to the fifth prison area this time, Feya was very confident. According to her plan, not just a month, but even half a month would be enough for this small, rundown prison area to be under her control. Unfortunately, reality was very different from her hopes. Feya had thought of many ways to handle problems, like if Director Anton noticed something, or if there weren't enough people in the fifth area to cause big trouble. But she never expected that she and her carefully trained, beautiful female prisoners would get stuck right at the first step. Listening to the complaints around her, Mrs. Feya frowned and thought deeply. She believed there were men who wouldn't be interested in women. But how could so many men have no ideas? Could it be that the fifth prison area is really full of men who are only interested in fun? Actually, it was her own fault for coming here. Everyone in the 5th prison area, from prisoners to guards, was being fooled by Tanglay's spicy hot pot chili combo. They were all obsessed with the chili. It's called being hooked. If she had come a few days later, these female prisoners probably wouldn't have faced so many obstacles here. But Feya couldn't wait any longer. She flicked her red hair and pressed her sister's complaints. Stop talking about useless things. Now, take turns and tell us. What do you think makes these men different from others in different prison areas? The female prisoners started talking one after another. Not looking at women is the biggest difference. I think they seem to really like planting potatoes. I've never seen prisoners so diligent in other areas. Early in the morning, most of them were already awake without even needing a wake-up call. Who would rush to do manual labor? Another prisoner said, I heard them talking about chili all the time. But isn't chili just a seasoning for meals? Could it be some secret weapon they developed in the 5th area? They also often disappear during mealtime. I spotted a few who seemed ready to make a move, so I wanted to get close and build some trust during dinner. But as soon as the bell rang, they were gone. Until the whistle blew, she didn't come back. Eating for so long. What a slow eater. The female prisoners were talking and complaining, venting their frustration. Feya quickly sifted through the information, but it was all very confusing. What's going on? Are the prisoners in Zone 5 secretly making a weapon called chili during mealtime? What are they planning? To cause trouble in the prison? Feya was startled by these crazy guesses. Just then, the last female prisoner spoke. There's another strange thing. Besides the chili, I've heard a lot of people mentioning a name these past 2 days. Tanglay. Is he their boss? His name doesn't sound like it's from our fighting nation. But I haven't seen any mixed-blood prisoners. Tanglay. Feya's mind suddenly lit up. She remembered what Roman had said before she arrived. Could it really be this cook? Feya was very clever and quickly thought of several possibilities. Could this man from Dachau look like a cook, but secretly be the leader of the prisoners? Does the prison director and Dong know about this? Is it possible to team up with Tanglay to take down Ndong? Or maybe to tempt Ndong? Feya hesitated for a moment. Even if it was just temptation, she wasn't interested in an old man in his 40s or 50s. She preferred the younger, more energetic men in their 20s or 30s. But how to do it? She needed close contact with these two to decide. Feya's thoughts spun, and she made up her mind. All right, in the next few days, since temptation won't work, you all better behave and not let Director and Dong find any loopholes. Gather more information about Tanglay. As for me, she said with a charming smile, I'll personally meet this obstacle. Daxia's cook, Tanglay. Her eyes gleamed with determination. Any man who isn't a saint can't escape her grasp. The female prisoners listened to Feya and cheered up. Great. Sister, we're counting on you. These clueless men are so annoying. Sister, it's perfect for you to give them a lesson. Soon, the prisoners found out where and when Tanglay would appear. It was so simple. There's no one in the prison who doesn't know. During mealtime, at the 5th cafeteria, he would definitely be there. Mrs. Feya, having received accurate news, calmly walked toward the 5th canteen after finishing her work that day, even though she usually looked down on going there. As she walked, she had already thought about what to say when she met Tanglay, how to test this mysterious man, and how to win him over. But no matter how carefully Feya planned, she never expected what happened before she even opened the door to the 5th canteen. Her perfect plan was once again ruined. It was a total failure. Not only was it a failure, but it failed right at the first step. That is, she, the respected Mrs. Feya, who stirs up trouble in Zone 1 and Zone 2, went humbly to the 5th canteen to personally tempt a small cook. And yet, she didn't even see the cook's face. As soon as she pushed open the door to the 5th canteen, she was greeted by the smell of food and a crowd of people. Everywhere was packed. People were eating and waiting in line. The large canteen was full to capacity. Not to mention the cooks. She couldn't even see the food-serving window from afar. The strangest thing was, with so many people, everyone was incredibly well-behaved. No arguing, no cutting in line. Feya even saw several staff members in logistics uniforms and prison guards mixed into the line for food. It was very orderly, but it was precisely this harmony that felt strange. Feya's delicate eyebrows furrowed. She had never seen such discipline in Zone 1 or Zone 2. Unless prison guards were holding batons and electric sticks, watching strictly from the side. When had prisoners become so well-behaved? But no matter how disciplined they were, there were too many people. She clearly couldn't push directly to see the cook named Tanglay. First meetings are very important. Rushing over rudely would go against her principles. So, Feya casually approached a prisoner and said, "Hello, I am Feya, new to Zone 2. It's my first time here, and I don't know about your." The prisoner glanced at her, eyes wide with surprise, but then instinctively said, "First time here? Don't come to the 5th canteen. The food here is terrible. Even dogs wouldn't eat it." "Feya, do you think I'm an idiot? After many years in prison, I don't believe that for a second. Even dogs wouldn't bother to eat so many of you standing here." The prisoner also came to his senses. Seeing she wasn't leaving, he chuckled foolishly. "Oh, sorry, I just said that out loud." He was one of the first prisoners to arrive at the 5th canteen. Of course, he was also the one who fooled his fellow inmates the most. Even though he couldn't fool anyone anymore, he had muscle memory. When he saw Feya distracted, he blurted out. Feya showed a charming smile. "It's okay, I don't blame you. But I'm really curious, since I arrived late. Could I wait here in line with you?" "No, that's not possible." The silly-looking prisoner's eyes stayed straight, but his mouth muscles again remembered their usual expression. "No cutting in line. There's a line behind us." After saying that, he remembered how beautiful she was. If she went to the back of the line, she wouldn't see anything. Reluctantly, he tried to make friends. "Maybe, tell me your name. Next time, I'll call you, so you can come earlier." "Feya, thank you, I guess." She smiled slightly and turned around and went to the back of the line. It's just waiting, after all. Feya knew well that in a strange place, she shouldn't be too showy. She had to follow local rules first, so she could make things go her way here. She lowered her eyes, hiding her ambitions deep inside, and quietly stood at the end of the line. She could feel the eyes on her from all directions, watching her. As a pretty woman, Feya was used to this, even finding it amusing. Even while waiting in line, her posture was charming and alluring. But soon, she started to feel a bit uncomfortable. It was fine when there was no smell, but now, standing in the canteen, she kept smelling the tempting aroma of food. Feya realized she was starting to feel hungry, and as she got closer to the food window, her hunger grew stronger. Hunger made her perfect smile falter a little. But that wasn't a bad thing. Feya thought to herself. When it was her turn, she could use this to quickly complain to Tanglay, act pitiful, and maybe get special treatment. Men, after all, like gentle and soft women. Coincidentally, in the prison, such women are very rare. At that moment, the last person in front walked away. Feya quickly caught up and said, "Hello. Excuse me. I am very hungry." Wait a moment. She was at the dining hall, getting food. Why is there an old man with gray hair? Where is the young chef, Tanglay? Old Bawan lifted his eyelids and looked at Feya, then tapped his pot. "Sorry, we've just finished serving. Come earlier next time." Feya covered her hungry stomach and was stunned. Suddenly, she realized she didn't need to pretend. She was also very pitiful now. "Wait, how come? There's no food?" Old Bawan said. "Are you a new female prisoner?" The 5th dining hall has always been short of food, so now, when they see there's no food, they go to the 3rd and 4th halls first. Waiting here foolishly is quite rare. Feya fell silent. So, those guys just looked at her for a long time, but none of them told her the truth? A bunch of scoundrels. But compared to others, Feya noticed a problem in Old Bawan's words. Everyone has gone to the 3rd and 4th halls to eat. So why are they coming back? Old Bawan pointed to a window nearby. Besides meals, each person can also get a snack there. You still have time, go ahead. Today, it's soup buns. Feya looked around and saw that only Old Bawan was at the window. She guessed Tanglay was probably at this snack window. But when she approached, she only saw a girl with blonde hair, like a doll. "Hello?" Feya hesitated to speak. Yelena replied, "Come to get a snack? Please report your prisoner number." This was a new small program they recently developed. Although Yelena had a good memory, with so many people, she couldn't remember everyone every day. So, the logistics department made this little tool, which allows prisoners to scan their ID to avoid repeated visits for food and drinks. Feya nervously reported her number, and Yelena handed her 2 soup buns. She also reminded her, "Eat quickly, your break time is almost over." Feya knew time was running out. But, what about Tanglay? She couldn't help but ask. "I heard the main chef at the 5th dining hall is a person from Dachau." I have always been interested in Daxia, but today I didn't see him anywhere. Yelena replied. Oh, Brother Tang finished his work today, so he went somewhere else. The food was prepared, and the snacks were semi-finished products that only needed steaming. So, Tanglay confidently left the 5th canteen to go talk to Bella and the logistics department about ingredients. Yelena didn't think there was any problem. But hearing this, Feya was completely stunned. She had prepared so much food and was hungry all afternoon. And she didn't even get to see a glimpse of Tanglay. Feya couldn't accept this. She wanted to ask a few more questions. Suddenly, ding ding, the bell rang loudly. All the prisoners, still chatting and joking, immediately stood up and lined up neatly to leave. Yelena looked at Feya and said, Well, it's time. It seems like you're about to run out of food, sister. Yelena's eyes showed genuine hope. If you don't want to eat, will you give me yours? Feya quickly refused. I'll eat. She had already lost a lot this time, and it was enough. Smart women know when to stop losing. After saying that, she gracefully took 2 steamed buns and put them in her mouth. And then, her elegant expression instantly shattered. Feya widened her eyes, looked at Yelena, and her charming eyes shimmered with tears. Yelena cleared her throat softly. I was just going to say, eat slowly, it's hot. The steamed soup buns just finished steaming, and their outer skin looked normal, but inside was a mouthful of boiling hot soup. This was made last night by Tanglay and a few others. They followed Tang Mama's traditional method. First, they selected pork skin and pork meat, boiling them into a thick meat broth. Then, they put it in the freezer until it turned into a crystal-clear aspic. This aspic was then mixed with the filling and stuffed into the bun skins. After steaming, the aspic inside would melt into a delicious, hot soup, coating the thin skin of the bun. Eating these soup buns in Daxia has a saying. First open the window, then sip the soup, swallow in one gulp, and enjoy the full flavor. One says the essence of these soup buns is in this hot soup. The other is because this hot soup can indeed burn your mouth a little. Never swallow it all at once. But Lady Feya didn't know this. She only knew the bell signaling the end of rest had rung. If she didn't eat now, she wouldn't get to eat this afternoon either. As a result, she suddenly burst into tears. It wasn't that she wanted to cry. It's just a physical reaction. Yelena, who was used to seeing people cry over food in the cafeteria, wasn't surprised anymore. Seeing that she wouldn't get her soup bun, she sighed regretfully. Feya, with tears in her eyes, forcefully swallowed the soup bun and wanted to ask Tanglay more questions. But suddenly, she was stunned by the lingering taste in her mouth. A little salty, a little fresh, combined with the melting meat filling. Feya instinctively recalled how she had just eaten. Did she just swallow it like that? She hadn't even tasted it properly. She hadn't carefully enjoyed the texture or figured out what the flavor really was. Feya considered herself not someone with a strong craving for rich food. But at this moment, she couldn't help but zone out. It wasn't until the sharp whistle at the door sounded that she snapped back to reality, thinking, oh no, it's time for outdoor exercise. All prisoners must return to their cells immediately. The guards who had been eating in the cafeteria earlier shot warning glances. Feya could no longer bother asking Tanglay and quickly joined the line, leaving the cafeteria. But as she walked, she kept smacking her lips. The more she thought about it, the hungrier she felt. It was better not to eat at all, but after tasting that one bite, she was even hungrier. But now, there was nothing left to eat. Feya had never felt life so hard just because of one bite of food. Even when she sat back in her cell, she felt unusually dazed. A few of her closest female prisoners gathered around, chattering excitedly. Big sister, you're back. How did it go? Did that cook in the cafeteria already fall for you? Ha, of course. As long as Big Sister wants it, no man can resist. By the way, Deputy Warden Roman sent someone to ask about your progress. Do you think it's about time to give a response? Feya looked complicated and spoke slowly. No, go tell Roman that we need to think this over carefully. Huh. The female prisoner who was passing the message looked surprised and widened her eyes. Is this matter so difficult? Feya was silent. How could she explain? During her trip at noon, she didn't make any progress. She didn't even see that Daxia man's face. And she went hungry for nothing. If Feya understood Daxia culture, she would know what this situation means. It's like losing both the wife and the soldiers in a bad deal. Since entering Siberian prison, Feya had never faced such bad luck. At the same time, she suddenly felt uncertain. Thinking carefully, it seemed that all the men in Zone 5 were different from what she expected. Whether it was lining up or trying to talk to them, their attitude was too cold. Feya didn't realize. Before her, two good-looking women, Bella and Lena, had already told the male prisoners going to the 5th dining hall. That being a little nicer to women might not necessarily get you anything. But feeding Tang's food into your mouth could really make you happy. So now, the men eating in the 5th dining hall were very resistant to temptation from beautiful women, especially when they appeared in the dining hall, wanting food. Don't even think about it. This made things hard for Feya. She had to start analyzing again. What exactly was the mindset of these men in Zone 5? Seeing her complicated expression, the female prisoners who trusted her also felt something was wrong. They looked at each other and hesitated. One of them asked cautiously, "Big sister, did you gain anything today at the 5th dining hall?" Gain? Well, not exactly nothing. Feya regained her composure and lightly licked her red lips. I found out that this Daxia chef Tanglay. Maybe he's someone I can work with. Forget about intelligence, tactics, appearance. His cooking skills. Well, they're not bad to learn. Huh. The female prisoner who was passing the message opened her mouth even wider and stammered, but Director Roman ordered. To speed things up, Feya snorted coldly, then let him be anxious. If he's brave enough, he can come to Zone 5 and settle accounts with me. She casually said, let him wait. Last time, I solved his problem too early, so he didn't get any reduction in his sentence. This time, a couple of days' delay doesn't matter. Anyway, she couldn't leave. Okay, I understand, the female prisoner whispered in response. Ding ding, the sharp whistle sounded again. Break time is over. Everyone back to work. The female prisoners slowly stood up and started to walk out. Mrs. Feya followed last, flicking her nails with a cold smile in her eyes. Just a few days, and Roman is already so anxious. It seems that in Area 5, Roman has something to fear. Roman's character is well known for being terrible. Feya doesn't expect him to keep his promises completely. Maybe, catching this weakness is a good chance. But before that, Feya decided to stick to her original plan. She would meet Tanglay first. Without understanding how the men in Zone 5 behave and what their passionate chili peppers are about, she would be stuck. And with so many people, she couldn't push past these big men. Even getting a meal in the Zone 5 cafeteria was hard. How could she meet the head chef? While she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a somewhat familiar deep voice. She looked up and smiled. It's you, Dennis and Ivan. Long time no see. In the evening, before the prisoners' dinner time, after several busy days, Tanglay finally found time to prepare some beauty snacks for Yelena. Everyone had been too busy lately, and Yelena also wanted to help. But she was just anxious and helpless. If she tried too hard, the kitchen tools might break. After breaking the cutting board a few times and crushing the buns, she fell into deep self-doubt and got emo with old six. Tanglay initially thought Yelena was just acting in the kitchen like watching a show, so he didn't take it seriously. When he saw she was really upset, he held back his laughter and came out to comfort her. Don't cry. You've finished your busy work for now. Next time, you'll have a chance to shine. Let me make you something tasty to cheer you up first. Yelena's eyes lit up when she heard. Then she sighed and said, But Brother Tang, I haven't helped at all. I feel so useless. I don't deserve to eat. Boo-hoo. Tanglay chuckled and patted her gently. It's okay, it's okay. I'll keep track of what you do, and you can help next time, as long as you don't do anything crazy like jumping into icy water again. Old Baba Wan listened with his ears perked up. When he heard that, his eyes immediately widened. What? Yelena, you jumped into icy water? Didn't you tell me last time that you accidentally fell in? Yelena, Dad, listen to my explanation. I want to see what kind of story you'll make up this time to fool me. The empty cafeteria suddenly became lively, with chickens and dogs running around. Tanglay smiled lightly and shook his head, flipping through the book, Basics of Medicinal Cuisine, in his mind. Skipping the gas station section, he went straight to beauty salon. Soon, Tanglay found a dessert he had already decided on earlier. Red bean and lily lotus seed sweet soup. He specifically ordered red beans from Bella for this. Leaving early today at noon was also for this reason. This dessert is quite common in Daxia, but the technique varies greatly, making a big difference in taste. The most important thing is to control the cooking of the red bean paste. It needs to be cooked until it has a sandy texture, with no hard skins left. But it shouldn't be overcooked to the point that it completely dissolves into the syrup, losing its characteristic texture. Tanglay had soaked the red beans earlier that noon. Now he took them out to put in the pot. When they start to burst open, he scoops out the beans, wraps them in prepared cloth, and pounds them repeatedly. Inside the fine cloth, the cooked red beans are crushed into a sandy paste. After pounding, he rinses them in shallow water. The bean paste sinks into the water, leaving only the skins, which Tanglay throws aside. Then he lets it sit, filters it, and adds lily, lotus seeds, white fungus, and the bean paste to cook together. He covers the pot, and suddenly a soft, slightly husky female voice sounds in front of him. "Little brother, what are you making?" "Red bean sweet soup," Tanglay instinctively explains, still focused on the pot. "It's good for boosting energy and blood. Especially good for women. Your face has looked a bit pale lately. Eating this will improve your complexion better than applying makeup." He looks up and frowns. "Who are you?" Yelena didn't know where she had gone. In front of Tanglay, across the food window, stood a stranger with red hair. Feya smiled slightly. "Hello, little brother. I'm a new inmate, here to replace Dennis. To wash dishes." As she spoke, she leaned closer, adopting a lazy posture, resting on the window. She proudly displayed her beautiful curves, which no prison uniform could hide. Every movement exuded mature charm. Tanglay nodded. "Oh, that's good. But next time, please let me know in advance if someone changes. Otherwise, I might see unfamiliar inmates wandering around and call someone to take them away. Anyway, there are many guards and staff nearby." Feya's tempting smile stiffened a little. Tanglay casually looked down, continuing to stir the red bean paste. "What happened to Dennis? And his brother can't come either?" Feya tapped her nails and smiled. "I don't know. It seems they have a stomach ache. Ivan too. They won't be here until tomorrow." Tanglay frowned. "Stomach ache? Dennis and his brother only eat at the 5-meal cafeteria every day. There shouldn't be any problem with their food. But thinking about it, since they moved out, he hadn't paid attention to the cafeteria after work. Could it be that mice have appeared because no one has been there for a long time?" He waved his hand. "You came so early today. There are no bowls or food yet. You, go check the kitchen first. See if there are mice." Feya's finger-stroking action paused. She forced a smile. Little brother, I'm new here and not familiar with the place. I didn't eat much at noon. Can I have something to eat first?" She looked at the red bean sweet soup simmering in Tanglay's hand, full of hints. She was starving and craving it so much. Not to mention the faint sweet aroma that could be smelled from outside the window. Just hearing those 2 words Tanglay said earlier, Feya was already tempted. She touched her face gently. In prison, there are no cosmetics or skincare products. But Feya still refused to give up on her pursuit of beauty. She always knew her face was a powerful tool. And this cook just said that this thing could make her pale face turn rosy again? Better than makeup? Even though deep down, Feya didn't fully believe that food could have such magical effects. But which woman can refuse such temptation? Feya looked at Tanglay with a pitiful expression and whispered, just a little, "Okay." In the past, even the coldest-hearted man, seeing a beautiful, charming woman begging so pitifully and only asking for a little food, he would have agreed long ago. But reality, once again, made a 180-degree turn from what Feya expected. Tanglay decisively refused her. "This isn't for you. If you're really hungry, go to the freezer and take some buns to eat." He even moved the pot back, showing her with his actions. "Don't think about it anymore." Feya was unwilling and asked, "Why? Didn't you say you treat women well? Am I not a woman?" She lowered her voice, feeling wronged. Tanglay raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled. Being nice to women doesn't mean every woman can eat from your food, right? If every woman could just come and order with a little extra meat, would this cafeteria still be open? It's not your private kitchen. If you don't want buns, go catch mice first. Feya, you little guy, are you immune to all my hints? She impatiently tapped her nails, about to vent her frustration after a whole day. At that moment, a lively voice suddenly came from the cafeteria door. "Tangu, are you done?" It was Yelena. She was carrying a big bag of ingredients in one hand and holding the bald Lao Lu in the other, looking excited. "Tangu, I can't help much, so I went to catch someone who can help." And I brought ingredients too. Things you haven't used yet. Huh, she paused. She saw Tanglay and also saw, almost leaning on the food window, in a very intimate pose, Feya. From Yelena's perspective, Tanglay and this unfamiliar yet beautiful female prisoner were almost pressed together. Even she, used to being carefree, felt a bit embarrassed and paused. You all? Tanglay was happy to see her and waved. Come, shall ye, try the sweet soup I made for you. She let go of Lao Lu and happily ran into the kitchen carrying seafood. Here I come. Feya, who was waiting outside, frowned slightly and secretly observed Yelena, trying to judge their relationship. Just then, Yelena also saw her face clearly. Hey, aren't you the one from noon? Feya smiled charmingly. Yelena, the big sister who cried after eating soup buns. No wonder your voice is hoarse. The hot soup still hasn't cooled down. Feya's smile suddenly froze. This girl, just like that big chef. So annoying. Tanglay, oh, did someone cry again in the 5th cafeteria today? How many is that now? Yelena, I've lost count. But, Yelena looked at Feya, big sister. What are you doing here? Feya explained again that she was replacing Dennis. Yelena was half convinced. Really? But your attitude is different from other prisoners. The prisoners in Zone 5, who wash dishes, only rush to tell Tanglay to cook faster when they arrive. They eat after cooking, then go back to work. No one just leans on the window, staring at people instead of the food. Yelena instinctively felt something was off about this woman. Feya smiled charmingly. Haha, a man like Chef Tang is hard for women not to notice. Her voice was low and husky, directly looking into Tanglay's eyes. Just a moment of eye contact. But Tanglay chuckled and lowered his head to Yelena. So, I told you before, the guys I chased could go a month without repeating. Now you believe it, right? He's really charming. Feya was stunned. Yelena froze, then suddenly pouted. It's nothing special. I can chase too. Huh? Tanglay just casually boasted, not taking it seriously. Until he saw Yelena's face turn red, he realized something was off. What's wrong, little Yelena? Are you hot? Angry? Is this red bean paste so nourishing? He looked closer, confused. No, I'm drinking now. Yelena blushed and quickly scooped a spoonful of red bean sweet water into her mouth. Delicious. Probably, girls love sweets more. After drinking the sweet soup, Yelena no longer cared about her earlier blush and racing heart. She eagerly took spoonful after spoonful, scooping up the red bean paste. So sweet. What's the crunchy stuff inside? I've never had it before. Tanglay replied, red bean paste. Don't you use it in your bread? Yelena shook her head happily. It's different. The taste is so much better, brother Tang. Yours is so smooth, it melts in your mouth, and it's a little sticky. It's so sweet and fragrant, Tanglay explained. That might be snow fungus. It's a common supplement and beauty ingredient here. Yelena happily ate her share, while Feya was left outside, feeling anxious and restless again. She couldn't help but look at the bowl in Yelena's hands and said to Tanglay, there's so much. Your sister might not finish it all. Before Tanglay could speak, Yelena raised her head and said, I will finish it. Don't talk nonsense. I might eat it all, Feya. She really thought these two weren't quite normal. At first, she thought they were a young couple. But no, such a straightforward, silly guy. And how could a girl openly say she can eat everything in front of her lover? Did she really not care about her image at all? Feya carefully watched Tanglay, trying to find any subtle change in his expression. But she saw Tanglay smile happily and say, eating is a blessing. Take your time. If you want more, I'll make it for you. Feya's nails dug into her palm. Over the years, she believed she knew exactly what to expect. But now, something seemed a little off. Before she could think more, Tanglay shot her a warning look. If you're bored, go catch mice. The meal will be ready in a while. Next time, don't come so early. Feya clenched her teeth silently. Though she was a bit reluctant, she knew that lingering would only raise suspicion. Plus, to get a chance to meet Tanglay alone, she had used some tricks, coming earlier than other helpers and prisoners. So, now, she had to go catch mice alone. In her mind, Feya clearly knew that Dennis's stomach ache had nothing to do with mice. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stay calm and go to the back kitchen. Once she left, the dining hall settled down quite a bit. After watching the lively scene for a while, old Six Dogs sneaked over curiously. Hey, Tang, do you think that beautiful girl was interested in you? Tanglay thought for a moment. Really? Old Six nodded confidently. Definitely. She didn't even drool over your cooking. That must mean she likes you. Tanglay rolled his eyes and handed Old Six a shovel. Stop teasing me. Go cut vegetables. Soon after, Lao Ba Wan, who had gone out to chat with Ndong, returned. All the people from the fifth canteen gathered, and Tanglay started preparing dinner. Originally, he planned to make some stir-fried dishes, but with Lena and Old Six working together, the fifth canteen now had a big bag of seafood. Tanglay had never cooked this kind of food before, but he was excited and decided to try something new. Tonight, let's make some seafood in a spicy sauce to taste. This spicy sauce, also called shu and I, is a modern fusion method developed in Daxia in recent years. Compared to the traditional way in Sakura country, where they just stuff food into their mouths, shu and I is more in line with Daxia people's eating habits and is more complex and tasty. Even the first step, boiling, has its own rules. When boiling shellfish and snails, you need to add green onions and the water temperature shouldn't exceed 80 degrees Celsius. Many chefs try to save time by boiling the water first and then adding seafood. While the seafood cooks, the shells may open and the meat can fall out. This is a common problem for seafood lovers. They often pick out empty shells and look for meat at the bottom of the plate. But Tanglay controlled the water temperature carefully to keep the small seafood intact. While he was boiling, Old Six suddenly cried out and tried to stop him. Tang, you're boiling it like that. You're ruining the soul of the seafood. The most important thing is their natural sweetness. The best ingredients only need simple handling. Forget it, Tanglay said calmly. If you think you can do better, don't eat it later. Sakura country's seafood is limited because their land is small, and they don't have as many excellent food lovers and resources as Daxia. It can only be eaten raw, yet he keeps insisting that what he's eating is art, not food. What a proud soul. When he heard that he wouldn't eat, Lao Lu immediately shut up. He's really afraid that the ingredients he pulled from the second cafeteria will end up uneaten. If that happens, he will have to go mourn with brother Luo Meng. Just be a person, Tang. Stopping Lao Lu, Tanglay was peeling shrimp while removing the guts from the seafood that needed extra preparation. His hands moved very quickly. Once finished, the first shrimp he put in was just starting to curl and turn half-cooked. At the same time, the vegetable broth that Lao Ba Wan was cooking was almost ready. This vegetable broth was made by boiling a mix of fragrant leafy vegetables, scallions, onions, celery, carrots, and water. The semi-cooked seafood was then added to the vegetable broth and gently simmered over low heat. Clap. The last stubborn scallop also opened its shell. Almost done, Tanglay said confidently. You can fish it out now. He strained the vegetable broth. The seafood that had been boiled again had absorbed the fresh aroma of various herbs, steaming and fragrant. Tanglay didn't rinse it with cold water. He let it cool naturally on the side. Because seafood that has been boiled and then touched raw water can easily regain a fishy smell. Next, the final step, the soul's dipping sauce. Lao Lu, watch carefully and learn what a soul really is. Tanglay took out a soy sauce, a vinegar, a little sugar for flavor, and added mustard and chili for spice. This increased the bold taste. Finally, he took a small bottle from the cabinet. He carefully poured a little. Lao Lu asked curiously, Tang, what is that? It's such a big pot. Why not add more? Tanglay shook his head decisively. Don't even think about it. This stuff isn't spicy, but if you add too much, you'll cry. This was the treasure he recently exchanged from the system. Sichuan pepper oil. This oil also comes from Sichuan, known for its unique numbing, sensation. The combination of numbness and spiciness forms the core of Sichuan cuisine. It also created today's spicy dipping sauce for small seafood. Once the sauce was ready, the vegetable broth that had been used to cook the seafood was poured back in, and finally, the cooled seafood was topped with the sauce. This dipping sauce was now complete. A complete dipping sauce changes flavor as it soaks over time. But Tanglay and the others are too lazy to wait that long. Leading the group, Tanglay takes a quick taste. Not bad. The freshness of seafood, the aroma of herbs, and the sauce all blend together. The first taste is slightly sour, the second is spicy and numbing, and after swallowing, only the fresh flavor remains. Yelena also picks a few pieces, eating with a small, red mouth, reluctant to stop. Lulu and Lao Ba Wan are more curious about the unique texture of this seafood dish. This numbing feeling. I don't think I've ever had it before. Is it a specialty from Daxiao? I think I like this more than just spicy. Tanglay smiles, thinking that's true. For the fighting nation that doesn't handle spicy food well, spicy and numbing flavors are much friendlier. If you really count spiciness, Sichuan and Suzhou cuisines aren't even the spiciest in Daxia. But, to avoid making more people cry in the cafeteria, he decides to wait before bringing out those super spicy dishes. After enjoying a few bites of small seafood, Tanglay continues cooking. But he doesn't need to do everything himself anymore. Besides Lulu and Lao Ba Wan, the prisoners helping out are also coming in one after another. Alexei is among them. Seeing Tanglay busy, he quickly puts on a chef's uniform, washes his hands, and comes to help. Before starting, Alexei discreetly glances around and whispers to Tanglay. Tang, do you know if Dennis and his buddy got into trouble? They finished lunch and were still talking to me about the chili peppers they planted. Then suddenly, they had stomach issues? Alexei senses something's off. Tanglay thinks for a moment. Oh, I have an idea. A female prisoner came over earlier and replaced Dennis. Alexei looks worried. A female prisoner? Could it be the new ones from the second block? I feel like something's not right with them. Did she cause Dennis's problem? Tanglay reassures him. Don't worry, she wouldn't dare hurt anyone here. Go check on Dennis after you go back. If anything's wrong, report it to the guards. Alexei nods. Then, what about you? She might be dangerous. Tanglay touches his nose. It's nothing. She's, currently catching mice. Alexei? After catching the mice, she still has to wash the dishes, Tanglay sighed. It's a pity she isn't as fast as Dennis and his brothers. Ari, is it just about washing dishes? Anyway, Tanglay said calmly, do whatever you need to do. No worries. She can't cause trouble. Although it was just a simple sentence, Ari listened and suddenly felt a calmness settle over his complicated feelings. Okay, Chef Tang, what are we making today? I'll help. Tanglay signaled him to bring over a big plate of seafood with sauce to the serving window. He continued, as for the rest, let's make some red wine braised beef and a small vegetable dish. Considering that seafood is cooling in nature, it's best to pair it with warm foods like beef and red wine to balance the flavors. Otherwise, the coldness plus Siberian chill might upset everyone's stomach, and his kitchen's reputation would suffer. Today, we won't have rice as the main dish. Let's try noodles. Have you had scorching pot noodles before? The reply was naturally a chorus of, never tried, along with eager looks from everyone. Tanglay smiled and started directing Lao Luari and Lao Bawan, cutting meat, pouring wine. He himself took a few eggs and began making the scorching pot noodles. Diced tomatoes, shredded scallions fried in oil until golden, then added beaten eggs to make egg drops. Next, pour boiling water into the pot, turn up the heat, and bring the soup and eggs to a rolling boil. After a few rounds of boiling, the aroma of eggs filled the broth. The diced tomatoes were cooked into a natural tomato sauce. Then add the noodles, cooking until tender and chewy. Taking a bite, it's hot, sweet, and sour. Just a pinch of salt makes it more fragrant than any complex broth with many seasonings. After preparing 2 meat dishes, a main course, and a small vegetable dish, they served the food at the serving window. Tanglay and the others sat down first to fill their stomachs. The prisoners helping out saw the food arrive and didn't need Lao Bawan to do anything. They each took a portion and started eating. This was their special privilege. No need to tremble at Lao Bawan's enforcers' threats. As they just sat down to eat, the staff from the logistics department working nearby also came in happily. Chef Tang, is it ready? Thanks for your hard work, Chef. Tanglay waved his hand. You all worked hard too. Help yourselves and take whatever you want. Understood. Understood. They had become experienced at grabbing food, so no one needed to call out. Wow, today's seafood. I've eaten at the second cafeteria once before, but it's too far, so I never went back. This flavor, it's much better than the raw stuff at the second cafeteria. Old Six, who was busy eating, looked up and said, Are you polite? I'm already working on changing the recipes. Ha ha ha, just joking. Just joking. Laughter and chatter filled the fifth cafeteria with a happy atmosphere. Except for Feya, who had been carefully searching every corner to avoid suspicion, emerged slowly from behind the freezer, covered in dust. She smelled something delicious, something she had never smelled before, and she felt hungry. Hunger worse than at noon. But why? These people, all eating, and no one remembered to call her? Not only was no one calling her, but they were eating happily. Feya stood for a few seconds, realizing no one noticed her. In the end, she gritted her teeth and decided to let it go. Forget it. She'd eat her fill first. She went back to the food window again. This time, Tanglay saw her. "Oh, I forgot about you." Feya thought he finally felt guilty and was showing some conscience. Then she heard Tanglay ask, "Did you catch the mouse?" Feya clenched her teeth and smiled. "No, the kitchen is very clean, no sign of mice." Tanglay waved casually. "All right, then go ahead and eat. Eat quickly, you still have to wash the dishes later." Feya's smile stiffened like a mask, and she didn't want to say anything more. She went straight to get her food. Usually, she didn't eat much. Even in a place like prison, she paid attention to eating less oil, salt, and greasy food. But today, maybe because she was holding back anger, or maybe because the food in the fifth cafeteria was really too delicious, Feya grabbed a spoon and served herself a big bowl. Until she found a seat and sat down, she only then realized, frowning slightly at the full bowl of rice. Crazy. She wouldn't finish it all, so she decided to just leave some. Silently, she thought, and used her fork to pick up a piece of seafood and sauce, then put it in her mouth. The next moment, a tangy and slightly numbing flavor exploded in her mouth. As she chewed gently, the tender shellfish turned into a mouthful of rich, fragrant juice. She swallowed it eagerly, as if it was her own stomach. Feya slightly widened her eyes, carefully savoring a taste she had never experienced before, and couldn't help but ask a nearby prisoner, "What is this flavor?" The prisoner, seeing she was a female inmate, understood immediately. "You've never had it before. This is a special chili from the fifth kitchen. It's spicier than anything we've had before. But this time, Chef Tang added some other ingredients. It must be another secret of Daxia. So delicious. Specialty chili? Is this the one everyone in the fifth kitchen keeps talking about?" Feya instinctively took another bite, then another. The more she ate, the faster she ate. Her lips became even more vibrant with color. Sweat beaded on her nose and forehead. But her face grew paler and more serious. Something was wrong. Feya's mood sank. The good news was that she probably understood why the prisoners in Zone 5 kept mentioning Tanglay so often and weren't very interested in the new female inmate anymore. The bad news was, she had no idea how to change their minds. How could the food be so delicious? If it were her, she might choose to eat her fill first and think about other things later. There's an old saying in Daxia, "A full belly makes one forget desire." It's not without reason. Eating is a basic instinct embedded in every living creature's DNA, the top priority need. For these prisoners undergoing transformation, they had no other options, so eating became even more important. For the first time, Feya doubted her own confidence. The food was so delicious. How could she possibly compete with Tanglay's appeal to these prisoners? At that moment, Feya suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Compared to her influence over men, she realized she couldn't even match a man's charm in the social arena. And from what these prisoners said, Tanglay, the chef, was even developing new recipes. He was also getting the prisoners to help grow ingredients, which could be exchanged for extra snacks. Thinking about the beauty and skin-nourishing dessert Tanglay made for that little doll girl before, Feya clenched her teeth tightly. Suddenly, she understood why Roman's spies had been so foolish as to go and pick a fight with someone's chili peppers. Even she, who has experienced much and knows how to play with people's minds, felt a tiny flicker of emotion. Who wouldn't want to enjoy specially made delicious food? But this can't go on. If she can't break the hold of Tanglay and the 5 Canteen, this fortress that keeps the prisoners of District 5 in check, she won't be able to stir trouble in the 5th zone. She won't be able to cause trouble for Anton, nor complete her deal with Roman. But killing Tanglay? That's not easy. And what if she actually did it? Would there be nothing left to eat? Feya thought heavily, but she kept eating without stopping. After the seafood, these chicken pieces are pretty good, smooth and tender. Think, how to deal with Tanglay. This beef is cooked so soft and fragrant. No, finding Tanglay's weakness is more important. Feya kept eating and thinking, her eyes drifting, her complicated thoughts almost making her dizzy. It wasn't until she heard a series of thud-thud sounds that she suddenly snapped back to reality. Tanglay had somehow come in front of her and was smiling slightly. The handsome, clean face of the summer man carried a strange tenderness. Then, Feya heard a low, devilish whisper. "Time's up. Get up and wash the dishes." "Still eating. Feya, you little rascal. You're really annoying." She dragged herself up slowly and smiled. "It's not that Chef Tang's cooking is too good. I've just never had such delicious food before, so I'm a bit." Tanglay nodded repeatedly. "That's fine, but if your dishes aren't washed faster than Dennis and his brothers today, let him do it tomorrow. You don't need to come anymore." Feya's praise, which she hadn't even finished speaking, was cut off. Tanglay waved casually and went back to the kitchen. Feya stared at his back, and the rare warm feeling she had just felt shattered into pieces. A gentle summer man? Bah, what a devil. She hurried to the sink and started cleaning dishes with the other prisoners. Originally, Feya wanted to take this chance to gather some information from the others. But soon, she completely lost the chance to speak. Because there were just too many people coming to eat. As soon as the break bell rang, suddenly, hundreds of prisoners appeared out of nowhere. The first group arrived and happily started eating. Those who missed out quickly ran to other dining halls, ate a little, then came back. In short, no one was willing to leave without getting some food from the fifth dining hall. Feya, a respected female prisoner in the second detention area, had not experienced such intense work for many years. While collecting dishes, she secretly cursed herself. The idea of replacing washing dishes was really stupid. Next time, she would choose a different task. She worked until all the prisoners had eaten enough, and the gathering bell rang again. Feya barely finished her work. She instinctively looked at Tanglay, but saw that he had also finished packing and was coming out with Lao Ba Wan and Yelena. "Brother Tang is leaving now, going home. Are you going to Officer in Dong tonight? I can drive you." Tanglay nodded. "Yes, I won't be coming tonight. I've prepared most of the meals for you all. It's a bit troublesome for Lao Lu and Lao Ba Wan, and our excellent comrade Yelena." A flash of deep thought crossed Feya's eyes. Yelena? That's such a familiar name. Watching Tanglay and the others happily leave the fifth dining hall, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Feya's face. She remembered who Yelena was. Back in the cell, Feya called over her trusted female prisoner confidant. "Go tell Director Luoman about something." Half an hour later, in the office of the second detention area's director, another angry shout was heard. "Dear, are you okay?" Lena whispered. "How can I be okay?" Luoman, clutching the note he just received, trembled with anger. That big summer dog. He wanted to smash something, but as he raised his hand, the pain from his still-healing wound made him flinch. Then, he angrily kicked over the table. He actually dares to live with Yelena. Lena's eyes narrowed. Living together? They are. The fighting nation, or generally Western countries, tend to have more open views about men and women, especially in such a remote and difficult place. Living together with someone of the opposite, almost anything could happen. Lamont kept looking at the note. They are now living together. How dare they live together? Oh, my Yelena. She must have been tricked by the cunning Da Xiao man. Otherwise, how could such a pure girl agree to go to his house? She knows very well that we still have a marriage agreement. Lena secretly rolled her eyes from the shadows and whispered carefully. Maybe, just maybe, they are simply staying temporarily. Tang, that Da Xiao man doesn't seem to have a place to stay here. He used to live in the cafeteria. It was better not to say anything. But once she did, Lamont became even more angry. A Da Xiao man with nowhere to stay. A broke guy? Why? Why should he? Thinking that Tanglay, who was everywhere, had approached Yolina even earlier than him, and might have developed a relationship with her, Lamont felt worse than being stabbed by a knife. No, I have to find a way. Lamont panted heavily, walking back and forth in the office. Where is that Da Xiao man? Call him to see me. Lena went out to talk to the deputy officer and returned with an awkward look. He took a leave today, left the 5th canteen, and has an appointment with Commander Anton. He said he would be back tomorrow, but dinner has already been prepared in advance. I don't care about his dinner, Lamont roared. But because of Anton, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he's not here, that's his luck. I'll let him go for today, but I can't let Yelena go on like this. Before, I thought she was still young and would understand someday. But now it seems I need to teach her a lesson. She can't follow a liar down the wrong path. Lamont sighed, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Mrs. Yegorova, good afternoon. I am Lamont. I have something to discuss with you, and I think it's necessary. About your daughter. Meanwhile, Tanglay followed Anton to his home. As a prison supervisor, Anton's house was quite simple. A modest two-story small house, clearly built by himself. There is a small garden at the entrance, lush and green. Tanglay took a curious look, then fell silent. These leaves. Why do they look so familiar? Anton cleared his throat. This is also related to your thing, the sticky rice chili. Mostly, my wife and daughter are also interested in your ingredients. My daughter studies agriculture, and she asked me to get some seeds to try. As for these seeds, Anton had asked Lao Bawan to get them, scooped from the kitchen floor. No need to say more. Tanglay rubbed his nose. That's good. It seems Anton's family is simple and unpretentious. They focus on practicality. He liked that. Clearly a good tool person. When he opened the door, Tanglay saw two excited eyes first. A woman and a girl, both quite similar in appearance, stood at the door waving at him. You must be the one from Anton's prison block, the chef sent by the gods, Tanglay. Tanglay was surprised. The gods? Really? That's not true. I'm just an ordinary chef. Anton patted him. It's okay, Tang. My wife is a devout believer, but you don't need to worry about taboos. She's almost become your follower now, he joked. Tanglay nodded understandingly. He had been in prison so long he had forgotten. The Fighting Nation is actually a country of religion. Their national religion, Eastern Orthodoxy, plays a very important role in shaping the nation. Most citizens are religious. Even if they aren't, they habitually connect culture and religion. So they often talk about gods. But, from Tanglay's perspective, their religious beliefs are quite strange. For example, they like to have believers bless everything. But even missiles and ships being blessed seems a bit much. If gods and immortals kept up with the times, Tanglay believed the Fighting Nation might have worshipped a cyber god, like a Gatling gun deity. Thinking this way, Anton's wife, Leisha, seeing him as divinely gifted, is understandable. After all, everything good is from the gods. After some greetings, Tanglay was led into the house by Leisha and her daughter. Immediately, a lively cheer greeted them. Anton, my old buddy, you finally arrived. In Anton's spacious living room, 4 or 5 people were already sitting. They were all around their 40s or 50s, with the oldest having gray hair at the temples. No matter their age or clothing, they shared a common habit. They sat straight, maintaining a dignified and serious posture even while chatting. Tanglay glanced around and understood. These must be Anton's old comrades in arms. No wonder they had fought on the battlefield. Even if they were 10 years older, they were different from someone like Roman, who was a fool. Anton took off his hat, and a slight smile appeared on his serious face. You old guys are free now, but I still have to work. I just finished my shift and came here. The oldest one chuckled loudly. Of course, back in the day, Anton, you were the youngest among us. We've been busier than you all these years, so we're naturally more relaxed now, huh? Anton looked around. Huh, did Peter not come? When he mentioned that name, their eyes flickered. He said he's busy in the capital and can't make it. TCH, what busy schedule? He's just too lazy to come here, always making excuses. The oldest, Alexander, quickly nudged him to shut up. All right, you talk too much. Anton was surprised. Oh, I see. He was straightforward, not unkind. Now he understood. Some of these old friends had retired, while others still shined in government or military roles. People aim higher, but he, as the prison warden in a remote area, no matter how high his rank, was in a not-so-good place. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Alexander tried to change the subject. Anton, you said you had some good treasures, right? Let us see them. Yes, let's not talk about unpleasant things. Anton, my old friend, I've come a long way for this. If you don't have anything good, I'm not interested. Haha, that's right. Siberia is just too cold. Alexander's old arms and legs get sick in the cold. If it weren't for your face, I wouldn't have come at all. A group of old friends laughed and joked happily. Anton snapped out of the slightly tense atmosphere and also smiled. Don't worry. Do you still doubt me? He patted Tanglay and said, let me introduce you. This is the new cook at our prison cafeteria. Don't judge him by his age. The food Tang makes is truly amazing, especially for you old food lovers. If you don't try it, I think your lives won't feel complete. A few old friends exchanged surprised glances upon hearing this. They had already noticed the young man brought by Anton. He looked very different from the typical soldier from the northern region. They didn't think much of it and assumed he was Anton's aide or a service worker. They never expected this young man to be Anton's treasure. The man who had just scolded Peter, Yaroslav, was the most straightforward. Wow, Anton, my brother. Everyone knows Siberia isn't the best place to entertain guests. You miss us, just say it. Since you're hosting, you should come, and why bring a little cook along? He didn't take Anton's words seriously. Thinking about it, these old soldiers had achieved great fame in battle. Even after retiring, their lives wouldn't be bad. Especially these few who loved eating and having fun. What delicacies from the fighting nation haven't they tried? Even if there was good food, it would have to be from a top-tier restaurant or specially supplied in the capital. Traveling all the way to the prison just to gather old friends over a meal? Anton, my brother. No need to go overboard. Just coming to see you is enough for us. The others chimed in eagerly. Alexander smiled slightly. Anton, we thought about this before we came. We wondered if you were having a hard time in prison and missed us. Now that we see you're doing well, we're relieved. As for your little cook, just let him do his thing. Don't bother with fancy dishes like lobster or abalone to impress us. We're too old for that. Did they really not know Anton? This young man was frugal and honest. If he spent a lot just to entertain them, it wouldn't be true friendship. Anton. No. I'm telling you, Siberian prison life is pretty good now. Why don't you believe me? Even Tang's cooking, he said, couldn't be beaten by a star-rated restaurant. Seeing his old friends nodding in agreement, Anton felt helpless. He patted Tanglay again. Come on, Tang, show them what you can do. Tanglay smiled and said, all right, just watch. Facing this group of important people, he wasn't nervous. He stepped forward and put on an apron. I'll start with a hot pot. You all can eat first, and I'll prepare other dishes. Strangely enough, when he first entered, he looked like a pretty young man. His build was even a bit slim compared to the strong fighters from the northern regions. But when he put on the apron and picked up the spatula, he suddenly had a commanding presence that surprised everyone. In that moment, he seemed like the true ruler here. The older men instinctively nodded in agreement. Wait, what's hot pot? Someone asked. That was a question for Anton and his wife and daughter to explain. The kitchen and dining table had already been cleaned up, and the ingredients were ready. While everyone was chatting, Tanglay went into the kitchen and took out seasonings from his bag. Recently, he had been working on limited edition snacks, and many repeat customers had come back. His progress on a task with a goal of 10,000 points was nearing completion. Because of this, he had earned a lot of points. Plus, the peppers planted by the criminals had sprouted well, and in about 3 weeks, they would be ready to harvest. Tanglay was very generous when exchanging for seasonings. He added a full set of hot pot base ingredients into the pot. This was different from the simple spicy soup served in school cafeterias. Only authentic local hot pot restaurants in the area had such rich flavors. There were 14 kinds of spices alone, along with beef tallow and the rich bone broth he had simmered earlier that day. The broth was thick and milky, and adding the ingredients immediately released a wonderful aroma. Everyone in the restaurant paused their conversations to smell the scent. Yarov sniffed and asked, what kind of smell is that? Achoo. It's so strong and fragrant. And a little spicy too, he said, sneezing. He instinctively leaned toward the kitchen to see. This time, Anton calmly held him back. It's okay. This is just the beginning. Meanwhile, Tanglay kept busy in the kitchen. Considering that some of these people weren't young anymore, he decided to make an Inyang hot pot. One side would be spicy with beef tallow broth, and the other side would be a tomato-based broth for those who couldn't handle the spice. Once both broths were ready, he added some durable ingredients like corn and brought them to the table. After all, hot pot is best enjoyed while cooking and eating at the same time. Next, come the various good ingredients for hot pot. Potato slices, baby bok choy, and all kinds of mushrooms go without saying. Thinly sliced fatty beef and lamb rolls, beef tripe and lung slices, and a variety of meats are also prepared. Finally, there are specially made fish fillets, crab sticks, and different meatballs crafted by Tanglay. These are not common flour products. They are made with real ingredients. The seafood contribution naturally comes from unselfish Lao Lu, especially the beef meatballs, which Tanglay found in the system's recipe, famous Shantou-style handmade beef balls from Daxia. These are the kind that once made Daxia popular through Zhou Shiqi's movies. They are handmade, with tendon removed and pounded, making them firm and chewy, with some effort from Yelena as well. Honestly, after making them, Tanglay picked a few to test their bounce, like ping-pong balls. They are truly top quality. But when these ingredients were brought out, a group of veterans was stunned. These? Raw? How do we eat them? They had never seen such ingredients that require hands-on preparation. Just then, the pot boiled. The bright red oil on top was bubbling, and the fragrant spices at the bottom mixed thoroughly with the bone broth, releasing a rich aroma. With just a gentle boil, it made the family of Anton, who were waiting nearby, salivate uncontrollably. Come on, let me show you how it's done. Without hesitation, Anton picked up a slice of meat and dipped it into the boiling pot. Tanglay reassured them. If you think the flavor isn't strong enough, you can also prepare a dipping sauce. He had already made several kinds of dipping sauces and placed them on the table for the guests. Anton hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "All right, Chef Tang, you do your thing. I'll handle these small tasks." Tanglay went back to the kitchen. A few old friends looked curious. "Wow, isn't this young man your subordinate? I've never seen you be so polite to your soldiers." Anton shook his head. "What are you talking about? Can he compare to my soldiers? That chef is a treasure." Yarov laughed. "You've been craving him in Siberia all these years, huh? Even if it smells good, how delicious can it really be? Come on, let me try." Anton reminded his old friends. "Just to be clear, one of these flavors is spicy and the other is not. Think about whether you can handle the spice before you dip your food. How spicy is it? It's like drinking," he added. Yarov laughed loudly. "Look down on me. I've been drinking for many years." He was the first to spear a piece of beef roll and dip it into the spicy hot pot. In just a few seconds, the thin meat roll changed color, and Yarov eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. "I want to see how good it is." As the meat roll, dripping with red broth, was put into his mouth, Yarov suddenly paused. "What's wrong?" "Choking," someone teased nearby. Yarov didn't answer, blinking as he chewed. Anton was used to this scene and smiled, counting down. 3, 2, 1. Ah, Yarov suddenly opened his mouth. What is this flavor? There was the aroma of meat, saltiness, and more, a strange, indescribable feeling. With one bite, Yarov felt a warm sensation all over his body. Wow, it really tastes like drinking. But unlike the quick fade of alcohol, this flavor was richer and more complex. Even after swallowing for a while, Yarov kept savoring the taste with his lips. Alexander, always cautious, was still watching and said, "Like alcohol? Tell us, is it tasty or not? Describe it." Before Yarov could answer, he quickly dipped another piece of meat into the hot pot. I want to try again." The last piece was eaten too quickly to really taste it. All he remembered was, it seemed pretty good. Seeing his reaction, the others understood immediately. They all laughed and started to eat, brave and confident, initially choosing the spicy hot pot. Anton calmly turned to his wife and said, "Honey, could you bring us a box of tissues?" Yarov joked. "Anton, now you're being fancy. Needing tissues just for a meal? Haha, women," he exclaimed, then quickly took another bite and gasped. "Ah, so spicy." "No, how is it this spicy, wow?" That bite was both spicy and hot, and Yarov let out a loud cry, his eyes watering. Anton chuckled and pushed a napkin toward him. "I told you if you can't handle spicy food, just stick to the kids' version." This made Yaroslav blush. "No way. Anton, how can you eat so much?" "I still want to." He didn't even notice. No matter how spicy or hot it was, he never thought of spitting it out. Alexander carefully turned his fork into the tomato pot and first dipped a piece of baby bok choy. The leaves needed to cook a bit longer. Alexander prepared himself mentally, knowing it might make him cry, before putting it in his mouth. The baby bok choy soaked up the juice. As soon as he bit into it, a slightly sour, rich broth exploded in his mouth. The bone broth and tomatoes had blended well after simmering all afternoon. The meaty flavor was fully covered by the sweet and sour tomato, with a hint of sweetness enhancing the freshness. Even though he only ate a leaf, Alexander felt that this broth was even more delicious than the meat. He stopped talking and quickly started dipping various ingredients into the pot. Besides Alexander, everyone else tried the spicy hot pot. Only one person managed to endure without crying. The others were teary-eyed. Yaroslav wiped his eyes and saw Alexander quietly eating in the tomato broth, eating faster than the others. This made him feel unfair. Big brother, how can you not share with your brothers? Come on, eat. Enjoy the spicy food. Men can cry. You know, it's not a crime. A few mischievous brothers egged him on. Reluctantly, Alexander said, actually, you could dip in water to cool it down. It's not that spicy. No way. Hiss. Without the spice, it has no soul, Anton calmly said. Actually, we also had special spicy eating activities in our detention center. Only brave warriors can handle the heat without changing color. Yaroslav said. What? Your prisoners can eat spicy food? No, I don't believe it. I'll try another piece. Yaroslav, come on. You're not that old. Don't lose to the young guys. A group of old soldiers gathered around the hot pot, suddenly feeling competitive. Eat. Today we must win. Try this slice of meat. Wow, how did they cut it so thin? It melts in your mouth before you even chew. Want something more filling? Try these meatballs. I tell you, I spent half the day just slicing them. Don't forget the vegetables. We're not young anymore. The elder brother Alexander reminded them. Yarov's excitement grew, and sweat poured down his forehead and nose. Hearing this, he took off his coat and laughed loudly. Aren't we getting old? Brother Alexander, I don't feel that way now. 20 years ago, we gathered together and could drink without worries. 20 years later, we're still together and still eating spicy food. We're just as good as young guys. Big brother, little brother. We're not old yet. Anton looked at his old friends, whom he hadn't seen in many years, and finally a relaxed smile appeared on his serious face. Yes, that's how it was. At first, he found Tanglay, wanting him to prepare a good meal for the gathering. He was just thinking that he was nearly 50 years old. Some old friends, seeing each other less and less. But Tanglay's cooking was even better than he expected. Even though some of them had graying hair, and all these veterans had gone through gunfire and storms most of their lives. Today, at the dinner table, surrounded by lively chatter and hot food, under the spicy and fragrant flavors, they did more than just reminisce about the past. They also rediscovered that brave, confident heart that once craved excitement. Who can escape the passage of time? But the heart can. Bring 2 more bottles of beer. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk, just like 20 years ago. To our homeland. To us. To brave hearts. At this moment, no one mentioned the delicious food of the imperial city or star-rated restaurants. At a friend's home, a hot pot made by a home cook had already won their hearts. When Tanglay came out again, he saw that the table was almost empty, not counting the meatballs and vegetables. Even the beef tripe, duck intestines, and duck blood, which are rarely eaten by the fighting nation, had been mostly finished. It seemed they were really into the meal, with no worries or grudges left. Seeing him come out, Yarov's eyes lit up. Hey, young man, you did a great job. We've never had this kind of spicy flavor before. It's a special dish from Dacia. I'm glad you like it. Tanglay smiled and began to serve the dishes he had just prepared. Considering the strong aroma of the hot pot, Tanglay didn't make any heavy, oily, or salty dishes. I only prepared a few simple, fresh side dishes to finish the meal. The dishes that Anton requested, the peony fish slices and squirrel fish, are essential. One dish is light and tasty. The other is sweet and sour to stimulate the appetite. Plus, there's a crispy mushroom and vegetable stir-fry and a tofu soup. These dishes are perfect for calming the stomachs that are excited from spicy food. The best way to relieve spiciness is usually dairy products. Tanglay was ready to make some sweet dairy desserts. But seeing the group happily drinking beer, he wisely decided to stop. They shouldn't eat together in a messy way. If you dare to eat, you might get carried away. So, in the end, they chose a clear soup. The veterans had already eaten enough and felt no need for more dishes. Little brother, I think this hot pot is the best. Don't bother with those fancy things, just add some. Wow, he saw the 2 fish dishes Tanglay brought out and suddenly shut up. Wow, these 2 dishes look really impressive. Cough, this is pretty good too. Come on, let me help you serve. What else is there? Just bring everything out. The squirrel fish and peony fish slices were served. Seeing these dishes, Anton got excited again. Hey, these two dishes are quite special. You might not know, but recently, Luo Ming from the second detention area replaced Kirill and tried to cause trouble for me. Something about a kitchen inspection. But when Tang brought out these two dishes, everyone's eyes lit up. Even the inspector passing by said they were amazing. Yarov said, "Oh, an inspector? Then we definitely have to try them." Alexander looked worried. Luo Ming? The one from the Lev family. Before he finished, Yarov and others were already eager, reaching for their forks toward a plate of fish slices. Hey, seeing that there weren't many peony fish slices left, the cautious older brother decided to hold back his concern for his younger brother. Respect your elders and care for the young. Calm down, big brother. Let me try the poison first. Get lost. We've carried guns together for decades. I know you. Anton shook his head and said, "What? When did you get so quick with your hands?" Yarov carefully tasted the fish slices and chuckled softly. "Delicious. Brother Anton, your cooking is really something." He gave a thumbs up. "Honestly, this fish, it doesn't look like fish, but tastes great. Fresh and crispy. Very tasty." Alexander preferred the squirrel-shaped fish more. "That's thoughtful of you. We old folks can't eat too hard food. This fish is tender, and the best part is, there are no fish bones at all. For someone his age, that was very considerate." He squinted happily, enjoying his meal. "Ever since my eyesight and teeth got worse, I haven't had a good fish meal in years. Plus, this tastes even better than what I ate when I was young." "Anton, your chef is really good," Anton grinned. "I told you I'm doing well. I really wanted to treat you guys to something nice and have some fun. You didn't believe me. Now you believe it, right?" "Yeah." Yarov suddenly slapped his thigh in drunken excitement. "You little guy, I just remembered. This is your kitchen, chef? Does that mean you get to eat this every day?" Anton replied, "Not exactly. Eating this every day would get boring. Chef Tang makes different dishes at least once a month. Usually, we mix up meat and vegetables, like braised pork, human lamb chops, sweet and sour ribs, spicy chicken cubes. Anyway, everything's delicious." Yarov couldn't take it anymore. "Shut up. I shouldn't care so much about you." Just then, Tanglay came out with a pot of soup. Yarov casually grabbed him. "Young man, I think you're pretty good. Would you like to come to the big city and develop? I'll invest in you. Open a big restaurant." "Old brother, I don't have a powerful family backing me like those guys, but I do have some money." Before Tanglay could speak, Anton spoke up first. "Hey, Yarov, I was being kind and inviting you. Why are you trying to steal my thunder?" "No way. I tell you, right now, the 5th prison area can't do without Chef Tang. Don't even think about it." Tanglay looked at them, amused and a bit helpless. Goodness, if someone didn't know better, they'd think he was the boss of the 5th prison area. No, that's not it." Yarov, feeling the effects of alcohol and getting carried away, realized after Anton's words that he shouldn't do something dishonest. He chuckled and said, My mistake. I drank too much and got silly. By the way, brother, when will you have some free time? I want to visit you more often. If you're busy, I can come to your prison area too. I won't bother you. I'll just go to the cafeteria to eat." Anton had no words to reply. He still remembered what these guys said when they first met. They had said, "Eating doesn't matter, just seeing you is enough." But now, it seems seeing each other isn't necessary anymore. He smiled and said, "Sure, if you want to come, I'm happy no matter how long you stay." In the past, he thought this place was cold and boring, not worth making old friends suffer through. Usually, he would just visit the capital during his days off. Hearing that old friends wanted to come made him happy. Yarov, drunk and laughing, said, "Come on, if you want to come." "Haha, Peter still complains that you won't visit him. That kid just doesn't have good luck." Another old friend chimed in, also tipsy. "Bah, that ungrateful guy." It was Anton who saved him on the battlefield back then. If not for him, he wouldn't have been injured and had to leave the fight, ending up in prison. Sigh, exactly. Now that he's in the capital, he thinks he's all that? He shouldn't have been so easy on him back then. Alexander was still somewhat sober, but after a good meal, he didn't want to stop the fun. He just sighed and said, "Why talk about this now? If he doesn't come, that's fine. We shouldn't feed the ungrateful. Isn't that right?" Anton led the laughter. "Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'm just unlucky. If I hadn't been assigned here, I wouldn't have met Tang. he patted Tanglay hard, with a lot of force. It seemed like he had no regrets at all. Tanglay's heart moved, and he smiled slightly. Sir, in our great summer country, there's a saying, a blessing in disguise. Who knows what good might come from this situation until the very end? Like tonight's fresh chicken and bean curd soup. I dare to bet that not even Peter or the Emperor has tasted it. Come on, everyone, try it. The mood, which had been a bit low, was reignited by this statement. Young man, you really dare to say that. However, based on your cooking skills tonight, I dare say I believe you. Come on, try it. A group of veterans put aside their earlier unhappiness and happily started drinking soup. Alexander's gaze crossed the crowd and focused on Tanglay, studying the young man carefully. Even without mentioning his excellent cooking skills, just looking at his thoughtfulness, it's truly impressive. Young people are remarkable. Tanglay noticed the veteran's gaze and politely smiled, then turned back to the kitchen. Today, he decided to spend more time with his old friends. His task was already done. As he was about to tidy up the kitchen and head back, he heard the door open behind him. Anton's wife, Lisa, tiptoed over quietly. Chef Tang, you can leave it. I'll take care of cleaning up. It's so late. Are you going back to the 5th prison district? Tanglay shook his head. No, I'm staying outside now. I'll call a friend to pick me up later. Lisa glanced at the time and urged him. Oh, no need to bother. It's already this late. Why not stay here for the night? We have plenty of rooms and all the bedding. You've had a long, tiring day. Rest well and leave in the morning. Tanglay looked at the time and realized it was almost midnight. He thought for a moment. Then, thank you very much. It was so late, and outside was very cold. He didn't want to leave Yelena alone outside, especially since she had come out just to pick him up. So, he decided to stay overnight. Lisa was very happy to hear that. No trouble at all. We've been looking forward to your visit for a long time. Tang, you don't know. Anton used to run the 5th prison district. He always looked so stern, like he had no sense of fun. But since you came, he's been bringing us delicious food, and he's not so stubborn anymore. He used to think Dachau people were weak and useless, but now he doesn't say that anymore. Haha, Tang, you've really changed him. She chatted enthusiastically as she led Tanglay upstairs to a guest room. Look, I prepared this room especially because I knew his brother was coming. Now that one is missing, you can stay here. Is there anything uncomfortable? Tanglay had no complaints. It's perfect, no problem at all. Lisa smiled gently and said, All right, I'll go downstairs and see. They're still playing for a while. She thoughtfully closed the door. Tanglay looked at the time again, hesitated to call Yelena, and instead sent a message. Little Yi, I'm not coming back tonight. I'll go to the cafeteria tomorrow. No need to pick me up. Rest early. He thought that Anton would probably go to work tomorrow too, so he could just share a ride. But for some reason, after sending the message, there was no reply from the other side. Had Yelena already gone to sleep? Tanglay frowned slightly, feeling a bit strange. Usually, this girl replies almost instantly. But it was already late at night outside, and Tanglay thought that since Yelena and Old Bawan were together, nothing serious was happening. He decided to close his eyes and rest first. Just as he was about to doze off, a notification sounded from the system. Congratulations, the host. You have completed the side mission, Building Connections, Part 1. Recognized by the district supervisor, Tanglay's sleepiness was instantly gone. What the? Finally, this long mission was completed. He had almost forgotten about it. The system kept announcing. Detection shows that the satisfaction of the guests at the gathering reached 80%. Congratulations, host. You have exceeded the goal. Reward. At the most critical moment for the reward, the system suddenly froze. It couldn't produce the reward. Come on, Tanglay angrily tapped it in his mind. What's going on? Falling apart at the crucial moment. Do you believe I could fix you with traditional methods from the old days? The system paused strangely for a moment, then asked suddenly, Host, what are the traditional methods for fixing systems? Tanglay replied. Have you seen how old-fashioned TVs or computers are fixed? Bad connections, snowflakes on the screen, just slap or kick them, and they'll be fine. The system paused for 2 seconds, and then quickly said, Self-diagnosis shows the bug has been identified. Repair in progress, host. The detection indicates that the reward for the original Building Connections task should be the recognition of Anton, Major of District 5 Prison. But according to the latest results, Major Anton's recognition level is already full. Cannot be gained again. Tanglay was stunned. Wow. It turns out he had already maxed out Anton's favorability, and now the reward was wasted. This is really unbelievable. Completely out of line. Wait, you completed the reward so quickly? The system was speechless. Who knew that, with such a strange host, he was just cooking normally and hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. He only helped the prison warden of Area 5 stabilize the prison, and his favorability kept increasing so much that even the task rewards couldn't keep up. This was the first time in the system's history that something like this happened. All right, Tanglay hurriedly made a request, worried that the silly system might cancel his reward. Why not give me a different reward and let me keep drawing? Since I've exceeded my goals, I should get to choose the type of prize pool. The system chimed for a moment. What kind of prize pool do you want to draw from? Tanglay quickly thought. I want to draw from a prize pool related to intermediate chefs. This was the best and most useful prize pool he could think of right now. Skills, recipes. Drawing from them was as hard as finding a needle in a haystack, but he could get them by completing a few tasks. But the intermediate chef pool was different. The only thing he knew about it was that mysterious points shop that was unlocked unexpectedly. That was a good thing, and as a beginner chef, he couldn't normally access it through regular tasks. He finally caught a handle on the system. Now was the perfect time to take advantage. Even if the system disagreed, he wouldn't be losing out. This time, the system buzzed with a humming sound, then said again after a few seconds, agreed. Tanglay noticed that this response seemed different from the usual mechanical voice. You're quick to agree, he probed. The system replied, there are always some people in this world worth giving a little more leeway. After saying this, Tanglay raised an eyebrow. But once the system finished speaking, it fell silent. In his mind's interface, a large golden lottery wheel appeared. Tanglay stood in front of the wheel, thinking for a moment, then smiled. Sure thing, he was going to draw. What was he afraid of? He wiped his hands and spoke in his own voice. Good luck to us. Good luck to us. Good luck brings happiness and love. Let's go. Brother. A flash of golden light streaked across the screen. This time, the golden light didn't turn into a recipe or any skill, but directly charged toward Tanglay. In just a blink, Tanglay felt a warmth in his eyes. The system's sound rang out again. Congratulations, the host has obtained the basic body enhancement for intermediate chefs. Eye modification. Wow? Tanglay opened his eyes wide in surprise, feeling a bit excited. Eye modification? Is it like in the novels I read? No more seeing through walls or spying on beautiful CEOs. No more striking it rich by guessing stones. I knew the system should have these amazing skills. As he spoke, a smile appeared at the corner of Tanglay's mouth. If only his mind wasn't so focused on what he was seeing, he would be testing his new eyes everywhere right now. Ahem, I mean proper testing. Legally, and with integrity. The system beeped, sounding a bit speechless. Once again, I remind you, host, I am a chef system. All for the sake of better food. After the eye modification, you only need to look at something to tell if the ingredients are good or not, and judge the cooking heat. This is a skill many chefs dream of, Tanglay. He was instantly cooled down like a bucket of cold water poured over him. His previous excitement vanished in an instant. Really? That's it? Oh my goodness. Your chef system is so realistic and down-to-earth. It has no grand ambitions at all. The system didn't dare to argue with Tanglay's words. Host, we are grounded, coming from the people and returning to the people, a new era system free from low-level interests. Tanglay, fine, so it's a political commissar system. 6. He had nothing to say. He couldn't immediately open his eyes to experience this low-level interest, and he just felt bored. Sleepy time. He pulled the blanket over himself, with no desires or worries. He slept until dawn, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 7 a.m. Tanglay looked at the time, tidied up, and went downstairs. Since coming to prison, his schedule had become more and more like that of an old man. Especially after a group of big guys came begging for breakfast, he just couldn't sleep in anymore. But no matter how diligent he was, he still couldn't compare to the real old-timers. As Tanglay went downstairs, he saw Alexander, the older man with gray hair from yesterday, holding a cup and coughing. Seeing Tanglay, he nodded slightly and said, "Young man, you wake up early." Tanglay smiled and replied, "Just call me Tang." Why are you up so early? Before Alexander could speak again, he coughed once more. Cough. Old problem acting up. Can't sleep. Noticing Tanglay's curious look at his chest, Alexander smiled and said, It's nothing serious. I didn't take good care of myself when I was young, caught a few colds, so my lungs aren't great. Don't worry. Tanglay paused, sensing that this veteran's condition might be more serious than just a cold. After all, most parts of the fighting nation aren't very warm. Suddenly, another worried voice sounded. Big brother, I heard you cough again. Is your old problem acting up? Sigh. I told you not to push yourself so hard back then, Yarov muttered as he entered the living room, and his eyes lit up when he saw Tanglay. Oh, the gifted chef. Tanglay awkwardly rubbed his nose. I'm not that special. Just call me Tang. Yarov wanted to say more, but he suddenly heard Alexander cough again and hurried over. How is it? Is it serious this time? Should I take you back? Alexander's face, a little pale, flushed with red from coughing. He waved his hand and said, No rush. It's rare I come to see Anton. Seeing Yarov's anxious look, Tanglay couldn't help but ask, Senior, do you have medicine for this? He thought Alexander's coughing might be due to Siberian cold or maybe last night's spicy hot pot irritating his lungs. If he had a history of lung problems, skipping medication wouldn't be wise. Yarov sighed and said, It's no use. Big brother's issue isn't a sickness, it's an old injury. Medicine won't help. It might make it worse. He continued, We got separated from the main troop back then. Big brother protected the retreat, and his left lung was pierced. There was no doctor around. That blood. It was terrifying. TSK. Luckily, he survived, but Alexander, helpless, interrupted him. Yarov, are you turning into a gossip? Say everything. He looked apologetically at Tanglay. I didn't mean to scare you, little brother. Your generation is already far from the chaos of war. Tanglay shook his head. It's far away, but we still won't forget. War is fought for peace. It's nothing to be afraid of. Alexander was surprised and smiled knowingly. Yes, I almost forgot. You're from Dacia. He coughed softly again. Tanglay stood up. I'll get you a cup of hot water. In the kitchen, just as Tanglay was about to pour water, he suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. In the next moment, a few lines of text appeared in his eyes, floating like annotations over the object. What is that? Tanglay looked carefully. It turned out to be a piece of leftover from yesterday's cooking. A few small words read, An essential spice in cooking, with a spicy flavor, can remove strong odors, slightly warm in nature, enters the spleen, stomach, and lung meridians, and has functions such as inducing sweating, relieving surface symptoms, warming the middle, stopping vomiting, warming the lungs, and relieving cough. Tanglay's eyes suddenly widened. Warming the lungs and stopping cough. Wait, system, is this the result of your special eye upgrade for chefs? The system responded promptly, yes. Understanding ingredients is the foundation of making good food. But I feel like this isn't just for cooking, Tanglay muttered. The system paused. Dacia cuisine is broad and profound. If it only aims to fill the stomach, wouldn't that waste 5,000 years of culture? Even as it said this, the system's voice still sounded dry and mechanical. But Tanglay somehow sensed a faint pride in it. He smiled. System, you seem to have a little secret. It's like it changed into a different system. The system immediately fell silent. Tanglay poked at it twice, but got no response. He shrugged. All right, I guess your down-to-earth upgrade is somewhat useful. The system made a few bubbling sounds, as if wanting to emphasize, this is divine tech. But due to Tanglay's sudden challenge earlier, it ultimately said nothing. Gently, Tanglay stroked looking at the last word, cough relief, and had an idea. Since medicine might aggravate Alexander's old injuries, what if he used gentle food therapy instead? Tanglay closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then chose a recipe. With milk. It's called a recipe, but it's actually a common dessert in Dacia. The method is very simple. Just extract juice, mix it with milk, and gently clash them at the right temperature. Enzyme reacts immediately with milk protein, turning it into a jelly-like solid. Tanglay was heating milk and quickly cutting 2 pieces to extract juice, placing it into a bowl. Controlling the temperature was the biggest challenge in making milk. When the milk nearly boiled, Tanglay took the pot off the stove, gently shaking it, trying to judge the temperature by feel. Suddenly, A note appeared in his mind's eye. Temperature, 75 degrees Celsius. Wow. Tanglay touched his eyes. This actually works pretty well. Focusing on the temperature, he remembered something. It seems I had a similar feeling once before, during the big cafeteria competition. That time, he was focused on frying fish in the oil, watching the heat, and it felt like he could see inside through the surface of the oil. Host, the temperature is about to go over the limit. The system suddenly reminded him. Sure enough, it was about to reach the ideal 70 degrees Celsius. He quickly refocused, holding the milk pod in one hand and the juice in the other. With both hands moving, the two liquids gently collided in the air. In an instant, they blended into a milky yellowish solid. As he shook it, it swayed with a duong, duong sound. It was ready. Tanglay picked up the bowl, walked out of the kitchen, and immediately heard someone calling him. Yarov was calling him. Yarov was straightforward and quick to speak, even at 50 or so, still very eager. In just a short time, he had been talking for a while. Why hasn't Tang come yet? I'm so hungry. Alexander, do you think I can chat with him later and maybe get him to make me breakfast? Alexander, maybe you should stop talking about bloody battlefield stuff. Tanglay chuckled. He quickly brought over 2 bowls. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was going to get some hot water, but I suddenly remembered a local snack. Maybe you'll like it, since he wasn't sure how effective food therapy was. Tanglay didn't want Alexander to get his hopes up. He just called it a snack. Upon hearing, eat, Yarov's eyes lit up. I like it. I like it. After a satisfying meal last night, combined with Anton's endless stories about the legendary dishes of Daxiao in the 5th Ward, he now has a strange trust in Tanglay's cooking skills. Tanglay is very familiar with this kind of response. He sees them at the cafeteria every day. He set the tableware for both of them and reminded, it might be a little spicy. Eat slowly. Spicy? Yarov can't stand others questioning his tolerance for spice. Come on, I might have eaten some spicy food. It seems like yesterday, it was not him with red eyes. Alexander smiled and thanked Tanglay, then tentatively scooped up a piece with a spoon. Is this pudding? A small, soft, smooth, and chewy yellow piece, almost slipping off the spoon. Alexander quickly put it in his mouth. Inside, there was a rich milky aroma. Compared to pudding, this dessert was even softer. Almost as soon as it entered, it melted into a sweet, fragrant, and rich liquid, warm and flowing down the throat into his stomach. Alexander was surprised. He didn't usually care much for sweets. But this bite was sweet with a hint of spice, definitely not ordinary, overly sweet dessert. Unlike last night's spicy dishes that hurt the tongue, this spice didn't cause pain. Instead, it brought a lasting warmth that passed through his chest and lungs. Since arriving in Siberia, his left lung had been aching faintly. Suddenly, it felt a bit better. Alexander instinctively touched his chest, and his hand moved faster than his mind, scooping another spoonful. Very good, rich and smooth, with a unique flavor. No wonder it's Daxiao's taste, he said. Tanglay noticed that from the first sip of milk, this veteran had silently stopped coughing. It really seemed to help. Tanglay nodded secretly. If you like it, I can give you the recipe later so your family can try making it. The lungs are the hardest organs to heal in the body. Even Alexander's old injury would be difficult to fully recover. At least, this bowl of milk could make him feel a little better. In the future, he might try making other dishes. Before Tanglay finished thinking, he heard Yarov happily say, Big brother, you're really a cultured person. Such nice compliments. Little Tang, my brother, I only know one delicious thing. You, little one, made me feel warm all over. Can I also have a share of this recipe? Tanglay naturally had no objection. Sure, these old soldiers looked somewhat uncomfortable. Having a bowl of with milk is tasty and can help dispel cold. Why not enjoy it? He was not worried at all about any problems from eating it. After all, whether it's medicinal cuisine or dietary supplements, Daxiao emphasizes gentle effects that do not harm the body and aim to boost the body's own potential. Some guys at the gas station might add too much fuel and get nosebleeds, but that's not a problem. Alexander watched Tanglay being so easy to talk to. After a few words, he was already thinking about writing a recipe and grew more appreciative. Although small, the things reveal a person's outlook. This young man casually sharing recipes shows not only generosity, but also confidence. Confidence that he has good skills and isn't afraid others will learn from him. Alexander pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Yarrow was quickly becoming close with Tanglay during this conversation. Anton hadn't arrived yet, and Alexander didn't pay him much mind. He let himself go and started gossiping. Hey, little Tang, when did you come to Siberian prison? Did you go straight to Brother Anton when you arrived? Tanglay nodded. Yarrow sighed. You really missed a good time. Actually, when the director of Siberian prison was around, he really liked Anton. Who knew he suddenly disappeared? Otherwise, if you followed Anton, you'd be quite prominent now. What about Roman? He's all. Hearing about the director, Tanglay raised an eyebrow. You know about him? I think no one in the prison wants to mention him. Maybe it's a taboo. No taboo, Yarrow casually said. It's just that his family is quite influential. The Kirill family. Our fighting nation's military has a marshal and 4 generals, and the head of the Kirill family is one of the 4 generals. That unlucky director of yours is the next heir of the Kirill family, sent to Siberia for training. He did well, but then suddenly disappeared. Until there's a clear conclusion, no one in the Kirill family is allowed to speak recklessly. Tanglay nodded, trying to imagine a capable and decisive prison warden. Whenever Kirill is mentioned, I immediately think of the head chef at the cafeteria who always stuffs sardine cans into the pot. I heard Kirill loves eating sardines. Ugh, Tanglay gasped and quickly shook off this smelly thought. However, Yarov suddenly lowered his voice. I heard Kirill's family has already found him. But there were some problems, and I don't know if he can come back. Roman, that acting supervisor. Sigh. Tanglay looked thoughtful. He still remembered that on his path of giving up, there was an annoying Roman blocking the way. That Kirill supervisor has been gone for so long, yet Roman is still acting as the temporary supervisor. If Kirill could come back, then Roman wouldn't be so intimidating. But this is too far ahead. Tanglay just thought about it casually and gave up. He decided to work hard himself. Roman's injuries probably need some time to heal. Once he's better, Tanglay plans to make up for it and extend Roman's time. Yarov didn't realize what he was thinking and thought that his new little brother was avoiding talking because of Roman. It's okay. I can tell you're not brave, a gentle person who's never fought. Roman is just a fool relying on his family. I'll quietly go and catch him off guard. Ouch. Yarov suddenly covered his head and stopped talking. Alexander, who had been lost in thought, snapped him with a light slap. Yarov, what are you saying again? If you're not sure, don't talk nonsense. And don't trick little Tang into fighting official officers. Otherwise, I'll lock you up right here. Yarov grinned but said nothing. After scolding him, Alexander turned to Tanglay with a gentle face. He said kindly, Little Tang, I think you're a good kid. Do you have a girlfriend? How about I introduce you to a beautiful girl? The phrase, daughter of a family friend, instantly triggered his PTSD. Immediately, a strong, solid figure appeared in his mind. Tanglay's body bristled with goosebumps, and he quickly shook his head. No need. I don't need it. After saying that, Tanglay realized his refusal sounded a bit abrupt, so he softened his tone. I have a goal now, all right, Alexander said regretfully. That's a bit of a pity. Honestly, my family friend's daughter is really beautiful. I bet you've never seen such a pretty girl. When it came to beauty, Tanglay touched his nose, thinking maybe not. Thinking back, when Xiaoyi first came to the cafeteria looking for him, she was also strikingly beautiful, a real eye-catcher. And then, this beautiful girl started coming to the kitchen every day, asking to help, holding onto her bowl and not letting go. She didn't care about her image at all. Over time, Tanglay became numb to her looks. It didn't matter. He was completely indifferent. Just then, a ringing sound came from his phone. Tanglay picked it up and smiled. He was just thinking about it when Lena called. He casually answered, Hello? Xiaoyi, I was about to. Tang, it's me. A rough voice interrupted him anxiously. Tanglay looked at his phone again, confirming it was Lena's number. Old Bawan, why are you calling from Xiaoye's phone? On the other end, Old Bawan hurriedly said, What? You haven't seen her either? Tanglay frowned slightly. No, I was with Officer Anton yesterday. Sent her a message, but she didn't reply. Did something happen? Old Bawan said anxiously. Yesterday, we finished dinner at the cafeteria and we're about to go home. She suddenly took a call and said she needed to go out. I thought she was just like before. Sigh, I didn't think much of it and went back. But she didn't come home all night. Tanglay's expression grew serious. sensing something was wrong. Old Bawan continued. Last night, I felt uneasy. When I came to the cafeteria this morning, I found her phone under the condiment bottle you often use in the kitchen. This doesn't seem right. No matter where she went, how could she forget her phone? Tanglay frowned and asked. So, Lena is missing now, and she has been missing for a whole night. Tanglay pushed down his unease and immediately said, Old Bawan, wait for me at the cafeteria. I'll go now. Keep her phone safe. Just then, Anton also came out, buttoning up his uniform. What's wrong? Tang, are you coming back to the prison with me? Tanglay nodded. Yes, Lena might have a problem. I need to go quickly. Anton and Old Bawan are old friends. Hearing this, they also frowned and immediately took the keys to open the door. Yarov, curious, came over to join. What's going on? Can I come too? Stay here for now. Anton pushed him back. I heard Alexander coughing this morning. Stay with him and don't run around. Yarov looked a bit unhappy. Tanglay casually handed him a note. Senior, this is the dessert recipe I just wrote. When the others wake up, you can show them. Oh, this is good. Yarov happily took it. Little Tang, you're really. Hey, where's he? With a soft door sound, Tanglay and Anton hurriedly disappeared at the door. Throughout the way, Tanglay's brows were tightly knit. Anton comforted him. That girl, I know her too. She's not easy to bully, so don't worry too much. To be precise, based on his rank and strength, he should be worried whether she might accidentally hurt someone. Tanglay touched his nose. It's not that I don't trust her self-defense, but, thinking of her, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Anton shot him a glance and shook his head. Young, so good. He didn't say anything more. With a burst of speed, the car sped toward the prison gate. I need to handle my official duties first. Since Anton is the head of Zone 1, he can't neglect his responsibilities. He only said, if you need help, just tell me. Tanglay nodded and quickly headed to the 5th cafeteria. As soon as he entered, he saw Old Bawan with a worried look, sighing. Seeing Tanglay, he hurriedly said, I've asked around, but no one has seen her. The car also left. This girl, where could she have gone? Don't worry yet, Tanglay said. When was the last time you saw her? Yesterday? Recently? Has she shown any unusual reactions? Old Bawan stroked his head. Always sticking to the 5th canteen. Is that it? She didn't like coming here before. Tanglay replied. That's normal. So, there's nothing wrong? I just checked her phone, and there are no call records from last night. What could this be? Well, Tanglay said. Old Bawan, you should go home first and see if there's any clue in her room. I'll look around the canteen. She might have hidden her phone here, or maybe something else. Old Bawan patted his head. Right. I almost forgot. I'm going now. He turned and left. Tanglay searched around the 5th canteen, but didn't find anything. He was about to sit down and think carefully. Suddenly, he heard a jingling sound. You seem very anxious, Chef Tang, a soft, lazy, and charming female voice said. Tanglay looked up expressionlessly. A beautiful woman with red hair sat across from him, elegantly adjusting her prison uniform. It's you? Tanglay raised an eyebrow. Yes. Feya casually twirled a strand of her long hair and gave him a flirtatious look, about to say something. But Tanglay asked. Dennis had another stomach upset. Feya's charming smile paused, and she recalled some unpleasant memories. No, she seemed worried that Tanglay might ask her to catch mice again, so her speech quickened. I'm here for you, Chef Tang. Tanglay was silent for 2 seconds. You're so eager to wash my dishes? But I don't have any dishes right now. Maybe you should go. Feya's smile faded a little. Chef Tang, you're a smart person. Why pretend to be naive? You're looking for someone who is missing. Aren't you worried at all? Tanglay's eyes deepened. He crossed his arms, gently resting his chin on his hands, looking at Feya. You've come here, so why should I be worried? A faint cold smile appeared at the corner of Tanglay's lips. See? Now, you're worried, aren't you? Mrs. Feya's face suddenly turned cold. Tanglay looked at her expressionlessly. Tell me, what did Roman make you do? Feya was startled and squinted. You know, her deal with Roman should have been known by Anton too. The little chef in front of me. Why does he suddenly speak about Roman? It seems so. Tanglay nodded, not surprised. Are you lying to me? Feya frowned. Deception is common in war. Tanglay shrugged. Just a guess. He was simply trying to use Feya's reaction to eliminate possibilities, but he didn't expect to guess correctly every time. This shows that, indeed, Anything bad happening here is probably related to Roman. So, Roman took Yelena away? And what are you here for? Roman hasn't dared to hurt him this month, nor should he harm Yelena because of him. He remembers Roman seems more like he's infatuated with Yelena. Feya shrugged. I told you, Chef Tang. I came for you. You call her little Yelena? So familiar. She smiled softly. But you actually know nothing about her situation, do you? Don't you want to know her identity? Her family. Tanglay's curiosity was strong. Yes, I want to know. Tell me. Feya hesitated. Do you really want to know? At this moment, the right reaction shouldn't be panic, excitement, or claiming to know everything about her. This is different from what she expected. Suddenly, Feya felt a helplessness, like punching cotton. She sensed something was wrong, but she was already sitting here, and there was no reason to leave. Feya changed her tone. I heard that in Daxiao, they value matching families and romantic relationships. She looked directly at Tanglay, her smile charming but with a hint of malice, like a beautiful but dangerous snake. Do you think you and that girl are a good match? Tanglay was silent for 2 seconds, feeling a bit confused. That's not the point. What does matching have to do with anything? He's not dating Yelena. So, their innocent relationship of cooking and eating together is just a meal buddy. And now it has to be a perfect match? Feya sneered disdainfully. Young people like you. I've seen too many. Blinded by love, not caring whether it's suitable or not, just rushing to be a loyal admirer. Why bother? Chef Tang, you're quite capable, but you're clinging to a woman you can't have. Sorry to interrupt. Tanglay raised his hand in frustration. Tell me, is there a possibility that, did Xiaoya always come to find me on his own? Or was he just drawn to his own trouble and couldn't be pushed away? Feya hesitated. And also, Tanglay calmly said, what you just said, I think it suits your boss, Luoming. Feya was stunned and silent. Well, Luoming is just a reckless flatterer. Even the imagined rival, who sweet-talked and tricked away Yelena from Tanglay, and the one who was actively sought out by Yelena. This is too painful for Luoming. Feya's bright red lips twitched. He's not really my boss. We just work together. At this moment, she really didn't want to have such a boss. It's too embarrassing. But Feya felt a bit happier inside. Since you and Yelena aren't romantically involved, there's no need to worry about her whereabouts. Tanglay replied calmly. She is my friend, and I care about her safety. Feya grinned. Don't worry, she's gone home with her family to get ready for the wedding. You probably won't see her again. Since Chef Tang won't be upset about it, I can rest assured. Suddenly, Tanglay's pupils shrank. Wedding? Why hadn't I heard her mention it? Besides old Bawan, does she have any other relatives? Tanglay suddenly paused. He remembered the day he finished talking with his mother. Yelena's eyes were red. Could it be that her biological mother came looking for her? Feya's lazy voice pulled him back from his thoughts. You're not her boyfriend, so why would she tell you? Right. Tanglay coldly said. Who? Luoming. Feya played with her long hair casually. Maybe, or it could be another man. As long as he's from the Lev family. By the way, that girl isn't considered a suitable bride in the Lev family. Luoming has a bright future. Maybe she's not good enough for him. Not good enough? Tanglay sneered coldly, his gaze suddenly icy. That, he looked coldly at Feya. Do you know where they went? It's a definite statement. Feya blinked. Even if I tell you, can you still go 1,000 miles to find her? Tanglay said calmly. This place is deserted. We can only drive. They just left for one night and didn't go far. You really want to chase after them, Feya said with a sneer. You don't even want to marry her, so why do you care so much? Because I have to, Tanglay said seriously, his usually gentle black eyes suddenly sharp and intense. Feya's heart skipped a beat when she looked into his gaze. Tanglay looked down from above and slowly said, This is my mother's daughter-in-law, and I won't let some nonsense suitor pick and choose. If Yelena truly chose to marry for happiness, he wouldn't say any foolish words. Instead, he would prepare good food and drinks to wish her happiness. But what does this matter? On a deep night she knew nothing about, her friends and family, unaware, were taken away by a careless mother, taken to marry a group of strangers. What suitor? What noble family? Just look at Roman. Everyone can see they're a bunch of fools. And Yelena? She's simple, hardworking, and strong. At a young age, she's already a proud soldier, rooted in this frozen land. Do those so-called nobles deserve to criticize her? Who deserves her? It's these trash who don't. Tanglay could tell without even thinking. If Yelena truly wanted to, why did she secretly hide her phone in the kitchen? When she drove away, was she also conflicted, had a faint premonition, and hidden hope? Tanglay knew that although Yelena seemed strong, she cared deeply for her family. Whether it was her chatter about old Ba Wan or her teary eyes when talking about her mother, it showed she was very soft-hearted. But sometimes, this softness becomes a knife that others use to hurt her. Tanglay exhaled slowly and looked coldly at Feya. Now, I'm asking you. Tell me how you planned it, which way you took. I suggest you be honest and don't even think about lying to me. Otherwise, you will regret it. After a brief silence, Feya's face turned cold, and she sneered. Regret? Do you think I'm easily scared? Tanglay sighed. As expected, I'm not good at making tough promises. Feya said, you know, bang. A loud thud interrupted her words. Feya slowly lowered her head. A shiny kitchen knife was stuck right in front of her, deeply embedded. You. Feya was speechless. Not fighting, just testing? How could someone be so straightforward and just pull out a knife? Tanglay calmly said. Simple, but effective. Don't you have anything to say? Feya looked up silently, her cold face melting like snow. She muttered softly, has any woman ever told you that you're not very polite? Tanglay reached out to grab the kitchen knife. Hey, don't rush, Feya quickly said, holding his hand and looking directly into his eyes with her moist ones. I can tell you what that girl left behind. Look at me. Her voice gradually lowered. Tanglay stared at her expressionless. His eyes, enhanced by the system, clearly showed even the faint blackheads and light wrinkles on her face. Tanglay. He couldn't help but think about the system. Can this skill be turned off sometimes? I don't really want to see it. Distance makes the heart grow fonder, but looking at Feya's beauty like this really diminishes it. The system beeped. No? Please ingrain the noble profession of a chef into your soul. Always see everything from a chef's perspective. Tanglay silently observed Feya. What does a chef's perspective mean? Is it about tasting good food? This person can't be used as an ingredient and cooked, right? So much teasing. He thought casually, but Feya was suddenly startled. She has a background in psychology and is skilled at manipulating minds in prison, not just because of her looks and figure. Her eyes are her most secret weapon. Or rather, this is a kind of skill that can't be measured by instruments. Hypnosis. The direct gaze that draws attention is the first step in hypnosis. When someone is fully focused, they unconsciously follow her words and fall into her control. If they don't have strong willpower or defenses, it's almost guaranteed. Her trick works almost every time. Today, she appeared in the cafeteria at this specific time, thanks to this skill. But why? Feya's pupils constricted as she forced down her fear, lowering her eyes. Why? In the eyes of this handsome man before her, there was no defensiveness, no determination. But instead, there was a kind of intimidating fear. It was as if he was not looking at a living person, but at a prey? Food. He truly seemed to want to harm someone. Or perhaps, harming others was as ordinary to him as slaughtering pigs or fish. Feya covered her chest, her heart pounding wildly. Such a scary man. Her usually unstoppable hypnotism failed her for the first time. But now, Feya no longer wanted to study hypnosis. She silently closed her eyes. This time, her eyes were not moist. She really wanted to cry. I give you. Feya slowly reached out and took a note from her pocket, her fingertips trembling. Tanglay took it, looking a bit confused. He had been so confident just now. Why was he suddenly so timid? But since it involved Yolina, he didn't want to think too much and simply looked at the note. It was written in Yelena's handwriting. Neat but messy, showing she was upset when she wrote it. Yilk's Psych bus station. Tanglay recognized this place. It was the closest train station to the prison. Every day, a train would leave from the easternmost and northernmost part of the fighting nation, crossing the frozen land, heading away from Siberia. Yelena, was she there? Tanglay immediately took out his phone to check the train schedule and called Lao Ba Wan. At the same time, he strode out quickly. Maybe. He still had time to leave now. If not, he would just have to buy a ticket too. Tanglay sighed. There was no choice. After all, she was his mother's nominal daughter-in-law. His figure disappeared from the door for several minutes, while Feya sat there in a daze, motionless. Her mind kept replaying Tanglay's cold, commanding gaze. That kind of indifference, dominance, and murderous aura. Feya covered her chest, feeling her heart racing wildly, whispering to herself, "Is this what you call love?" Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door again. Tanglay appeared once more at the cafeteria entrance, looking at Feya while making a phone call. "Is that Officer Anton? I almost forgot. There's a stubborn prisoner who escaped from the 5th cafeteria. Please come back and catch him. Maybe she has too little work, so she's so idle. I suggest increasing her training. Feya, stop bothering me." She clenched her teeth and said, "Aren't you in a hurry to leave?" Tanglay put down his phone. "Yes, but I can't run on 2 legs, so I asked some big shots for help." As he finished speaking, a few voices came from behind him. "Here we go. Hey, Brother Tang, lucky I followed Anton to see you guys. What a coincidence. You want to drive fast, right? Don't worry, when I was young, I was known as the best speedster in the group." A group of old friends of Anton cheerfully approached and said to Tanglay, "I heard you're going after a girl? Don't worry, I promise you'll catch her. Come on, let's go back and keep eating hot pot." Feya stared silently at the group of confident veterans, clutching her chest again. Although she didn't know who these people were, it was clearly not good. Suddenly, she thought, this deal with Roman. Maybe I should just stop doing it. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, in a small cafe, Yelena sat by the window, resting her chin on her hands, staring blankly outside. A few large characters were written on a tall building nearby. Ilska Passenger Station. Sunlight shone on her icy face, but it couldn't erase the sadness in her eyes. "Stop daydreaming," said the woman sitting opposite her. She was a middle-aged, beautiful woman with light blonde hair styled in a high bun, giving her a stern, somewhat harsh look. She was dressed in luxurious jewelry, clearly a wealthy lady. "Mom." Yelena hesitated to speak, but was cut off sharply. "Call me Madam," Olga Yegorova said coldly. "I really shouldn't have let you wander outside for so long. Not a single rule followed until now." Yelena lowered her eyes, expressionless. She didn't argue or respond. Madame Yegorova didn't get the reply she wanted and looked somewhat displeased. "We're about to go home soon. What are you thinking about that's so random?" Yelena absent-mindedly fiddled with her coffee cup and softly said, "Nothing. I just feel like I haven't properly said goodbye to Dad and Tang. Friends. Leaving so suddenly, they might be upset," Yelena gently said. Mrs. Gorel snorted coldly. "Your dad? I haven't even confronted him yet. All these years, he's raised you to be like this. Look at you now. Besides your face, where do you still resemble me?" Yelena frowned slightly. Mrs. Gorel warned coldly, "Let me remind you, Yelena. No, you shouldn't even be called that. You should be called Valentina Gorel. You didn't have noble blood originally, but because of me, you got a chance to go home. This was a favor I asked for you. Such an opportunity is rare. You only get one shot at the upper class in your life. You're not young anymore. You should think carefully." Yelena was silent for a moment. I think my current name is fine." "What do you know?" Mrs. Gorel interrupted. "Forget it. This isn't something you need to worry about. Instead of thinking about all this nonsense, you should focus on how to start changing once you get home." "Change what?" Yelena looked up in surprise. Mrs. Gorel said, "Learn how to be a truly elegant, noble woman. Master the manners and grace of the aristocracy. No more driving that rough car. And no more jumping around like a savage. Also, how to dress, speak, and act. How to be a good wife." No, Yelena said confused. "Mom, no. Mrs. Gorel, I think those are still too far away. And the things I already know. They're useful too, right? Without a car, how can she get closer to Tang and share snacks? If she can't jump around, how can she compete for food among the growing crowd of people?" Yelena whispered, She just wanted to see this mother she hadn't seen since she was born. Why does everything seem different from what she imagined?" Before she finished speaking, Madame Jaeger angrily slammed the table. "Are you still talking? Is it useful? You're already very rude. Leviticus, no man would be satisfied with you." Yelena looked confused. "Why would I need a man to be satisfied? And Dad and Brother Tang both say I'm fine like this?" "Brother Tang?" Madame Jaeger seemed to find a way to vent her anger. "It's what Roman told me, the cook from the 5 Canteen." She was furious. "Yelena, I really don't know you're so stupid. As my daughter, you're getting close with a cook? That's ridiculous. Stop it immediately." When you return to the Jaeger house, you are not allowed to let anyone know you're still involved with a lowly cook. That's not true. Yelena suddenly interrupted. The cook isn't lowly, she said seriously. Brother Tang's cooking is very good, and helping him is very happy for me. Not only me, but also the Fifth Zone and many others like Brother Tang. A cook can also bring happiness, madam. Madam Jaeger sneered. Happiness? You really are young. How much money can he make? If he were a star chef, maybe. But a prison cafeteria cook? Huh. Compared to the men I know, he's nothing. Do you want to follow him to Siberia and shiver in the cold forever? Happiness? Can it fill your stomach? Yelena hesitated. Well, it seems it can. Following Dad, she often went hungry for 3 days and nights. But with Brother Tang, she never went hungry. Honestly, she even felt she had gained weight recently. Yelena secretly looked at her small belly and quietly compared it with her hand. Shut up! Madame Jaeger was completely angry now. He's just a poor nobody with no power or influence. You and he are not from the same world. Just like now, you can sit here and drink coffee. Can he? He can't even get into this place. Ding ding. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded, interrupting Madame Jaeger's sharp scolding. Alert! There is a suspected prisoner escaped from Siberian prison in this cafe. Now, a lockdown is in effect. Alert! With 3 siren sounds, a group of armed guards appeared one after another, standing at the cafe's entrance. The tense atmosphere spread instantly. All the customers in the coffee shop stood up nervously, exchanging glances but not daring to speak. Mrs. Yegorov also froze, a hint of fear showing on her proud face. Prisoner? How does the prison run? Do they just feed rice? They definitely don't just feed rice, I assure you. Ma'am, a polite yet somewhat cautious voice replied. A man with black hair and dark eyes pushed open the coffee shop door. He strode in confidently amid the silence, smiling at Yelena. Good morning, little Yelena. Brother Tang. Yelena jumped up, almost knocking over the table with her big movements. Her eyes were full of surprise. Why did you come? Tanglay sighed. You left without saying goodbye. I was really upset. Oh, Yelena looked down shyly. Sorry, Brother Tang. I hadn't decided what to do. I was going to leave a note. And then you just wrote a place name. Tanglay chuckled softly, glancing meaningfully at Mrs. Yegorov. If you didn't clarify, I'd think you were kidnapped. I'd have to worry. Mrs. Yegorov's pale face regained some color, and she angrily said, You're just a cook. What are you trying to do? Isn't the curfew for catching criminals? Tanglay nodded. Yes, human trafficking is a serious crime, worth arresting. Since this place is close to Siberian prison, we can arrest and lock them up right here. Officer Anton will have another achievement. Isn't that great? You. Mrs. Yegorov raised her finger at Tanglay, trembling with anger. Do you even know who I am? Tanglay remained calm and serious. You're suspected of trafficking. Uffed. Yelena couldn't help but giggle quietly, then quickly composed herself. Ahem, Brother Tang, this is my mother. Oh. Tanglay smiled. I thought I heard her say I'd never get in here in my lifetime. I thought she owned a coffee shop. Mrs. Yegorov looked utterly insulted and burst into full anger. You're just a cook. Why are you talking to me like that? And what right do you have to impose a curfew on this coffee shop? I'll report you. What if I want to impose a curfew? Another voice said. An older soldier with half-white hair walks into the coffee shop, complaining, Yarov's driving is still so uncomfortable. Oh, this lady. He pulls out a military badge and holds it in front of Mrs. Yegorova. I, Colonel Alexander, suspect that criminals are hiding here. Are you trying to report me? Mrs. Yegorova stares at the badge in surprise. Tanglay is also a bit surprised. Colonel? He remembers Officer Anton as a major, which is already a high rank in prison. No wonder he's Anton's older brother. Yarov chuckles and also pulls out something. Bro, I'm not that impressive. I just retired this year, and I'm a colonel at most. A few other old soldiers also start to take things out of their pockets. TSK, Captain, just SOSO, sigh. A minor colonel, but not shameful. Mrs. Yegorova is stunned. Even if she doesn't understand military ranks, she knows what they mean. These old soldiers all have impressive military achievements. It's okay if they've retired, but those who haven't are really not to be messed with. If it were Yegorov's direct family here, maybe she could compare. But she's just a... At that moment, another angry male voice rings out. Olga, you're really blinded by something. Old Bawan pushes through a group of soldiers and rushes over. He shouts angrily, "I told you when you wanted to leave. You're not allowed to take Yelena. She's my adopted daughter. I have nothing to do with you anymore." He heard everything on his way here and is furious. But when Mrs. Yegorova sees Old Bawan, her previously worried face immediately turns proud and disdainful. "You're adopted? I haven't even said that. Raising my daughter like this. Wasting the good face I gave her." Old Bawan snorts coldly. "What did you give her? Tossing her on the ice plane after she was born? Or busy cheating with your mistress, almost causing her to die from gas poisoning?" Tanglay frowns, his eyes cold. A few other soldiers also look unfriendly. Yelena, who was standing between them, feels torn and doesn't know how to speak. She is stunned by what she hears. Since she can remember, she has never seen her mother. "I have only seen a few old photos kept by my father, Old Bawan. I always thought my mother left for a good reason." Yelena looked at Mrs. Gorlova for help. "Mom, are you really?" Mrs. Gorlova seemed to have her mask torn off and could no longer stay calm. She screamed, "What else? Do you want to starve and freeze with you? You went to the battlefield and didn't know if you could come back. I am so young and beautiful. What's wrong with wanting a better life?" Tanglay also understood. At that time, Mrs. Gorlova probably saw Yelena as a burden blocking her way to climb higher. But to hurt her own daughter, this woman's heart is truly cruel. Yelena instinctively took a step back, staying a little farther from her mother. Hearing such accusations from Mrs. Gorlova, Old Bawan looked very old and tired. His voice was colder than a frozen fish. "Enough, Olga. I don't want to argue with you. But remember, my daughter is not for you to please those bad men." Hearing this, Yelena was shocked. "Pleased? What do you mean?" Tanglay spoke up. "Xiao Yi, tell me, do you really want to get married?" "No, Mary." Yelena was confused. "Marry? I didn't want to marry." She quickly reacted and looked at her biological mother in disbelief. "You said you just wanted to bring me home to see." "That makes sense," Tanglay shrugged. "Madam, it looks like you really did kidnap people." He explained to Yelena, "I just found out that she was called by Roman, trying to trick you into marrying Roman or someone from his family." Yelena's eyes widened, shocked and angry. "You lied to me? I told you. I have nothing to do with that marriage contract. I don't want any." "Noble bloodline," Mrs. Gorlova said impatiently. "You don't understand. Yelena, come here." Old Bawan sighed and waved to his daughter. No need to say more. Yelena silently looked at her mother and lowered her head, taking a step forward. "Stop." Mrs. Gorlova was anxious. "I warn you, this is your only chance. If you leave now, don't ever acknowledge me as your mother. Don't ever see me again." Yelena paused for a moment. Old Ba was about to speak in a hurry. Tanglay patted him on the shoulder and gave a reassuring look. "Let me handle this." He looked at Yelena and started explaining. "Little Yi, have you ever seen your mom since you were born?" Yelena shook her head blankly. "So, you haven't really been with her since you can remember?" Yelena was confused. "Yes," Tanglay patiently explained. "See, you and your mom don't really have much connection. Although she gave birth to you, she also wanted to get rid of you, so that's like a kind of repayment. Besides, Old Ba probably gave her everything she was supposed to when they divorced." Old Ba angrily said. "Huh. When she ran away, I was still in the army. That heartless woman took everything from our home. She didn't leave a single grain of rice for the child." TSK, Tanglay shook his head. "That's easy to fix. Little Yi, you want a mom, right? Since this mom is so unreasonable, let's forget her. I'll find you a new one." "Huh?" Yelena was stunned. Can we really find a new one?" Old Ba also looked confused, patting his head. "He's quite old, isn't he?" "Yes." Tanglay gave an example. "Look at my mom. You saw her last time on the phone. She likes you so much. She said several times that she would treat you like her own daughter. That wasn't wrong. Tanglay's mom dreamed of having a daughter, so Tanglay was convincing without hesitation." Yelena shyly pinched her clothes and asked, "Really? I'm not that great. I don't know much about manners." No, Tanglay said firmly. "You don't need all that. She only saw you once, and she's already insisting I invite you to our house as a guest this year." "We Daxiao people are so hospitable." Yelena asked, If I have a new mom, what about my dad?" Tanglay replied, "My dad likes you too. You can have 2 dads. Double the love. It won't interfere, right?" His reasoning was clear and logical. "Later, when we have time, We can go to Daxia and visit. You can have a more reliable mom who also likes you. My mom will be happy, and you can help me a lot. My life will be better. Isn't that perfect? Yelena thought carefully about this whole plan and finally nodded, feeling it made some sense. It seems so. It seems that everyone is happy, which should be a good thing, right? Besides, even if not everyone is pleased, does Brother Tang say he would be happy about it? Then it must be a good thing. Hey, seeing that Yelena genuinely thinks this is a good thing, and being quite sensitive about such matters, Madame Jaeger got angry. You tricky little kid from Daxia. Don't think I'm stupid. You clearly are.